results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good Tuesday morning to you. Welcome to Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, vacation day number 2. Although I think today is the actual travel day.
It might be in the air as we speak.
For he and the fam. Kellen Olson in for day 2.
Hi.
Of duty this week.
Hello.
Thanks for being here, Kellen.
Oh, love being here. Ready for 4 more hours of radio. We had a really fun show yesterday, and the sports news gods blessed us with more fun stuff happening.
Oh, my goodness.
Yesterday evening that we're going to get into throughout the show. Fun D-backs win? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if I've ever talked to you about this.
Go ahead.
I've talked to Tim Ring about this because Tim sits in that chair often. He'll be sitting in that chair next week. When you are not conditioned, and nobody really gets conditioned for an early morning schedule, but when it's just a week plopped down in the middle of your year, how long does it take you to acclimate?
It's survive and advance mentality for me. That's all it is. I think I'm on, in terms of not counting naps, I took a big nap yesterday, but the night before so far, I'm at a total of, I think, 4.5, 5 hours of sleep. We're in a tough range right now, and usually what happens when I do the week with you guys is, because I'm a night owl, as you can tell by that kind of statement, usually around Thursday or Fridays when I'll get to bed at a reasonable time, like 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10, and then I'm done. It's over.
Yeah.
And then I don't employ that into my every day-to-day, and then I just sleep like a gremlin and continue to do so. Just kind of always been the way I've been, not as diabolical as I was back in the day when I was in my 20s and stuff, but still typically up around midnight, 1 o'clock, something like that. And usually that's okay for most jobs, but for this one, that means 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
We have different philosophies. Jarrett's not a napper. You never nap, Jarrett.
Never.
Bick very rarely will. Once a month, maybe, if the schedule really catches up with him. And I have to get a nap. Although I didn't get one yesterday.
I think under a half an hour into me being home yesterday, just immediately went to sleep. Yeah.
Oh, I could feel it every day at about 11:30.
Yes.
If I'm awake, my body's telling me, go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. But I feel like we wake up so early for this show that there's no time of night that you can go to, sleep, and make it make sense. So it doesn't matter if you're doing it once. Like, do you ever, when the alarm goes off in the morning to wake up, Vince?
Yes.
Do you ever not just go, oh, no?
See, that's
I said you never get used to it. It's too early. It's too early to wake up.
Yeah, you're assuming that I'm actually asleep when the alarm goes off.
Right.
Most of the time I wake up before the alarm goes off.
What you get used to is now.
Yeah.
Being awake at this time and the rest of the day and stuff. But the actual sleeping and waking up that early, you never get up.
Oh, yeah. Being awake at this time, I love it. But, yeah. Getting to this point.
The greatest part of doing this show for sure is that like our work days end at 9:55. Like that's pretty amazing. Like some people, like probably me to be honest, haven't woken up yet. And their day.
I think I'm a lot like you, Kellen. One, I don't ever sleep well. Two, I hate waking up early. So if I were to work, when we used to do the midday show, and we used to start at 10 a.m., and I used to have to wake up at 7:30 or whatever, I used to hate that. That used to be awful. So like unless I can just sleep until I wake up with no alarm, it's almost all the same.
And there's only one show where you could do that.
And I did sometimes I try to avoid like the laying in darkness when you feel like you're not tired, but you have to try to sleep anyway. I tried that last night, but then it's like 1 a.m. and you're like, oh my gosh, only 3 hours of sleep. And then you start to get stressed and anxious, and that's just going to keep you up more and more. But I get into the rhythm of it, and ironically enough, I feel the opposite of the screaming at the alarm bit. This is the thing where I'm instantly up when the alarm is up, because it's like you got to go. Like you just got to be up and active, and like the brain has to turn on immediately.
I'm like a one snooze kind of guy, just to get my bearings.
Okay, I
turn
maybe
the TV on.
Maybe give one, but 5-6 alarms I put on for this every time.
Those days are well, again, we appreciate you being here.
Of course, it's always
completely wrecking your circadian rhythms for us.
I say this to you guys a ton. This show would be painful if it was with other people who didn't bring energy and weirdness and goofiness like you guys do, but it's always fun, and I always find a way to have the energy, even though my body is like, where are we getting this from exactly? Don't worry about it, body. Don't worry.
Jared, start this thing.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs start their 4-game series against the Dodgers. Big 4-1 win at Chase Field. Dodgers grabbed a 1-0 lead in the third on an RBI groundout that scored Shohei Ohtani. That lead would last until the 6th when Tommy Troy took Emmett Sheehan deep for his first career home run. Tied things up at 1-1. Nolan Arenado's solo shot in the 7th gave the D-backs the lead. And then Ketel Marte, a 2-run missile in the 8th, provided the final margin. Another really solid start for Eduardo Rodriguez. Allows just 1 run on 5 hits in 6 innings. Pitched out of some jams. Bullpen trio of Taylor Clark, Brandon Garcia, and Paul Sewald combined on 3 innings of scoreless relief. The D-backs snapped their 3-game skid. And they get off the L.A. Schneid first win against the Dodgers this year. That 3-game series continues tonight at Chase Field. Michael Soroka on the hill for Arizona against lefty Eric Lauer. First pitch, the customary 6:40. Our coverage on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app begins with the D-backs BP show at 6. Really, really good, solid win for the Diamondbacks last night.
Man, is it easy to win baseball games sometimes when you have elite pitching, and that's what they had last night. Just get a couple of timely hits, and you just win a baseball game. It really is that easy when you have awesome pitching.
They made a roster move before yesterday's game, activating Pavin Smith from the injured list, option utility man Tim Tawa to AAA Reno. Smith has been on the IL since the first week of the season with elbow inflammation. Carlos Santana also shifted to the 60-day injured list. He's been dealing with an adductor injury for most of the season.
I completely forgot about him.
Carlos
to
Santana?
be honest, until I saw that note, I was like, oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's still with him.
And that is a low-key beloved baseball player over the last 10 years or so. For real diehard baseball fans are a real fan of him. You wonder if this is it for him because he had one setback already, and this seems like he had another second setback. Would be a sad end to his career because he's always been a really fun player to watch over the years. D-backs fans didn't get to see it, but a really fun player to watch.
We were expecting some post-June 1st movement in the NFL, and we got it on Monday. 2 blockbuster trades. The Cleveland Browns sent 2-time Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the L.A. Rams in exchange for pass rusher Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a second-rounder in 28, and a third-rounder in 29. Garrett coming off a dominant 2025 season in which he won Defensive Player of the Year and broke the NFL record with 23 sacks for a 5-win Browns team. Verse, a 2-time Pro Bowler with the Rams. He's headed to Cleveland. As expected, the Eagles moving on from wide receiver A.J. Brown, and as expected, he reunites with former head coach Mike Vrabel in New England with the Patriots. The Eagles net a first-round pick in 2028 and a 5th-rounder in 2027. Brown, 4 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons in Philadelphia, part of their Super Bowl winning squad in 24. We'll have a lot of reaction and thoughts on those 2 trades. Giants beefing up their receiving room as they bring back Odell Beckham Jr.
Hey-o.
And they sign Juju Smith-Schuster and Braxton Berrios to 1-year deals. When was the last time Odell Beckham Jr. caught a pass?
I don't know, but he's been washed up for 5 years now, at least.
He's basically a regular at Suns games.
He's a big Devin Booker fan.
Yeah.
2024, he caught 9 passes for Miami.
Sad news from the football world as Larry Fitzgerald Sr., the father of Cardinals great and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Larry Fitzgerald, passed away on Monday. Marcus Fitzgerald, Larry's brother, posted on behalf of the family thanking the staff at Minnesota Fairview Southdale Hospital for the care they provided. Fitzgerald Sr., a longtime sports journalist on radio, television, and in print in Minneapolis, and has the honor of being the first sports journalist to cover his own son playing in a Super Bowl when the Cardinals made it to Super Bowl 43 in 2009. Fitzgerald Sr. was just 71 years of age.
Speaks to the person that he was, that he kind of intrinsically became a part of Valley sports in a way because of the relationship he had with Fitz and just, in turn, the relationship that he had with his city here as well.
And always sad no matter when it would happen. Extra poignant and sad that it's just a couple of months away from the Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah, very sad on that front. Mercury got absolutely torched at home by the Minnesota Lynx, 111-77. Courtney Williams, 30 points for the Lynx. Kalia Copper had 18 for Phoenix, which shot just 34% from the floor. They've lost 5 straight. They hit the road for a Wednesday night game in Seattle against the Storm. Tommy Lloyd's Arizona Wildcats will not have the services of transfer Milan Momcilovic.
Boo!
The former Iowa State sharpshooter has committed to play for Kentucky. Momcilovic averaged just under 17 points per game and shot a ridiculous almost 49% from three-point range.
On tough looks, too. Good luck to him. Kentucky is a dumpster fire. He made the wrong choice, obviously.
And the Mercury has lost 6 straight.
Is it 6?
Yeah.
Oof. Thank you for the correction, Jared. I threw out a Jared fact. Also on the basketball front, Matt Norlander from CBS Sports reporting today, Arizona and Arkansas have agreed to a multi-year series that will begin this coming season. They'll face each other in Phoenix at Mortgage Matchup Center as part of the Hall of Fame series.
Yeah, December 19th. It's always cool when they travel up 2 hours and we get to see them here locally in Phoenix. Obviously, Calipari's done a great job with that Arkansas program. They're going to have another team, let me know if this sounds familiar, full of 5-star recruits over there for the Razorbacks.
He can recruit.
He can.
Stanley Cup Final getting underway tonight in Raleigh, Carolina, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights Game 1 of the best-of-7 series. Carolina 12-1 this postseason has outscored opponents Ottawa, Philadelphia, and Montreal 41-21 combined. Face off just after 5. You can catch it on ABC. There you go. There's your splash on a very, very busy Tuesday morning. Coming up, great pitch and clutch hits and a win versus a hated rival. We'll get into the D-backs' triumph over the Dodgers next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the ninth. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Starting June 1st, the D-backs host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
You want to come out and set a tone and win the first game of a series. We got them for 4 days, and I couldn't be more proud of this group. You know, we were grinding through some early innings, maybe a little bit of a hangover from the trip up to Seattle. Sheehan had some really good stuff, but we kept hanging in there. We kept fighting. Overall, this day was set up by Erod and finished by some really heady, smart baseball plays. Great defense in center field by Barossa. Just a lot of little things went right for this ball club, and that's how we like to win our ball games.
Proud skipper, Torey Lovello. After the Diamondbacks do get the win in the opener against the Dodgers 4-1, a game that for me very much felt like, Kellen, that it was probably going to be one of those well-played, well-pitched, 1-0 losses. We've seen the Diamondbacks have one of those this year against elite pitching. I don't think I'd throw Emmett Sheehan in the category of Paul Skeens necessarily, but he was really good. He gave up the double in the first inning to Corbin Carroll. D-backs didn't get another hit until the 6th when Tommy Troy went deep. And what a night for him. For him to hit that home run after not making the play in the 3rd inning that helped lead to the Dodgers' only run. Really good to see him bounce back and get a hold of one.
And then the bunt in the 8th to extend the inning, and then Marte homers after that. Not that they needed those 2 insurance runs with the way Sewald was dialed in the 9th, but the bunt was it was a pitch-perfect bunt, and it was one of those where it's like, okay, the kid feels like he's arrived. He's starting to get really confident. He's starting to really settle in. We talked about runners in scoring position in the woes in the Seattle series. They were 3 for 26 with runners in scoring position over those 3 games. 0 for 2 last night. They left one guy on base. They were just incredibly efficient with what they did at the plate. Troy homers in the 6th, Arenado in the 7th, and we mentioned the Marte 2-run homer in the 8th. How about this freaking bullpen, Vinny? Taylor Clark, perfect inning. Brandon Garcia allows a hit to Shohei Ohtani. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Immediately settles back in against Pages and Freeman. And then Sewald once again, top 5 in the league in saves right now, his 15th of the season. Garcia, by the way, 0.75 ERA for him on the season. He has been one of the unsung heroes of the bullpen, recently called up to take that lefty spot. 12 innings pitched now for him on the year through 14 appearances. So he has been a big boost to that group.
Clark, 1.80 ERA.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. And he's certainly a different pitcher than the first time he was here in town with the Diamondbacks. But specifically on Garcia, it looks like a stroke of genius, too, the way they handled things. And the Diamondbacks got a lot of garbage thrown their way. I didn't understand what they were doing. I thought you have to break camp with a lefty in your bullpen. You absolutely have to. And they said, no, we can't, because Brandon Garcia struggled so mightily to throw strikes in spring training. So to go get him some seasoning at AAA Reno and then bring him up at this time, he's been fantastic. You said, how about this bullpen? Make it make sense.
I can't.
It's been remarkable.
I did one of my baffled, unable to form logistical, logical thoughts when the offseason ended, and I was like, wait, there's a bullpen move coming, right? Like, where is the move? Where is not even the big name? Like, we were thinking maybe they'll spend big on a closer, but where's at least a setup man of some sort? Like, what are we relying on here? Like, Juan Murillo was the guy that would come in and either get everyone out or not be able to hit the strike zone, and he was missing a whole lot over the previous years. He's been great. Clark, we mentioned Garcia as well, and then Sewald.
Yeah.
Again, 2 months ago, we were like, he's the guy. Okay. Yeah, I guess he's the closer, and he's been one of the best in baseball.
Yeah. Think of the luxury that they have now to have 2 real legit bullpen pieces coming back to them at some point in this year in a bullpen that has overperformed.
Well, yes, that is the case, but neither A.J. Puck nor Justin Martinez is Superman and is going to come back and be what they were before those injuries. So to have a bullpen that is settled, everybody knows their roles, and oh, by the way, everybody's performing their roles is also another level of luxury on that whole thing, because there's no pressure on those guys to come back and be Superman right away. Going back to Tommy Troy, the solo home run, his first of his career. He talked about it afterwards.
I knew. I didn't get it, but I knew it was enough.
What was that feel like rounding the bases?
Felt surreal. It was great. It was really good. I loved it.
I didn't get it, but you got it enough, and that's all that matters. We talked about this a bit yesterday when Gonzo came on about having so much youth in your lineup, and he talked about the top of the order really feeling the weight of that and needing to produce, and for the most part, those guys did last night. But here was Torey Lovello talking about when you have Tommy Troy in the lineup and Ryan Waldschmidt and Jose Fernandez, and those guys have got a lot of run in the last few weeks. really making an effort to help those rookies succeed?
I make a very conscious effort to put them into a situation where not that they are comfortable or complacent on the field, but they're comfortable in their surroundings and their own skin. I know how hard it is for a young player to walk into the clubhouse and feel like they're on Mars. So this is their clubhouse, and it's very intentional what we do with young players to bring them along, make them feel like they're in a good space. And I've developed relationships with these players from the time they're in A-ball. I'm calling A-ball guys today that will be here in 2 or 3 years. So when they do cross that boundary and come into my office, or they do walk into this clubhouse, they've already had some relationships that they've established.
Yeah. So again, they're getting the results on their methodology right now.
Brave statement on our air here, fellas. Torey Lovello is doing a good job managing the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I don't know. I saw some people last night who said he should be fired.
Look, just because a guy screws up situational things a dozen, 15 times a year doesn't mean that he's bad at his job.
Yes.
There are incredibly diverse elements to being a manager, being a coach, or whatever, and Torey at those parts of the job is clearly very good at them. Now we've seen teams in the past where, like, did he lose the clubhouse, that kind of conversation. That's when those conversations arise when we talk about his job security and all that kind of stuff. But we're seeing the other effect of it right now, whether it was Cattell, whether it's Tommy Troy right now. His relationship building with these players clearly continues to pay off for this organization, and how these guys come in and just play well right away. Waldschmidt did it. Troy did it. Nolan Arenado is starting to do it. Ildemaro Vargas did it at the start of the year as well. I think that speaks to the comfort that Torey talked about right there.
Credit to Jorge Barrosa. Some great catches playing center field last night. And one of the lesser moments in the game that was one of my favorite moments of the game was the top of the 4th inning, the way that ended with Miguel Rojas challenging not 1, not 2, but 3 ball strike calls. And he got the first 2 right. And then to use the 3rd one on a pitch that was, I mean, I don't even think it was that borderline. But to end there's nobody on base. There's 2 outs. And that's where you're going to burn a challenge. And the fact that he lost that challenge was just so delicious to me.
It feels like the biggest gap in execution right now with the ABS system right now is the acknowledgement from the hitter that, like, I think this ump sucks and he probably got that wrong. Instead of just looking at where the pitch was. Like, hearing the call and not agreeing because that guy sucks back there and he's been getting stuff wrong all night. Usually not the case.
Yep, that series continues tonight. We're also going to talk Diamondbacks baseball. At 8:30, Archie Bradley is going to come in studio.
Archie!
Talk some D-backs ball with us. Coming up next, going from a last-place team to a Super Bowl contender. No, it's not a dream, so you can stop rubbing your eyes, Garrett. We'll get into the blockbuster trade next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those 2 guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. More to come on that next. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77 to lose their 6th game in a row. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
First out. Burrow, he's under pressure, he's sacked! And there it is, a record that has stood nearly a quarter of a century has a new leader as 30-year-old Myles Garrett records his NFL record 23rd sack of the year.
Year was the word there. Year. That was Back in early January when Myles Garrett, that was his last duty, if you will, as a Cleveland Brown. He broke the sack record in a 5-win season for the Browns. Yesterday, June 1st, we expected movement, Kellen. I don't know if we expected that movement with Myles Garrett getting traded to the Los Angeles Rams. A blockbuster deal. And I was reading some of the trade grades that inevitably come out after a move like this. And more than one gave both teams an A+. It's one of those rare ones. Now, did Myles Garrett make sense in Cleveland anymore? Not really. They're finally embracing a rebuild. They got a boatload of picks and a really good pass rusher in Jared Verse. But now, a really good team in the LA Rams is spectacular on paper. And he's an absolute beast.
Bill Barnwell does an excellent job on ESPN.com, and I think the way that he put it really struck a chord with me, which was if the Rams were to pick a player in the NFL that was going to help them win a Super Bowl the most, like who could they acquire over the offseason to make them even more of a Super Bowl favorite than they already were, Myles Garrett would have been the pick. Now, that's not how this goes. They're going to lose Jared Verse in that part of the trade as well. But he has just been far and away the best defensive player in the league for several seasons now. You look back at the start of the 2018 season when he was 23 years old. Since then, Garrett has 118 sacks. T.J. Watt has 108, and then in third is Danielle Hunter with 89. Like he has just been so incredibly dominant. I believe it is first team All-AP defensive team for 5 of the last 6 years, defensive player of the year 2 out of the last 3 years. He's just absolutely dominant, and I think the scariest part of this from a defensive equation is that this is the most talent that he has ever played with as well. Like Poona Ford was awesome for the Rams last year. Yeah. The younger guys that they have around him, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, are all really good football players as well. This is not only like the best defensive line / pass rushing unit in football. It's like one of the best we've seen in a couple of years, I think. Like those 3 or 4 names that I mentioned there are really underrated, really good football players.
Yeah, so what was it that, Adam Schefter was on ESPN radio this morning. He said the Rams have been working on this and pursuing Myles Garrett since 2022.
Wow.
That they would make periodic phone calls to check in on the availability, and the Browns were always like, nah, we're good. All right, we'll check in again in a couple months. Well, what made the Browns change their minds? Here was Adam Schefter.
This team called me in late March, and they said, Myles Garrett reworked his contract. He pushed back the option bonus payments. He's being traded. Couldn't have been more matter-of-fact about it. I said, really? A second team called. Myles Garrett is being traded. I called the Browns. I speak to 2 people there. They could not have been more adamant that he's not being traded. We are not trading Myles Garrett. Okay? Like they were steadfast. The Rams continued to call. And as they kept calling and offering more and more picks, it wasn't going very far. But then they included Jared Verse. And when they included Jared Verse, that changed everything. Because the Browns loved Jared Verse. And they viewed Jared Verse as a replacement, a suitable replacement for Myles Garrett.
He went on to say Jared Verse in full, first and last name, like 17 more times. And
Isn't it funny how sometimes with certain names people do that?
Matt Ishbia just did it with Devin Booker.
Devin Booker. We love Devin Booker.
So Jared Verse was obviously the key to getting this whole thing done. And again, the Browns did pretty well for themselves because there was a lot of people that were years ago thinking the Browns were foolish to hold on to Myles Garrett. This is a good move for them, but man, again, I hate to reiterate it and sound like a broken record. The Rams, not only by adding Garrett, and yes, he is still an upgrade over Jared Verse, 23 sacks to 4.5 last year. That's the difference.
A little bit.
But they also went out and acquired Trent McDuffie, all-pro cornerback. They went out and signed Jalen Watson, the other corner from Kansas City. Their defense is absolutely loaded right now. And their offense, oh, by the way, that's loaded too. What a great move by the Rams. When they give Matthew Stafford $55 million, you say, hey, we're going for it. They're trading draft picks, but they've already identified their quarterback of the future, their succession plan to Matthew Stafford.
It makes you like the Simpson pick even more
Yes. Yeah, it
because
does.
the 2027 pick in your head was the one where they could have potentially gotten the quarterback then.
Exactly.
But it was going to be later in the draft anyway, and that class, while we expect it to be deep, is going to be really heavy with teams at the top of the draft like the Cardinals, like the Jets, like the Browns, who are going to take quarterbacks off the board already as it is. I think the two main factors of this trade when we look at how it could swing in a couple of years is obviously it starts with Myles Garrett's impact and the level that he is going to be at. Something Barnwell pointed out is that at age 30, that's where a curve starts to begin for pass rushers. We've seen TJ Watt not really be the same football player the last 2 years. Chandler Jones, he notes, had 19 sacks in his age 29 season, was a first-team All-Pro, sat out most of his age 30 season, and then 2 years later he was out of football completely. Von Miller had a huge drop-off at that time as well. Now, Myles Garrett is an alien. He's a freakazoid. I do not expect him to drop off to those degrees, but you wonder how effective he is. But the thing the Rams don't need is 20 sacks out of him. They really, honestly do not. They just need him to be one of the best edge rushers in football, and he is the best by far. And they need him to be that. And then, of course, on the other end of it is how good Jared Verse is going to be. He is not going to be as good as Myles Garrett. Even Myles Garrett at his worst. I don't think Jared Verse is ever going to be that good. But it's, can Jared Verse still be a great young player and turn into someone who continues to make Pro Bowls and continues to improve in that kind of way? Because I've seen some of the reaction to this trade, and I think the people that are highest on it from the Browns end look at Jared Verse like he is going to be one of the 3 or 5 best players at his position for a handful of years. I'm not that high on him. He's a pretty good football player, but I don't think he's that good.
But also, he was fantastic his rookie season.
So good.
And a little lesser than that last year.
But if you're the Browns, I mean, this is the complete and total proof that unless you're a quarterback, one player, no matter how dominant they are in football, can only make so much of a difference.
Yes.
He said an NFL record in sacks last year could not be more dominant, and the team won 5 games. So what is the point of holding on to him? You're getting a good young player, not as good, but at least with potential, and you got multiple draft picks. What, did they get a first, a second, and a third over the next couple of years?
Yes.
I think we were saying for the last few years, why are the Browns holding on? And it couldn't have been any more obvious last year to me that, like, what are you holding on to this one player for when you need a complete team overhaul?
Now, would you cut and paste that thinking to other teams in the NFL? Like, could you apply that thinking to the Arizona Cardinals right now?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we've talked about the possibilities.
It depends on the player.
Of
It depends
Josh
on
Sweat getting traded because he's still not at OTAs. Again, that kicks into high gear next Monday, June 8th. That's when everything becomes mandatory. We'll see. There was some rumbling about trades, but the rumbling's not coming from any of these real legitimate sources in the NFL. When Ian Rappaport talks about it, when Adam Schefter talks about it, or Tom Pelissero, or one of those guys, you pay attention. Those guys have not really zeroed in on the Josh Sweat thing. But it also, I mean, it shows you what the Browns got for Garrett. What could the Cardinals ostensibly get for Josh Sweat? A 3rd-round pick?
Maybe. I need a day 2 pick at the very least to do it. Like I'm not. You don't trade him at this point in the year, especially for for like a 3rd and a 5th. Like
unless he makes things very uncomfortable for you.
And we'll see. I think Monday is the big week when you have shows with Tim Ring all week, where you guys will be really hyper-focused on not only him, but Jacoby Brissett as well. It's just fascinating to me that the Rams are able to pull off this trade, have this offseason, and what we talk about with Stafford, McVay, Puka Nacua, all that kind of stuff, where they're going to be a defense-first football team now. Adding McDuffie, adding Watson at corner. They still have holes on their roster on the defensive end. Don't get me wrong. There's a weak spot or 2 there, but like I said, this is going to be the best front 5 or 6 in all of football. Their corner room is completely revamped. Their safeties have always been really good as well. This will be probably the best defense in football now, because we watched it last year, right? Like how Chandler Parsons took like a talented but kind of flawed defense and turned it into this juggernaut for just a few weeks before he got hurt. Garrett will have that effect as well. That's how good he is.
And last week we did Mock My World. It was great players who've toiled for bad teams or in anonymity for much of their careers. But Myles Garrett was the 1st overall pick, wasn't he?
He was definitely drafted. Was he the first? I think I picked him.
I think you did.
And the scary part is the possibility that we talked about how early we woke up. What if Aaron Donald woke up an hour before that and has already gotten 2 workouts in and he's getting ready?
I would count on that happening.
Yeah.
We'll get into that a little bit later on. Coming up next.
Larry Fitzgerald was the first pick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But Garrett went pretty high, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can the team of the future beat the team of destiny? We'll talk NBA Finals matchup next. Kellen Olson in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive. Out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, where not only do you get the hookup on new and pre-owned BMWs, you now get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your vehicle. It's the BMW Value Service Program, where Chapman BMW is unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com to see all the money you'll be saving. Chapman BMW also makes it simple to take advantage of these huge discounts. They'll come to you, they'll pick up your car, then they'll drop off a loaner, and then they'll fix your car, wash your car, and bring it back to you when the work is done. That's the kind of red carpet service you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
I know you guys going to be asking me this, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. I got the Knicks in 6.
Really?
I think I do. I think the Knicks have been the best team in the playoffs. Well, anybody who knows anything about basketball, the Knicks have been the best team. And I know people are going to say, well, they played this team, because the two best teams were out west. I said, yeah, that's true. I said, but the Knicks ain't been squeaking by nobody. I mean, they taking lunch money, Freddie. Listen, you can hate on the Knicks, whatever you want to. This has been one of the great runs in NBA history.
History was the word. Charles Barkley from inside the NBA, appearing on Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio, picking the New York Knicks in 6. And there's many different ways you can look at this matchup going in.
I love when Chuck has conversations with himself in the middle of a statement. Well, you can say they didn't play anybody. Well, I know they didn't play anybody.
We use the phrase like one of one too lightly. Like we let it go to a lot. But truly, there will never be another.
No.
There will never.
No. He is one of one. The Knicks, one of the questions about the Knicks going into this series is, yes, they're really well rested because, like Charles said, they're taking lunch money. They're just taking care of their business, blowing teams out. The San Antonio Spurs will be on their home floor tomorrow night in Game 1, and they have had a much different path to get there. This recent series against Oklahoma City, great job winning it, but we talked about the physicality of it, the mind games in all of it. They're certainly the more taxed team right now, but there's no way to quantify what's an advantage and what's a disadvantage in that whole puzzle.
The advantage that the Knicks have right now is that they are the 5th team in NBA history to go on an 11-game win streak or more in the playoffs right now. They're on an 11-game win streak right now. 3 of the other 4 teams that have done it have won the championship. The 4th was the Lakers in 1989, who won the first 11 games they played in the playoffs, then were swept by the Pistons in the 1989 NBA Finals. But you look at the 99 Spurs, they beat the Knicks 4-1 in that series. 2001, that was the start of the Shaq Kobe era. They beat the Sixers 4-1 as well. And then, of course, the team that won 15 in a row, the most gentleman's sweep of all time in the history of like sports, honestly, was the 17 Golden State Warriors, who won 15 in a row and nearly went 16-0 that postseason before losing Game 4, a 4-1 win. So it really stood out to me that not only were these teams that were playing at this high of a level that consecutively won the championship, but they did so in a 5-game series in those 3 as well. That's not what I'm expecting here. I think this is going to be a long series. I've got it going 7. I can't wait for all of like the inside stuff, because you can like zoom in on all of like the tactical stuff and like certain players matching up with whomever, or you can just zoom out and look at it as simply as this is the start of Victor Wembanyama and his time as the face of the NBA. We had all those conversations like LeBron's gone, Steph's gone, who's going to be the face of the league? Who is it going to be? Ant? Is it going to be Jokic? And here's our moment. It's this guy. It's this guy now. Mm-hmm. And then on the other end, it's the return of the Knicks. And the Garden is going to be an absolute zoo all series long. Mm-hmm. Can't wait to see it. And guess what? San Antonio, I'm fascinated to see the Knick fan turn out there as well, because they have taken over a lot of buildings on the East Coast. Does it translate to San Antonio, Texas? We know Chalamet will be there. We know Spike Lee
Ben Stiller
will be there as well. Stiller will be there for sure, filming stuff for his accounts as well. I can't wait. This is just a really, really great basketball series and gives you a lot of different things to talk about and be excited about.
It's more fun than if it would have been Thunder versus Knicks, in a way.
I mean, the Knicks, I agree, but the Knicks
part of it
are the fun part of it.
Yes, I agree.
Regardless, and look, I'll go back to my failed prediction in December after that NBA Cup game where Oklahoma City absolutely annihilated the Suns by 49 points. They played nearly a perfect basketball game. I was dumbfounded. And I said, there's no intrigue on who's winning the championship this year. It's going to be Oklahoma City. That's how sure I was. I was wrong. A level of assuredness under that was, I'm sure the champion is coming from the Western Conference this year. We're a day before the finals now, and I don't feel that way anymore, necessarily.
No.
The Knicks have played remarkable basketball.
And I think you could look at like how the Spurs won Game 7. They did not win because Wemby went insane. We talked about this yesterday. They won because every single player that played significant minutes for them had a huge moment or a huge stretch in that game. Keldon Johnson, who didn't really have a good series, was nails for them in that game. De'Aaron Fox, who didn't have a really great series for them, was nails. And then, of course, Castle, Vassell, Harper have been awesome for them all postseason long. There are matchups where that good of a supplementary cast that is just Julian Champagny, the other guy I didn't mention as well. Those guys have been so consistent and just so solid all postseason long that having that foundational piece next to arguably the best player in the league would be a real matchup problem for someone. But you look at the Knicks, Mikal is playing the best basketball probably of his life.
He finally had a bad shooting game in Game 4 of the last series, but he's been unbelievable.
And looks like the guy that you and I probably thought you would probably agree with me, that 22 season we thought he was Defensive Player of the Year. Like no one was playing better defense than him. OG Anunoby has looked like the Knicks' second best player at time. To the point I made on Mikal, this is absolutely the best basketball that Karl-Anthony Towns has played. I didn't even mention Jalen Brunson yet because you can go to Deuce McBride. You can go to Landry Shamet. You can go to Jordan Clarkson, who's definitely going to have a moment in this series at some point. It all starts with Wemby and how they defend Wemby and how that goes. I think the adventure of Karl-Anthony Towns on him will not be explored because he will be on the bench in 45 seconds if he guards Wemby at any point in this series. Interestingly enough, when you look at like the inside the numbers and the points per possession and all that kind of stuff, the best defender statistically on Wemby this year,
I know where
OG Anunoby. And OG to for Mikal to get this moment like he had in the 21 finals, but OG has always been such an underrated, great player, two-way player to watch, and this is going to be his magnum opus. If he can be the Wemby stopper in this series, we're going to talk about him a whole lot differently, kind of in the way we talked about Drew Holiday differently after the Celtics won the championship as well.
Yeah, and the Bucks championship for that matter.
Yeah.
So the Anunoby thing is huge, but also when Anunoby's not on the floor, Mitchell Robinson's going to get some run against Wemby as well. Little compromise with the finger. How big of a factor? Look, we know Mitchell Robinson's strengths and his weaknesses. They're very, very well defined. He's a terrible free throw shooter. I don't think it hurts him there, but
every shot that Wemby goes to block, he better get a piece of it, because if he doesn't, Mitchell Robinson is just going to get the rebound. He's just going to do it if it doesn't go in. He only needs one hand for that. He doesn't need two.
Yeah, that is true. Really looking forward to this series.
Oh, can't wait to talk about it more tomorrow.
I haven't looked forward to an NBA Finals this much since 2021.
Wow. How about that?
Well, that one was way ahead of this one, but you get what I'm saying.
And I think you could talk about Wemby, you could talk about the defense versus offense, momentum, everything, home court. I think Kellen will agree that what it will come down to is whether or not Danhausen will curse the Spurs.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course. Has he announced his
he has not announced anything
yet? Okay, he's still got a day. I'm sure he'll be on the ESPN airwaves at some point tomorrow, cursing someone.
Did he curse the Cavs before the series started?
He did.
Wow.
Well,
he really had an effect because they were clearly the better team.
He cursed them right before the game, and then they blew that 20-point lead.
Then he came on and feuded with Stephen A. at the start of the series and cursed the Knicks, and then he took it back the other way and immediately swung the series. He's a very powerful and scary
guy.
I feel, for the first time in a long time on the show, I feel outnumbered.
You want to talk about El Grande Americano, mask versus mask
from
the
last
other
night.
night? Oh, incredible.
The sporting
Absolutely
event
fantastic.
of the year.
It really was. It was fantastic. I loved it.
It was an American guy and a German guy pretending to be Mexican luchadors.
There were tears. There was blood. It was perfect.
Moving on. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations, powered by Michelob Ultra. You predict the winners. You could walk away with a $500 gift card. You can enter Bracket of Nations on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, in his first couple seasons, E-Rod looked like an E-fraud, but now he looks like an E-god. And my God, there was a lot of spelling errors in that tease, Jerry.
Oh, no.
Goodness gracious. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They are tests.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also very proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire, or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas fuels life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes...
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Calvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were two huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
And the 3-2 pitch from Eduardo Rodriguez. On the corner, strike 3 called, and a third challenge coming by Rojas. He is confident, is Rojas. And wrong. Inning over. Strikeout for Erod. It's a 1-2-3-4, and we go to the bottom of the 4th inning.
One of the 3 strikeouts Eduardo Rodriguez had last night. It was the best one. Erod kind of just threw his hands up at the end of it after the 3rd challenge. Finally, an unsuccessful one from Rojas. But, man, what do I have to do? But what a night for Eduardo Rodriguez as well. What a season for Eduardo Rodriguez.
What a season.
He has been everything you could have hoped he would have been when the Diamondbacks got him. He's their best pitcher right now. I don't think, I can't say I don't think there's doubt, because Michael Soroka might have something to say about that too, from a starting standpoint. Those two guys have been unbelievable. But
2.24 ERA for Erod, though.
Yeah, but to do that also against that lineup he faced last night, and we talked about it yesterday briefly, some of those big-name Dodgers are not necessarily living up to their big name statistically this year, but it's still a daunting lineup. He gives up 1 run. And, if not for Tommy Troy not being able to make it would have been a tremendous catch, but he got there and kind of misjudged it. That led to the run for the Dodgers. He might have had 6 shutout innings against the Dodgers, which would have been another feather in his cap.
Erod's ERA is more than twice as low, more than half as low, more than twice as low, more than half as low. One or the other.
It's not more. Does not. It's less than half. Yeah.
His ERA the first 2 years with the D-backs was 5.04 and 5.02.
Yes.
It's not even the fact that he's been serviceable. Like, that's all we were talking about in the year, right? Like, can you just be a consistently okay middle to end of the starting rotation placeholder?
Can you be a 3rd or 4th starter for this team?
That's all we need. Maybe even the 4th or the 5th. Like, just be effective. Like, he was not effective for 2 years straight. Instead, we've got one of the best pitchers in the National League right now. And if what is probably going to be historic NL Cy Young race was going on right now, Erod would be in the conversation right now. He would. But there's a guy named Shohei Ohtani who has a 0.82 ERA. Christopher Sanchez had that unbelievable scoreless streak, 1.47 for him. Mizorowski has just been striking everyone out. His ERA is under 2. Chase Burns in Cincinnati is under 2 as well. I didn't mention Chris Sale. I didn't mention Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I didn't mention Paul Skeens.
There's a lot of candidates.
Erod would be in the mix if it wasn't for just this ridiculous surge that is going on right now. And what he's doing right now is just one of the best starts to a season that we've seen in franchise history. You look at pitchers in their first 12 starts to begin a year as a Diamondback right now, his 2.24 ERA is the 6th best out of anyone's start to the year.
Yeah.
As a Diamondback, like RJ to 1.41 ERA. Patrick Corbin is the last one in 2013. That was a 1.98. Erod at a 2.24 right now. The whip is really great as well. And it's one of those years, Vince, where even if he tails off a little bit and like has a 4.2 ERA for like the second half of the year or like this 2/3 of the year, he's still going to have a really good season.
Yeah.
Overall, like there really is nowhere for this to fail at this point, honestly.
Here's Erod talking about one of the keys to his success last night.
And I will say, like, that's the best I ever feel when possible. If I remember a day like that was probably the OVC against Team Dominican. That was the last time I feel like that with the fastball. So,
what do you think?
I mean, like I say, like the best I feel with the fastball. Like, you probably see on the numbers and everything, but like I say, like feeling really good body-wise, everything. So I got to take advantage of it and just keep doing it,
Yeah, and he referenced what a lot of people have referenced too is the boost that Erod got from making that start in the in the World Baseball Classic for Venezuela, and how good he looked, and it's just been a continuation of that. But for him to say that's the best the fastball's felt maybe ever, or definitely since that game for Venezuela, that's saying something. On the flip side of it, too, he's also doing this, Kellen, with career low strikeout numbers. His strikeouts per 9 innings, 6.5, by far the lowest figure. And he's not, I mean, there was a stretch when he was with Boston where he was certainly an above average strikeout pitcher, but that's almost 2 strikeouts less than what he was doing last year. So he's pitching to contact, but he's having a lot of success with it.
It's unbelievable. And also just like his main pitch right now, like his 4-seam fastball, which is the main pitch for just about everyone, was one of the worst in baseball last year. Baseball Savant's run value was -7 last year, which is a horrible number. It's at a 6 right now. To simplify it a little bit, last year hitters were hitting 287 off his 4-seam fastball, which again he threw 1,200 of. That's an issue. This year they're hitting 196 off of him, just 5 doubles, a triple, and 2 homers off that strikeout right now as well. That's usually how you see the numbers. Vince is like the 4-seamer is like in an okay place, and then it's like the off-speed stuff or the secondary fastball like a cutter where the numbers are really good, and that's like your go-to pitch. It's been his number one pitch, which is extremely helpful for him as well, and it just sets up this really great dynamic for them that they have going right now in the rotation because, man, could you imagine, again, Jarrett, back to kind of what we were talking about with the start of the segment and just like the expectations, if you could have gotten half season out of Soroka or Erod at this level, you would have been absolutely thrilled. They've got both going on simultaneously at the same time.
Yeah, and if you pull up the Diamondbacks 2026 baseball reference page where they have their top 12 players, and they do this for every team.
Yeah.
And it's according to B-WAR, Baseball References WAR statistic. Eduardo Rodriguez is the best Diamondback so far this year. 2.7 WAR, 2.6 for Corbin Carroll, 1.8 for Nolan Arenado.
And if he just pitches at an okay rate the rest of the year and then holds that over to next year, all of a sudden this 4-year, $80 million deal, we're like, yeah, it turned out to be a good deal for the Diamondbacks when it was not a horror show in the first 2 years, but it was tough in those first 2 years, to say the least. And it's so interesting, like how dynamic he's been with like the limitations on his stuff. It was confusing last year and the year before, going through his different stints and how wildly his numbers would go up and down over the course of his career. Some of the numbers that you were looking at there as well paint a similar picture. So it felt like it could come back really at any point for him, but he was an aging pitcher. It has come back in a major way now, and I know we're at this point now with Zach Allen where it kind of just is what it is, but can you imagine what this rotation would look like if either Zach gets back on track or you turn that spot into Corbin Burns pitching at a pretty good level? All of a sudden, this is one of the best rotations in baseball. Like it really would be if they got that level of contribution and these guys stay consistent as they have been for the last 6 weeks here.
Yeah, here was Troy Lovello on Erod's performance.
I've got to really make some comments about Erod, who goes out there and just spins up 6 really, really impressive innings. We made some nice defensive plays behind him, but he's pounding the zone. He set his tone with his fastball and then went to work and started pitching from there. Good 2-seam fastball. I think there's a lot of quality left-handed batters on that ball club. So at times, if you can get a lefty to do the things that Erod did, it can slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, he certainly did that. We'll see if they can keep it going tonight with Michael Soroka on the mound. How about that being the back-to-back punch?
If they're in a wild card series, is he your game 1 starter right now?
Erod?
Yeah.
Depends on the lineup. They have a lot of righties.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a factor. We had a similar conversation last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. And I was still leaning towards Merrill Kelly.
Me and Mitch on Arizona Sports Tonight a few weeks ago did like a 1 to 10 trust scale of starting pitchers, and that was when Merrill was doing the worst, and I had him still as the highest rated guy. Like I trust Merrill.
And here's the thing.
With everything.
In my mind, we talked about could Zach Gallen be forced out of the rotation. I feel like in Torey Lovello's mind, in a 1-game playoff, he would still put Zach Gallen out there to start.
No, not with.
You don't think so?
Not if Kelly was healthy and not. No.
I feel like he would be
it's not like Kelly's ERA is over 5 this year. It's not like he's having this ace year.
But it's how things are trending. And if you're going to, I mean, he's been very loyal to Merrill Kelly, too.
That's true.
Over the course of
He
his
was.
career.
That's true. Merrill Kelly was going to be the opening day.
The other answer is Burns, obviously, could be the guy in game 1, too.
Yeah, it's a nice guy to get back
I like
into the
that.
rotation, yeah. Coming up, the NFC West was already going to be an uphill climb for the Cardinals, and then the Rams just got the best defensive player in football. How about that for reality? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the 9th. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it. And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Does the Myles Garrett trade make the Rams the clear favorite to win the Super Bowl now? We'll be talking NFC West at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Los Angeles Rams were the team. They were the team. They were persistent. They reached out to the Cleveland Browns wanting to trade for Myles Garrett around the time when the Browns adjusted Myles Garrett's contract to move some bonuses up a little bit. The Browns said, no, he is not available. The Rams tried again after the draft and said, we want him. Here's more. Here's more. They said, no, he is not available. Okay, well, then they said, what if we included Jared Verse? Well, that was someone the Cleveland Browns have had eyes on for a long time. When Jared Verse was suddenly in the deal, the picks got moved around a little bit. It got to a point where the two teams said, you know what? This could actually happen.
That's Ian Rappaport of NFL Network about the Rams' persistence in all of this. I had referenced
echoing what Adam Schefter said.
Adam Schefter saying that they've been calling on Myles Garrett since 2022, right after they won the Super Bowl, by the way. That's how long they've been after it. It becomes a reality. From the Cleveland side of things, look, they did well in this trade, obviously. It doesn't mean it's easy, though. They just traded one of the best players they've ever had in franchise history. I mean, if you look at that franchise, it's Jim Brown, it's Joe Thomas, and probably Myles Garrett.
I was trying to even think of another.
And those are two. Joe Thomas, one of the best offensive
Wolfley.
tackles in the history of the game.
Well, I
Jim
forgot
Brown.
about Wolf's prominence in Cleveland, under Bill Belichick. So it's obviously difficult from that situation. But now, hey, welcome to the NFC West. This is life. And Jarrett wrote it in the tease. It was going to be uphill anyway for the Cardinals to compete with the Rams. But now you're facing that monster twice a year. Now there's this bubbling speculation that everybody seems to be wanting to believe that Aaron Donald is preparing a comeback.
Oh, gosh.
To which Trey Wingo, NFL on ESPN, said the next great defensive lineman on the Rams. Imagine if Aaron Donald came out of retirement and there was a graphic with the two of them in Rams uniforms standing next to each other. Trey Wingo quoted that and said, let's just say that's more than just imagination. All I can tell you right now.
Oh my gosh.
And we know what it felt like to face Aaron Donald twice a year. Ask Kyler Murray how fun that was.
And the core thing to understand here is that there are 4 other members of the Rams defensive line, I'm not counting Jared Verse, who are really good football players.
Yes.
Braden Fisk, Puda Ford, Kobe Turner, Byron Young. We have seen these names pop up. And by the way, this is a separate conversation, of course, but to make the point while we're here, we talk about them trading all these first-round picks, right? Byron Young, 3rd-round pick in 2023. Kobe Turner, 3rd-round pick in 2023. Braden Fisk, 2nd-round pick in 2024. Hey, look at that. Drafting adequately. Look at that. Look at what it does, just like that. So you do not need Aaron Donald to come into this group and play more than, 30% of the snaps?
Yeah.
He can just come be a game wrecker on passing downs or whatever you want to use him in.
Or be a game wrecker on running downs.
Who's starting at right tackle for us again?
Elijah Wilkinson right now.
Godspeed to Elijah.
Here was Adam Schefter this morning on possible return from Aaron Donald.
So I spoke to the Rams yesterday. I'm like, Aaron Donald. They're like, can't afford him. We're out of money. Don't have any more money left. Like, we're already over budget here. Not going to happen. If Aaron Donald wants to take a bunch of incentives, we'd love to have him, but not practical, not realistic. Another team. I said, wait. They said, are the Rams going to sign Aaron Donald? I said, you tell me. They said, you could always find more money. I'm not expecting it. I don't think it will happen. The Rams don't think it will happen, but I don't rule anything out, and I leave that door open. I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but I think it's open.
And that was on the heels of Adam Schefter telling the story about Cleveland. We're not trading Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
We're not trading Myles Garrett. Then they traded Myles Garrett on the first day, really, that they could.
Anything transactionally can just happen in
Yes.
the NFL. There are loopholes within loopholes that exist, and the league wants them to exist for this singular reason right here. Hot take, this trade is good for the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
Whoa.
Let's hear why.
Because what are they doing right now while Myles Garrett is elite? Not winning football games.
Yeah.
This is going to apply a lot more to the Rams 3 to 5 years down the line is where they will feel the impact of this the most. That is when you assume and hope that the Cardinals are on the upswing. When they're here right now, when Myles Garrett is arguably the best player in football, it doesn't really matter too much. They're going to lose by more. They're going to lose by 2 extra touchdowns right now, or even next year, you would hope, and we'll see how Myles Garrett ages and it goes on. We pointed out earlier in the show, ESPN's Bill Barnwell noting that for top-end all-pro pass rushers in the last couple of years, age 30 is a point where we start to see decrease. But even if that doesn't happen for Garrett, still, when you expect the Cardinals to be great, that is when the Rams will be on the decline, because the other situation they got to figure out is what they do after Stafford leaves. It's going to be Ty Simpson. But how great is Ty Simpson? We don't know. What is their defense going to look like when Myles Garrett is fading and when they don't have as many draft picks to work with as well? Now, if they keep drafting as well as I mentioned earlier in the show, they won't have that problem. But eventually this adds up. Not having this pick for this many years in a row adds up from a talent perspective. And it will in a few years' time. By the way, incredibly expensive roster that they have. We talk about finagling and stuff, but they're going to run into issues with how much money they have, even if Stafford retires next year. They're going to run into these issues. Devontae Adams is a free agent coming up. These issues are coming.
That is a good point, though. It's like the Cardinals already were significantly worse than the Rams.
Yeah.
Like, what does it change in that aspect?
But there was also, like, the immediate slap yesterday, and I don't know if you guys saw this. I saw this a lot, was the Cardinal, like, asking the question, like, how does Monty Ossenfort still have his job? I mean, the Cleveland Browns traded Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams. What that has to do with Monty Ossenfort, I have no idea, because Adam Schefter also talked about there was similarities to the Luka deal here, in that there were a lot of teams that didn't know Myles Garrett was out there and available. And apparently, Jared Verse was the Anthony Davis in all of this. The Browns focused on him, and that's who they wanted. But there wasn't a whole lot of, hey, just want to let you know, we're trading Myles Garrett. What do you got out there? So I understand Cardinals fans are very frustrated. We've talked about an apparent lack of coherent direction in what they're doing roster-wise, but I thought the abuse that Monty Ossenfort took yesterday on social media was pretty laughable.
Would you rather deal with Jared Verse if he only gets better for the next 10 years, or deal with Myles Garrett for 3? Like, that's some of the question here as well. As Bill Barnwell pointed out in his story, that Ty Simpson pick, why it was so polarizing is not just the quarterback angle, is that the Rams still had clear needs on the offensive side of the ball. Like, they needed another receiver. They needed more help on their offensive line. They are not going to have their first-round pick next year to use on those holes either. And what do you need those holes to be filled up for? Ty Simpson himself. You need better pass-catching options for him. You need more protection for him. And they're going to have to do some magic in the middle rounds here as well. Bad news, they did spend a third-round pick on a right tackle, Keegan Trost, this year. So I'm guessing he's going to be awesome just because Snead is so good at this.
Yeah.
But eventually you're going to run out. Like, it hasn't worked on their offensive line. I mentioned their defensive line hit. It hasn't been the same on the offensive side of the football for them from a drafting perspective, at least.
Yeah, we haven't even really touched on the other big trade. And we'll have time to do that later on with A.J. Brown finally landing in New England. He was already at the facility today. This has been in the works for quite some time. I don't know if you know that, Colin. Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tarek Skubal's the biggest name. I don't really have any interest because I would assume they'd just be renting him.
Yeah,
he's hurt.
Yeah, his contract ends at the end of the year.
So I don't think they need starting pitching. Like, if you tell me, hey, the Diamondbacks went out and signed Tarek Skubal for the next 5 years, I'm in. Like, he might be the best pitcher in baseball, but it's probably a rental, and he's hurt. And they don't need starting pitching as much as they need other stuff. So Yordan Alvarez is the one that I don't want to say it makes the most sense, because I think a lot of teams would line up for him. But if you just told me they could have a name off this list, that'd be pretty great, because he's a monster at the plate. And you're right, the Astros aren't really going anywhere.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and the extreme desert heat. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. They They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about their great summer special.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with the first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Hey, what are you saying? Ho, ho, what do you know? It is time for the Rush Hour reboot, and why Sammy Cebulka, while Sammy Cebulka is on assignment in Europe, I am here to take you through the big stories of the day. Let's see if we can get everything organized.
Organized.
Oh, come on, man. When he's not even here, isn't he back tomorrow?
He's back tomorrow.
That's why you played it today.
Yeah, I'll play it tomorrow as well.
You snake, Jared Carlin.
Lovely Bailey, everybody.
I cleared it with him before I put it in the end-of-week montage last week, and he said,
we're good.
yeah, it's okay.
Now we're good. We're fine. I just want to come to the defense of my guy.
No, believe me. I have a whole library here of us all misspeaking.
Yes,
I thought he was going to say he has a
fair
whole
game.
heart. I was like, slow down, Jared. Easy.
Everybody's fair game when it comes to the end-of-week montage.
That's right. But you know who else was fair game? The Los Angeles Dodgers, who the Arizona Diamondbacks said, I don't care about your $900 million payroll. They defeated them last night in large part to the contributions of rookie Tommy Troy. He hit his first home run. And Torey Lovullo talked about the impact of the rookies this year and his sort of relationship with them and bringing them into the majors as they've all contributed.
I make a very conscious effort to put them into a situation where not that they are comfortable or complacent on the field, but they're comfortable in their surroundings and their own skin. I know how hard it is for a young player to walk into the clubhouse and feel like they're on Mars. So this is their clubhouse, and it's very intentional what we do with young players to bring them along, make them feel like they're in a good space. And I've developed relationships with these players from the time they're in A-ball. I'm calling A-ball guys today that will be here in 2 or 3 years. So when they do cross that boundary and come into my office or they do walk into this clubhouse, they've already had some relationships that they've established.
First question on this is, you touched on this a little bit earlier, but how do you feel Torey Lovullo is fitting with this particular team? Is this a Torey Lovullo team this year? Is he the perfect manager now for this?
Perfect.
Because he was on the hot seat, let's say, heading into the season.
He's been on the hot seat for a while, periodically. I mean, perfect is a very, very strong adjective to use. Torey Lovullo has done a very, very good job this year. And this, right now, I mean, we're riding the wave. It kind of seems like it is. There are shades of 2023. Things can change in a heartbeat, but you feel more confident that when a downturn comes, and look, they went through a downturn over the weekend and bounced back pretty well. So, yeah, this I'll say just short of perfect. He's done a great job. I think you would agree, Kellen.
I would agree for sure. I was among the lowest on this team. I predicted a win total in the mid-70s, like several concerns.
I think I had 78, and you were the only one lower than me.
Yeah, I think that it was Jesse and I who predicted 75 wins, and I kind of waited for everything to like fall under. Like when they went 4-12 from late April to early May, or even this Seattle series coming off of Colorado and San Francisco, and then the Dodgers and the Nationals coming up this week, it was like, okay, is this when things start to like regress to the mean or whatever you want to call it? And oftentimes that comes on the stability and like the foundation that the team has in place to remain steady over those types of situations. And that's what they've done here. And a lot of that credit goes to Torey, I think.
And then on the rookie specifically, if I'm going to give you a start, sit, cut right now on the rookie most likely to continue to really contribute for the rest of the season. Start, sit, cut. Ryan Waldschmidt, Tommy Troy, Jose Fernandez.
Ooh, I would start Waldschmidt because I think there's going to be more opportunity in center field than anywhere else.
His defense has been really good, too.
Yeah. I begrudgingly would sit Fernandez and cut Troy.
I would cut Fernandez. He is really struggling. The old like adjustment to the adjustment phase that a young player goes through.
He had a really, really painful at bat last night.
In May, he hit 181 with a 460 OPS. Like there's a zero slug there. Not many walks coming for him as well at the plate. It was 18 strikeouts for him in May and just 3 walks for Fernandez. So I would cut Fernandez. I would sit Troy, but this is very like I understand we're 2 weeks in, and that adjustment period could be coming for him.
Yeah.
Like it very well could be with Waldschmidt as well. But I think there is a way, and something we're going to talk about later in the show, to rotate the 3 outfielders that they have in that mix, with Lawler being the third amongst Troy and Waldschmidt as well.
A couple things real quick. I just pulled up Jose Fernandez's baseball reference page. He's listed at 6'3", 165.
What?
If he weighs 165 pounds, then I'm a male model.
That's less than what I weigh. And that's taller than me.
In terms of opportunity, at least for one game, Fernandez will get one today. Gambo put out there just minutes ago. Perdomo is getting the day off, and Jose Fernandez is going to get the start at shortstop.
Jerry, a no days off guy like Christian Walker was the same way.
Yeah.
Just wants to play 162. Perdomo played 161 last week. This is not just like give the guy a breather. This is like you're struggling. You need a day to just like stay away from things.
He is having a bad year with not even a lot of flashes like Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll have had to get out of it.
More of the year that he did at the start of his career, which is that he was a below average offensive player, pretty good defensive player, and like overall was like a plus because of his approach at the plate, and that's more or less been the same. Last year, he again finished top 5 at MVP voting. Yeah. It was just a completely different guy.
All right, move to the NFL where everyone is talking about the big Myles Garrett trade and saying this will put the Rams over the top. They are by far the Super Bowl favorites right now. Well, they asked the coach of the, by the way, Super Bowl winner from last year, the Seattle Seahawks, who are in the same division. What did you think about the Myles Garrett trade? Mike McDonald?
Bro, I really don't care. I don't care. I just care where we're at. Not trying to be a chotch, but just don't care.
First, have you ever
Joni loves chotch.
Have you ever referred to yourself or anyone else as a chotch?
I've never heard that term before.
Well, now you've heard it.
And I saw that labeled as such.
You thought that was just
and I thought
me.
It was a Jarrett Carlin creation.
No,
it's a Mike McDonald creation.
Mike Chotch McDonald himself. Where do you think that the Seahawks stand in the West right now? I mean, they are the defending champions.
They Barnwell pointed this out in his story. They lost a couple of pieces of their defense and then just did not replace them. Boye Mafe was great. He got incredibly overpaid, but he was a key part of their defense. It was, I believe, Kobe Bryant, who went to Chicago.
Yes.
Really talented safety. And then Woolen, the defensive back for them, as well as the third piece. And they just didn't replace those guys.
Kenneth Walker's gone, too.
Either. That's another one on the front as well. And they have more natural replacements for him, but he was absolutely incredible for them as well. You have to remind yourself that everything that Darnold proved at the end of the day, this is still Sam Darnold as their quarterback as well.
Yeah, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, bro.
That was...
Sorry, Mike. Your quarterback's still a little shaky for me, but he did everything to prove it wrong. But I think that
is the Sam Darnold thing. He must be thinking like, what do I have to do before people stop saying it's Sam Darnold?
I've won 28
a great year in
games.
Minnesota and then a Super Bowl win.
Still doing it.
I would put right now. I was tempted to say the Seahawks, they're number one until somebody knocks them off. But Kellen just outlined what they lost and what the Rams have gained. I think the Seahawks are number 2 right now in the division, even though they've got the trophy. Chotch, a slang term used to describe someone who is socially awkward, incompetent, or makes mistakes in a way that is impressively or humorously bad.
Well, maybe I'm the one that should be saying.
Not trying to be a chotch.
In modern internet slang, particularly among Gen Z and millennials.
Oh, okay.
He
is young.
I have to file that away for the generation gap, maybe.
What is a chotch? Well, you guys were not acting like a bunch of chotches today.
Thanks,
you were
man.
Fantastic.
No, we're going to do that later on in this show. We're all rebooted.
Saving it for the second half.
Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, the Cardinals' best offensive player is pretty excited about one of the rookies. We'll tell you about that and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday with Kellen Olson in for Bick. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not trying to be a chotch.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries are a factor here. I think if Oklahoma City was healthy, Oklahoma City would be in the NBA Finals again. But Champagny is 22, Vassell's 25, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, Keldon Johnson, who was incredible in that fourth quarter, is 26 years old. That's such a young team. Like, sometimes you get to the point, like, how are you going to compete with them? Like, how are you going to compete with that team over the next 5 years, 10 years, with them being the age that they're at?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK surgery over 25 years ago. It was really, really great. My vision is still good, but it's changed a little bit. I was wondering what was going on with my vision, so I scheduled an appointment and an evaluation from Dr. King at K2 Vision. I got a thorough exam, and it turns out, like many people who had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a real good candidate for a refractive lens exchange, RLE. It's a permanent solution that takes care of getting rid of glasses and contacts, but also ensures I'll never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me all kinds of info on my vision with options without applying any pressure. The team of surgeons at K2 Vision has performed over 300,000 procedures. From my personal experience, I know that they will know what the best procedure for you is if you're thinking about a permanent solution to your vision. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
I mean, you see right away why he is such a, high pick, why, who he is. His ability to get in and out of cuts, his ability to run is one of the best I've ever seen. He's a stud of a person, a stud player, and I'm really excited to get the pads on and see him really go a little bit. Right now it's hard to tell, how he's going to be just because you're not in full pads, things like that. But everything I'm seeing out there is awesome, and I'm just excited to see, how he can add to our offense and kind of take us to the next level.
It's Trey McBride, Cardinals tight end on NFL Network, asked about Jeremiah Love, the new shiny toy on the Arizona Cardinals offense, and he looks awesome. But with the caveat, hard to tell. It's OTAs, voluntary workouts. The mandatory part kicks in next week. A lot of ramifications there potentially for the Cardinals. But, I think there will be, when we get to July, Kellen, I think among Cardinals fans who are a little beaten down right now, they're a little weary at this point. When July rolls around and we get closer and closer to seeing number 4, Jeremiah Love, in the pads and being able to play actual football, a lot of that weariness is going to melt away. It might be temporary. It might not be temporary. He might light the league on fire this year, but I can't wait to see him play.
Oh,
because he was a joy to watch at Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of natural built-up excitement for Carson Beck and just the new shiny toy element of the quarterback and just more so the long-term future of what that could be and just finding out, because a lot of us can think that we know, but ultimately we have no idea, and we've seen quarterbacks come from so many different backgrounds and areas of the draft and not even getting drafted that we can't sit here and say with certainty where Carson Beck's going to go. But I'm with you. Undeniably, the thing I'm looking forward to the most this year is not only Jeremiah Love in a Cardinals uniform, but specifically how he will be used. If he was paired with a defensive-minded coach like Jonathan Gannon, my excitement just wouldn't be as high, to be honest. Yeah. But with LaFleur, he's going to utilize his skill set expertly. I think something that Trey has pointed out multiple times about Love now is just the part where he really emphasizes him the most, and natural with him being a pass catcher as well, is just how good his route running is. And it's one of those things where he is not only just a pass-catching back, but they are going to line him up out wide. Like, they are going to – I'm not sure how tricky they're going to get. Like, are we going to see Algier in the backfield and Love out wide? Like, you're going to have 2 running backs out there together. How funky can you get with him? The fact that I can propose that and you're not looking at me like I'm crazy speaks to how freaking good and talented that Love is.
Yeah, and when you factor in it's an offensive-minded head coach in Mike LaFleur who's got – coming from a couple really good systems, to have that flexibility in your first year, yeah, a lot of it depends on the quarterback. I get it. But, yeah, that flexibility is enticing right now, potential flexibility. Trey McBride was also asked about the quarterback situation because it's Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck and Keaton Slovis getting all of the work in these OTAs. But here was Trey McBride answering the question about Jacoby Brissett's absence.
Yeah, I would love to have Jacoby here. He's was the guy who, got me all those yards and catches, whatever, last year. So I would love to have him here. But, he's dealing with something right now. Gardner's been here just as much. So I've been working with him, getting reps with him. And for all of us, we're all learning the offense. We're all trying to figure this thing out together. And it's been a learning curve for everybody. So we've been rolling as much as we can, and it's been a lot of fun. But would love to get Jacoby back as soon as possible.
And that is an interesting level to all of this, is Trey McBride seemingly unlocked by look, it's not like he didn't put up numbers with Kyler Murray. The number that increased greatly was the touchdown number, the red zone targets. He was a real threat. That happened with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. What happened with Michael Wilson getting unlocked in the offense and really looking maybe like a potential number 1 receiver, that happened with Jacoby Brissett. So it's kind of a polite answer by Trey McBride, but I think he's probably really pulling for number 7 to get back in there.
Yeah, we've talked about this season in a myriad of ways, but undeniably the biggest impact of not having Jacoby Brissett would be just the likelihood of a horrible start to the year, right? Like, I think that we can see a world where Jacoby Brissett is a starting quarterback for this team, and they're playing respectable football. Am I saying they're going to win 3 out of their first 5 games, or are they going to win any of those games to start the year? No, but they're going to have at least some form of stability where they aren't getting the doors blown off them. But if Jacoby's out and Minshew is in or Carson Beck is in, I do think that there is a gap between how much better Brissett is than Minshew, and has to go in with everything that Trey said. He has a dynamic built with these guys already that Minshew still has to figure out right now.
Yeah. The other big story in the NFL that went down yesterday, we focused obviously on the Myles Garrett trade because that was the more surprising of the two, but a huge trade as the New England Patriots do acquire wide receiver A.J. Brown from the Philadelphia Eagles. He's back with Mike Vrabel. They were together in Tennessee. Eagles get a first-round pick in 2028, a fifth-rounder in 2027. Brown has been very productive. He's also been very much talked about because he's seemingly always unhappy. But I was looking at what New England has done at the receiver position. They also added Romeo Doubs on a 4-year contract, $68 million contract. So Brown, Doubs, your top two guys. Kayshon Boutte, Mac Hollins, very good receivers. Demario Douglas has done some good things. In fact, 2 years ago, he was tied for the team lead in catches with 66. If you take those guys plus Kyle Williams and Efton Chisholm III.
Oh,
what?
Those are the 7 receivers on the Patriots roster right now that have NFL experience, that have played in NFL games.
Efton Chisholm, what was his name?
Efton Chisholm III.
Don't forget it, people.
They
definitely made
last
that one
year. That group of 7 combined for 28 touchdown catches.
Wow.
I mean, with different teams, but that's a lot of options for Drake May to throw to.
I get that A.J. Brown is a diva, and he is by far the biggest diva of like the wide receiver group that has a lot of divas inside of it. This is a guy who's been absolute money and incredibly reliable since he got into the league. His 7-year averages, if you look at his 17-game average, over those 7 years, 85 catches, 1,300 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think he's got one sub-1,000-yard season in his career.
Yeah, and it was 13 games played, 63 catches, 869 yards, and 5 touchdowns, which is still pretty great. I think Philadelphia, we saw the true heights in his first 2 years where there was a downtick in the next 2 years. But again, I think that was different parts of the offense where he won't be his face. I think the most exciting thing from a Patriots perspective to look at is Stephon Diggs is still out there right now. He had 85 catches, 1,100 yards, or 1,000 yards, and 4 touchdowns. You can imagine if you put A.J. Brown in that role, what his numbers could be with one of the best quarterbacks in the league, undeniably.
Yeah,
how much does it hurt?
Diggs was really good, but this is undeniably an upgrade.
How much does it hurt the Eagles?
They prepared for this. They've beefed
by not throwing to him the last 2 years.
But they've beefed up their receiving core this year, and I don't have their depth chart in front of me right now.
Mekhi Lemon was the addition.
Mekhi Lemon.
He is
Hollywood Brown is there now.
Yeah, Mekhi's a completely different player than A.J. Brown, but he was a guy where you guys experienced this, where like watching the Big 12 now, watching the Big 12 now, used to be the Pac-12, but you have certain guys on in certain slots. We know USC would always play like 7:30 or 8 on College Football Saturdays, so you would wind up watching them more than any other team in a lot of different ways. And Lemon was the guy who always stood out to me. He's going to go in the slot and do great things in their system immediately. And then, of course, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, those types of names
they
are there.
picked up Dontavian Wicks, too.
Okay. So they're there in terms of, like, capable replacements.
And now that the Patriots have A.J. Brown, Ephraim Jizzlebop III might be available on the waiver wire for them. For the Eagles to pick
I only
up.
included him because he caught 3 passes and he had a touchdown.
Where was he playing last year again?
He was with the Patriots.
Patriot great.
I thought you could follow up, Jared. I'm sad.
I'm just glad his name is not making us forget about Efton Chisholm and Efton Chisholm Jr.
If you're going to learn anything on this radio show, people, it is Efton Chisholm.
It kind of sounds like a bad word, doesn't it?
I was scared saying
both.
I was very scared saying
the entire name. There's not.
I looked immediately at Jared. I was like, is Jared ready to dump this in case I say the wrong thing?
Not a part of his name that you could comfortably say.
Nope.
Coming up next, the Diamondbacks are going to have some decisions to make on the pitching staff, yes, but they're also going to have some decisions to make with some young players. We'll get into those possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. And here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for, and you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in this season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Sheehan ready, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, and that's hit out to deep left field. Going back is Call, looking up, and there it goes! First big league home run for Tommy Troy. It comes against the Dodgers, and it ties the game at 1.
I knew. I didn't get it, but I knew it was enough.
What
Especially
did that
this
feel
part.
like running the bases?
Felt surreal. It was great. It was really good.
Tommy Troy, first big league home run, was a big home run in terms of the result, too, that tied the game up. Was the first hit the Diamondbacks had that was in the 6th inning. First hit they had since the 1st inning.
It was starting to feel like one of those games before that.
It did, like one of those games. And Tommy Troy had a moment earlier in the game where he covered a lot of ground in left field on a fly ball and got to it, but I think just kind of misjudged it at the last second.
Yep.
That helped lead to, not directly, but helped lead to the Dodgers' one and only run. And a lot of times when a young player will make a mistake like that early in the game, and I think that was his 9th game in the major leagues, it can creep into your head a little bit. It can wreak havoc on your psyche a little bit. So for him to come up big and get that first home run was huge. And we kind of hit on this during the Rush Hour reboot, Kellen. I think it's a really interesting question because we were talking, and we talked with Luis Gonzalez yesterday about what do you do when Corbin Burns is ready to come back. And that is certainly a more tantalizing possibility because Corbin Burns' resume. But Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is going to be back. Jordan Lawler is going to be back. What do you do in the outfield spots? We've already seen Tim Tawa. He's back in Reno, and Tim Tawa has a lot of use to this team, but it's obviously minimized when he's not hitting, and he hasn't really hit much at all this year. But with Tommy Troy in the fold, with Ryan Waldschmidt in the fold, when those 2 guys come back and in your outfield, it's all of a sudden pretty crowded. What do you do?
Man, it's tough because I think that the X factor here is not so much that one guy is coming back as that 2 guys are coming back, because Jorge Barrosa is out of options, but he has not really played that well this year, to say the least. His offensive numbers have been a real struggle. Defensively, he has made plays for sure, but his offensive numbers have been even worse than Alec Thomas's were. And then he was the guy that was let go as well. The interesting thing is that they have held on to Adrian Del Castillo with Pavin Smith back.
Mm-hmm.
So you do wonder if those 2 bodies could just naturally be ADC and Barrosa coming out, and you find a way to keep Troy on the roster as well with these guys coming in. I do wonder if Torrey is going to entertain the idea, at least the idea, of rotating 3 outfielders in 2 spots, and that being Lawler, that being Troy, and that being Waldschmidt. The guy that I left out, though, is Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who's a key part of this team, a key part of the clubhouse as well. The swing factor there is he is on an expiring deal. He is coming off the worst season of his career prior to his ACL injury, and it has not been a good start to the year for him so far this year as well. I do ultimately think that we will see Troy get sent down, even if he continues to hit the ball well over the next week or 2. But if Lourdes continues to struggle at the plate for the next 4 to 6 weeks, those conversations start to percolate. And I think at the very least, we have to remember, too, Jordan Lawler was off to an awesome start this year, and you need to find time for him first before Troy as well.
You went exactly where I was going to go next. Is that a guarantee? He did get off to a good start, but we're talking about 20 plate appearances.
Yeah, but it's also like
he's got
20 plate appearances you've been waiting for 4 years.
Now or never, yeah.
And we've seen what happens to him when you don't give him consistent playing time.
Yeah, I guess.
There's no development for 4 years.
But I guess, look, it would probably be a good problem to have. If Jordan Lawler's ready to return and Tommy Troy is playing out of his mind and Ryan Waldschmidt is playing out of his mind, now you went to the infield, the designated hitter position with Smith and Del Castillo. That's a likely place to go. The Barossa option is there as well. Although I think they really like Jorge Barossa. I don't think they win that game last night without Jorge Barossa's defense. But I wonder how careful they're going to be with Jordan Lawler. Because Jarrett brings up a good point. When he didn't get consistent playing time, he was not very good. He first came up in the World Series season of 2023. And in that year, 129, 182 last year, 333 and 18 at-bats this year. So it's still a very, very small sample size. I wonder if the kid gloves will be on with him when he comes back.
I think the thing that we're naturally doing as well is penning in Waldschmidt in center field just because of how fantastic he was for the first couple of weeks. But his numbers have tailed off quite a bit. There is a lot of swing and miss happening for him. There's a lot of striking out happening for him right now as well. With that said, he's still hitting .284 with a .724 OPS, but to your point on how small the sample size was with Lawler, it feels like Waldschmidt's been around forever at this point. He has 82 career plate appearances right now. So if his numbers continue to trickle down over the next couple of weeks, I think that inherently opens up another opportunity where I wouldn't be surprised if when Lawler is healthy in a week or two that he's just in center, and then Waldschmidt is the guy that you try and find extra space for here and there, and then Troy goes down as well. The problem with that so far has been that Waldschmidt has been great defensively, and the thing that I've really liked from him is that Baseball Savant has him in the 96th percentile right now for arm value. It's nice to have a guy in the outfield that's using their arm productively as well.
They've not really had an outfield arm in quite some time. And Corbin Carroll's much improved, but he's not elite in that realm.
And also one thing that we can count on, and we do know, Torey Lovello is very comfortable resting players and working in different players into the lineup. So I could definitely see them 3 guys for 2 positions.
And Gurriel could just slot to that DH spot as well when Pavin isn't in as well, or ADC isn't in. That could happen too. And remember, when Gurriel was coming back, it was reported by Gambo that we were expecting like a DH left field split. And then Lourdes has played pretty much every game in left right now. I think they ultimately made the decision that to wear the rust off as soon as possible was the right approach with him, but maybe they pull back on that when he comes back.
Yeah, so the win last night, viewed in person by over 31,000 fans for a Monday night game. And we had recently had, before Bick went on vacation, we've had those discussions. We had the discussion with Derek Hall about attendance being down this year, and a lot of it had to do with the teams that hadn't been to town yet. The Dodgers bring that crowd with them. And I think you're going to see crowds of 30,000, north of 30,000 the rest of this series, and that'll lead into the weekend series against Washington. They draw well on the weekends, so I think those numbers will go up. But focusing on what makes up that crowd last night, the amount of blue in the stadium, I wasn't there. I saw people that were there reporting and saying it's like 3-1 Dodgers fans to Diamondbacks fans right now. And I know the Dodgers are the team. They're the 2-time defending world champions. They are a heritage franchise, and they've got a huge fan base in every city they go to. But, man, when do we get to graduate to where it's not so freaking dominantly blue? Because I've been in those situations as a fan. And I'll go back to my early days as a Cardinals fan at Sun Devil Stadium when the Cowboys came to town once a year. It was not fun to go to a home game. Just from that perspective alone, I know it's incumbent on the baseball team to win and to conquer the foe, and the foe is the Dodgers.
In some towns, it's not, though.
In some towns, yeah, that's true.
But the Dodgers are the Dodgers, plus they're also the best team.
Yeah.
So not only do they have the Dodgers and the huge fan base they already have, they're the best team now, which also gets all the casual fans and young fans.
Yeah, I would have to go back and look at the numbers because the Dodgers always haven't been this form. There was a long time where the Dodgers were spending a ton of money and floundering every single year. In fact, before they won the World Series 2 years ago, it had been a really long time.
The Adrian Gonzalez, Carl Crawford trade that they made, that kind of move, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't. It's obviously helped by all the winning, but it eats at you.
It does. A little bit defeating.
Well, you know what else was a little bit defeated? The Dodgers last night when the D-backs beat them in front of their fans.
All right, we got to pump the brakes a little bit. There's 3 games left, and Shohei's pitching tomorrow, so.
Whoops.
Pump the brakes just a
Sorry, Shohei.
tiny bit. Coming up next, in reflection of the trade that went down yesterday with the best defensive player in the league getting moved yesterday, we're kind of asking ourselves, was it one of the biggest trades in sports history? We'll explain more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'll fully cop to this. I thought Zach Allen was going to have a bounce back year. I absolutely thought that at the start of this season. And I would say until this month, I felt pretty good about it because if you look at the beginning of his season, faced the Dodgers in March, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings, but he was throwing a no-hitter through 4 innings. Like, whatever, it's the Dodgers, okay? It's the opener. 5 starts in the month of April, he had a 2.19 ERA. So, not only did I think he was going to have a bounce-back year going into the season, I really felt like it a month ago at this time. But his ERA now for the season is actually worse this year than it was last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, there's lots of changes in the student loan landscape. And if you've got private student loan debt, none of the changes that are happening are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and YRefi specializes in helping people that have distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially, and they build a low fixed-rate payment plan around your situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. YRefi works with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. And they do it without judgment. There's no shame. They're not going to grill you with questions about how you got into the situation. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi-85 or visit their website, yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature. They have concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th, so grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks team showed up in Game 1 of their series against the Dodgers? We're reacting to the game at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sometime tomorrow, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar will officially become a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Confirming our exclusive report here of 16 days ago, the Lakers will announce that they have acquired the 28-year-old former UCLA star in exchange for center Elmore Smith, forward guard Brian Winters, and Los Angeles' top 2 draft choices of this year, UCLA's David Myers and Junior Bridgman of Louisville.
Yeah, going back to 1975 on KNBC, Ross Porter, who was one of the Dodgers announcers for a long time, making that report of arguably the biggest trade ever in sports history. I mean, at the time of the trade, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was obviously a household name who had won an NBA championship with the Milwaukee Bucks. He was arguably the greatest college basketball player of all time, and he was going to the Los Angeles Lakers.
He'd won 3 MVPs in 5 years.
Yeah, and the ramifications that followed in L.A. were legendary as well. But, I mean, this Myles Garrett trade, Myles Garrett is not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, obviously, and they're playing different sports. But for the level at which he is playing at this point in his career, for him to get traded, this is one of the all-timers.
The inspiration
in any sport.
Absolutely. The inspiration was from ESPN's Bill Barnwell, who writes, in fact, I think there's a reasonable argument to be made that Garrett is the best player to be traded in the modern NFL during the prime of his career. He later goes on to say who else might come close. Legendary quarterbacks such as Brett Favre, John Elway, and Steve Young were traded at the beginning of their careers before they emerged as stars. Micah Parsons is a spectacular player, but not as accomplished as Garrett. Champ Bailey hadn't made a first-team All-Pro appearance before he was dealt to the Broncos. Tony Gonzalez was traded to the Falcons in the mid-30s, and Marshall Faulk's run of dominant seasons came only after joining the Rams. The 2 guys that he says are competitive candidates, Randy Moss, but Moss at the time was traded for just a 4th-round pick because that Oakland tenure went so bad. He was still that good of a player, but he was not coming off of domination in the way we're talking about Kareem, for example. Eric Dickerson was. He had won 2 Offensive Player of the Year awards across his first 4 seasons before being dealt by the Colts in 1987. It's got the case for football for sure. There are a lot of high-tier examples, though, in other sports for sure.
Yeah, I mean, historically, if you look at basketball right now, the world is still reverberating from the Luka trade. That's got to be up near the top of the list. I think Kareem, as we mentioned, near the top of the list. Shaq to the Heat.
I don't think there was at the time, I think, but like you retroactively know that the prime dips off really quickly there, and that quickly becomes more of a Dwayne
Did
Wade
win a
thing.
championship with Miami, though.
Yeah.
Your mind naturally goes to Gretzky, obviously, as maybe the top example, but there's another really good one in hockey as well. Jaromir Jagr had won the Art Ross Trophy 4 years in a row as the top point scorer for Pittsburgh. Was the whole story of like him and Lemieux and that whole thing. And then he gets traded to Washington and just immediately is not the same player since, but he was at the high.
He really felt he only had another 40-year career after that.
It took him a while to get the amount of points he did in those 4 years, though, when he did that as well.
I think Gretzky, it's hard not to be Gretzky because you're the greatest player ever in your sport, and you're pretty much still in the prime of your career, and you're the household name in your sport as well.
And he was only 28 years old, and he was going to it's always to L.A.
Of course, it's always
Gretzky,
to L.A.
It's Miles Garrett.
Shaq.
It's Shaq.
Luka.
This is the run of Wayne Gretzky's point totals leading up to when he was traded in 1988 to the Kings. Starting in 1979. 137, 164, 212, 196, 205, 208, 215, 183. And then in his last year in Edmonton, he dipped all the way down to 149 points.
No wonder they traded him. Hey, he never won another Stanley Cup.
That is just ludicrous.
The Oilers won without him.
Baseball has this happen a lot where we see guys in their mid to late 20s get dealt. I think Soto is the most recent example, but I think the all-time one is Miguel Cabrera, where he was clearly going to be just like maybe the best player in baseball for the next 5 to 10 years. And then he gets dealt to Detroit, puts up a couple of ridiculous seasons, including winning a Triple Crown, winning 2 MVPs as well. And if you want to go all the way back and play that kind of game, the Babe Ruth is like...
But Babe Ruth wasn't even Babe
traded.
Ruth yet.
True.
Was he traded?
It wasn't a free agent. He was sold.
He was sold, yeah. And also, and you're right, in baseball, because of the trade deadline, a lot of stars get moved mid-season and like have, superstars like Randy Johnson, CC Sabathia get traded at the deadline, have a short run with their new team, and then go somewhere else.
The most disastrous version of what we're talking about for sure has to be the Herschel Walker trade, right, to Minnesota. That was an absolute disaster. He finished top 5 in MVP voting in that third year with Dallas. Looked like he was going to be really like the face of the position and the face of the league in many ways for a marquee franchise. And then Minnesota makes that giant move to go get him, and he is just nowhere close to the same guy immediately.
Yeah, and the Cowboys create, their entire Super Bowl dynasty team.
Basically. I just looked up Babe Ruth.
Yep.
So his last year with the Red Sox, 1919, he was becoming more of a hitter as opposed to a pitcher. And that year, and these were astronomical numbers back then, 29 home runs, drove in 113, and he hit 322. So I guess there was at least a little bit of proof that he was going to, what he did when he got to New York was unbelievable, but there was a little bit of proof. And I was looking, Googling these kind of historic trades. Nolan Ryan's name comes up. Nolan Ryan, he was a kind of a wild pitcher early in his career with the Mets, and he became great when he got to the Angels. So, yeah, there's not very many examples. It's a pretty short list in all the sports of the greats in the game at their height getting dealt.
I think the correct answer here, just based on their era, their level of domination, I think even above Gretzky, is Wilt Chamberlain when he was dealt from the Warriors to the Sixers. Mm-hmm. Remember, this is the guy who, in his third season in the league, averaged 50 points and 26 rebounds a game. He was just playing a different game than everyone else. And you can look at the era. He's playing against plumbers, electricians, whatever you want to say. The bottom line is he was by far the best player in the league. It wasn't even close. I don't remember the circumstances behind the trade, but he was dealt when he was 28. He goes to Philly, immediately wins 3 straight MVPs in that era. And then he gets traded to the Lakers where it's not at that height per se.
Yeah.
But he still does it in that fashion. Those Philly teams, they only won 1 championship with him, which just seems absurd because they were 55 and 25, 68 and 13, and then 62 and 20 with Wilt.
But there was also Bill Russell and the Celtics.
Those guys pretty good. Not bad.
No, Bill Russell was traded.
Oh, he was?
People don't remember that. He was drafted by the St. Louis Hawks.
So this was
traded
like
on draft night.
Oh, on draft night. Okay.
Kobe Bryant was traded on draft night.
So if you go back and you Google it, you could find images after he got drafted by the St. Louis Hawks of him wearing the St. Louis hat.
Oh wow.
No, I'm just joking.
I thought you were. I was like, what? They wore the hats back? I was totally with you. You could have led me anywhere. When you spring a basketball fact on me that I didn't know, I was like, well, wait a minute. I was totally out with you.
I did not know that until I looked it up this morning. He was a draft pick of the St. Louis Hawks. Played his whole career with Boston, but
How much do you think what Garrett does in the next couple of years will factor into how we kind of talk about this trade in the future?
Unfortunately, I think a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it comes up in like casual conversation with the names like the obvious Gretzky, Kareem, Wilt. It won't come up in that kind of way at all unless he dominates.
It's harder, especially for a defensive player, even of his quality, to make those kind of waves just because of the nature of the position. If it's a quarterback or if it's an offensive stat gatherer, that's another thing. But if you're asking me right now, it's because I think the Rams are the best team in football. And I think the Rams right now would be the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
I agree.
That's pretty good return.
Didn't even mention Charles Barkley to the Suns. What a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Charles was great. Charles reached the height of his professional career in Phoenix, though. I mean, that was earth-shattering, obviously. But
He'd already been on the Dream Team, right, before that trade.
Right. Well, that summer was when it went down. Just got to thinking, man, what a trade.
Could see another one this summer, right, with Giannis. Could be the next one in this chapter.
That would definitely qualify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would.
Coming up next, we will talk some Diamondbacks baseball. Archie Bradley scheduled to join us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson sitting in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team under one roof. They understand there's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. Trajan Wealth builds strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets, and it all begins with relationships. They'll give you personalized strategies and a second opinion on your current portfolio, and their advice is built around you, your goals, your risk comfort, your future. That's the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. Trajan Wealth is also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Call Trajan Wealth to get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they'd think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more, or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40. And can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks after last night's game against the Dodgers? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, D-backs got a big win over the Dodgers last night. That series continues at Chase Field as the homestand getting underway. Here to talk Diamondbacks baseball with us, man who wore the uniform, Archie Bradley, kind enough to join us in studio again. Archie, how are you, man? The busiest man in the state.
Beat the Dodgers, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
I want to start there. I want to ask that, because I know you're not going to pull any punches and you're going to tell it like it is, like you always do. We get caught up, especially in Phoenix. There's maybe a little brother syndrome going on with LA and with the Dodgers winning championships. How much does hatred exist with players, active players?
Probably not as much that I'm gone.
you brought the average
I was
up.
a little dramatic, okay? I was a little up there. I just think probably not as much. I think, at least for me, going back to 23, that upset, whatever you want to call it, and that run the Diamondbacks went on. For me, if I was on that team or watching that team and a fan here, we can beat you guys.
Yeah.
So for me, that was a hump to get over for the Diamondbacks for me, and so I would be addressing it as like, hey, we don't need to put them on this pedestal of, we can beat them. I mean, last night, Eduardo deals, like it's on paper. We did it. I go back to 17 when they swept us. We beat them 3 series in a row. We swept them the last 2 series of the year, I think. And it's about truly, I think, again, I talk about a young team maturing and realizing this is another baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
With what you're talking about in a young team, I know you were in your 3rd year under Torrey's 1st year, but how much does his managerial style allow for young players to come in and be themselves? Because we've seen it, Fernandez, Waldschmidt, Troy. It just seems like if a young guy gets called up now, we know what to expect.
It's huge. I think, we talk about experience, depth. I mean, some of those guys on those early teams, I say those early teams, but even that World Series team, they're somewhat veterans now. I mean, they play deep into games, and being under Torrey, we go back to a couple weeks ago when he had that talk with the starters and what's kind of happened since then. I don't know if there's a better manager more in tune with his players that allows them to truly feel comfortable in the clubhouse like Torrey does.
Yeah, it's certainly happening right now, it seems to be. Archie Bradley joining us in studio. We were marveling again, as we do almost on a daily basis, at how this bullpen has come together. There was a lot of criticism on how it was put together because they had some injured pieces, not a real, a lot of money put towards building the bullpen, but when it clicks, it clicks. From your experience being a reliever during your career, what's the most important thing to make a bullpen click? Or is it just
it starts with Paul. Starts with Seawald. I mean, when you know, I go back to my days, when you have a guy that not only, I mean, everyone, when you know he's going to get the job done, I mean, you look at Rodney, you look at some guys we had that were very consistent, you can work from there because – I mean, yeah, he's the best guy right now, or at least locking it down. You know you get those 3 outs, and then you can kind of piece together from there. And you're starting to see, I mean, it has helped. Starters have thrown the ball well. You know, they're giving the bullpen some chances to rest and get some guys some days off, and then really, you know, use them. The key is really it's starters getting to a point where the bullpen can take over and Torrey can use his leverage guys the proper way. And you can give guys days off, and then, you know, the games you get beat, hey, in the most respectful way, B squad, we're going to roll you out and we're going to roll.
We've seen Ketel cool off a little bit since Seattle, but he's just on this unbelievable heater right now. You've seen him at the peak of his powers before. What does that do for the team when he's playing? Because he does it like at a level, but he does it with swagger as well. That just seems to.
You feel it more than you see it. I mean, you see it with Marte because the swag, but like he's a guy like. When he walks in the door that day, because it's just Marte's here. I mean, it's and especially when he's hitting homers from the left side of the plate like that. I mean, that one in San Fran. I mean, and even last night I was eating dinner and I made the whole restaurant jump as soon as he hit that ball last night. I mean, or a couple nights ago. I say it, you know, outside Goldie, like Marte is the next guy we build a statue of. I mean, you go back to the beginning when we traded for him and what he's done. And I even go through last year or the little riff, like, man, I love this guy. And people go through things and like, he is a guy we need to rally behind. And when we get into this later stretch of the season, he is a guy we're going to look to really guide this team.
When you're pitching against him, there was a little bit made last night of like, why do you have the lefty in against him as a righty? But I think people forget, like, the numbers are equal for him on both sides of the plate. How rare was that for you to face that type of switch hitter?
It's very rare because you look at your splits and what you're trying to do, and when a guy can go both ways, switch on you, it's just and the power. I mean, the power for me, like some guys switch to the other side, and it's like, well, he's just going to slap the ball. Like, dude, he can do damage from both sides of the plate, which is terrifying.
Talking with Archie Bradley, who joins us in studio this morning. You mentioned it earlier, Erod Dieland, man, what a season he's had, and. We were discussing this earlier, too, and this is kind of staff-wide. Diamondbacks are not a big strikeout team on the pitching staff, yet their rotation has come around, and their bullpen we've already talked about. They're last in Major League Baseball strikeouts per 9. How big of a concern is that?
You're asking the wrong guy,
You're
right?
living dangerously when you're pitched to contact,
I mean,
though.
let's just be real. Like, when you're talking about, is this sustainable? Like, you have to strike guys out. Like, there's one thing I remember towards the end of my career, my struggles was like, hey, you don't strike enough guys out. You are not getting enough swing and miss pitches. And just statistically, when it comes into it, like the ball is being put in play too much. They're going to find holes and things are going to happen. And so what I would hope to see is confidence gets built, and like what they did to us is they came to us and they gave us kind of not rules, but a better understanding of like, hey, any 0-2 count, we are throwing balls. We are not throwing strikes. You are going to try to strike this guy out, and then when you get to 2-2, now let's try to get a ground ball. Obviously, it's a one-run game, different things, but, yeah, you look at the teams that really succeed, and in those big, big situations, there's no contact. Yeah. Guys swing and miss, you're in the dugout, situation over.
As someone who's been a starter and a reliever, you're the perfect guy to ask about Brandon Pfaadt right now. What is the experience like as a pitcher when, I don't know if you went through stretches where you were stretched out and then pulled back and forth, and that's my first question. Then the second one is, do you see him having the type of stuff where he could be an effective bullpen arm for this team the rest of the year if that's the role they pick for him?
Yeah, I mean, again, I say this from the other side now, like, brother, this is part of it. You know, I mean, inside the clubhouse, or you want to go home, if you don't like it, pitch better. You know, if you want to be a starter, you want to be like, find a way. And I don't mean that rudely because I love Brandon. This is just, it's what I dealt with too, right? Man, like for me, it was fastball command, right? And once I got my fastball command in the bullpen, I was like, oh, I can start again. Granted, it never happened again, but I established something that I knew that regardless of anything else, I could throw fastballs down and away at an elite level and finish my curveball on top of that. He has to figure out whatever his 1-2 is or whatever his go-to is, because there's just a lot of inconsistency, and it is, I say inconsistency, it is extremely tough. I go back to Randall Delgado, and I mean, that's way back for those still, but it's a tough position. But I view it like what I would tell Brandon is, like anything, man, spin it. You're getting to go back. You're getting, spot starts stretched out here and there. You never know what's going to come from it. And you're on a team that's hot right now. You're on a team that's like just as tough it is, suck it up a little bit, embrace it. And when you get your innings, make them worth it.
Yeah. With what you just mentioned, figuring it out as a reliever, did you ultimately always want to go back to being a starter no matter what? Is that the same mentality for everyone?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think some guys are scared to go back to starting or scared to go back and fail again. I mean, that was all. I wasn't scared of it, but I remember when they asked me, like, hey, do you want to go back to starting? And I literally go, Tori, Mike, I was just a top 5 reliever. How am I going to take myself out of that role? I appreciate you guys giving me this opportunity, but when I look at myself, like, am I going to go back to being an average starter versus an elite reliever? Like, does that make sense? Maybe from a pay perspective, like personally, but like for trying to win and where our team was at. So I don't know. I wish I would have gone back. I wish I'd have tried, but
oh wow! Look, this is the 3rd time you've come in studio with us, and your passion for the sport comes out in every conversation. You still have it now from a different lens. But as you sit here today, what is your concern level for the sport of baseball? We've seen the CBA proposals exchange. From what I've read and what people are saying, it's a pretty bad proposal from the owners to the players. How concerned are you? Because baseball's in a good place right now.
I'm concerned, man. Again, I don't know what text or calls I'll get from saying what I'm going to say, but I mean, from my understanding, and even go back to COVID in that year, and then the CBA and what we did, like, we are far apart, and not just from an on-field perspective, but revenue shares, rules. The sport is always going to change, but we're getting to a very dangerous point with technology and reviews and rule changes where, I mean, in a couple of years, we're going to see a whole new game of baseball from what we've seen. And I mean, drastically different.
Yeah.
And then again, sorry to get a little deeper, but look at what Banana Ball is doing. I mean, call me crazy, but in this world of entertainment and fast catch, I mean, people are choosing to go to different venues.
Yeah.
And so I'm very concerned because on viewership and paper-wise, I mean, baseball is exciting as ever. The numbers are there to support it. It's just in person, and then, the players getting our fair share of what we're earning.
And you expect, sorry, Vinny, you expect those trenches to stay just as deep?
I would hope so, man. I mean, if there's one thing I'll dig in and be on the side of the players, like, boys, lock in. Yeah. Like, we need to come together. This is what the guys before us, our peers, the guys who laid the foundation for us to have this union, for us to have these rights. Boys, lock in, come together, talk to your reps, understand what is happening in your clubhouse and across baseball, and be ready to stick together and go, go do this thing.
Archie, you're the man. We'll do it again soon.
You guys are great. I love it, guys.
Thank you,
Go D-backs. Beat the Dodgers, baby. Let's go.
Hopefully we talk. That'd be a nice sweep to talk about. Archie Bradley joining us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
And
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the San Antonio Spurs locked up the Western Conference for years to come? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You remember this tune, don't you, Kellen?
Of course I do. Come on now.
3 Days Grace, 2000. This song is 23 years old. Goodness gracious. There's a reason why I'm playing this. This is a song called I Hate Everything About You. And I ran across this. It's around the internet right now. The folks at rotowire.com have done their survey, one of those map surveys. And normally when I see something like this, and they'll say, every state's favorite major league team. And you see the results, and you're like, this is just stupid. This can't be true.
I just saw something like that. Everyone's rooting for. Which states are rooting for what teams in the NBA Finals?
Yes.
And they had the Arizona rooting for the Spurs. I'm like, okay, this is not.
That is not the case. But they wrote on their website, when it comes to generating hatred across the country, no two NBA players come close to Draymond Green and Jason Tatum. Using a methodology that factors in rivalry logic, active feuds, recent playoff history, and regional NBA leanings, RotoWire.com mapped the most despised player in all 50 states, and the results paint a clear picture of two men who have mastered the art of being unlikable. I'm not sure I agree with the Jason Tatum thing.
Could not disagree more. Yeah, if anything, he's kind of like just Not irrelevant personality. That's way too mean-spirited, but just like he doesn't have enough to him to inspire that. Like his style of play, his personality, like I don't know where that comes from at all.
I mean, he does play for a team that's not well liked outside of
Is
Boston.
that it? Is it just like everyone hates the Celtics and they're always going to hate
best
the
player
guy
on the most hated team?
But if you had to guess, who this study showed, and again, I looked at the results and I went, okay, that kind of makes sense. The most hated player in Arizona, who would you guess?
Bradley Beal.
That's a good one.
That's a good guess. It's not what they came up with. Draymond Green.
Oh.
And I think Draymond is pretty well disliked in Arizona. He also landed in 16 states as the most disliked player. And most of those, I can't even say most of them are in the West, but
he's up
Texas,
there.
Texas, Nebraska, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Oregon.
Nebraska.
He is up there. Who do you like? Let me give me another one. Who do you think the most hated player in the state of Oklahoma is?
In Oklahoma. Okay.
In Oklahoma, so Oklahoma City fans, maybe like Tyrese Halliburton because they almost lost the title?
No. They have Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Yeah.
The roots run deep. We forget so easily, but the fans there locally do not. I see Anthony Davis down for Louisiana as well, so New Orleans fans from all those years ago.
Anthony Edwards for Colorado with his rivalry with Denver. I could see that.
So do you think the Draymond thing is correct?
No.
Who would you vote, each of you?
I think that it is correct just based on the more casual sports fan. Does that make sense? Like the people who aren't involved into like the daily, weekly, monthly, yearly cycle of these leagues, like these people who watch maybe 5 NBA games every 5 to 10 years, they're going to say Draymond. They're going to say Draymond is the worst. Here locally, no, and I think this map, if you would have done it like 6 months later, Shea would be all over it. I was telling you
Shea
guys.
shows up on one state apparently, and that's Indiana.
I went to a Zips to watch Game 7, and I had never been watching a basketball game with like that did not include like it was a neutral game essentially to show up for, right? Like there weren't really many fans of the Spurs or the Thunder that were there watching, but the amount of people that were actively like not booing but groaning every time Shea did anything. Like he was despised in that restaurant, and I just did not expect it to be there. But the way in which his antics, whatever you want to call them, just the way that he operates as a basketball player over the last year have really rubbed a ton of people the wrong way.
My guess, if we did 100 Bickley and Murata Mornings listeners, I think Luka would be high on the list.
Yes.
Because the rivalry with Book, he's got the upper hand on Book in their most recent playoff pairing. I think he'd be up there. I think SGA would be up there now, to your point. I didn't even think of the Bradley Beal thing or the former Suns. that might cross over into that territory.
Nurkic might be up there, yeah.
Nurkic might be up there. A lot of this is geographical, too, as you might imagine. The Northeast, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Jalen Brunson.
Supports the Celtics theory of just the best player on, because, again, like Brunson is so... He does have his kind of light flopping antics in the way SGA does, but it's just the best player on the Knicks.
Well, do the Celtics fans not hate the Lakers the most anymore? Because you would think that answer would be LeBron or somebody on the Lakers, no?
I think the rivalry hasn't been as like intensified.
No, but
like I wonder, did they not grow up hating the Lakers like young fans?
Well, it's
anymore?
interesting how LeBron's been phased out of this too. He's only in 2 states, if I'm looking at this correctly. Like he would dominate this map for the last like decade.
And that too,
LeBron would be high on the list in Arizona.
Yeah, I was going to say I would vote for LeBron or Luka as the most hated for Suns fans.
Yeah, so they have LeBron in Michigan, and what was the second state? I can't seem to locate the second state.
Illinois.
Oh, okay, there he is.
Illinois and Michigan for LeBron.
Yeah, because they're right next to Cleveland.
Yes.
The Lakers Celtics thing is interesting, and LeBron hasn't played against the Celtics in the finals as a Laker, and I think his Eastern Conference battles when he was with Cleveland and Miami are so far in the rear view that new hatreds have been developed. I normally dismiss these just out of principle. This one actually made me think, and I think it's actually pretty accurate.
And I think the most accurate one, without a doubt, is Trae Young for New York. That series was 5 years ago, but that was hatred that became viral.
Yes, and Trae Young, the residuals of that, he's also the pick for New Jersey.
Yeah, big time. It makes a lot of sense, and I think it's going to be that way, honestly, for the next couple of years. We'll see maybe if the Knicks fans grow to despise Wemby for the series and he takes over. But for now, in that 2021 playoff series, when Trae really went that whole way, it's great. I think we need a lot more of that, and this map does kind of indicate that there's a healthy amount of it. Like, again, Ant in Denver, I love seeing that kind of thing. SGA in Indiana, I love seeing that. And then Trae in New York, we need more of that for the league.
It's hard to come by, even for fan bases, because young fans don't necessarily even root for teams. They root for players.
Yes.
So they like players all throughout the league and don't necessarily hate a player just because he's against your local team.
Yeah, from what I could tell, too, there's only 2 players, and I mentioned Durant in Oklahoma. The only other most hated player in any state that technically played in that state of Washington, apparently the choice is Russell Westbrook.
Alaska, too.
Yeah.
Explain that one.
But, Westbrook was drafted by the Seattle Supersonics, and then before he could ever play a game for them, they moved to Oklahoma City. They're still pretty.
Alaska hates Westbrook the most too.
Apparently, yeah.
Perhaps because geographically, there are no brooks further west than in Alaska.
Man, that was too much at the end of hour 3 in Bickley Murata for my head to do, bro. Imagine me on Friday. That was me on Tuesday trying to do that math in my head. Oh my goodness.
I think you're feeling correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Half Day Club is back. Lower level D-backs tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Catch the D-backs against the Angels June 17th. D-backs against the A's on July 22nd, or both. Text half to 620-620 for more details. Jared's going to take us through some social studies next as we hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
If you've got private student loan debt and you're waiting for somebody to come along and make it go disappear, sounds great, but that's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is YRefi, the next best thing for people in this situation. YRefi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low, fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about your situation either. They don't grill you about how you got there. They do meet you where you are and work with you to build a payment plan that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that is where exactly where YRefi does its best work. YRefi was built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today with YRefi. Give them a call, 888-YRefi-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on. back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight with first pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. That is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Okay, it is 9:03 and 38 seconds, 39 seconds, 40 seconds, 41 seconds, 42. Oh, wait, no.
Is that the whole segment?
Yeah, I'm going to keep everybody updated on the time. It is time for Social Studies. We're all across social media on Twitter/X, Bickley_Murata, Instagram and Facebook. Please follow us there. You can see videos from the show that we post, and you can see us live on video. If you watch us on YouTube, just search Arizona Sports, and you can dial us up and watch us live. We will start on Twitter here with the first question. Diamondbacks got a big win last night. Eduardo Rodriguez was excellent again, been very steady all year long, which led me to ask D-backs fans, who has been the team's MVP of the season so far and why?
Ooh, see that? That question got asked. I think it seems like it had been asked, or we've had discussions about it.
Yeah, maybe like a month ago or so.
It's certainly been a different flow, because I think Ildemaro Vargas was the answer back the last time we had this discussion. I'm going to say Paul Sewald.
Whoa.
Now, in terms
Who would have ever thought that?
No, in terms of value, I mean, if you look at the WAR figures again, wins above replacement, Paul Sewald does not rank in the top 12 Diamondbacks, which I find very strange because he's been that good. But you heard Archie Bradley say it. When your bullpen is solidified by the closer doing his job and everything falls into place, which is what we saw late in 2023, your team can do a lot of good things.
Pitchers only, Jared, or can I say?
And anybody, MVP of the team.
I have to go Corbin just because he's been so remarkably consistent so far. I know that he had a series or two when he slumped, but 5 games into the season, his OPS was 944, and it's fluttered between like 850 to 950 pretty much the entire
consistent
year. It has been really great to see. At the start of May, it was 924, and at the end of May, it was 916.
I like that pick.
He's held on there for sure.
Several votes for Erod, including Daniel, who said, Erod becoming the ace was not on my bingo card. Where are people getting these bingo cards?
Oh, I'd love to play bingo.
You're a big bingo guy.
No, but I'd love to get started.
Well, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Well, what kind of bingo are you playing where Diamondbacks players would be on your card?
What is on your bingo card?
Now I'm worried that's
Oh,
like a sign
72.
Is that a midlife crisis sign that I want to really get into bingo?
I think it's a late life crisis if you want to get into bingo.
Yeah, I'm at my midlife thing, and I don't have the... Might just be you. Maybe you're just a bingo guy.
Hey-o!
If anything, she's midlife right now. Okay, now...
Well, I could very easily live to be 108.
You could.
It's a possibility.
Look, with the way modern technology is working today, at least an AI version of you will exist 53 years from now, 54 years from
And
now.
I hope I don't get to meet him. Or it.
Right.
There you go.
Alex says Paul Sewald picked up his 15th save last year. 17 different pitchers had saves. He's helped establish everyone's role in the bullpen, which has been surprisingly good. Tom says, Ketel Marte hitting the dinger last night, adding those insurance runs, batting like 500 over the last 2 weeks. He is playing like the superstar he is.
Ketel Marte!
And Eddie V does agree with you, Kellen. Says Corbin Carroll, his WAR is 2.6 highest on the team. Everyone else below 1.8. Leads the league in triples as well, of course.
Any votes for...
No. I think he's only been kind of steady after that real spectacular start he had. He's kind of lost in the mix, it feels like, of appreciation. Certainly, someone did vote for Vargas, which definitely the MVP of the first month, but really struggling lately. All right, let's piggyback off of the conversation we just had about hated athletes. I'm asking, what active player do you hate the most in all of sports right now? And why? And what player all time did you hate the most and why?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't get myself in trouble here, and he's eventually a member of the Phoenix Suns, but Harden, I just cannot stand watching him play basketball.
Ever since the ASU days, as a U of A fan, or just since has been a pro?
No, he was absolutely a joy to watch right around the apex of his Houston time, but then ever since
I would agree.
I would argue that he is the guy responsible for the style of basketball that we're watching right now.
And I thought Harden, Houston version of Harden, well, he was putting up astronomical numbers, got a lot of undue hate. And if you watched him play and watched like just his passing and his vision, it was incredible what he was doing.
He was up there with LeBron, yeah.
But yeah, he's kind of the guy that used the offseason to find ways to skirt rules and manipulate things.
The original, like, falls on every single shot that is contested guy.
Yes. All time, I hate to say it because he's no longer with us, but man, I could not stand Kobe Bryant. I couldn't stand him.
Yeah, I wrote about that the day Kobe passed and just like how weird that day was because it was a guy where as a fan, like you felt legitimate hatred. And something I wrote about is like, while I really disliked and hated Tim Duncan at times, like I really respected him as a player, like never really got there with Kobe. I just never did.
Yeah, but that being said, the news of his passing hit me like a ton of bricks.
It did, yeah, and that's kind of the complicated feelings that I tried to write through at the time, I remember.
Several votes for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
What a hump!
What a hump! Eddie says his arrogant diva, poor me drama is exhausting, along with his smug attitude, hypocritical stances, and overall prima donna vibe. I'm thrilled he didn't end up in Arizona. Big D never could stand Brady or Kobe. They were arrogant as hell. Currently, Jalen Williams has an extremely punchable face. Angel Reese, pretty easy to hate. Draymond Green has always been that guy, though. Although recently he did praise the Suns.
I have a very complicated thought process with Draymond Green because he does do a lot of very unlikable things. I also think he's one of the smartest basketball players that's ever played. And I appreciate a lot of what he does on the court. I hate a lot of what he does on the court. It's very strange.
Another nominee for me, and it was reinvigorated by the Olympics, was Sidney Crosby, just for the goal that he scored all those years ago, and then we got our comeuppance against him. I could say every member of Canada's
the golden goal.
To be honest, but the golden goal that he scored many years ago had him up there, and he was just one of those guys where it was so good it infuriated you how good he was.
Daryl says LeBron for both, so much so that I gave up being a fan of the Lakers. I hate the way he manipulated the sport a la super teams. I hate the way he plays. And he doesn't take the blame, calling it the right basketball play when he gives up game winners. He's so cringe. And Robert voted for John Elway because, quote, that horse face stole multiple Super Bowl appearances from my Browns.
Oof. You didn't read Ryan's very, very creative response, did you?
I don't believe I did.
He said, I don't... Now, granted, every time the word that rhymes, it ends with A-Y-T-O-N, so I'll just read it like that. I don't know why we're always hating on players. Those questions feel like they're rage-baiting. Keep this up and I might move to Dayton or Layton. Try to get me to respond with hate, but I ain't saying Nathan. I think he doesn't like DA.
What?
I'm just guessing.
No Beal in there? Have people moved on?
No.
Do people just not care anymore?
I don't.
It's amazing.
Feel like people even consider him a player.
Yeah, the amount of vitriol that he had in like those few couple of months, and immediately, like less than a year later, people are just.
And several votes also for Manu Ginobili, or he has been called Manure Ginobili.
Ooh. Creativity.
All right. That takes us through social
Thanks,
studies.
Jarrett.
Thank you very much, Jarrett. 30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads, 1 epic night at Chase Field. You could win a family 4-pack of tickets to D-backs on versus Nationals June 6th for Corbin Carroll Mystery Bobblehead Night. Head to the Arizona Sports Instagram, comment "bobble" on any post, and then check your DMs for the keyword to enter. Coming up next, the neighborhood the Cardinals live in has always been tough, but yesterday, one of the bullies on the block got a tattoo and some brass knuckles. We'll tell you more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the ninth. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. PrecisionAirPlumbing.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. We've all seen it. Take a shortcut now, pay for it later. Some companies use cheaper parts and skip steps you'll never see. But I promise you, you'll feel those shortcuts later. At Precision Air and Plumbing, every installation comes with a full 10-year workmanship guarantee. Because doing it right the first time is how we do business. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I was really shocked. I was really trying to figure out how they were going to get this done, how they were going to, the cap, the salary, all the above. But honestly, guy's a tremendous player. You know, Jared Verse is also a tremendous player. So it's kind of like one out, one in. And, Myles Garrett's been doing it at a high level for a long time. So, I'm excited to go against one of the best in the league, twice a year, every year.
Trey McBride, Cardinals tight end, talking with NFL Network. His reaction when the news went down yesterday. Again, news that broke after we got off the air at 10 o'clock. It's the rule. Anything that happens in the sports world, Kellen, is going to happen at 10:01 Phoenix time or later.
Do you remember the last story that you guys got where you played the sounder?
The DeAndre Hopkins trade.
Oh, and those were the doldrums. Were you guys at home during those shows? Or
no, I think we were here for that.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if we had gone home yet.
I remember that was our first, on the website, it was like, oh my gosh, something is happening, and we can, things are still happening in sports a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that did go down yesterday. Myles Garrett is now a problem. He's been a problem his entire career for any team he goes up against. Now he's a problem twice a year for the Arizona Cardinals. And Trey McBride, saying the right things, wondering how they're going to get it done. And now you asked the question during the commercial break about Aaron Donald. Is he going to let this fester a little bit, or is he going to, he did put out workout videos yesterday. People were reading into the music that was included on the posts, what he hashtagged it seems like this is a real possibility that he could come back.
We've got our TVs in the studio. We've got 4 of them. One of them is on ESPN, one's on ESPN2, one's on MLB Network, and one's on NFL Network. And when I've looked up throughout our show, Vince, I've seen more of Aaron Donald than Myles Garrett. The fascination and speculation within what that unlocks is more intriguing right now than just the addition of Garrett himself. And something we talked about earlier in the show is you do not need Aaron Donald to come in and be Aaron Donald or anything anywhere close to Aaron Donald, because there are 4 really good defensive football players on that defensive line group already. Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Poona Ford, and Braden Fisk are all good young players that are not going to need to have Donald come in and command that room, or even Garrett for that matter as well. So there's like that duo, of course, that's in your head. But honestly, I'm not thinking about Donald just as much as I'm thinking about this is like obviously the best team that Myles Garrett has ever been on. It's the best defense that he's ever been on. And it's like the best like supporting cast of defensive talent on the defensive line that Garrett has either played with as well. So I'm not putting anything past him in what he could achieve this year.
Yeah, Trey McBride also asked in that same interview on NFL Network, how does going up against a guy like Garrett change the offense?
With such an elite edge rusher like that, he's a guy that you have to slow down, you have to chip him, you have to know exactly where he is at all times. And he's going to be a main focus for us when we play those, the Rams that week. And hopefully we can slow him down and be able to slow him down as much as we can so we can get the ball out fast, because he's a problem when he gets going.
So we know this about Trey McBride at this point of his career. He's always going to give you a thoughtful, respectful, polite answer. Mike McDonald, the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, was asked a similar question yesterday during press availability at Seahawks OTAs, and he did not sound like Trey McBride.
Bro, I really don't care. I don't care. I just care where we're at. Not trying to be a chotch, but just don't care.
He threw a bro and a chotch in.
You could have said bro cha-cha and got them both in there at once.
My dude's feeling a little bit
Chacho.
relaxed right now. He's feeling a little bit relaxed, a little chill.
Hey, he's like, I got the Super Bowl, man. Let him come at me.
But that's what a head coach should say, especially when it's June 1st and you're asked that question. You have to worry about your team at the end of the day. And look, there's a lot of people worrying about the Cardinals team right now. There was a lot of social media posts yesterday, too, like, RIP to the Arizona Cardinals. It's cruel and unusual to have them in that division. Everything's cyclical. I don't know if that cycle's changing at all this year. I do think the Rams are now the favorite to win the Super Bowl, at least as I see things. Obviously, a lot can change. Another thing that can change would be the return of Aaron Donald, which I wouldn't rule out him coming back and dominating.
Yeah.
I've been alive for a long time, and I've watched a lot of football, and Aaron Donald is in the top 2 of defensive players I've ever seen play the game. I'd put him right up with Lawrence Taylor. Myles Garrett is not far off. If you had peak Donald and peak Garrett, oh my goodness.
And honestly, I feel this way where I have not been able to admire Garrett's greatness because he was buried on Browns teams that I was never watching because they were never on national television or on primetime slots.
That is
anywhere
true.
Sort of around there.
You had to make it an effort to watch Myles Garrett play football.
You saw the highlights all the time, but you never saw him a full game domination in the way that we watched Aaron Donald within the division for several years go to that level as well. I think that this is not a situation where, to bring up the Suns into this briefly, as I will tend to do from time to time when talking about other sports, the Spurs and Thunder, you look at them right now and you say, what do the Suns even do for the next 5 years? Like, how do they even compete with this?
Yeah.
That's not what this is, because Matthew Stafford is either in his last year or very, very last year. We'll see which end he decides on. And then even if Donald comes back, if Myles Garrett is there and playing at an elite level for the next 2 to 3 years, we don't expect the Cardinals to be in the contending picture of that as well. What this does do is further emphasize the biggest problem, not the biggest, there are several big problems for the Cardinals to deal with. They gave up 59 sacks last year. That was the 5th most in football, and they had 30 as a team. So, like, their ability to not only generate a pass rush, but give up a pass rush consistently was a really good recipe for them to lose a lot of football games last year, and it's going to be another recipe this year, I fear.
Yeah. We'll see if there's any more movement around the league. Now, the June 1st is here on the calendar. A.J. Brown, obviously, on the move yesterday as well. Philadelphia to New England. History on the line, June 13th, Jesse Bam Rodriguez versus Antonio Vargas for the World Bantamweight Championship at Desert Diamond Arena. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com or text the word boxing to 620-620 for your chance to win a pair of those tickets. Coming up next, it is Tuesday. We will subject Kellen Olson to another round of Mustache Over. Thank you. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries are a factor here. I think if Oklahoma City was healthy, Oklahoma City would be in the NBA Finals again. But Champagny is 22, Vassell's 25, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, Keldon Johnson, who was incredible in that fourth quarter, is 26 years old. That's such a young team. Like, sometimes you get to the point, like, how are you going to compete with them? Like, how are you going to compete with that team over the next 5 years, 10 years, with them being the age that they're at?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Well, summer is here, and it brings a lot of good stuff, but also brings those Phoenix triple-digit temperatures. And when Phoenix turns up the heat, you can keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hi, it's Vince Murata. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they will replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Home buyers, hear this. Do not get a traditional mortgage. Did you know a $500,000 mortgage at 5.5% will still cost you over $1 million? That's insane. On a Life Changer loan, you can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off in just a few short years and keep access to your equity. It's faster, cheaper, smarter, more flexible, and totally addictive. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years. which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks ended a 3-game losing streak with a big win versus the hated LA Dodgers last night, 4-1. The team was led by another strong outing by Eduardo Rodriguez, who gave up just 1 run in 6 innings, and home runs by Ketel Marte, Nolan Arenado, and the first career homer for Tommy Troy. The D-backs play Game 2 of the 4-game series versus LA tonight, with first pitch at 6:40. You can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. There were 2 huge trades in the NFL yesterday, with receiver A.J. Brown getting traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, and star defensive end Myles Garrett getting moved from the Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse and draft picks. And the Phoenix Mercury continued to struggle early in the season, getting blown out by the Lynx last night, 111-77, to lose their 6th game in a row. And that is what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All righty, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. Tommy Troy got it done last night. First major league home run. The latest newcomer to hit his first big league home run. When will Ryan Waldschmidt get his? There's pressure being put on Waldschmidt with this poll question. Will he get it in this Dodger series, against the Nationals, against the Marlins, or a later series?
Nationals.
All right, we'll cast a vote for the National series. 58% say nope, it's happening in this series against the Dodgers.
I like that.
Man,
Manifestation.
What if he got, I don't know what the lineup's going to look like tomorrow against Shohei, but what a feather in the cap that would be.
There we go.
First big league home run against Shohei. Has anybody ever made that claim? Nationals, 25%, 11% for a later series. 6% say it'll be on the road at Miami against the Marlins. That is today's Arizona Sports Poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage of the brand new ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
I'd like you all to meet Tom. Tom Selleck. He's my mustache.
Oh,
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
I know, it's been a while since I played. But Tina Fey, of course, making the rounds. She's got a 2nd season of her show. Have you watched the first season, 4 seasons?
I have not, and I'm surprised because I generally love everything that Tina Fey does.
Well, it was a pretty good show.
I will check it out.
The first season, Steve Carell, Will Forte. There's a 2nd season. Okay, anyway. It is time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
No,
well, I will be presenting an audio clue to Vince Marotta and Kellen Olson in for Dan Bickley.
He gets it, man.
Yeah, Kellen has struggled a little in this game. This is the one.
It. I always say it. This is the one. This is the one.
Okay.
Here we go.
I
always come in with a positive attitude, and then I flame out in epic fashion. But this is the one.
Okay. Well,
this is the one.
Listeners and viewers, if you have not seen this or watched this or listened to this segment before, I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Vince and Kellen will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points wins. And today's topic. Okay, the wide receiver that was traded to the Patriots yesterday, A.J.
Brown.
The team that traded Myles Garrett yesterday was the Cleveland
Browns.
The head coach of the New York Knicks, who are starting in the NBA Finals tomorrow, is Mike
Gray.
No. Brown. So the topic is all things Brown.
All right,
Brown themed edition. Kellen, you can go decide whether you want to go first or second today.
I'll go second.
You will go second.
Ooh, this is unfamiliar territory for me.
Okay.
I never go first.
Vince.
Yes.
Standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding a rainbow's wall, slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you, my brown-eyed girl.
That is Van Morrison. Not a mustache?
That is correct.
Okay, good.
You are correct. Did you know that one, Kellen? I don't know a lot of
song, right?
I don't know a lot of music from this century.
The story of my existence on this game has been I always recognize the song, but the name, the artist, those things, and the mustache, like picturing the person, I can't quite get there.
All right, well, good luck with this one.
Thank
then.
you. Appreciate it. Let me tell you, the manifestation of visualization I try to do on every one of these, it is not without effort. Don't know who that is, I'll go mustache.
Mustache is correct.
That is
Let's
correct.
go.
It is Soundgarden.
Okay.
Chris Cornell, the lead singer, but you did get a point there. You're on the board.
On the board.
Jared
All it
already-
takes is one.
He already gave the disclaimer. I don't know a lot of music from this century.
Yes, I apologize in
That's
advance.
right when I get in my
for
wheelhouse,
that.
too. The CD player that I used to bring on the bus in like 4th grade, that's what I was going with. All
I
the
know.
current stuff.
There's at least one clue that you will receive today that I am positive you will get.
I love the pressure. I love it.
Okay. Vince Murata.
Okay.
Your first clue.
Second clue.
Your first clue this round, though, is what we're really going for. Is this one right here.
Generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
What did I just say?
This sucker's electrical. But I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts!
It's too bad your camera wasn't on for that little gesticulation you made. That is
21 gigawatts! Oh, how could I have been so dumb, Marty?
Well done. Christopher Lloyd as Dr. Emmett Brown, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Devastating. I knew it.
Okay. Well, here's the one that I'm positive you will know.
Okay.
We got some of the Browns in the house. I told you to bring Baker down here. I'd give him the rub. God only knows you guys need a champion. LeBron's gone. All you got left is the nature boy.
That is the icon Ric Flair. He does not have a mustache.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hard to even imagine him with facial hair.
I tried to, and it was weird. It was really.
All right. Continuing on the Brown.
I even knew that one.
You know, well, I figured it's very recognizable, even for non-wrestling fans.
Woo! I worked with guys at a radio station once. In fact, one of them works here and does a talk show over at KTAR News 92.3. That half of their vocabulary was just going, woo!
The Nature Boy Larry Gatos.
Talk about
The
a
Nature Boy Larry
gimmick.
Gatos.
He got a sound over, just a sound.
That's true.
Amazing.
All right. Whose turn is it?
It's Vinny.
Vinny.
It's our host, Jared Carlin, everybody.
Vince, here you go.
Yes.
All the downtown ladies call him treetop lover. All the men just call him sir. And it's bad, Leroy Brown, the baddest man in the whole damn town. Better than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog.
Meaner than a junkyard dog, babe. I believe Jim Croce, mustache.
That is correct. Well done. All right.
So I always mix up Jim Croce and Harry Chapin on this.
I'd rather hit off Ohtani tomorrow than face Vince in this game.
He doesn't always win.
He's never missed a question in the entirety of us doing it. It's not why I'm losing, to be clear. I'm losing because of my own futile
All right,
efforts,
Kellen. Let's see if you could keep pace, though, here.
I can get there. I'm going to get mad because I should know this one. Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct. That was U2.
That was a weird version.
I don't know. I was trying to place the voice. Yeah,
It sounded weird. At first, I thought it was Springsteen.
No, that was U2. Sometimes these things record oddly. Yeah, all right.
Now, ironically enough, the son of U2, I listen to his band quite frequently. U2, not so much.
Really?
Yeah, Impaler's great.
I didn't even know you had a son.
Yeah. He's
Bono Jr.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Kind of sounds like his kid. I was like, this guy kind of sounds like Bono. And then the person who shared the music with me told me that's because it's Bono's kid. And I was like,
All right, Vince.
Yes.
The New England Patriots have become the first NFL team to buy their own planes to fly to games, while the Cleveland Browns have been downgraded to the overhead bin on Spirit Airlines.
That is Seth Meyers, not a mustache.
Well done. All right, Kellen, Brown-themed edition.
I'd sworn off love after my wife died, but this woman was put together in all the right ways. Face, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And a bottom that would make any toilet beg for the brown.
Can I get it one more time?
I'd sworn off love after my wife died, but this woman was put together in all the right ways. Face, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And a bottom that would make any toilet beg for the brown.
Not gonna lie, I knew that wouldn't help. I just wanted it to be played a second time. Mustache.
You don't know who that is?
It's a really familiar.
It's
voice.
such a familiar. It's Liam Neeson
But
from the newest Naked Gun movie.
The line isn't famous.
The line isn't famous, but
it's a voice I should know. That's
so...
from. This is the first one, like from the era that I'm in, that I should know. Like the Taken movies were very popular. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, and this Naked Gun movie was just out last year. I thought maybe. Okay. Vince,
I'm going for a perfect.
You're going for a perfect game here.
Yeah, there goes the perfect game.
Oh no!
Oh.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'll guess mustache.
You don't know who that is? Oh my God, Dan Bickley would be giving you a Hurricane Rana right now. That is Led Zeppelin, not a mustache.
I didn't know. I'm not a big Zeppelin guy.
Kellen.
Jagger, not a mustache?
Oh,
Hey, he did it.
Finishing strong. Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, not a mustache.
Is the pressure now on?
No, because that was the last clue. But
okay.
What was that? What was that Led Zeppelin song?
Good Times, Bad Times?
Yeah,
it's one of their bigger songs. It doesn't matter.
I should know it.
You still won, though. 8-7, I believe, was the final score. Well done, both of you. Study your Liam Neeson. And
I'll get back in the lab. I got another show coming with you in a couple of weeks. I'll get back in the lab.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah.
Well, stay tuned for that. And another edition of
Mustache. Not a mustache.
And I've already told Kellen.
Yep.
Thursday in this very time slot, the debut of a brand new game here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Nobody's ever played it before. It could be your milieu.
I'm very excited, but at the same time, I feel like I'm the perfect person for Generation Gap, where I'm like in the middle of the generations that you guys do, where I would have crushed that game on either side. But I'm as equally excited, like I said, for
Sometime
Thursday.
soon, Kellen. Final thoughts next.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. My mom recently moved into a new home with a builder-grade garage door. Noisy, flimsy, and not built to last, so we're fixing that. Mom, you're my hero. When I was growing up, she worked 3 jobs just to save our house.
And helped you build this company.
Now I'm giving her a beautiful new garage door that's built to last. The garage is 40% of your home's curb appeal. When it looks good and it works great,
life is good. Thanks, Tommy.
From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one. Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states, Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
surprised this didn't show up in the game today, Jared. I went with the instrumental version just to be safe.
Good bet most of the time.
This is probably off your radar, too. Guns N' Roses, first album.
It is off.
Mr. Brownstone. Wonder what this song is about. An instrumental version of today's Song of the Day by Guns N' Roses.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Felt bad during the splash today because we were running short on time, and we had mentioned the unfortunate passing of Larry Fitzgerald Sr.
Mm-hmm.
There were 3 passings in the sports world yesterday, and I didn't mention 2 of them. First one was Rick Adelman, former longtime head coach. He played in the league for 7 years in the NBA, but also coached the Trailblazers, Warriors, Kings, Rockets, and Timberwolves. He passed away at the age of 79. And we talked about most hated athletes. Those Portland teams, especially the 1990 team that knocked off the Suns in the playoffs, I hated that team so much. They were so good, but man, I couldn't stand that team. So rest in peace to Rick Adelman, of course, his son David, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, which is news to Shaquille O'Neal.
That Blazers team probably one of the. We were talking about like great teams that never won a championship.
They were there.
Back to back finals.
90 and 92. They lost to the Pistons and then they lost to the Bulls. The Bulls' second championship.
Right. Yeah.
But the Lakers were sandwiched in between.
Right.
But you remember that team? Clyde Drexler, Kevin Duckworth, Terry Porter, Buck Williams, Jerome Kersey.
Cliff there yet?
Uncle Cliff was there.
Uncle Cliff.
Yeah.
Was Rod Strickland?
Rod Strickland was not on those teams. The other one that I didn't mention was Raymond Berry. 93 years old. He was one of the first great wide receivers in the NFL. He was the main target for Johnny Unitas with the Baltimore Colts. And I looked this up. When Raymond Berry retired from the NFL in 1967, he had 631 career catches, which was number 1 all time.
Wow.
Obviously, Jerry Rice is still the record holder with most receptions. Do you know, a little Vinny Joe trivia for you.
Okay.
Do you know whose record Jerry Rice surpassed for most career catches?
Art Monk.
Wow, you didn't even have to think about it.
I grew up a Washington Redskins fan. So I knew that.
So it went Barry, then I think Charlie Joyner had it, then Steve Largent, then Art Monk, then Jerry Rice.
And those first 4 you mentioned, probably not even in the top 10 anymore, right?
It's incredible where they rank now. It's not, 631 career catches for Raymond Berry, once again, number 1 all time. Not mediocre receivers.
Like A.J. Brown has more right now, and he's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, an unfortunate day with 3 passings in the sports world. We're going to have a lot more on this series tomorrow, but the anticipation is building for Knicks Spurs. And again, we'll get more into it tomorrow. Who do you favor in this series?
You know, when we talked about it earlier and I said it was going 7, I hadn't decided yet, and I still haven't. I think I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow. I still don't know.
Stay tuned.
I'm going to have to not do prep. I'm not going to go that far, but like think about the series a lot more and just where I lean. Because your basketball mind tells you, with what we talked about yesterday with San Antonio and how much of an emotional release it seemed to be for them to beat the Thunder, you wonder if that was their apex and they're going to struggle to get back on track, drop a game at home, and then it's the Garden. I'm talking myself into the Knicks that they're playing the best basketball, but they also have a couple of players that are very inconsistent. Like Karl-Anthony Towns has been one of the 3 or 4 best players this postseason, but he can go up and down just like that. Mikal has been really inconsistent for them. OG has been pretty inconsistent for them as well. I think I'm leaning Knicks right now if I had to answer, but I could change my mind tomorrow. I think it's really going to be that tight.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me when the playoffs started it would come down to Spurs-Knicks for the finals, I would say, no question, it's going to be the Spurs. But it's impossible not to just be somewhat in awe of what the Knicks have done. Even against, in my opinion, not great competition in the Eastern Conference, but to do what they're doing, just blowing teams out. They have 2 losses in the playoffs by a total of 2 points. They're 2 shots away from being undefeated going into the NBA Finals.
Just a complete basketball team.
Yeah.
Like they do just about everything well.
And I know people don't like New York sports necessarily, but they're kind of the darlings right now. It's crazy.
Building is going to be rocking.
Yes. Kellen, always fun. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks to Archie Bradley for joining us. And thanks to you for hanging out. We appreciate it. Wolf and Luke, up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more, but it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal, so buy it now, then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit orchard.com for your free home valuation evaluation. That's Orchard.com.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. And that is what is trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, that was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for Wolf. What's going on, John?
Yesterday, I sent you guys an email, and it was, we suck again, but now it's like, we're great again.
Everything has changed.
It's just one game.
Last 24 hours.
We're back.
You know what? You beat the Dodgers. Everything just feels different.
It doesn't. Everyone's feeling good. Everybody at work is feeling good. Well, maybe the news people are, but you know what I mean.
In fact, I don't even see any of them. Did they all leave?
Jeez.
Look, I don't blame them. I mean, news is not.
That would be.
They're all trying to get into sports right now. Look, Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers last night. Did the math on this. If they win tonight, they will be exactly 500 against the Dodgers over their last 34 games. They're 16-17 in their last 33 against LA.
What other team could say that?
I don't.
Nobody.
We were talking about this in the newsroom before the show. Like, you got to go through team by team. I don't know if like a website that just has this stat, so I'm not going to sit here and go through the other 28 teams. The only one that maybe would be in that range would be the Padres, but I don't think so. And I'm not counting some team that's like, hey, we've played the Dodgers 6 times in the last 3 years, and we're 3-3. Like,
so
whatever,
what are the
get
parameters,
lost.
just in case I can find this?
Just a team that plays the Dodgers a lot and is basically 500 or better. And maybe somebody has a better record than the Diamondbacks against them, but they're 16-17 going back to 2023 in their last 33 games against the Dodgers. So going back to the 2023 playoffs or postseason. Prior to that, the Dodgers had a pretty good run against them. But either way, Diamondbacks win last night at home. That's the best way to stop a 3-game losing streak, and it's the best way to start a 4-game series against the Dodgers. And you can credit Erod, honestly, with at least putting them in position to win the game. Erod and the bullpen, and
20
Tommy
games
Troy.
Minimum. Only the Pittsburgh Pirates at 12-10.
What?
Yeah,
that took you way too long.
Jamal
and I were out there
amazing.
for like 5 minutes being like, where would we even start?
Yeah.
And it took John 8 seconds to figure it out.
Phillies are 12-7. This is the last 3 years. Phillies are 12-7, and the Pirates are 12-10.
Who let this guy in
That's
here?
it.
Like, I feel like now I just feel like you're showing us all up.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough on the ears. We were like, yeah, where do we find that?
I don't have a life. I have no life at all, and I just know where to go for things like
Wow, you're going to have to show me that website during the break, because I'm going to use that website, and Wolf's going to lose his mind in like a month when I use it.
But like you said, teams don't – like, for example, The Dodgers against the Giants are 41-22. Against the Padres, they're 37-21.
Okay, yeah, so they own the Padres, too.
Yeah, they own them.
Right.
Against the Rockies, they're 43-16.
Well, we were wondering if the Rockies had ever won a game against the
I don't think
Dodgers,
so.
but I guess they have. Well, the Diamondbacks, I can tell you this. I don't need your fancy machine over there, John. They're 16-17 because they beat them last night.
That's pretty. I mean, but that's when you do that against the Dodgers, and it's got to give you confidence. Like last night, most teams you're down against the Dodgers is like, well, that was nice.
Yeah.
And Emmett Sheehan gives him the performance of his life.
I know. Where did that come from?
What was it, 15 straight at one point? Like, jeez.
But he didn't account for Tommy Troy. That's the one thing he wasn't ready for was Tommy Troy. I don't know. You bring up a good point in that the Diamondbacks, and it's been this way for a couple years, and especially because 3 of those 16 wins were in a best-of-5 playoff series where they swept them. They don't seem intimidated by this team, ever. But it's not like Christian Walker's on this team anymore. He was the Dodger killer. There have been guys on this team that have made a huge difference for the Diamondbacks against the Dodgers that aren't even on this team. If they were ever going to be a little like, okay, wow, we're down to L.A., it might be when you have a bunch of rookies in the lineup or a bunch of guys that weren't even here last year. And even Erod hasn't been great the last couple of years, but got it done last night again. And I guess the good news is they have a chance to do it 3 more times this week. Here's Torey Lovello afterwards.
You want to come out and set a tone and win the first game of a series. We got them for 4 days, and I couldn't be more proud of this group. We were grinding through some early innings, maybe a little bit of a hangover from the trip up to Seattle. Sheehan had some really good stuff, but we kept hanging in there. We kept fighting. Overall, this day was set up by Erod and finished by some really heady, smart baseball plays. Great defense in center field by Barossa. Just a lot of little things went right for this ball club, and that's how we like to win our ball game.
Yeah, great defense. Barossa, Rob Pajes have a pretty nice hit. He made a couple good plays. Ildemar Vargas made a really great play at first base. The bullpen, shutout innings. Every time you play the Dodgers, doesn't it kind of feel like a playoff game?
Yeah.
At least if you're beating them some of the time. I don't know what it feels like in Denver when they play the Dodgers, but it's like to beat them, you have to make a couple great defensive plays, get some timely hitting. Your bullpen has to show up, and your starter has to do what he did. That could all happen again tonight, honestly.
Yeah, it's just the thing that you just mentioned that just popped into my brain, though, is you have to be almost perfect against them. They're so good that like you said, Vargas made a couple of plays, including the throw home, which was a great play. Center field, Barossa was Alec Thomas like in center field. Just he gets great jumps on the ball. Your Erod is absolutely amazing, and your bullpen, which by the way, I guess I just got to jump on the bandwagon for the bullpen because I just keep thinking that it's going to fall apart, and it just doesn't. And now Puck is going to be on the way.
Yeah.
This has the potential. I don't want to jinx it. I'm very good at that. But this has the potential to be one of the better bullpens, and this has been going on for a long enough time now where we can't even say small samples.
Yeah, I was going to say, like we've even been talking about it. You know how uncomfortable I am talking about a good bullpen, but it's still been good. Like we've been talking about it. Yeah, it hasn't mattered though. Okay. And if something goes wrong tonight, it's your fault because you brought it up. But you start to really individually, I trust a lot of these guys in the bullpen. Like Taylor Clark, he goes out there, I just assume the inning's over. You know what I mean?
He's been really good.
Juan Maria's been really good this season as well. Paul Sewald certainly in save situations. I mean, Gink's been pretty good this year. It's not that they're all going to be this good all season. Taylor Clark's ERA is 1.8, and that feels high. And with a reliever, that might have all come in 2 games. Murillo's 2.63. I mean, I guess Gink's over 3 now. Even Loizica had a couple blow-ups earlier in the year. He's at a 2.49 ERA. Ryan Thompson, 2.75. Like, Brandon Garcia, looking like he was worth that trade last year. His ERA is 0.75.
That's good.
If you have all of these guys pitching well, you feel like if one of them has a bad outing or a couple bad outings, you're okay. We're past the days of Joe Ross and Taylor Rashi pitching earlier in the season. They've fixed it.
Well, Joe Ross is a Texas Rangers minor leaguer now.
Wow.
Ooh. Or as Jarrett Carlin once famously called him, Joe Loss.
Yeah.
Joe Loss is one of Jarrett's best.
Yeah.
Honestly.
3 innings last night, 2 strikeouts. By the way, you just mentioned these guys. Just lately what they're doing, Taylor Clark scoreless in his last 14 games, and opponents are hitting 108 against him. Ryan Thompson, his last 11 games, 0.90 ERA, 6 strikeouts. Like, it's not just one guy.
No.
Like you said, it's the whole pen, and it just starts to permeate, kind of like with the starting pitching. Okay, that guy was really good. I got to be the same way.
Yeah.
Pitching tends to do that.
Taylor Clark was doing this last year, too. I actually remember when they picked him up from the Royals this offseason, we all looked at his numbers and we're like, oh, yeah, okay, I'll take him back. He's actually been even better, much better this year with the D-backs. Brandon Garcia was supposed to be, maybe not quite this good, but he was supposed to be really good. That was why he was a huge part of that trade. Ryan Thompson's been this good for the Diamondbacks before. For me, like when it's guys that have done it before or were supposed to do it, it's not somebody in the 10th year of his career all of a sudden catching lightning in a bottle, and you're like, okay, when's the clock gonna run out on this? You feel fairly comfortable, as comfortable I think as you can ever feel with a bullpen, unless you have the Padres bullpen.
Right, and then what Sebald is doing. I mean, he's not. You just mentioned the Padres. He's not Mason Miller and how he gets it done.
I still don't talk about closers when things are going well.
Okay, yeah, that's
you can.
That's good.
But I don't talk
and they're
about
going to
closers.
add. And they're going to add AJ Puck.
Yep.
Which look now, you know what's great about it is if your bullpen is struggling. You throw him in there and you throw him in high leverage situations because you have no choice. Now you can ease him back in.
Yep.
And he's going to be good at some point. He'll go back to being what he is.
You know how I know he's coming back soon? Is I got in the car this morning and that song played right when I started my car.
Really?
Amish Paradise?
Yeah. Well, no, it was the Coolio version.
Okay.
But still, it's the same riff.
John, do you know why we play Amish
No, I do
Paradise
not.
for AJ Puck? Because he kind of looks Amish. If you
Wolf is
ever look
convinced
at it.
he's Amish.
Yeah.
So somehow that led to that song.
I do like that.
I mean, it setting aside everything else, that is a great riff to like walk in to close like the 8th inning out with or whatever. And he's pretty much lights out. So
If it's the Coolio
I guess that's
version,
Amish too.
though.
Yeah.
Well,
You gotta be the Coolio version.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, go with the actual version.
By the way, shout out to your barber, man. That's a nice look. You got a good haircut, man. It's a good haircut.
Thanks. Jamal shaved his head bald.
I thought you were going to say Jamal cut your hair. And I was like,
I did too. Shout out Jamal.
That would have been a good idea. We should do that on camera.
You guys need to have
For a bet.
The next time you
Yeah.
get into some
Bet.
sort of argument that is actually like decidable, that should be the bet.
I'll pass until I'm not single anymore.
Well, then you will be single though after Jamal cuts your hair. So you're better off doing it now.
Man, if I date someone who doesn't want to date me because I get a haircut, that's not great.
No, it's
I
not
don't
a
wanna be with that
haircut.
person.
Jamal is going to take clippers to your. That's only if you lose the bet, Rick. Just win the bets.
I don't have luck with that.
Oh, okay. Do you want to see Daniel Tosh in Arizona? Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh live at Arizona Financial Theater Friday, November 6th. It's the Daniel Tosh My First Farewell Tour. For ticket information or to enter your name to win, go to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back after what happened yesterday, are the LA Rams now the clear favorite to win the Super Bowl? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive. Out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly
Sports. Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the San Antonio Spurs locked up the Western Conference for years to come? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I'll read to you here, save your eyes. You'll need them, your boat is.
I feel like if Jamal shaved Rick's head, Jamal, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you would shave half of it and then be like, I'm done, I'm not doing it anymore. And he would just have half a shaved head.
Well, I would shave half of it, but it'd be patches like around his head. It just it looked like a grass field.
Well, and then you buzzed yours.
Yeah.
So we have to wait for yours to grow back before you guys can even make this bet. Otherwise, you have nothing to lose.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Shout out my dad. Cut it for me.
Jamal, are you actually balding?
Yeah, I just cut my hair off.
Yeah, but are you balding? Did you shave it because you're balding?
Well, I see my dad, and I was like, you know what? Let me just beat it to the punch in case I am. And then
it runs
it's
on.
Also
it's from your mom's side of the family, right?
Oh, thanks. Also, it's my dad's birthday today.
Oh,
so
good.
My dad.
Yeah. Why take a shot at him on his birthday?
Love you, Dad.
Happy birthday!
I mean,
on
there's
the air.
a lot of bald people that are of a certain, once you get to a certain age, I go to a lot of old rock concerts, and I don't necessarily sit in the best seats, and it's a parade of chrome domes in front of me.
Are we counting Rick as a doctor at this point?
Yeah, exactly.
He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
That's the whole point of sports radio. Just say things confidently,
Okay.
and people will believe you.
All right. Well, maybe it's working.
Rick is a chat GPT doctor.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm just a massive hypochondriac. I'm on what is it, WebMD?
Oh boy, that's
all the time. Yeah, very bad, very bad.
I wouldn't go there.
Very bad. If I have a headache, sometimes I'm like, oh no, what is this? I go down a path, and then I gotta get talked down. It's not good. It's not good.
They need a therapy site after you go to WebMD.
Could be this.
Just had a hangnail. No, not according to WebMD.
You better. Last rites.
All right, let's get back into football. And the trade yesterday, which happened pretty much right now, actually, during our show, has made the Rams, at least according to Vegas, the pretty heavy favorites to win the Super Bowl now. I was looking at this during the break. They are plus 550 to win the Super Bowl. The next closest is the Bills at plus 1,000. But to be plus 550, when there's 32 teams left, it's not like there's 4 teams left. To be plus 550 right now, that is, especially in a sport where the team that is the best on paper, rarely seems to actually win the Super Bowl. That's something. Is that Aaron Donald working out on the TV?
They're on NFL Network. They're showing Aaron Donald working out, and we're not obviously listening to it, but they're intimating that he's working out and possibly can come back.
If we agree, guys, if Aaron Donald comes back, we're not letting Wolf back in the building because he's the one that spoke this into existence like 2 years ago.
Well, that and like I just won't watch football anymore.
That's fine. That's okay. That's a good argument too. Yeah, I don't. John, you're like mesmerized by Aaron Donald working out.
Because it's just gonna. Here's the one thing: Cardinals fans shouldn't be that upset. I think who should be upset is like if you're a Seahawks fan, and the Rams just did all this stuff. Because the way I see it, maybe I'm wrong here, but they were the second best team in the NFL last year by mere inches. Mere inches.
I think they were the best, but I
Yeah.
mean they lost. So
Right.
you got to. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. You got to give them. The Super Bowl.
But then I think they had the best offseason.
Mhm.
Like they got Myles Garrett and they got Trent McDuffie. Now the Raiders got a bunch of guys in the number 1 pick, but that we shall see. I don't trust the Raiders. They don't get the benefit of the doubt.
For a team that didn't have a whole lot of room to improve, the Rams
Right.
improved.
Yeah. And the things that they needed to do was they couldn't cover JSN very well, so they got one of the best corners in the league. And oh, by the way, not just Sam Darnold, but any quarterback is going to be rushed even that much more. As good as Jared Verse is, I don't think it's that bad for the Cardinals in that when the Cardinals are really ready to win, the Rams are giving up a first rounder next year, 28 number 2, 29 number 3, and they gave up Jared Verse, who's only 26.
Yeah. I'm sort of with you on that. Like the 2 weeks the Cardinals play the Rams are going to be rough. I got news for you. They were already going to be rough. So they might be a little more rough, but you're right. I'd be more upset if I were a Seahawks fan, and I talked to quite a few yesterday who are very upset.
Yeah.
And really, I just wanted to just hear them be upset at this point.
Yeah, it's nice.
Niners fans, obviously, I'm sure aren't very happy with
Right.
it either. And if you are a contender, I don't know who else you would consider a contender in the NFC, like a clear-cut contender. Right now, I think it's the Rams and the Seahawks. Obviously, other teams will emerge. I mean, I guess the Bears, maybe the Packers, they probably don't love it either because you just brought a guy who might be the best defensive player in the NFL over from a team where he was irrelevant as far as the playoffs, and now he's going to be
It's like
in
the Dodgers
playoffs.
getting Ohtani. Like he was on the Angels and whatever, and then he goes to that team, and it's like, okay, now what? And it doesn't mean they're automatically going to win it, but you look at the important positions in this league defensively, edge rushers and corners.
Yeah.
And they got 2 of the best.
Aside from him joining L.A.,
and that's the other part of it.
I don't hate the idea of seeing Myles Garrett in the playoffs. I mean, he's that good. Like, you want to see him in the playoffs. I just would have rather he went to, like, Buffalo or something. You know what I mean? But that's not the way it works. They go to L.A. every time. Do you agree that like, if I told you right now you had to bet all of Rick's money on this, okay?
Bet a Rick haircut?
And you get
Patsy haircut?
Wolf's going to come back. We're all going to have shaved head.
Exactly.
You had to bet on like the Rams, and you get one other team. You get the Rams and one other team, or the 30-team field. Who would you take?
Rams and Seahawks.
Would you?
It almost reminds me of the West, where it's like you want to take Oklahoma City and San Antonio or the field. I think that you would take those teams. In fact,
I think I might still take the field.
You would? You take the Rams plus the field?
No. So like, if you told me I can have the Rams and the Seahawks or the other 30 teams, I do think the Rams. Like, if you told me to just pick, I would pick the Rams. But I've just seen enough football to know, like, the Chiefs are in the field. The Bills are in the field. Some other team's going to rise up and be in the field. Maybe Jalen Hurts is happy now that A.J. Brown's – I don't know. Whereas, like, in basketball, I'll go ahead and take Oklahoma City or San Antonio next year right now. I'll take that bet.
Yeah. Well, the thing in the NFL, too, is you're going to have injuries, right?
Yeah.
And so if Matthew Stafford's back starts hurting –
Got Ty Simpson.
Ty Simpson, and I don't think the Rams are the favorite anymore.
No.
I mean, that's the difference in the NFL, that you go as your quarterback goes a lot of times. And so as good as the Rams are, if Ty Simpson has to play and Matthew Stafford's out, the Rams are probably the, 8th, 9th, 10th best.
Yeah. And if and when Myles Garrett lands on Sam Darnold, I'm not sure Seattle's the favorite anymore either. So, yeah, it can change quickly in the NFL. I think we all get that, but certainly the Rams, I mean, I get why they are the favorites now. Here's Rich Eisen yesterday talking about kind of an interesting offseason, I guess you would say, for L.A.
I'm just saying the fact that they got the kid that they like, and the reason why there was a lot of howling at the gate is because everybody thought this kid wasn't a first-round pick. In some books, he was a second-round pick or a third-round pick. Outside of the Simpson house, there was Dan Orlovsky and apparently the Rams. Maybe the Arizona Cardinals are going to trade back in. But what if this kid is so damn good at the end of the day, and it may be because of the way the Rams operate, and what if this kid's so damn good at the end of the day, they don't let him go to a division rival in Arizona, they keep him, and they get Myles Garrett. Oh, and Trent McDuffie. They got 2 AFC Pro Bowl starters, and they add them to this mix off of last year. Now, Jared Verse, you could sit here and say they'll miss him. Sure. That's Myles Garrett. That's stupid. I still can't believe it.
I know that's not the point he was making at the end. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Obviously, Myles Garrett is an upgrade from anybody, but they did lose Jared Verse in this trade.
Long term.
Yeah.
And if I'm a Cardinals fan, the Browns pick makes me think, okay, there's going to be an arms race for the bottom. There's going to be a race to the bottom this year, and the Browns have ammunition, the Jets have ammunition, the Cardinals have some ammunition. By the time the upside is Myles Garrett's 31, Jared Verse is 26. Jared Verse isn't even into his second contract, and he's a really, really good player. But I understand what Rich Eisen is saying there. But from a Cardinals perspective, as weird as this sounds, they just took a 1, a 2, a 3, and a Jared Verse.
Yeah.
And that's what it took to get Myles Garrett. They weren't going to say like Micah Parsons, hey, we'll just give you a bunch of ones. I think the Browns did a really nice job in getting a piece that says, okay, he's not quite as good, but him plus 3 picks, that's going to put the Browns kind of back in contention. And if I'm the Cardinals, that's the part I don't like, because in 2027, if I don't have the first pick in the draft and get my choice of quarterbacks, then the Jets and the Browns have a lot of ammunition.
I do wonder when this is going to catch up with the Rams. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they. Right. I mean, I guess if Ty Simpson's the right guy, if they develop him, then maybe this doesn't catch up with the Rams. Because as long as you have the quarterback and as long as you're drafting well in the second, third, and fourth, I mean, they gave up a second and a third too. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they do still have picks. They always trade their first rounder away, it seems like. As long as Ty Simpson is the guy, which is a huge if, but he is in a place where it's conducive to developing him, then maybe it doesn't catch up with the Rams because they can just keep kicking future picks down the line. But if he isn't the guy, at some point it is going to catch up with them because they're not going to have the picks to get a quarterback. And Myles Garrett's not retiring anytime soon. I absolutely would have done that trade if I'm the Rams. But, from a Cardinals perspective, like you said, I don't think it really hurts Arizona much more this year. It was already going to hurt playing the Rams. And it maybe could help down the line in terms of the Rams. It hurts, though, because Cleveland now has 2 first-round picks, like we were talking about yesterday. So it's not good for anybody, really.
No. And plus, and again, it's just back to L.A. I think that's the frustrating part if I'm a Cardinals fan is that these guys, your rival, whether it be the Lakers or the Rams or the Dodgers, they always come up with these guys. For years, the Lakers got, the next guy, and you're like, they just got Luka. Like, are you kidding me? They just got Shohei. Are you kidding me? They just got Myles Garrett. Are you kidding me? Like, why can't my team do that? I think that's part of the frustration.
I know Wolf always says the opposite of this. Like, he loves, as a player, to play in the toughest divisions. And I get that if I were playing. But if we're all just watching this unfold, the Cardinals are in a division with the Rams and Seahawks and Niners. The Diamondbacks are in a division with the Dodgers, who can spend as much as they want and do, and they spend it intelligently. And the Suns are in the same conference, because divisions don't matter in basketball anyway, with Oklahoma City and San Antonio. Like, all 3 of our major teams here are blocked pretty heavily here for the to different degrees, I would say, for the foreseeable future. I still think the Diamondbacks could slip through and get past, but it's not easy.
Yeah, but there's just a frustration there because you want your team to do those things, and it always seems like L.A., no matter the sport,
it's your rival that's doing it. Yeah, or San Antonio's getting the first pick when Wembanyama's in the draft. All right, when we come back, how much do you trust the Diamondbacks? We're going to talk to USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those 2 guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. And that is what is trending now.
All right, big win for the Diamondbacks last night. Pretty quick way to erase the sour taste of getting swept by the Mariners is to go out there and beat the Dodgers to start this 4-game series. And they'll get Game 2 tonight at Chase Field. Bob Nightingale, USA Today MLB Insider, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some baseball. Bob, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
Yeah, doing great. How about you guys?
Doing good. Doing good. I want to start with the guy who started this game last night for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Eduardo Rodriguez was, we knew he was better than what he had shown his first couple years here with the Diamondbacks, but also he's never really pitched to this level in his career, at least not for a full season. Based on what you're seeing from him, do you believe he can keep this up for the full 162?
Well, I do. I mean, he's done it before, particularly when he was with the Detroit Tigers. I can't believe he's never made the All-Star team before. I was talking to him about that a few weeks ago, and obviously he'd love to do that. But it's funny how WBC has hurt some players, particularly pitchers, in the past. In this case, it's really helped the guy. I think when he was so dominant against the Team USA team in the finals, really helped his confidence, and he's been lights out ever since the WBC.
It's interesting you say that because I was thinking the same thing about Eduardo and the All-Star game. But there's some pitchers in the National League that right now are historic, with Mizorowski with a 1.65, and Ray Christopher Sanchez is, and Chris Sale's got to be in there, and Chase Burns has been awesome, and Kyle Harrison has been great, and then you've got Skeens. So many starting pitchers in the National League have been so great. Will there be room for Erod on the All-Star team because these guys have been so good?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so many guys. You wonder who all stays healthy, between now and in mid-July. And remember now, like the names you mentioned, if you pitch like the Saturday or Sunday before the All-Star game, you're ineligible. It could be the case, too, for Rodriguez, for that matter. But, someone's going to fall in that category, if not a couple of guys. But, yeah, I've never seen I know it's early, but never seen a pending National League Cy Young balloting like this. I mean, it's unbelievable with the way these guys are pitching, particularly, we're talking about, what Mizorowski is doing, what Sanchez is doing, and Ohtani, those three guys.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, the D-backs bullpen really struggled last year, obviously, but it's been pretty lights out so far this year. I don't know about you. I always have a hard time trusting a bullpen, no matter how good it is. I think probably a lot of baseball fans are the same way, too. But, when you see what Taylor Clark's doing and with Brandon Garcia and Paul Sewald and Juan Murillo, and they're going to get A.J. Puck back, like, at a certain point, when do you feel confident trusting a bullpen that they're going to be this way all year?
No, I'm with you. It's not like these guys have long, Sewald does the long track records. Sewald, been up and down as far as success the last couple of years. But no, of all the, people on the team, that's been far the biggest surprise is just how stable the bullpen is. I talked to a couple of scouts after last night's game. They said that's the best they've ever seen Taylor Clark. They were in awe of what he did. Rodriguez is pitching the best he's had in years. But, yeah, the bullpen, along with the young guys, that's the biggest surprise for sure.
Speaking of surprises, Bob, Nolan Arenado, I didn't expect a whole lot from him. Obviously, he can still play a solid defense, but he's now at reaching base in 17 straight games. He hit a home run last night. Is it time to kind of start giving him some love, or do we need to wait a little bit longer?
No, I think so. I mean, particularly the fact they, got him for pretty much free. I mean, he's owed $41 million. The Cardinals picked up about, $31 million of that. The way he's playing, he should be in the All-Star game. It'll be his first All-Star appearance in a few years. And it's funny, the scouts I mentioned about Taylor Clark, they saw Arenado early in the year, and they said, he's just, continuing a downward spiral here. We don't know how much he's got left. And then after watching him recently, they say, this guy's had a great resurgence. He looks more like he did, a few years ago when he was in St. Louis. So, yeah, been a big surprise and been huge for the Diamondbacks.
Talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, we've seen quite a few really young players come up and deliver for the Diamondbacks this season, whether it was Jose Fernandez early in the year, Ryan Waldschmidt, Tommy Troy last night. They're hoping to get Jordan Lawler back here soon. Is there any concern they would be too reliant on a bunch of rookies? I mean, I guess if those guys are the ones who are delivering, you keep riding with that, but that's not one or two guys. That's potentially four. Right.
And, they're not going to, stay at this pace sort of thing. I mean, at some point, okay, there's scouting reports on guys, and they see some holes. But it's funny is like people that watched, the Diamondbacks at AAA level in Reno, they said, okay, when Waldschmidt comes up, he's going to struggle. He'll be fine, but he's going to struggle at the outset, with that swing. And here he is, playing lights out. So, no, it's great infusion of young talent, and I don't think anybody saw, the Diamondbacks had this kind of talent, particularly, doing this well, excelling, right away like they have. So, like I said, it's not, feasible to think all four will keep, playing at this level, but certainly, they'll have their ups and downs. But even with that, even if you just get, two guys doing that, it's a boon to the Diamondbacks.
I don't want to be the bad guy in asking this question, but obviously it's on the minds of all fans, which is next year, and they've gone back and forth, and the same things that always happen have happened. Rob Manfred's come out and talked about, you got to get better finance between the Dodgers, the tops and the bottom, and the finances and all those kind of things. But is this typical, the start we're off to? Do you see this as being a long time and ugly? Where are we on this?
Yeah, I don't see it as a long one. I really don't. Last one was 99 days in 2021, and people will remember that because, all you missed was some time in spring training. They still were able to squeeze in the full spring training when they, ramped up in, early mid-March there. So, the one thing I hear on both sides is it may take one missed paycheck just to see where everybody's stand. Do the players blink if they miss a paycheck in their first one, which would be in early April? Do the owners say, okay, we think they're going to cave here, or we realize they're so strong, let's don't waste our time. So I still think, worst comes to worst, we have at least a 140-game season. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them, coming to an agreement, not December 1st, but late December, sometime in January, that sort of thing. I just think the game's going too well, and both sides are making too much money to shut it down for long.
Bob, thank you so much for the time. We'll catch up with you again soon, all right?
All right, look forward to it. Take care.
That's Bob Nightingale of USA Today joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. As he was answering that last one, I had like 9 more questions I wanted to ask. We're up against the break because I don't want to miss spring training here next year. If they do come to a quick agreement, does that mean there actually might be some level of salary cap, even if you can't call it that? Like, I mean, unfortunately, I guess we have plenty of time for this to play out, or they're going to act like we have more time than we do for it to play out.
But isn't it disheartening to a certain point? We're sitting on June 2nd, he's saying, well, maybe they get something done by December. It's like, why is it going to take 5 or 6 months?
You and I were talking about this before the show. When they finally get something done, they're going to get it done in like 3 days. So why not just? I don't care if they get it done in December. That's fine. Where I'm gonna have a problem is if they're still working on this next April.
Right.
And then it's like, okay, you guys. Then when you do get it done, it's gonna get done in 72 hours. So why don't you just do this now? Catch the D-backs against the Twins on June 19th on Four Peaks. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food to enjoy at Chase Field. And when we come back, in light of what we just saw yesterday, should the Arizona Cardinals trade a key player this offseason? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. Markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, it's
Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
All right, thanks to Bob Nightingale, who joined us last segment. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. So, John, you love this stuff. We were here yesterday, and Myles Garrett got traded, and A.J. Brown got traded in the span of the
During
show.
our show.
Yes,
That's awesome.
Which is like, I mean, I'm ready for football season. I feel like you might even be more ready for football season than I am.
Yeah, I mean, today's June 2nd.
Uh-huh.
We only have to suffer through like 5 more weeks. And I would say, it's like, come on, Diamondbacks, just get us July. But I think they're going to do more than that. But once like July hits, then people start kind of ramping up. And then training camp hits, and it's all over.
Once training camp hits, it's basically Christmas at that point. And
it's
then,
on.
yeah. So, you brought this up in the pre-show meeting, and it's a question we like started to get to yesterday, but then there was other stuff going on or whatever. But when you see how much the Browns got for Myles Garrett, and you even see how much the Eagles got for A.J. Brown, when you consider how very publicly bad that situation had gotten, and they were still able to get a pretty good return for A.J. Brown, you brought this up. You know, is this something the Cardinals should at least be looking at right now when you figure how this season lines up on paper? Should you be considering trading one or two of your vets to just stockpile draft picks?
I think so, because here's your number one goal above everything else. And I get it. And we have conversations, and I think they're realistic conversations of how Marv is going to develop or Darius Robinson or any of these young players are going to develop for the Cardinals. And it's really important. But the number one thing to get the Cardinals back in contention and the fastest is to find the right quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now, maybe Carson Beck is. Likely he's not. And so you've got to get yourself in the best possible position to get a quarterback above all else. not the development of Marv or Darius Robinson or even Jeremiah Love or anybody else. It changes your entire organization to get a top-notch quarterback. So Cleveland is part of what they did. They're looking at 2027. They got a first-round pick. They can move up. The Jets have 3 first-round picks. They can move up. It's not rocket science to figure out what these teams are doing. They are looking to the 27 quarterback draft, and they're saying we've got to put ourselves in a position. So maybe the Cardinals will have the first pick. But if they don't, is it more important, and I'll even throw out like Marv's name, if at 29 – A.J. Brown is a giant pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
And the Eagles had drafted Mekhi Lemon to already take his place. And yet, from a leverage standpoint, you wouldn't think that would equal a first-round pick. New England's like, here's a first and a fifth.
Yeah.
Okay. I like him.
Not next year, though, but yeah.
I like him, but I think most people would rather have Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
Just be from a standpoint
Marvin Harrison Sr., for sure.
Yeah, senior.
Yeah.
Even right now. But I think they'd rather have Marv and maybe try to develop him. I think he's with a 1. Now, I like him a lot, but look at all the offensive weapons you have. Do you need him?
See, I didn't think you were going to bring up his name. That's an interesting thought. It's a whole different conversation. So I'll go back to something you said there at the beginning because philosophically, I completely agree with what you're saying. You're not ultimately going anywhere until you get your right quarterback. And your approach can't be fingers crossed. Hopefully it's Carson Beck. Hopefully we just found a guy in the 3rd round that nobody else is. Maybe it happens. Somebody pulled this up, and I'll try and find it during the break. It's always great to reference stuff while you're on the air, and then promise to look it up during the break, and then forget to do it during the break because we'll end up talking about something else.
Like we do.
But I think it was actually, I'll look it up. What it was the starting quarterback of every team in the playoffs last year. Somebody had posted. I think I know where it is. And they were basically all first-round picks. And there was a couple second-rounders. But for the most part, it was all like, it wasn't, hey, is this guy a first-round pick? It was where was he taken in the first round? By and large, and it doesn't mean it has to be that way. Obviously, Brock Purdy is a pretty good quarterback, and he was not a first-round pick. But in general, that's where you get your quarterback. Doesn't mean you're going to hit on him. I mean, there's plenty of first-round picks that have been total busts at the quarterback position. But when you consider what next year is, I just think the biggest thing out of everything you just said right there was you got to be aggressive about getting the quarterback. If you could guarantee me that I would get my choice of quarterback in next year's draft, I don't want to trade Marv, but I'd be open to it at that point. You need the quarterback. I like the draft pick of Jeremiah Love. I like having Marv. I think he'll be better with Mike LaFleur, although you don't have a quarterback to throw him the ball yet, so how much of a jump can he take? Trey McBride, I think, is the best tight end in football. You have all these pieces. The only way it works, though, it's like having a car that you've rebuilt, but if you don't have keys, it's just sitting in your driveway, you know, that you have to get that quarterback.
Well, and the only reason we're really bringing it up is we'll bring up Josh Sweat because I think he might even be a better example, which is, look, I like Josh Sweat, but he's 29 years old. When this team is ready to compete in this division with the Niners, Rams, and Seahawks, he's probably going to be too old to be at the top of his career. All right, well, I'm not saying he's Myles Garrett. He isn't. But if Myles Garrett gets you Jared Verse, a 1, a 2, and a 3, then to me, Sweat is getting you a 2 and a 4.
I would think so, yeah.
And that's pretty good for a guy. He's a double-digit sack guy. He's 29 years old. He's in his prime. And if I'm, I don't think they'd trade him to Seattle, but if I'm Seattle, I call. Or some of these teams, Dallas needs a rusher, Green Bay needs an edge rusher. Almost everybody does. San Francisco certainly does, opposite Bosa. I'm not saying you trade him in division, but I think if you're the Cardinals, you have to worry about yourself first. I think Sweat gets you a 2 and a 4. How much worse are you with him or without him? You win 2 versus 3, 3 versus 4. Like, you have to start thinking logically, and I know people love these guys. They're great players. It's just what Cleveland is doing right now is saying, above all else, this Sanders, Watson, whatever they've got going on there, they Dylan Gabriel, like they've got to figure out quarterback before they do anything.
We're in a weird spot where I like the approach that the Jets and the Browns are taking. Now, I fully expect them to botch it. Like, they'll figure out a way where they're picking 1 and 2, and they'll both whiff on the quarterback, and whoever takes the third quarterback in next year's draft will get the right guy or something. But at least the approach right now that they're taking, especially the Jets. I mean, the Jets got out ahead of this and made sure they had 3 picks in next year's first round before a lot of teams were really focused on, like, tell me the Colts wouldn't like to have their first round pick next year with Daniel Jones speed up his that up to this point, the Jets are doing the right thing, which is it feels odd to say that, especially into a microphone where people can hear me. Yeah, well, they will. They'll screw it up. But that idea is probably still the way to do it. I mean, I have no interest in trading Budda Baker, but I'm sure people are driving around saying, okay, if you're going to talk about Josh Sweat, you're going to talk about Marvin Harrison Jr., do you talk about Budda Baker too? I'm not doing it now, but I think we could see a fairly active trade deadline for the Arizona Cardinals this year. Budda, I still put in a different category because I think having him makes your other young defensive players better. And I want, and maybe this is stupid, maybe this isn't how a GM should think, but I'm not a GM, so I can think this way. I want him to just play his whole career here. Like, I want him to be one of those Larry Fitzgerald, face of the franchise his entire career. But a guy like Josh Sweat, a guy like maybe somebody else we're not even thinking of, yeah, you get around the trade deadline, if you're like 0-6 or whatever, why wouldn't you move some of these guys?
Well, and you can guarantee leverage because it's not if you're going to have an injury like the other sports, it's when and to who.
Yeah.
So a team, a contending team has a safety get hurt, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense on paper, but they offer you a one for Budda. He's 30. He can still play a good number of years, and if we just saw this from the Rams. Myles Garrett's 31. They're going for it now. If a team has an injury in the secondary and they call the Cardinals and say, man, we're desperate, we'll give you a one. And maybe it's a late one, but so what? It's 2027, and it gives you leverage to move up in next year's draft. I agree with you 100% on Budda Baker. Love to have him finish his career, but rarely does that happen anymore in sports.
Sweat, though, even as we're talking this out, because we mentioned Sweat yesterday, and then this conversation was going to kind of go in a different direction, but honestly, the more we're talking, Sweat might still make the most sense because that is a pass rusher right now in his prime. As much as we all value Budda Baker, I wonder if he has more value to the Cardinals than he might have to a random contender, or maybe it's more apparent to the Cardinals, whereas like a random contender that is hanging in this, like has a chance at the trade deadline, they feel like they can win the Super Bowl, but they need help with the pass rush. Josh Sweat might be the best name available. Yeah. Again, unless the Cardinals go out and surprise people and they get off to this crazy winning streak at the start of the year, but the schedule's set up to make sure that doesn't happen.
Especially early.
Yeah.
Early in the year is really bad. So, look, if I'm the Cardinals, part of my goal is, and they're never going to say this out loud, but we're seeing this happen. Part of the Cleveland trade was if there wasn't a quarterback draft like this, I'm not sure that Cleveland makes this move. But and look, I like the move for Cleveland. Both teams can win in
3
a trade.
picks and Jared Verse. I would have done it too.
So, and that's according to reports, that's what kept happening. The Rams have been pursuing him for a long time, and they never offered Jared Verse until yesterday, apparently. And then they offered Verse plus 1, 2, 3, and they went, okay, that's a done deal, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
But part of it is the Browns know they need a quarterback, and they know the 27 draft is good, and teams are positioning themselves for it.
We come back. Is Erod, has he become the Diamondbacks stopper at this point? We got some numbers that would indicate, that's exactly what he's become. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes it over the shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning, full preview. Game 1, NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. That and a lot more. Starting at 6, Kellen Olson in for Beck here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. John Lund's in for Wolf. John, the Diamondbacks' record in Eduardo Rodriguez's last 10 starts is 9-1. Now, his record's not 9-1, but when he starts, they win. And that includes last night in the middle of a 3-game losing streak facing the Dodgers. and he goes out there and they win. So there's all these others great numbers that Erod has put up this year. I mean, his ERA is maybe the most impressive. The fact that he has done as well as he has with a 2.24 ERA this season. He's kept the whip pretty low as well, but the ERA is even more impressive. But I tell you, maybe the most impressive is the fact that when he pitches, the Diamondbacks win. They lost his first 2 starts of the season, but he was good in those games. He gave up his first 2 starts of the season. I mean, this is amazing. 12 innings pitched, allowed 0 earned runs, and the Diamondbacks went 0-2 in those games. But since then, they are 9-1 when he starts. Whereas his record for the year is 5-1, which is good, but it's like it doesn't tell the whole story.
No, and we were talking to Bob Nightingale about this. ESPN has a thing, player ratings, and they take all these things into account. And we were just talking about him about this. I mean, Jacob Mizorowski right now has a 1.65 ERA. Christopher Sanchez has a 1.47. Chase Burns of Cincinnati has a 1.96. Kyle Harrison of Milwaukee has a 1.57. But amongst all those guys, by their metrics, Eduardo Rodriguez is the 6th best pitcher in the National League. And so Mizorowski, Sanchez, Sale, Burns, Ashcraft, and then Rodriguez, given what those guys are doing from a historic standpoint, that tells you how good he's been.
Yeah.
I mean, he's down to a 2.24, and it's not only that. If you just watch the game, he's dominant.
Yeah, and he's given up 7 earned runs since April. So that right there will tell you something. But if you look at some of the teams he's faced this season, he's faced the Dodgers twice already. He's faced the Dodgers twice. He's given up 1 total run in those 2 games. He's faced Atlanta. He shut them out, and that's been one of the better lineups in baseball. He's faced Colorado in Colorado. I know the Rockies don't have a great lineup, but you're pitching at Coors Field. Yeah. He's faced the Pirates, who have been decent this year. The Brewers have been really good. The White Sox are actually the team that probably got to him. Their lineup's not bad this year. I mean, it's not like Erod has just faced the Giants at home all season. He's faced some really good teams. We just talked to Bob Nightingale. It's hard to look at his year and not think the World Baseball Classic has something to do with this. Because as good as he was when the Diamondbacks got him, and he was the one of the 2 I was excited. I mean, they got Jordan Montgomery. I was like, wow, I didn't expect that. When they got Erod, I was like, man, this is huge because, again, I'm an ERA guy more than almost anything else. He had a 3.30 ERAs last year with Detroit. And then he was just awful the last 2 years. Over 5 both years with the D-backs, but this year it's even better than it was that year in Detroit. He's at 2.24. And I don't know if he's going to stay that low all season, but the way he's pitching, he seems like he's in control.
Yeah. And he had, I mean, you look at it, you want to look at ERA. His previous 2 years, 5.04 and a 5.02. And the reason why they signed him to the contract is last year, like you said, in Detroit, was a 3.30. So you're thinking to yourself, okay, that's the guy you're getting, and you hadn't gotten it. I honestly don't think the bubble is going to burst either. I mean, he's on pace. This is the best thing, too. He's on pace to pitch over 200 innings.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a guy who's a horse and comes out and does what he does last night. And as good as the bullpen has been, and I understand that Torrey's saying, well, we're not using him enough. In the day and age where it's 5 and fly, I mean, he's giving you 6, and then you're able to put your bullpen together at the end, like you saw last night, to beat these better teams. So it's the way that you want to do it. Now, last night, defense was great behind him. Are you going to get normally 3 home runs? You're not. But for him to keep him in the game and Emmett Sheehan pitched the game of his life last night.
Yeah.
So he had to pitch that well. That's a lot of pressure. The Dodgers put a ton of pressure on him.
When the Dodgers are getting that good of pitching, and it's not from Shohei, you feel like you're in a pretty tough spot because they're going to score, except they didn't. They didn't score last night. The Dodgers had 1 run in that game. So impressive performance by him. Here's Torey Lovello afterwards talking about what he has seen from Erod.
I've got to really make some comments about Erod, who goes out there and just spins up 6 really, really impressive innings. We made some nice defensive plays behind him, but he's pounding the zone. He set his tone with his fastball and then went to work and started pitching from there. Good 2-seam fastball. I think there's a lot of quality left-handed batters on that ball club. So at times, if you can get a lefty to do the things that Erod did, it can slow him down a little bit.
It's been remarkable this season to see the way the D-backs are doing this, because how many times do you hear a team either articulate how they want their season to go, and I don't mean like, hey, we want to win the World Series. I mean like the details of what they're trying to build, or you even see a team, you can just tell by their actions what they're trying to do. The Diamondbacks, with their actions and their words this offseason, were like, we want our pitching to be better, and we want it to be fueled by the defense. that's exactly what we're seeing through the first, 60-ish games of the season. It's crazy.
Well, and what's nice is in this particular series against the Dodgers, Mike Soroka has been absolutely great too. So you're looking at Erod followed by Soroka, who should have an advantage tonight. And then we'll see, Wednesday and Thursday. I don't love those matchups. But I was watching the game last night thinking about our conversation yesterday, which is if they don't get these first two, but it certainly set a tone. I thought Seattle on Friday night set a tone to get that first one. You set a tone in the series, and the rest of the pitchers look at it. So I expect Soroka to be great tonight as well. But he had to be right on point last night, and that's a lot of pressure to be putting on. So even though we're thinking to ourselves, okay, well, Zach Gallen's going to be the one, and maybe Merrill Kelly's going to be the two. Well, the 1 and 2, you're seeing them. You saw the 1 last night, and you see the 2 tonight.
Yeah. Here's Erod after the game talking about how he feels right now.
And I will say, that's the best I ever feel when possible. If I remember a day like that was probably the OVC against Team Dominican. That was the last time I feel like that with the fastball. So,
what do you think?
Like I say, the best I feel with the fastball, you probably see on the numbers and everything. But like I say, feeling really good body-wise, everything. So I got to take advantage of it and just keep doing it.
It's crazy to see a guy. I mean, right now you could argue he's having a career year. Erod, he's 33. It's not like he's 24 breaking out. He's had good seasons before, certainly. Again, that's why it was such a big deal when the D-backs got him. But he's had a sub 3.5 ERA in a season once his entire career. He's been good before. He struggled his first 2 years with the Diamondbacks. He's never been this good. And you heard him just say right there, that's the best he's felt with the fastball all season. We saw what he did in the World Baseball Classic. We certainly saw it in the championship game against the U.S. Like I said, you have to feel like that has had some sort of impact on him. Johan Santana being the pitching coach there, working with him, seemingly had some sort of impact on him. But we're also 12 starts into the season now. It's not like, he came out of the gate, and he's kind of feeling good about the WBC. It's been a few months now, and he continues to pitch like this.
Yeah, and he's kind of a horse. I mean, like you said, you're looking at his numbers. He's only gone over 200 innings one time in his career, 150, 160, 150. So you just got to hope it keeps going. But here's the thing about pitchers. If they can stay healthy, they do get smarter as they keep going. And it just seems like to me that he just talked about his fastball being as good as it's been. But also the pitchers just get smarter. They know more. They'll study more. And it just seems like he's really on top of it. But, you mentioned this at the beginning. He talked, is it from the World Baseball Classic? Well, he just mentioned it. Yeah. I just think in his head, so much is mental that after he went after the USA lineup the way that he did, I just think he's carried it into the year.
But and we go back to the Gallen conversation from yesterday where, if people are saying, he's cooked because of how old he is, Erod's 3 years older than Zach Gallen. It's not, whatever's up with Gallen is not an age thing. It shouldn't be.
No, I think he needs to start off. We'll see what happens Wednesday. I'm not encouraged because it's Shohei. I mean, it's the worst, maybe Mizorowski. There's a couple out there, but it's one of the worst matchups
It's the worst matchup you could have because you also have to face the Dodgers lineup.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Easily. That's a good point. So it's the worst matchup you could possibly have, and you're trying to get back on track. Mm-hmm. If he gets batted around pretty badly, I think Torrey has to take him out of the rotation just for a mental break because
I don't think you will.
Eduardo Rodriguez has always been able to throw like this. I just think he goes to the mound thinking, I got this.
Erod is giving you Corbin Burns-like production.
Yeah.
Before Corbin Burns comes back. All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. Going into year one with Mike LaFleur, with the schedule the Cardinals have, the questions of quarterback, how can we tell if they got the right coach? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the ninth. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
All say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, well, what are we supposed to look for with Mike LaFleur in year one? I'm not talking about the press conferences where he's already had to answer questions about 5 quarterbacks since he got here. And one of them's not even on the team, and one of them was never on the team. He was answering questions about Aaron Rodgers.
That's fun.
LaFleur's had to answer questions about Aaron Rodgers, who was never on the team, Kyler Murray at first, who never played for him, Jacoby Brissett, who currently isn't here,
Yeah.
Gardner Minshew, who wasn't here last year, and Carson Beck, who was in college last year.
That is amazing.
How much of an answer can he really give on these guys?
And all he's seen from Beck is like running around in shorts.
Yeah.
And he said that again and again and again. And I understand why the media asked the questions. I'd be asking it too. But what's new from Carson Beck? He's running around in shorts, throwing the ball.
Yeah.
Next day. What's new from Carson Beck? Like, Jeez.
So what are we supposed to look for with him, though, when the season begins? Because it is one of those storylines. The biggest ones are probably Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love. And then, I don't know, whatever order you want to put them in. I'm sure we'll do this closer to the season. Probably Marv is probably one of the top storylines. But certainly one of the biggest ones is, did they get the right coach?
Yeah.
Because if we have to keep resetting this every 3 years, you're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah. I think it has to do with, you and I have talked a lot about development, and that's something that you can see. So Marv, the quarterback, Jeremiah Love. But the other thing is, I was looking at this before the show. They were 19th with all this talent. They were 19th in yards, and that's misleading because they got a lot of garbage yards last year. They were 23rd in scoring at 20.9, and here's the biggest thing. They were 31st in rushing at 93.1 yards per game. You can't do that.
No.
So those numbers, but the number one number I would look for if I was a Cardinals fan is rushing yards per game. They cannot be 31st. They've got to be at least middle of the pack, and they've got to be better at scoring. Like, we hired you as an offensive mind, this team with all this offensive talent, and being behind a lot where you could throw and at least get garbage points. You average 20.9 points per game. That's not enough in this league. So to me, the two numbers I would look at first, he's an offensive guy, rushing yards and points per game.
Yeah,
He's got to be better.
The points per game for sure. I feel like they almost need to be a top 10 rushing team.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is going to sound weird to say. Like, I don't know if that means they finish top 10 in the numbers because they're probably going to be behind a lot.
And they'll have to throw.
But whatever that is, yards per carry or yards per whatever. Like, we got to come out of this upcoming season being like, okay, yeah, this team can run the ball. If nothing else, this team can run the ball. You got Jeremiah Love, Tyler Algier, and you currently have James Conner and Trey Benson too, and you've got Mike LaFleur, who's an offensive-minded coach. You're so right. Like, the offense has to be considerably better this year. Considerably better early in games when they're close. And if they fall behind, then yeah, I mean, you got to be able to put up points to make it interesting, but not just empty garbage time stats at the end of games, because he's being brought in here to be a really good offensive mind. Even when they brought Cliff in and he had no experience, and that was, you look back now, kind of a crazy project the way they were throwing everything together. They put up points. So LaFleur, win or lose this year, they need to be able to put up points.
Yeah.
And they should be able to put up points with the weapons he has, except no quarterback.
Well, and the whole thing is that, like, to go back to Jonathan Gannon, you're a defensive-minded coach. So if your defense stinks, and the Cardinals did last year, then what would you say you do here? At one side of the ball, that's supposed to be your specialty, and there was...
Every time you say that, I just think Office Space.
Exactly, that's why I say it. But, that, I think, was ultimately his downfall, because if you're supposed to be a defensive mind and defensively you're just getting railroaded every single week, the Niners, the Seahawks, everybody putting up 40.
Nobody's even trying to tackle against Cincinnati. Yeah.
You're a defensive guy, and you just gave up 40 again and again and again and again, so you got to go. And it's the same thing, even though it's not 100% realistic, but you were brought in to make this a more exciting offensive team, and then we'll figure out the rest. But you got to score, you got to run, you got to show us progress, and players have to develop.
Before I ask them, which of Command and Control do you think has seen Office Space, or do you think neither has? I'm going to say neither. I'm going to say Rick has heard of it.
Rick's shaking his head. I thought Rick would say yes.
Rick has heard of it, and he probably knows he should watch it, but he isn't going to for whatever reason.
Jamal has not.
Jamal, what is Office Space?
Newsroom.
All right, that's fine.
I'm just telling
Consistency is key.
I honestly just know it's a show.
It's a great movie. No,
it's a movie?
It's not The Office. The Office is a show.
Oh, I know The Office. I've watched The Office. A lot of it.
Office Space is amazing.
Office Space. Maybe I've seen that movie, actually. Hold on.
It's
where they take the printer out in the middle of the field.
Yeah, the baseball bat.
It's absolutely amazing. It's a great show.
And when they just keep moving Milton further and further into the basement.
Yeah.
And I've heard of it, but I thought it was a show.
The best scene ever is when he walks into the corporate fat caps come in, and I think I do about 15 minutes of work each week.
You threw the line out there. What is it you'd say you do around here? Lumberg? Do you guys know who Lumberg is?
Oh, just classic.
Oh, okay.
Just
right.
Who?
Yeah, no, that's okay.
It's cool. It's fine.
I mean, that is not like a mainstream movie, but it's also like...
It's very fun.
It's well known.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a blockbuster. It's more like a cult classic.
Work in a space like the news people do that sit in a cubicle. I'm just looking at them right now.
Yeah.
They just find that to be... If you work in a cubicle, you would find it very funny.
Well, or... Because I've watched it before with people who work in a cubicle, they get angry. They're like, and I don't know if it's because I work in sports. They're like, you shouldn't be able to watch this. It's too realistic. Or you shouldn't make me watch it. It's too realistic.
It's realistic.
This is why, okay, if you guys watch it, make sure you watch it with somebody who works in an office.
Yeah, they
because
get mad.
they're almost more fun than the actual movie. Is like, this is too accurate. I hate this. It's like if you watch The Bear with anybody that was works in a kitchen or whatever.
Yeah.
They're like, I can't. Storm
no,
out.
It's true.
This is Trey McBride from NFL Network yesterday talking about this Mike LaFleur offense.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is very excited for the new coaching staff. You know, Mike LaFleur's came in and he's gotten everyone dialed in with the new offense. So it's been a huge learning curve for everybody, just trying to get the offense down, trying to learn, trying to figure out what we're going to do. But, you know, I'm excited with the new staff that's here. I'm excited for everyone that's on this team. And I'm just excited to get going and see what we can do this year.
McBride's like, I'm going to put up 120 catches for 1,000 yards no matter who the coach. We don't even need a coach. I'm still going to put those numbers up.
You know, but that's the other thing, too, is you don't think he can get better, but when you have an offensive-minded coach like this that can develop things to get him open, and that's a huge thing because the teams in the division, I get it. It's the Seahawks, it's the Niners, it's the Rams, but they are looking at the Cardinals because they play them twice. And their number one thing they're going to look at, until proven otherwise, is how do we stop 85?
Yeah.
And so one of the charges that we put on Mike LaFleur is, can you not only get him what he got last year, but even more?
Look how happy A.J. Brown looks at his introductory press conference. He's on one of the TVs.
These guys are always like this too, right?
Yeah, but I don't think I saw A.J. Brown smile in the last however many. I didn't even know he could smile. I'm pretty sure he won a Super Bowl at some point in the last couple of years. He looks like a man that doesn't have to worry about Jalen Hurts throwing him the ball this year.
Pretty amazing. That guys, and then in like 2 years, he'll have another scowl on his face.
Yeah, no, he'll be upset by week 3.
But like, it is amazing how he's just all excited and he's smiling to the press and everything. And man, that's wild.
Here's more from Trey McBride on Mike LaFleur.
He's awesome. He's one of those guys who he's FaceTiming you all the time, wanting to chat outside of football, but his ability to connect with all the players, not just the offensive guys, but he's talking to all the guys on the team. He's a player's coach. He's a guy who, you know, always wants to talk about something, asking you how you are as a person, not just as a football player. And he's been very vocal. He's been very transparent, and you know exactly what he wants from you. So I've loved every aspect we've had together, and I'm excited to grow and keep learning together.
How tired do you think these guys are of answering questions about their coach that they haven't played for yet? And I say this fully admitting, we're out there tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to ask them about Mike LaFleur. Like, it is a question we all want to know the answer to. And they don't seem to mind answering it, but there's only so much they can say because he hasn't coached them in a game yet.
Well, and he sounds extremely enthusiastic, and I think he's real in that answer.
Yeah.
But the one part that got to me is because I was just relating this. He's like, he's calling me, he's FaceTiming outside of work. It's like, bro, like, no.
No, you're off that.
If boss FaceTimes me, I'd never pick up a boss call, ever. You could text me and tell me what's going on. If your boss FaceTimes you, are you picking that up? Like after hours?
I'm going to pretend I didn't know how to answer FaceTime. Like, I didn't even know my phone had that. I thought, I have a flip phone. Sorry, I can't. I have a rotary.
Yeah, text me. Like, you can text me and just tell me what's going on, but hey, I came up with this new play. It's like, I guess football's different.
Because, does it throw you off? Like, do you have friends that still call instead of texting?
Yes, I never answer calls.
I mean, I answer, but I'm like, hello? Like, did you mean to do this?
I like talking on the phone. I like when people call me. Just call me. Stop trying to. I can't understand what your emotions over text.
I just like text.
I don't mind.
Don't leave me a voicemail. I don't even listen to voicemail. Do not leave me a voicemail. My mom leaves me voicemails all the time. And she's like, didn't you get my voicemail?
I want you to look at
I
this.
didn't get your voicemail. I don't listen to voicemail.
This says, this is not an exaggeration. You can verify it. It says I have 291 unlistened to voicemails.
Oh, we should
not leave Luke a voicemail.
We should play a game. Who has the most unread texts on their phone?
I did pretty good on text.
I'm pretty good on text.
Oh,
You're terrible at it?
When I'm at home, my phone doesn't exist.
Really?
No, I don't know if you guys want to know how many unread text messages I have.
I feel like I'll throw out my number because I'm guessing yours is higher. I have 99 unread texts, which I don't even understand. That doesn't feel right. I answer text.
Oh, boy.
But the voicemail.
Text Jamal a good amount.
You do? Does he get back to you ever?
Yeah, but
I'm guessing
it's work
Jamal
stuff.
is probably like over 500 based on the look on his face.
You know what? Okay, do you guys want to take a guess?
Yeah, let's
none.
Price is right. This
I
I'm
have
gonna
none.
I'm gonna say Jamal has 571 unread texts.
Okay, hang on. I got a guess too. I'm going to go under that. That's a lot. I'm going to go because you had 99, and I think that's a lot.
I feel like I answer text. I don't understand. Like, something wrong with my phone.
Do you have
a guess?
You have 200. If he has
200?
99, you have like 200.
No, it's above 200. I bet. Rick,
1,400.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
You did that old Price is Right trick, or you went the highest. That's a good move.
But you're going to go over, and you're going to lose.
Rick is the closest.
Really?
But did he go over?
1,629.
I understand, like, not answering voicemails because I don't do that, but, like, text messages?
You know what I'm going to do during this break is I'm going to listen to these 291 voicemails, and Jamal, you have to respond to all 1,600 of those texts. Okay?
You almost have 1,700 text messages.
Yeah.
My God. You wouldn't even know if Angel Reese did text.
She's probably been trying to set up this matchup, and Jamal's going to know about it in 8 years.
How would you know? And you don't listen to voicemail. There's no way, right? No.
Yeah, I think he has that disabled on his phone. Like you can't even get to him.
How do people contact you? You don't, because nobody answers the phone anymore. No one leaves voicemails, and you don't answer text.
Oh, it's tough.
In person.
In person, yes.
If people are like waiting outside of your house for you to get home. Dude, I've called, texted, left voicemails. Hopefully nothing ever bad happens in your life, man. You'll never know.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the way to go.
If you were Jared Verse, you'd never even know you got traded. You just go down to the Rams headquarters.
Jared Verse has 1,600 unread texts right now, and that number's not going down. All right, when we come back. Can the Diamondbacks make a run this season if they're depending on this many rookies? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out, and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Scorpions don't hate you.
Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund with Lund Mortgage. Here's the truth about home loans. You shouldn't have to choose between sharp pricing and a name you can trust. At Lund Mortgage, you get both. Some of the most competitive rates and fees in the industry from a local name that's been here for decades. And right now, when you buy a home with Lund Mortgage, we will cover your appraisal cost and your first year rate buy down is on us. So whether you're buying, refinancing, or tapping into your equity, we're ready to help. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks after last night's game against the Dodgers? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Couple things from the YouTube live chat real quick. Robert says, if I don't know the number, I don't answer it.
Never.
I think a lot of people have gotten that way.
Nobody, yeah.
And then anytime you do make the mistake, like I actually did this yesterday. I'm very similar to Robert. If I don't know the number, I don't answer it. But I was expecting a call from somebody who I didn't know their number. So sure enough, I get a call from a number I don't know yesterday. I answer it, and they're like, "Oh, hello, is this Bert?" Like, no. Why did I answer? Now I'm gonna get 9,000 of these calls. Also, I think it's Bacher. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this name right, but C Bacher 44. Does Jamal just meditate when he's not working? He doesn't watch movies, listen to music, or keep up on current events.
He balls out.
Or answer his phone.
Does not.
Just weird. You went
by the
and
way,
looked.
confirmed. Jamal showed me his phone, 1,697.
I have a theory, okay, and it's not going to account for 1,600 missed texts. But Jamal, are you on like a lot of text thread conversations? Because they add up quickly if you have those.
You know what? Yes.
Okay.
I'm on a couple, but that like constantly just somebody's texting in there. Yeah.
And not to get too personal, but you're not. You cannot be in a relationship right now because you're.
He wouldn't know if he was.
That's true.
She could be trying to text
your
him.
significant other would kill you. Like within 5 minutes, if I don't text my wife back, I'll be driving down the road, and I've got voice text and everything I could, but it's like, could you just give me like a second? She's like, "Are you in an accident? Are you okay?
You could be on
What's
the air."
going on? Like, yeah.
No, I'm not right now, but like I have definitely gotten yelled at. Like, hey,
sure.
Can you like answer your phone?
The beauty of your system though is if she texts you like, "Dude, pick up your phone," you'll never see it.
Yeah, that's true. I just made all my messages. But also I'm also to John's point. I when I leave here, I go play basketball. So like I'm doing that for 4 hours. I don't look at my phone.
You're not carrying your phone around while you're playing basketball.
Oh, no.
Ridiculous.
And then I just completely forget about him after
that. But Luke, you said that when you guys like a game's on or something, you'll text him. He'll text you back.
If you text Jamal about like Diamondbacks pitching, he'll get right back to you.
Oh yeah, because 9 times out of 10 I'm watching the game.
That's true. You just gotta have the right timing, I guess. I don't know.
That's beautiful.
All right, let's get back into this.
What are we even doing?
Well, I don't know how far you want to go with this, but the Diamondbacks, they win that game last night for a few reasons. But you and I were talking during one of the breaks. It felt like, okay, Erod's pitching great. They're not going to get enough runs to win this game. And then Tommy Troy comes up and just launches one into the seats. Ryan Waldschmidt doesn't have a home run yet, but he's been pretty. He didn't play last night, but he's been pretty good for a rookie. Jordan Lawler was pretty good out of the gate. He finally got his first home run, then got hurt. Jose Fernandez, won him that Detroit game early in the season with the 2 home runs, and he's contributed certainly this season as well. That's great and all, but that is 4 really young players. How far can you go because they're sort of counting on those guys for offense.
No.
I don't go into any of these games thinking like, okay, well, they're going to win tonight only if Ryan Waldschmidt gets a couple hits, but it does feel like at least 1 or 2 of them have to contribute most nights for them to succeed.
Well, to your point, Tommy Troy last night hits a home run, Bunce gets on, and is on when Marte hits the 2-run shot, so he scores 2 of their 4
I like
runs.
what I'm seeing from Tommy Troy.
Yeah, he's scrappy, and he can play all over. I know that the playing left is a tough playing left. He might have been able to make it, but to your point here, Fernandez.
I like what I'm seeing from Tommy Troy at the plate.
Absolutely. Fernandez is 22. Waldy and Lawler are 23, and Troy's 24. They've combined to play 89 games, 270 at-bats with 5 home runs and 25 RBIs. But it goes beyond that. Waldschmidt's defense and center has been good. They're all 4 of those guys are very athletic. They're versatile in the different positions that they can play. These are the type of players that the Diamondbacks want. So that's a long-term look at it. But like you said, they wouldn't be anywhere near. And I think for the foreseeable future, I mean, look, Barroso was great in center last night. They don't win that game without him. But Waldschmidt's generally going to be your center fielder. Troy right now is your left fielder. Lawler, when he comes back, is absolutely going to be in there. So these guys are going to be guys that I'm mentioning 89 total games and 270 at-bats. This isn't going to go away.
No, and you probably need this to a certain extent to be a successful team, a successful normal team. I mean, again, we're in a division with the Dodgers here, so you have to – you can't let that skew your image of like, well, what's a good team look like? Well, they have 4 Hall of Famers sitting at the top of the order, right? Like that's – no, I mean, a typical – I guess look over at some of these American League teams or whatever, maybe not rookies, but certainly like first or second year players that even if you have high expectations for them as a prospect, you don't know what they're going to do as a major leaguer right out of the gate or early in their career. You probably have to have 1 or 2 of those guys step up over the course of a season to certainly if you're the Diamondbacks who were projected for, I think, a sub 500 record by Vegas. Like if you're in that range, if you want to make the playoffs, you probably have to have a player or 2 like that step up. It's cool to see. Like we're watching some of these guys, like, especially Waldschmidt and Tommy Troy and Lawler too. He feels like he's like 35 now just because he's been a prospect forever, but he's not. He's the same age as Waldschmidt. Yeah, crazy. It is cool to see these guys because they were such highly touted prospects. To see them finding a little bit of success right now while the team is still winning, I just don't know that you can be counting on 3 or 4 of them for 162 games. It kind of goes back to what you were saying the other day. They're probably going to have to trade for a bat at some point here.
And look, out of those 4, at this point of the season, Lawler was the only one coming out of spring training that you thought, okay, well, he's going to contribute. Waldschmidt is because Alec Thomas couldn't do enough. Fernandez has played kind of all over the diamond. First base has kind of been a bit of a hole, and then sometimes you got to replace Arenado just because of age at third base. That's kind of the great thing about this. And then, Troy, after the injuries in the outfield or in left field, so every one of these guys has done this. You and I have talked about this. The initial energy, which is exactly what you're looking for out of these guys, is good. They're going to adjust. They have, advanced scouting. They're going to say, okay, there's the hole. Can these guys do this for a long, extended period of time? I like what I'm seeing out of Troy. I like what I'm seeing out of Waldy. But they're going to make adjustments to you, and then how much do you contribute? Hopefully you're here for good, but I fear that, you may have to go back and forth a couple times.
If you could have one of them at the plate in a key moment, let's say it's October, it's game 5 of a best of 5 or whatever, and you can either have Waldschmidt, Lawler, Tommy Troy, or Jose Fernandez at the plate with the game on the line, who are you taking?
Oh, that's such a hard question.
Because there's a decent chance that's going to happen if they make the playoffs. Right. You know what I mean? If all 4 of those guys are playing, that's basically half your lineup right there.
Yeah. And you know what's amazing is like Fernandez had the 2 home run game that wins a game. So a lot of them have stepped up. This is just right now as we speak. I think Troy is having really good bats.
He's the guy who I don't think the league has adjted to quite yet, but he just seems like he's getting on base twice a game.
I mean, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, we would have probably said
Waldschmidt,
right?
And maybe Lawler's the guy because he's been on a playoff roster before, postseason roster.
And his early, he's only has 18 at bats this year, but his early at bats were good.
Yeah. Critics are calling it an instant martial arts masterpiece. Enter now to win tickets to see The Furious at an exclusive advanced screening before it hits theaters on June 12th. When we come back, let's get into basketball, even though the finals don't start till tomorrow. Can the Suns do anything this summer to become more relevant nationally? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe you want some more peace of mind about your investments, right? Well, start with a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Their fiduciary advisors make it simple to see if your plan could be working harder for you. Schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com. Listen, your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local, shop Waltz.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Now the script's about to kick off. This party looks whack. Let's take it back to straight hip-hop and start it from scratch.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley. I'm Bickley and Murata. We'll talk about how the D-backs did against the Dodgers and get you ready for a matchup against Shohei Ohtani. That's at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf today. NBA Finals finally get started tomorrow. This is great. Stanley Cup starts tonight. NBA Finals start tomorrow. And I didn't look all the way through. I think they rotate where they don't overlap very much here. For some reason, the NBA Finals don't have any games on the weekend here coming up. but for the most part, I hate it when they play against each other at the same time. Like, hey, guess what? Like I'd like to watch the Stanley Cup one night and the NBA Finals the next night. Is that too much to ask? And so far, to start things off, they don't overlap.
Do
so
they
that's
ever
great.
do that? I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Maybe they have back in the day, but I don't think they've ever
They
done
usually
that.
do every other.
Yeah.
They might overlap this year. I'll look when we get going here. But so we have that. Obviously,
They're on the same channel too.
Are they both on the same channel?
Yeah, they're
this
both
year?
on ABC.
Okay, well then they're not going to this year, but they're not always on the same channel though.
Yeah, that's
usually
true.
Split up. There's a story out on the Ringer looking at some of the bigger things that could happen this offseason, and it's just got me thinking like if you're looking at this from a Suns side of things, when you make the playoffs and you get bounced in the first round, and you get this deep into the playoffs just collectively, it's like, oh yeah, did that team even make the playoffs? Like it was so long ago, right? It's not just the Suns. We can go through and run through all the teams that got bounced in the first round. It feels like it was years ago, especially right now with the way the Thunder and the Spurs are set up for the future. But they were going through some of the big moves that could happen this offseason. I didn't see anything in there that they were projecting involving the Suns. But it's a conversation to have. Is there anything the Suns can/should do this offseason to make themselves more relevant on the national scene? They were relevant here, certainly, this year with the season they had. But what's the next step?
Well, they're not going to do what because we're like, oh, just pack it in because San Antonio and Oklahoma City are going to win the West. They're not going to do that. I think that if we start at the beginning, which is, well, what do they have to offer? Well, Book's not going anywhere because Matt Ishbia has come out emphatically, even more than that, so not a strong enough word, and said he's not going anywhere. So Mark Williams is restricted. You could do something with that. Jalen Green, people talk about, is he a fit? And Grayson Allen, a lot of people, but he's kind of injured a lot. And there's other guys you can move, but those are probably the biggest three pieces you can move, right?
Yeah.
To get something?
Yeah, I think Jalen Green's probably the one. If you were going to make a splash, and I'm not even saying like what could you do to be flashy this offseason. It's more like what could you do so next season. It was a great story this year. They weren't supposed to be good. They were coming off an era where they were supposed to be good and they weren't. Yeah. And all of a sudden you're better now because you're just a harder working, scrappier team, right? You got some attitude, you got some toughness, and here you are in the play-in and you actually make the playoffs. How can you take another step next year?
Playoffs?
Where the impact they had on the rest of the NBA this year was, that's a cool story. Look at what they're doing out there in Phoenix. Look at what Jordan Ott's doing, you know. But once the playoffs got going, they didn't win a game. How do they get to a point where they are winning playoff games or maybe even winning a series next year? I understand that doesn't mean you're taking the Spurs or the Thunder out, but like how do you start to really impact the rest of the league and start bouncing some other teams out?
I think you have to make moves among those players. And look, they're not going to be involved in Giannis, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, Kawhi, guys like that. But then the next level of guy, and this is realistic. We've talked about Morant and Zion, Michael Porter Jr., Domantas Sabonis, Julius Randle, Jonathan Kuminga, those kind of guys. Does anybody from that next group? Because they could acquire for a better fit. Like, I like Jalen Green. It's nothing against him. I just don't know if he's a great fit.
Yeah.
The number one thing I would try to do if I were the Suns, and I don't love John Morant, but I'd like to try to get a point guard to take the onus off Book. I think that would be the number one goal for me. If I assume that Maluach is going to take over the center spot for Mark Williams potentially, I don't know if he's ready to do that or not. I mean, some size would be nice, but I think a point guard. So I don't know if anybody in that group, again, Morant, Williamson, Porter Jr., Sabonis, Randall, Kuminga, other than Morant, there's no point guard there. But maybe if you're just trying to get yourself more talent or talent that fits, does anybody like that do anything for you?
Go through those names again. Ja Morant, Zion Williamson, Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr., Domantas Sabonis in Sacramento. There's rumors. Julius Randle might have worn out his welcome in Minnesota because they're kind of stagnant. That's I think what you're talking about, which is it's not that Minnesota's not good. It's just they run into the same thing every year. And I think what starts to happen is not only with fandom with the team, it's like, okay, we've hit this, we're at a wall. So let's make a move. Whether we're better, whether we're worse, I don't know. But that's where I think Suns fans are, which is, hey, that was a cool story last year. Now let's win a series. Let's get to at least the 6th spot. Let's make sure we're not playing in the play-in. You know, can we make those kind of moves? And they're not going to be involved with the top guys, I don't think, because I don't think they have the ammunition or the cap space to do it. But I think Morant, Williamson, Porter Jr., Sabonis, Randall, Kuminga, guys like that, I think they're in that next realm.
Sabonis is interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, it's a tough spot for everybody right now because there's not a name you can say where I could be like, oh, yeah, go get him. Right. And everybody listening is like, they could win the title next year. Like, Sabonis isn't going to make you win the title.
To make
the
jump. I think where the Suns are is let's make the jump. It was a neat story. It was cool, and everybody's excited. We maybe shouldn't have done that. But how do you go? This is the toughest thing, I think, in sports, where you go from, like 45 wins to 50 and you're a playoff team versus a play-in team.
It is. I totally agree with you. I think the two of the toughest things in sports that get overlooked is what you just said. Okay, that was really cool. You made this jump. People thought you might win 25 games last year. You won 45. Yeah. That's huge. Now, how do you take the next step to being an actual contender under normal circumstances? Set aside Oklahoma City and San Antonio for a second. Like, if you start winning 55 games, you're a contender in a normal year. That, I think, is really one of the most impressive things. And the other thing is when you come in to the league or you come into a season with a ton of hype and you actually match the hype. Yeah. Like some of these guys, I've seen a ton, like Wembanyama, I'll use him as an example. Came in with a ton of hype, he's matching it. Yeah. Some guys come in with a ton of hype and they don't ever match it. Even if they're good, they don't match the hype. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the move for the Suns is and this is where it's really going to test Brian Gregory. Everybody last season, we get to the end of the year and everybody's like, man, they got an amazing GM. They got an amazing coach. I'm not saying Brian Gregory can't be an amazing GM. I think for me, and this is just me, this is my opinion, maybe, everybody's going to disagree with this. I think they got the right coach in Jordan Ott. I think we don't know about Brian Gregory yet.
I agree with that.
He got asked to come in, and he was put in an impossible situation. You come in here, find us a coach, trade Kevin Durant. By the way, you have no draft picks. Like, what you've asked him to do so far, he's done a really good job with. But he did trade 2 picks for Mark Williams. And I think now the real test is what you just said. Okay, you don't have a whole lot of maneuverability here. That's not his fault, by the way. These picks got traded before he was the GM. So I'm not saying he's not a good GM. I just think now is his chance to show that.
Yeah, and besides those names that we just talked about, it just was popping in my head too. In watching Oklahoma City, the thing about them is they're a small market team that has a lot of guys making a lot of money, and they're going to lose guys. So what you just said too about Brian Gregory, can you find the guy that's not the obvious guy? Because you know what's weird about the Western Conference right now? Everybody outside Oklahoma City and San Antonio is in the position we're talking about with the Suns. Mm-hmm. What are the Lakers? Because I think they're going to lose LeBron. What is Denver? Because they're that team that won it in 23, but they're very stagnant.
Houston. What
is Minnesota? What is Houston? Is Kevin Durant one out of there now already? Like, everybody is kind of positioning, because I think from 3 to, I don't know, Portland could be better. 8 or 9, Utah is going to be better with the second pick. I think you get to like 3 and 9. I think you could have a lot of movement in that kind of area. So, like, Cason Wallace, who had a great fourth quarter in that loss to San Antonio, can they keep him long-term? Because he was asked after the game, like, do you want to sign long-term here? He goes, I just want to get better, which is code word for whoever's going to pay me the most, that's where I'm going.
I was going to say, that's not an answer.
Right.
Case.
But what that is he's an upside guy who's a really good defender who was hitting the 3 ball there. Is he an upside guy that's not on a lot of people's list that Brian Gregory could somehow steal from Oklahoma City because Chet's contract kicks in, SGA, Jalen Williams, like all of a sudden it's a lot like Westbrook and Harden and Durant. They couldn't keep everybody forever. So can you pilfer somebody who maybe everybody isn't looking at and add to your team that can be a big piece?
That's the team.
Right?
Oklahoma City's the team to me to look at. Not that you want to be in the business of making trades with Sam Presti. I get that. Right. Like, generally speaking, he's going to win. But I think if you're the Suns, this is where Brian Gregory has to be great at his job. Yeah. You either need to identify the teams that do ridiculous things, so like maybe New Orleans.
Find a dumb GM, please.
Maybe Dallas, if they would bring back Nico. Find a team that is just kind of reckless and can't seem to, or Oklahoma City, who is the exact opposite of that, but they have too many assets right now. And like they're not going to be able to keep everybody. Right. So that might be a team where you can go get whoever, Lou Dort, Case whatever, somebody on the cheap that Oklahoma City's like, hey, if we can move him to you, we can go make this move to get Giannis.
Well, and I'll tell you another one, and this is a bigger name guy, but De'Aaron Fox has been hurt in the playoffs, so he hasn't been what he normally is. Mm-hmm. But they got a lot, like Dylan Harper. Is he going to keep coming off the bench?
Yeah, I don't know if the Spurs are even going to keep De'Aaron Fox.
That's what I mean. And so there's a point guard where he makes a lot of money. I get it. I'm just throwing it out there that San Antonio is so talented that maybe next year it's like, look, we got to start Dylan Harper. He's not going to come off the bench anymore. We're going to move De'Aaron Fox. Well, there's a point guard who can take the onus off of Book.
Either take the leftovers from a really good team or go find the team who's like GM is the kid that ate paste in school and go get one of their good
And by the way,
players.
there's a lot of those guys in the NBA. It happens every year.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It is home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. You don't want to do that, and that never happens with Orchard. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down. They can cause you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to do any of that. You don't want to be settling for thousands less. That sounds horrible. Just that sentence, settling for thousands less, is not good. You don't have to do any of that when you sell with an Orchard agent, because Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar, and here's how. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. And once you're settled in, your Orchard agent will help you sell your home on market for top dollar. Recently, one Orchard customer said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. And if you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation right now. That's Orchard.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol. Distinctly smooth taste. And just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's gotta be nice if you're Tom Brady. Just in perpetuity, they're replaying highlights of your career. It's June 2nd, 2026. NFL Network's just showing Tom Brady highlights.
Plus, you can hate him all you want. At this point of this game, I think it's middle of the third quarter. He's 15 of 17 for 3 touchdowns. And he never misses.
If I was good at anything, I'd love to have like a TV network just replaying my finest moments.
It would be
Yeah,
amazing.
forever. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? So Tommy Troy hit his first career home run as the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Los Angeles Dodgers 4-1 last night at Chase Field. This takes us to the Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, Tommy Troy was the latest newcomer to hit his first MLB home run. When will Ryan Waldschmidt get his? This series against the Dodgers, the upcoming weekend series against the Nationals, at the Marlins, or a later series?
A later series is depressing. I'm going to say Nationals. Because you either got to do it tonight or you're facing Shohei.
It's not happening
I'm going to go ahead and roll tomorrow out. And then Wroblewski's been good. He's trailed off a little bit lately, but he's been good. But I'll say National series.
I mean, he is no Fernando Tatis Jr. who finally hit one, so I'm not getting all worried about it. But I'm with you. No, I don't. I was going to say Dodgers, but then you just talked me out of it. What's after the Nationals?
Marlins.
I'll go Marlins. They stink.
Okay.
Let's do Marlins.
Oh.
Quite the deep park there, though.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Rick that's Rick for your answer is incorrect.
But
No, I voted Marlins because I agree.
It doesn't have that dopey thing.
You just
in
want him to
center
hit it
field
against the
anymore.
Marlins because you
I
don't like
liked
the
the
Marlins.
dopey thing in
Yeah,
center
you
field.
did?
Yeah. 54% voted versus the Dodgers. 29% against the Nationals. A later series, 11%. And then John and I are down there in last at 6%.
Oh, man.
But Rick doesn't like the Marlins. He's gonna pick against.
I like the Marlins. Okay.
So when you vote on these things, is it personal bias or?
No, I just don't like their stadium. Their stadium's the worst.
It is the worst. Well, Tropicana's bad.
Well, Tropicana, at least like more than 6,000 fans go to their games.
Well, the A's play in Little League Park right now, so let's not like totally forget about.
I mean, the Yankees do all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
The Yankees play in a Little League Park permanently.
Wow. Look at this. This is his bias coming out.
Yeah.
The Los Angeles Rams, I mean, everybody knows that their stadium is 314 down the line. Come on. The Los Angeles Rams traded for star defensive end Myles Garrett from the Cleveland Browns yesterday. This has spurred rumors that Aaron Donald could come back and team up with Garrett to create one of the best defensive lines of all time. Here's ESPN's Adam Schefter from earlier today.
So I spoke to the Rams yesterday. I'm like, Aaron Donald. They're like, can't afford him. We're out of money. Don't have any more money left. Like, we're already over budget here. Not going to happen. If Aaron Donald wants to take a bunch of incentives, we'd love to have him, but not practical, not realistic. Another team. I said, wait. They said, are the Rams going to sign Aaron Donald? I said, you tell me. They said, you could always find more money. I'm not expecting it. I don't think it will happen. The Rams don't think it will happen, but I don't rule anything out, and I leave that door open. I'm not telling you it's going to happen, but I think it's open.
Do you guys think Aaron Donald could actually come back? And I have a little bit of an update.
So two things. One, again, as a show collectively, we're all blaming Wolf if this happens because he spoke it into existence 2 years ago. Secondly, if I'm Aaron Donald, I would. I don't want him to, but if I'm Aaron Donald, okay, you get to come back. You probably don't even have to start playing until September or October or whatever.
You don't have to go to camp.
No, you can set up your own schedule. You could probably come back in October if you really wanted to. He's in great shape. He's 5 years younger than Calais. Calais is pretty good. And you're probably going to win a Super Bowl if you come. Like, why you don't have to move.
Why wouldn't you?
I would do it if I were him, but I hope he doesn't.
I don't want to steal this update from you. Is it from the McAfee show?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll let you read that.
So Underdog NFL posted this.
Is it about how the Yankees play in a Little League stadium? Or
no, but they do.
Okay.
Pat McAfee texted Aaron Donald to find out if a comeback is possible after the Myles Garrett trade. Donald's reply, quote, "It for sure got me thinking," end quote.
He's got it, and it says further that he's got to see if he can light that fire back up. Which all the Rams have to do is say, look, you don't have to come to camp.
Yeah.
20-25 plays a game. You're not going to be a full-time guy. It could happen. Plus, the Rams are full of it. Look, the cap is fluid. Everybody knows that. You've cut this guy. You restructure that guy. Every NFL
Here's
contract,
a good signing bonus.
Yeah.
Play for the minimum.
Right. And every contract in the NFL has the right to restructure contracts as long as guys don't lose money. So what guy is going to say, hey, I'm going to give you $10 million right now, and then that'll lower our cap? They can figure it out.
And the Rams have shown in the past they can definitely figure it out because they just stockpile guys like this.
It's happening.
If he's thinking about it, that's the biggest step, right? So, yeah.
He'll walk in like mid-August.
Right. It's
Summer training camp he'll miss.
That's
he'll
the
miss
thing.
the hard part.
He's got to say right now, I don't know if I can light that fire, and then the Rams will keep putting, and then mid-September even. He doesn't even have to play the first couple games of the season. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah, when do they play the Cardinals? Like week 2?
That's when. That's a good point.
Like
that's
after that.
He'll show up for the Cardinals game.
Exactly.
He'll make sure he's ready for that one.
The Stanley Cup final starts tonight in Raleigh between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. Who do you guys see winning it all, Vegas or Carolina?
Well, I'm just making sure the Rams don't play against Kyler Murray this year. They don't. Okay.
Oh, they don't?
No, because Aaron Donald would definitely be circling that game. I think Vegas wins. I think they are more built to win the Cup. That's more of a playoff. Look, I don't want to say this taking anything away from Carolina. Carolina's really good. Carolina's better this year than they've been in years past. Like, they actually have some size. They're tough to get a read on because they didn't really play anybody in the first 2 rounds. I think Montreal was really beat up by the time they played them. This is who the Cup, like Carolina should be coming out of the East. They're the best team. I think it'll probably go 6 or 7, but I just think Vegas, the style of play when you get to this time of year is conducive to Vegas. Although I don't trust their goalie at all, and Carolina throws a lot of shots on goal, so it wouldn't shock me if Carolina won.
I definitely don't trust their goalie.
No.
Well, and I don't have Rick bias because I don't want Carolina to win because I hate what he's doing in Portland, and I think he's a cheap ass, and so I really don't like that. But Carolina's really good.
They are. They are.
And I love the Vegas run. The coaching switch was great and all that kind of stuff. But, man, Carolina's been really impressive in the playoffs.
Carolina's really good. He is cheap behind the scenes in Carolina and has been for years and years and years before this ever came to light with him taking over the Blazers. But again, because the NHL has a good salary cap and floor, Carolina spends money, and they're in the conference finals every year. This really might be their year, but I think people look past Vegas and they're just like, oh, this is kind of like, okay, they're on a run, they got hot at the right time. They have Mitch Marner and Jack Eichel, who are 2 of the best players in the world that they shouldn't have been able to get. So they have the 2 best players in the series. That's a pretty good starting point.
I always ride with the better goalie, and I think Anderson's the better goalie.
I agree with that.
And he is on Carolina, so I am going to go with Carolina.
So if Vegas wins, Jamal gets to shave Rick's hair.
I'm not agreeing to that. Not happening.
Yep.
Not happening. I didn't agree to it.
2 out of 3.
Sorry.
John, you want to?
Yes.
And this segment is over.
As long as you can't, it can't be patchy. Just gotta shave it all.
All right. Well, I don't want to do it anymore then.
Oh, you don't?
I think
I wouldn't agree to it. So
I think you just shave right down the middle, and you just half gone and half.
It's not a bet I'm agreeing to. So sorry.
What if he gave you a mohawk?
Ooh,
like a good mohawk.
A good maybe, but
Okay.
I'm still.
All right, we're closing the gap.
Yeah, maybe.
What if I
about
gave
that?
What if I gave you $17?
Ooh, see now Rick's thinking about it.
$17,
or even I'll go like $6.07.
Okay, enough.
What about like if he got you like a good sandwich though too?
Ooh,
and had to shave my head.
Yeah, I feel like
No,
we're gonna
I'm
bridge
not doing
this
this.
gap.
What
I'm not
about
doing
what
this.
about if he every time he went out he would bring you food back?
I'm literally not doing this.
I think there's a better chance to get this to happen than the MLB and MLBPA agreeing on anything before
What if
February.
Pete Alonso himself shaved your head?
Wouldn't allow it to happen.
Oh, I thought you would for sure.
I definitely
No.
thought that would be the bargaining one.
No.
All right, we're getting there. Adley Rutschman, that's the next
Yeah,
offer.
maybe.
I was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what would have to happen the rest of this series against the Dodgers for you to fully buy into the D-backs this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive. Out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed. 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Tommy Troy hits his first home run and Eduardo Rodriguez deals in the Diamondbacks' win over the Dodgers. D-backs pitcher A.J. Puck is heading to a rehab assignment and Jordan Lawler is not far behind. And Arizona transfer target Milan Momcilovic is signing with Kentucky. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund is in for Wolf today. John, I'm going to ask you a question you asked me before the show.
Uh-oh.
What would have to happen in this series against the Dodgers for you to fully buy in to the Diamondbacks this season?
Just crush it.
What question did you think I was going to ask you?
I don't know. There was a lot of questions asked, and I'm like,
That's fair.
It was like 10.
Yeah. No, this is one we can use.
Tonight, it would be a combination of tonight, continue for Soroka to pitch well. But I think we all kind of have our eye on tomorrow, and you were saying this. I think you said you were going to maybe go Wednesday, but then you saw the matchup.
I might go Thursday instead.
So, win the series. But I think the big one is you got to win tonight. But then if they can somehow get to Ohtani, who for all the great pitchers we were just talking about and how tough it is going to be for Eduardo Rodriguez to make an all-star team with as many historic National League performances we're seeing, nobody has been better than Ohtani. He's got an 0.82 ERA. If they can somehow get to him and win that game, I think that gives you a ton of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in on them. I do believe in the D-backs. I don't know if there's anything specific against the Dodgers they could do. The stuff for me is more. It's just more long term. I mean, if they go out there and beat Shohei tomorrow, that'd be awesome. Like, I don't know how you can look past that and be like, oh, everybody beats Shohei. Has anybody beat Shohei this year? Like, there's certain things they could do if they win 3 out of 4 in this series, or if they beat Shohei, or if Zach Gallen pitches really well. I mean, those are things those are eye openers.
Huge boost.
Yeah, but I thought they were a playoff team before the season. I couldn't really give you a good reason why at that point. I can give you better reasons now. Like if you have a good bullpen and a strong rotation and any elite hitters, that's a combination that usually gets you in the playoffs. They're not as good as the Dodgers. They're not going to win the division. If they want to prove me wrong, that's great.
Right.
But I think that they certainly have the pieces to make the playoffs. But where I say I want to see more over the course of the season than just the series, it's because I want to know the bullpen is this good and that they're not going to be so overly reliant on Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte that there's just going to be stretches where they're scoring 2 runs a game.
There's a big stretch, and it's ironic because what made, I think, a lot of people believe is the Rockies and the Giants. They went 11-2.
Yeah.
There's another 13-game stretch right before the All-Star break, and it starts on July 3rd. It's the Brewers for 3, Padres for 4, Dodgers for 3, then the All-Star break, then the Cardinals for 3. So that's a 13-game stretch of the 3 series before the All-Star break and the one after. Every team is a 500 team. They combine for a 614 winning percentage, and all are in the playoffs right now. Brewers are red hot. Padres have somehow done it the way that they've done it. The Dodgers we know, and then the Cardinals are exceeding expectations, although they're 31-27, not great, but still, that's a 13-game stretch. Now, am I thinking they're going to go 11-2? I am not. But,
no, that'd be
but
impressive.
if you're, let's say they could be 8-5 or something in that range, or just above 500. I mean, that would make me start believing, because the one thing that you can't get past, and actually, Torey Lovello said it yesterday when he was on. I know that Gambo was there, but he asked him point blank, like, what's the deal with the 500, not being able to beat over 500? And again, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's glaring. The difference is glaring. And they've got to prove that they can beat above 500 teams. They've got to prove that they can beat some of the better teams. And that's what you got right there, especially in the Brewers, the Padres, and the Dodgers. Those are 3 teams that you're going to be, other than the Dodgers, you're going to be competing with a lot of these teams. And a lot of these series are going to be really important. Even though we look at the Dodgers and we think the Dodgers is the series, but it's the teams you're going to compete with for the wild card.
100% agree with that.
So
that pisses me off. I see that. I know that. I'm well aware of it. Part one is we're taking care of the business against teams we're supposed to. I've been a part of this organization where we were getting our butt kicked by every team. The teams we're supposed to beat, we're beating. Now we just got to go out there and play the same game the same way and say we can handle anybody at any time. Goes back to me saying to get to where we got to get to, we got to beat those 3 starting pitchers in Seattle. They're good, but our hitters are better.
That's why, to me, the Dodgers series really isn't the measuring stick series. If they swept this series, would we suddenly think they're better than the Dodgers? I wouldn't. if they got swept in this series, which can't happen now because they already won the first game, I wouldn't think the season was over because it's the Dodgers. It is more these other teams like the ones you were talking about. I mean, St. Louis is a half game behind the D-backs for the number 2 wild card spot. Pittsburgh's a half game back of the D-backs. The Cubs are a half game back. The Phillies are 2 games back. You mentioned, some of these other Cincinnati they're going to play soon. Cincinnati's 2 games back of the D-backs. We saw this firsthand, and it was brutal in 2024 when they were an 89-win team that missed the playoffs, missed the postseason because they had lost the tiebreakers to the Mets and the Braves. And we're all watching those 2 Mets and Braves games, that doubleheader the day after the season, where if you're the Diamondbacks, you needed one team to sweep the other. And the second one team won game 1, they sat all their players in game 2, and the Diamondbacks were done. The downside, the biggest downside to me if you're in the Dodgers division is I believe you can buy a division. I don't believe you can buy a World Series. And the Dodgers have the division locked up as far as I'm concerned. So you're always going to be in this territory where your margin for error is like a game or 2. If you win 88 games, you're probably in. If you win 86, you probably aren't in. If you win 87, you're going to need a tiebreaker. And that's after 162 games. So you have to beat the teams around you in the standings.
Yeah, no, I mean, you hit it right on the head. Every single year, it's high 80s is what gets you in, and everybody knows that. By the way, the discrepancy is 8-19 versus 500 or better, and 23-8 versus sub 500. And nothing illustrated that better than May, which was against those bad teams we've mentioned a million times. They were 11-2 against the rest of teams, not Giants or Rockies. They were 4-11 in May.
Yeah.
So, and when we talk about what will prove it to you, look, I think this can be a really good team. Starting rotation is good. We've mentioned the bullpen a ton, even though we shouldn't on game days. But I just mentioned the word, so we're good, right? It's going to come down to the hitting, maybe trying to get a middle-of-the-order bat. I think that they could be on a good track this way, but the discrepancy between sub 500 and over 500 is ridiculous.
Yeah. Those are the teams right there. You got to beat the Padres, Cardinals, Pirates, Cubs, Reds, Phillies, and Nationals. I mean, I just read you 8 teams that are probably competing for 3 spots. And, maybe one of them in the Central jumps up into first, but then the Brewers are in this mix or whatever. Probably not. The Brewers actually just look pretty good. So it's probably those 8 teams I just read you competing for 3 spots, because I don't think the Padres or the D-backs are catching the Dodgers for first in that division. And the Phillies, I think, are a dangerous team, but they're probably not catching the Braves. So there's your 8 teams. And you may hear that, and I don't believe in the Nationals or the Reds or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But all of those teams are separated by 2.5 games. And the way baseball's set up, we're going to get to early September, and probably 6 of those teams are going to be separated by 2.5 games.
That's how it's going to be. And you mentioned it. It literally could come down to, and probably will, one game. You win 88 versus 87 or 86.
Yeah.
Probably get in around 88, 89, and you're not going to get in 86. It's that close.
Do you have your fancy website over there? Does it have their record against all those teams right now? Because I would like that.
Oh, you want their record against which team?
I want the head-to-head against like the Pirates and the Nationals.
Oh,
I don't think they've played the Nationals yet, but yeah. All right, when we come back, how does the Myles Garrett trade change the NFL landscape? We're going to talk to CBS NFL analyst Charles Davis. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries are a factor here. I think if Oklahoma City was healthy, Oklahoma City would be in the NBA Finals again. But Champagny is 22, Vassell's 25, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, Keldon Johnson, who was incredible in that fourth quarter, is 26 years old. That's such a young team. Like, sometimes you get to the point, like, how are you going to compete with them? Like, how are you going to compete with that team over the next 5 years, 10 years, with them being the age that they're at?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley on Bickley and Murata. We'll talk about how the D-backs did against the Dodgers and get you ready for a matchup against Shohei Ohtani. That's at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
John Lund's in for Wolf. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. I was looking through the YouTube live chat. Somebody said they need to beat the Dodgers with Yamamoto on the mound for them to buy in on the D-backs. That's fair.
It is fair.
And I guess the question is how much, like, what's your definition of buying in? Because they're not going to face Yamamoto in the series, so they're going to be waiting a while. They're going to play the Dodgers again until right before the All-Star break. Is it, hey, this team could maybe take the Dodgers out again in the playoffs, or is it just they could get into the postseason? All right, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk some football is CBS NFL analyst and friend of the show, Charles Davis. Charles, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Going great. How are you guys doing this fine summer day?
Doing good, doing less good since Myles Garrett joined the NFC West. But, at a certain point, I'm not even sure how much it directly hurts the Cardinals. Well, what was your reaction to that trade? Because that kind of felt like it came out of relatively nowhere.
Yeah, I think it did feel that way. I mean, we've danced this dance with Myles Garrett for a while, as you guys well know, in terms of when will this guy be on a contender with all the great things he's doing? And then you remember he signed that incredible contract, and it's almost like, hey, we're paying you for this, paying you for the suffering, man. You're in. And he signed the deal. We didn't hear much more beyond that at that point. There was still a lot of conversation, contenders, different people. Hey, can you get Myles Garrett? Who could? Would the contract take you out of the game? And then what I found interesting as this thing culminated yesterday was to, what we call the fine print. I did not realize he had signed a no trade clause as well with the new contract where hey, I have to approve the trade, which I found very interesting, but obviously something that he's like, hey, you can't just trade me anywhere, even though some people might say, dude, you're in Cleveland. Take the trade
anywhere.
Right?
Exactly.
So he had control that way. And I'm pretty sure that when they called him and said, hey, Rams, that wave that, we're good. Yeah. I'm on the plane now, and off we go. And, look, Les Snead, the general manager of the Rams, as you guys well know, is not an out in front general manager, meaning he's not having post-game press conferences. He's not on the sideline hugging Sean McVay. He's not going up and down the sidelines. I mean, Les is as casual looking GM as you're going to get when you see it, but that's a working man. And I do realize that they won the Super Bowl and that t-shirt, F those picks, became very popular. But you guys also know from being in that division, from that time, they still built through the draft. And even when they didn't have number one picks, they did a nice job in the draft getting second, third, fourth, fifth round. Puka Nakua's a fifth round guy. Mm-hmm. They do a really nice job evaluating and assembling talent. And now they decide to go back in. And I'm going to end this soliloquy with this. And it's something that kind of hit me along the way. When Ty Simpson got picked at 13, I think all of us weighed in on that one, right? Like, oh my God, well, Ty Simpson, we all had an opinion. My opinion was he was a second round quarterback, but I understood why people might take him in the first round, but I didn't understand the Rams at 13, considering they were going for it this year, et cetera, et cetera. When you really go a little bit below the surface, again, Les Snead ahead of the game as far as I'm concerned, because he went and got his quarterback for the future, knowing he's not going to play for a couple of years. And hey, no big deal. All right. But if they didn't do it, next year would be a year that you'd look at the quarterback crop and think, we might want to go get a quarterback this year with Stafford. Now he's pushing 40. Well, guess what? By doing it this year, that allowed them to have the future picks that they could use for this Myles Garrett deal. They got out ahead of it again. Les Snead, tip of the cap one more time, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Charles, since you brought it up, and the other side of this is you can have a win-win situation. I think it's a win-win for the Rams, obviously, but I also think it's a win-win for Cleveland because you get a first, a second, a third, and Jared Verse is great. He's 26 years old, hasn't even signed his second-year contract, and for where they are, I think it's great. But since you went to one of your many areas of expertise, the draft, we're sitting here in Arizona, and we're thinking to ourselves, unless Carson Beck is absolutely great, you're going to be looking at that too. All of a sudden, the Jets have 3 first-round picks, and now Cleveland just picked up another first-round pick. Is this what we're going to continue to see? Okay, that's the Rams racing with the Seahawks and all these other teams to the top. But where Arizona is, where Cleveland is, where the Jets are you going to see teams continue to try to stockpile picks to try to get themselves in a best position to get as high as they can in this 27 quarterback draft?
It certainly feels that way. It absolutely feels that way because this is shaping up to be a stacked group of quarterbacks, and you're going to want to get one this year, especially if you're in a position where you have to have one or you're bordering on needing one. But I think the three of us can agree on one thing. Let's let it play out.
Yeah.
Because if we were all together last year at this time, what would we have been saying? Hey, those teams with multiple first-round picks are in great shape for this 2026 quarterback draft. And as the season went on, that kept dissipating and dwindling. And all of a sudden, you're using the picks not on quarterbacks. You're using it for other positions. You're using it for future things. You're doing different positioning. I don't think it ever hurts to be sitting in possession of multiple first-round picks. It gives you a lot of flexibility. But I think our initial is the 27 quarterback class will be scrutinized greatly, and many are hoping to utilize those picks that way. But if indeed they go away, they'll be utilized other ways. Look, having those picks is a wonderful thing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But the Rams, in letting some of these picks go, because their team is built in such a way, because they got who they believe their quarterback of the future this year, even though he won't play for a couple of years, it appears, and they use first-round pick on getting Trent McDuffie, they'll continue to build that way. Others continue to go through, and I like what you said about the Browns. Okay, let's not lose sight of the fact that this really started last year, because you remember they were sitting at number 2 in the draft, and they made the deal with Jacksonville to let them come up and take Travis Hunter, which was an immediate admission. We know we're more than a player or two away. We need to be a full rebuild. Let's accumulate more picks, more wealth, all of those things, not put it all in one guy, because otherwise you stand pat and you take Travis Hunter in that spot. I think Andrew Berry, their GM, the Browns GM, did a nice job then, did a really nice job in this year's draft. But as you pointed out, having those picks, the quarterback situation is still key for them, because everything else seems to be coming into place for them if these guys live up to it. Well, who's going to play quarterback? Do we really believe Deshaun Watson will play quarterback next year for them? Probably not. If Shedeur Sanders was truly the guy, if they believed it, I think they would give him the job right now and not worry about it. Dylan Gabriel's a career backup as far as I'm concerned, one person's opinion. I love the kid. But the idea that he would ever be a full-time starter, I never thought that even coming out of college. And Taylor Green is your massive project, who is a gorgeous athlete. And at worst, he becomes a Terrell Pryor, maybe goes to receiver. At best, you unlock his potential and maybe you have something, but you can't count on it. So the Browns have to make sure they find a quarterback to go with this talent they're accumulating. But I like the way they're going about it. They've admitted to the world and finally to themselves, we know we've got to build everywhere. And by the way, if you're the Rams, aren't you banking on not just a couple of years out of Myles Garrett? You're thinking long haul. Bruce Smith had big years deep into his 30s. Reggie White was a first-team All-Pro at 37. Pass rushers that take care of themselves, and Myles Garrett certainly does, they can go a lot longer than the normal position.
Yeah, that's a good point, and it's scary too, but it makes sense why the Rams – a lot of what the Rams have done makes sense after the fact. You look back, you're like, oh, they were playing 3D chess. Charles, it's always great to talk ball with you, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. And Joe Flacco said it best for everyone in the NFC North, didn't he? See ya.
He did.
You're the best, man.
That's Charles Davis joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, no kidding. Well put. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations, powered by Michelob Ultra. Predict the winners, and you could walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, what do the Diamondbacks need to do to find some more consistency, or are they maybe finding it outside of that Mariners series? We're going to talk to our own D-backs reporter, Alex Weiner. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol, sell Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks after last night's game against the Dodgers? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, D-backs and Dodgers game 2 tonight from Chase Field. Our own Alex Weiner is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about last night's win and where this is all going. We're going to have him predict each game for the rest of the season. How do you feel about that?
Let's do that.
There's 103 games left. Let's just have him go game by game. Alex is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Alex?
How we doing? I already got, July 27th. I mapped out the pitching matchups. We're good to go. We know how the rest of the season's going to do it.
Good. Now
no need to even play it.
Now I'm going to look and see where they are on July 27th. All right, what do you take from this recent stretch of games where it's kind of been all over the place. They were great against these mediocre teams like San Francisco and Colorado. They get swept by the Mariners, but they're in every game. They had to get walked off in 2 of them, but then the offense kind of disappeared. And then last night they beat the Dodgers. And there's a million different ways you can go with it, but that's a pretty wide range of outcomes right there.
It is. That's baseball for you. I mean, they've played really, really well against the teams that they're supposed to beat. That Mariners series was always going to be tough because they're going up against 3 really good starting pitchers, and then they ended up facing a 4th really good starting pitcher. And then coming up against the Dodgers, this was always going to be kind of a telling series. And how I kind of approached it is, the Dodgers, Diamondbacks, at least in the last few years, they've been kind of a litmus test for where the team is at. Last year, they had a series in May where they had that crazy game where they came back from down 5 and they were up by 3, and then they blew it. And then that was kind of a telling game in terms of what the 2025 Diamondbacks were like. In 2023, they won 3 out of 4 earlier that season against the Dodgers, and that kind of set them up for a really good first half. And so this is, they got swept at the beginning of the year against the Dodgers. They felt like they should have won at least one of those games. But where they are right now, the starting pitching is really good. The bullpen has been really good. And now they're just looking for a couple of guys to get hot. And if they can do that against some better pitching, this team will be in pretty decent shape.
Alex, we know World Baseball Classic and Erod probably got a lot of confidence from that, and I think he'd be getting a lot more love if there wasn't some historic National League pitchers in the way that they're throwing this year. But how do you explain him going from what he was to now what he is, which is clearly their stopper and their number 1 starter?
Yeah, they're 9-1 in his last 10 starts. It's just pretty remarkable, given where he's been the last couple of years. You can have certain explanations, right? He came into the season in much better shape. He kind of got into better shape towards the end of last year. The pitch arsenal, he's kind of, mixed with kind of how he's attacking hitters a little bit. But he's just been executing in really big spots and kind of keeping runs off the board in kind of high pressure situations. He's had a few starts this year where it's felt like a little bit bend, but don't break, but he's giving them opportunities to win a lot of these baseball games. And you look at him now, it's a 2.24 ERA, 1.36 since the start of May. It's been pretty outstanding and a lot more than, they could have even asked for when they signed him a couple of years ago, even though it took a little bit of a time for him to kind of give back the value that they had seen in him.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, we were looking at the numbers going back. To be fair, this starts with the playoff series in 2023. It doesn't count. The Dodgers went on a nice run against the D-backs at the end of 2023 in the regular season. But since the start of that postseason series against the Dodgers, nobody plays the Dodgers more than the Diamondbacks, and they're basically a 500 team against them. They're 16-17 in their last 33. There's been a lot of turnover in terms of the D-backs roster in that time. So what do you attribute that? I don't want to call it success because it's basically hovering around 500, but when you consider what the Dodgers are, to play that many games against them and basically be splitting with them, what do you attribute that to?
Yeah, you mentioned the turnover. There is and there isn't, right? Because a lot of the core members of that 23 team are still there. They're the younger guys like Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo and Gabby Moreno and, Ketel Marte still there. They brought back Sewald. They brought back Merrill Kelly. It's a lot of the guys who were competing with them in that playoff series. And I think they gained a lot of confidence against that team in particular during those playoffs, I would think, because, before the 2023 season started, what was their record over the past handful of seasons against the Dodgers? It was
not good.
It was, not good. We don't have to bring up the number, but it was not good. But then they come out and they played well against them during the regular season. I think they got swept by them in August of that year, if I remember correctly. Yep. But otherwise, they had played really well against them that season. And then to go and sweep them, I think there's, there can be kind of a stigma with playing like the big bad team, the 2-time defending champions, and kind of going into it with a certain mindset. I think the Diamondbacks are, I don't know if comfortable is the right word, but they're confident in themselves enough to where maybe it's not as big of a deal, or the games don't feel quite as big as maybe they would otherwise.
Alex, the young guys, we saw Tommy Troy hit his first home run last night, and then he bunts late and scores another run. So Fernandez, Waldy, Lawler's going to be back soon. Troy, they've combined for 89 games and 270 at bats. Can they continue to rely on these guys at this level and win at a high level?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's always tough with young guys. Like, we see kind of the peaks and valleys. We saw it with, Jose Fernandez. Like, he was so critical to what they were doing in April. He was so good. And guys come back from injuries, you have to adjust roles. His playing time goes down a little bit, and he's been kind of struggling while not in an everyday kind of a role. And we'll see what happens when, Jordan Lawler comes back and Lourdes Gurriel comes back and what exactly the playing time is going to look like. It's a good problem to have, but they're still going to have to figure it out. Kind of the, keep the guy up here because he is one of our 13 players, or do you have, better opportunities getting them everyday playing time somewhere else? All that stuff is going to be under consideration. But the way that they're playing, I would say kind of the hard work that they're putting in behind the scenes and kind of getting advice from, the Nolan Arenados of the world. Tommy Troy didn't make that catch yesterday, but kind of him and Waldschmidt in the outfield just kind of throwing their bodies around. And I think the bunt also kind of signified like, okay, he's kind of doing the things that this organization wants to see out of its young athletic players. So yeah, you never really want to go into a season being like, if our rookies are really good, we're going to be really good. But they can certainly be very additive. And I think so far they have been.
Talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, trade deadline's, it's still a ways away. It's still 2 months away, certainly. But, we are getting to that point where you start to get into June, you get into the All-Star break. Teams, especially in July, are going to really be thinking about whether or not they're buyers or sellers. If the Diamondbacks are in this, a similar spot to where they are right now, the number 2 wild card at the moment, but even if they're a game or two out of a wild card spot or they move up to number 1 and we get closer to the deadline, what in your mind do they need? Because usually teams are looking for starting pitching or bullpen help. Is that still something they would just double down on, or do you think it's more of a bat?
I think a left-handed power bat for the middle of the lineup would be helpful. They just got Pavin Smith. We'll see. We've watched the movie with Pavin Smith over the last few years, and he's had trouble staying healthy over the past couple of years as well. Adrian Del Castillo, obviously, he had that opportunity and has had his struggles. Troy called him kind of a feel hitter, and once he kind of gets into a rhythm, they, hoping that he can kind of get going a little bit. But just in terms of like a reliable lefty in the middle of the lineup, because you think about it, you have the top 3 guys, 2 switch hitters and a lefty, and then who are the guys you trust most there? You have Nolan Arenado, you have Gabby Moreno, Ryan Waldschmidt, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Tommy Troy. All these guys are right-handed hitters. Jose Fernandez. And so a little bit of thump from the left side, I think, would probably be the number 1 need for them, especially because, quote unquote, they are getting, a trade deadline acquisition and Corbin Burns coming back for the rotation and, AJ Puck and hopefully Justin Martinez down the road for the bullpen. And so I would say leaning towards the lineup would be my guess.
Speaking of guys coming back, they're starting to get the good news because it looks like Puck is already rehabbing. He's going to be in Reno. Lawler's going to be in Reno by the end of the week. They're going to have to make decisions on these guys. But as good as the bullpen is, you get Puck back, and then we just talked about decisions. Lawler's going to be in there. So how quickly do you think these guys can acclimate, and when will we see them?
With Puck, I think, we're looking at kind of like a mid-June timeline for him. They want to get him 7 or 8 appearances. He's at 3 right now. Tonight would be 4, 5 at the end of this week, a couple more next week. And then, we kind of start looking at it that way. It's always tough when a guy's missed that much time. It's been more than a year since he's pitched in a major league game. It was April 17th of last season, which is crazy. It's been that long. So, obviously there's going to be a little bit of time where he's getting himself back into it. He's not going to be 100% right away. But once he's ready to go, they're pretty clear he's going to go, and they're going to have to make a decision on what they do with the bullpen and how they want to arrange it. Lawler, he's, getting at bats now in the complex league. Obviously you mentioned he's the hope is that he gets to Reno by the end of this week. I would think he's the guy you're going to want to get in there pretty often. This, return to play protocols and all this kind of stuff. But in terms of like a young hitter who was playing well before getting injured, I think you'd want to get him in there and try to get him in some sort of rhythm, and how you handle the playing time with him and Troy and Gurriel. It's going to be really interesting to see, because it's not an easy puzzle, even if it is a quote unquote good problem to have.
Alex, tomorrow's pitching matchup, Zach Gallen against Shohei Ohtani. We were talking earlier, like, if anything, maybe Zach Gallen needs like a start off, and instead he gets the toughest one against the Dodgers lineup facing Ohtani, probably the toughest one you can get in baseball. How concerned are you about what you're seeing from Gallen? Because his month of April was great. Like, that's undeniable. His month of May was terrible. That's undeniable too. And his biggest thing when, a couple years ago was that he was pretty consistent, and now he isn't.
Yeah. I don't know if I've got concern. He's kind of been performing like a 5th starter for the most part, where he's been eating some innings. He's had some ups and downs, which is not what they brought him back necessarily to do. And I'm more curious about him because there's clearly kind of an evolution he's trying to make with, the slider and some of the location stuff with the fastball, but he's going to have to continue to find some new solutions because, the way that he was, attacking hitters last year didn't work, and he found some things towards the end of the season. And this year, I think for the most part, it hasn't worked. His April was pretty good, but a lot of the under the hood peripheral numbers were like kind of red blinking lights. And that showed up kind of in an extreme way in May. So Gallen is obviously a very heady baseball player. He's trying to kind of find these solutions. But for right now, unless he's really dotting up the fastball, pretty perfectly, and getting the swing and miss that he needs to get on the slider and the curveball, it's just a little bit tough because he's just not getting the strikeouts and the swing and miss to get out of the big jams that have kind of haunted him so far.
Alex, always great to talk to you. Thank you so much. We'll catch up again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Alex Weiner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we'll get back into football, specifically the two Cardinals rookies, Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love. I guess they have other rookies, but the two ones everybody's talking about. John has come up with some sort of numbers. I don't know who you outsourced this to, but we're going to play a game with these numbers when we come back. Next, it's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the ninth. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Summer is here, and it's already flying by. Want to make it feel longer? A new national survey finds 56% of people say reading makes summer seem to last. For that endless summer vibe, here's Barbara Hagan, VP of Marketing at Thrift Books.
Reading is one of the few things that really makes you slow down. You're in one story, one page at a time, and that kind of single tasking frees your mind. It's a mental exhale.
The key to reading more in a busy summer is to start small with a goal of 3 pages or 10 minutes a day. Attach reading to a routine like morning coffee. Pick books you enjoy and try reading with others. Shared reading communities like book clubs can make a big difference.
That shared motivation, reading together without pressure, inspired our 500 billion page challenge, a nationwide push to read a little more and get your pages in without any judgment.
This summer, slow down and let reading stretch the season. Join the Thrift Books 500 billion page challenge at thriftbooks.com/challenge.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over over 400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Thanks to Alex Weiner and Charles Davis, who joined us last hour, and Bob Nightingale earlier in the show. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf. We're going to be out of Cardinals OTAs tomorrow.
Nice.
I think, if not the two main storylines, two of the main storylines this season are Carson Beck, how much he plays, what do they have in him, and Jeremiah Love. Is he the potentially generational talent a lot of people said he would be when they drafted him? So you have numbers, potential like projections here. I think we should bring command and control in on this as well.
Yeah, let's all of us
I haven't seen these numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to just throw them out. And what do you want us to do?
Yeah.
Pick over, under, or what?
Yeah, over, under on these whole things. And by the way, I did this through AI, and I think it's remarkably accurate. I think these numbers are remarkably accurate.
You sound like you're getting paid by AI.
No, I'm not. But I think these are pretty good, because when you bring the human element in, you start, I like this guy, I don't like whatever. Okay, so
which is what we're about to do.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, so here is Carson Beck, and I just said I just asked the basic question. What do you think his number is going to be?
Okay.
And I'm going to go through this quick in what it says, and then I'm going to give you the numbers. It says I'll set it the over under at 8 starts. All right. First of all, that's what it says. 8 starts.
Okay.
Talks about Jacoby Brissett, blah blah blah, multiple NS, blah blah blah, and then it says so here it is. Games played, it says 10. Games started says 8
for Beck.
Okay. Passing yards 1,950. So if you're gonna start 8 games, you're around 200 yards a game. Touchdown passes 12, interceptions 10, completing 62.5% of his passes, and a quarterback rating of 82, and 2 rushing touchdowns. So again, 8 games started, 10 games played. 2,000 yards passing, 12 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 82 rating.
Okay, so what do you want us to go over under on? Because that was 8 different numbers.
No, but do you think he's going to be better or worse than that? Because, that's not great, but if you're telling me that a third-round pick started
8 games. First of all, we can start with the games. 8 started games, 10 in. Is that enough in your mind to evaluate him?
To play more.
I'll make it easy.
Go ahead.
Okay. I've got him over on everything there, including interceptions.
Better or worse. Better or worse, whatever. Better or worse than that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have him over and better. I think that he'll throw for more yards, complete more passes, start more games. Because I have him starting the entire season for them if he stays healthy. So, and I think with that, starting more games, he'll throw like 12 to 14 interceptions because we did see that he was a bit turnover prone in college. And, you know, he'll force it in there a little bit. And, you know, I that's fine. 12 to 14 interceptions is fine. I'm not going to complain about that. So, yeah, I'll make it easy. All of those over.
Yeah, I don't think the Cardinals would mind if it was only 8 starts. I think it needs to be more. But if you're going to say 8 starts, I'm not even sure he hits 2,000 passing yards. I don't know how much this team's going to throw, and I don't know how much they're going to have him throw, if you know what I mean. So
but if they're behind or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they might be behind in some of these games. That's a good point. You had 12 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Yeah, 10 games played, 8 games started. 12 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and 82 rating, complete 62.5% of his passes.
I'll say this. I'll be upset if he only starts 8 games because I just don't think you're going to have an answer for next year going into the draft. I think you're going to be there looking around saying, well, I don't know, are these guys better than Carson Beck? How could you ever know? And it's like, yeah, I get it. No rookie is ever a given. But, I mean, we're supposed to be set up for something real special next year as far as if you want to get a franchise quarterback. And we can all play the devil's advocate game right now and be like, well, you could say that every year, except when we get 2 years from now and 4 teams got good quarterbacks and we're still trying to figure out if Carson Beck's good or not. So I need to see more than 8 starts.
So let me just put this in really quick perspective. An 82 quarterback rating, you know how bad Geno Smith was last year for the Raiders? Geno Smith had an 84 quarterback rating.
Yeah, 82 is not great, but
that's pretty low.
It's better than somebody we were talking about the other day, and I'll figure that out.
League average now is 91 for quarterback rating, and they're saying it's an 82. So the only good thing that comes out of that, if that's the year that Carson Beck has, is that you know that you're drafting a quarterback in 2027.
J.J. McCarthy. That's who it was better than. It's J.J.
Oh, wow. He was in the 70s, right?
Man, he was that bad? Wow.
Nine basically had a 9 quarterback rating.
It was terrible.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
Rick, if you could only have one sound bite to take with you, like if engineering came in here and they're like, sorry, we got to wipe all these out, you can keep one. Is that the one you'd keep?
Oh, that's tough.
Okay.
Because I also really like
playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
And, this one's good, too.
We're talking about practice, man.
That's really good.
But I feel like you'd still hear those, too, because everybody plays those. I never hear the 9 one.
Actually, you know what? I think this would be the one that I would keep.
Okay.
Over and over and over and over and over and
yeah.
Over and over and over and over and over.
Okay, so is everybody going over?
Over and over and over and over.
Marshawn's going over and over and over and over.
Also, anything Jerry Jones.
Yeah, you should get to keep the Jerry Jones ones regardless.
Over in all those numbers?
Yeah, I'm going to go over just because I'm with Rick. I don't know if he starts week 1, but he plays more than 8 games. And he starts in more than 10.
All right, and you think he's going to play better than that? An 82 rating,
I don't know about
touchdowns,
better. I don't know about, I'm saying, I think he'll go over in the I think he'll play, I don't know, let's say 10 starts. I do think they're going to give Jacoby or Gardner Minshew a longer leash than we all want at the start of the year. I think they're going to. I hear what Rick's saying. Wolf's been saying the same thing. Just start him week 1. I don't hate that. Or even if you don't start him week 1, start him by week 3. I think they're going to wait till like week 6, 7, 8, whatever before they start him. And I do think he's going to turn the ball over. So yeah, I'll still say over on everything, but just barely. And I don't know about the quarterback rating being over. I think that's.
Yeah.
I might actually go under.
Really accurate.
I'd go under on the quarterback rating.
Also, I think with the starter, I think it's going to be either Jacoby or Carson. I think if there's a scenario in which Jacoby holds out or you trade him, whatever the case is, I don't think Gardner Minshew would start. I think if Jacoby's not there, it'll be Carson.
Okay. That's an interesting take. I'm going to go under on the quarterback rating for sure. And let me give you the guys that had 82 or under last year, okay?
It's ugly.
Jameis, Davis Mills, Dylan Gabriel. But like Cam Ward, I thought Cam Ward showed promise last year. He had an 80 quarterback rating. I don't think Beck's going to be better. Yeah.
Better.
Phillip Rivers. Remember Phillip Rivers?
He played against Seattle, though.
Yeah.
In a game, right?
Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, J.J. McCarthy. Yeah, you're right. None of these. Shadur. Pro Bowler Shadur.
But again, you're talking about a third-round pick that not a lot of people were high on. I think it's pretty realistic.
Yeah. I think his quarterback rating will be like 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have Jeremiah Love, but we're running out of time. Do we want to do Jeremiah Love next, or want to fit it in?
Let's fit it in. We'll fit it in this show.
We'll fit it in
somewhere
because the Jeremiah Love one's really good. I got to be honest.
You buried that one.
I should. But Carson back. I thought we'd start with Carson.
Yeah, we'll get to Jeremiah Love here at some point in the next 45 minutes.
Okay,
let's do that.
All right, because I think the projections on Jeremiah Love, just to tease a little bit, are really high.
All right, let's do that. And then, let me read this read first. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. All right, when we come back, we'll get you the Jeremiah Love numbers. And how much can A.J. Puck really help the Diamondbacks right now when the bullpen's pitching as well as it is? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. We've all seen it. Take a shortcut now, pay for it later. Some companies use cheaper parts and skip steps you'll never see. But I promise you, you'll feel those shortcuts later. At Precision Air and Plumbing, every installation comes with a full 10-year workmanship guarantee. Because doing it right the first time is how we do business. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full preview. Game 1 NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. That and a lot more. Starting at 6, Kellen Olson in for Beck here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Wolf and Luke, John Lund is in for Wolf. Before we get into baseball, give us the Jeremiah Love numbers.
I like these numbers, by the way. Okay, so AI says this. 255 rushing attempts, which might be a little high.
Okay.
But get this, 1,285 rushing yards.
Jeez. Okay.
11 rushing touchdowns. Now, here's where I think it gets interesting. Receptions, 42. 365 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. So total yards of 1,650, 1,285 on the ground, and 14 total touchdowns, 11 rushing, 3 receiving.
Give me the – okay, so I'm going to take the under on – all of those rushing numbers. And I'm super high on Jeremiah Love, but I don't think they want to give him that many carries. Right now, they do still have 4 running backs.
Right.
I'm using Bijan Robinson's rookie year as kind of a baseline. He rushed for 976 yards. So I like Jeremiah Love a lot. I don't know that he's going to rush for 1,285 yards. So give me the under on carries and rushing yards. You said 11 rushing touchdowns. Probably take the under on that, too. I think he's going to have a good year, but I don't know if they're going to give him the ball that much. But give me the receiving numbers again, because I might go over on those.
Yeah, 42 catches for 365 and 3 more touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm going to take the over on all those.
Yeah, because, I mean, if you look at what Bijan's doing, what Gibbs is doing, what McCaffrey's doing, I mean, those guys are all in, like, the 70s, 80s, and they're, 700-800 yards, and I think that's a big part of what they want to do.
Bijan's going to be the exact number. They're not the exact same running back, but his rookie year numbers are going to be the ones I'm really using as a comp because he literally had Tyler Algier there.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be – I think we're going to see Jeremiah Love be a big part of the offense, maybe the biggest, but they've got 4 running backs. I think they may use Tyler Algier and James Conner more as like the battering ram running backs and throw to Jeremiah Love out of the backfield more.
So, again, guys, 1,285 rushing, 11 touchdowns. 42 more catches and 3 more touchdowns, 1,650 yards, 14 touchdowns. Where are you guys at?
Under.
Under on everything?
Under, yeah, on everything.
Everything.
The touchdowns, yards, rushes, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I am under rushing wise. Like, I think he'll be under those numbers rushing wise. But receiving wise, I definitely think he'll be over on receptions and yards. I don't know about the touchdowns because running backs just don't score that many touchdowns receiving wise. But yeah, I definitely think that he'll be under because they just have a crowded backfield. Unless somebody gets hurt, and then they could really rely on him more.
I'd go one step further. I don't want them giving him 255 carries this year.
255. I mean, Larry Johnson once ran for like
that's not a good. Larry Johnson, they ran him into the ground.
But a lot nowadays is about 300. Like even the top backs get about 300 carries.
Yeah,
and that's a lot.
I think 250 is fine, but I'm not necessarily sure he will get to that point.
Well, 1,285 rushing yards would have put him 6th in the NFL last year,
and that's about 5 yards a carry.
Like that's more than Jahmyr Gibbs had last year. So. And he played every game.
Yeah, I think they're going to run it a lot. I think that they're going to split it a little bit more than what people think. But I think he'll catch more than 42 balls. That's about 3 a game. I think he's going to catch more than that.
Jamal, you look like you had something important to say.
Well, and I never have anything important to say. That's
okay. Jamal, you look like you had something to say.
Yeah.
Did you get a big text message that you missed? 3 years ago.
What's a text message? I'm not sure.
What is that?
Not sure I know what that is.
You should just on Christmas Eve sit there and read through all of them and respond to people from 8 years ago.
Hey, I saw that you wanted me to come out with you in 2023. If you still want to go out, we can.
If you're still there waiting, I'll be there.
And this might be a hot take. I think Tyler Algier will start the year and quite possibly end the year as running back one.
Ooh,
I think he's going to be the number. I mean, because you brought him in, and then obviously you want to give Jeremiah Love as many touches as you want to, but I think that's something that they're going to ease him into being that bell cow.
Yeah, I think I just don't see.
I strongly disagree with that. He's going to be their starter.
He's got to be.
Yeah, he's going to be there. He was their number 3 pick. Come on.
The bell cow though thing. I don't see Mike LaFleur wanting to look at his offense last year. Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. I don't see Jeremiah Love as the workhorse 300 carries. We're gonna run
unless he's just so good because you look at the 49ers and it is different, but Kyle Shanahan can't get Christian McCaffrey off the field because he's so good.
Yeah.
And he's constantly saying, we got to rest him, we got to rest him, we got to rest him.
But they're contending for playoffs.
No, they are.
Stuff too.
But I'm just saying, if he comes out of the gate and he's awesome, then kind of all things are changed. Although what you could do is, like you're saying, you could throw it more to him and not batter him through, running inside.
Yeah, I just think he's going to be more of the explosive back where it's hey, maybe Jeremiah Love has 108 rushing yards in the game and Tyler Algier has 62, but Algier had 15 carries and Jeremiah Love had 10. You know what I mean? I think he's good, but he also had 9 catches or something. I don't know. I just think he's going to be more of as a rookie. We're just talking about as a rookie.
Yeah.
I just think he's going to be more of I agree with what Jamal is saying as far as easing him in, but I do think he'll be RB1. I just don't know that there is going to be that much of a distinction in terms of touches between him and all these other guys.
You just used the key term, by the way. In the NFL right now, it's about touches. How many times can I get the ball in your hands? And when you look at 255 runs plus 42, so you are around 300. So again, do some quick math. That's 18 to 22 touches a game. And that's what I think the Cardinals want to do. Or we can just make it easy. Let's just say 20 touches a game, no matter how you get him. I think that he has to have 20 times where he's touching the football.
Yeah, if you want him to impact the game enough, you got to give him enough touches. I just think some of those can be out in the open field where he's not taking 8 hits from 8 different directions. To the Diamondbacks bullpen, this is a rapidly becoming more relevant question. That's how you say things in English, right? I feel
Well done.
AJ Puck is. It doesn't sound like he's that far away from coming back. They want to get him about 7 appearances. He's going to have 3. He's getting a couple more in this week. AJ Puck, lest we forget, these were his numbers when he came over to the Diamondbacks. Okay, so that was 2024. He came over mid-season. He delivered a 1.32 ERA. He allowed 4 earned runs over 27 in the 3rd innings. Now, you might say, wow, that's really good. Okay, let me go deeper on that. 3 of those runs came in the last game of the season. So when he came over from the Marlins, he gave up 1 earned run in 27 innings. That was the run. And I know they didn't make the playoffs, but they did win 89 games that year, and A.J. Puck stepped in. 1 earned run over 27 innings is what? That's a 0.33 ERA off the top of my head. So we are talking about a guy, and there's never any guarantees he's going to come back and just suddenly be that guy. When I say bullpen pitchers are volatile, that even applies to A.J. Puck, although I think he's one of the more consistent ones. But I don't expect him to have a 0.33 ERA, but I do expect him to be good. And yet, how much does that – it helps, but how much better does it make the Diamondbacks right now? Because most of their bullpen is pitching well. You're just adding a strength to a strength. Now, this could all flip tonight. I get that. It's obviously going to help to have A.J. Puck back, but how quickly are we going to see results in terms of wins and losses because they have a really good bullpen right now?
Well, and here's this. It's not a scary part. It's a good problem to have, and it's kind of like with some of these guys coming back hitting, it's the same way. But Taylor Clark, in his last 14 games, hitters are hitting 108 against him.
Yeah.
Ryan Thompson, in his last 11 games, has an 0.90 ERA, 1 earned run in his last 10 with 6 strikeouts. So where are you going to put Puck in there? It's not that you're not. It's just these guys are proven, and Torrey's got to win, as we pointed out a little bit earlier. 1 game can keep you out of the playoffs. It's a good problem to have A.J. Puck to be coming back. But these guys are so good who have been going right now and the way the bullpen's going right now, and we're not even mentioning a couple other arms that are in there and Paul Sewald at the end. But how do you, like, the train is rolling down the tracks. How do you jump onto that thing and keep it going? Because it's not like you can say, hey, we're the Giants, just throw them in there, get a few innings. You've got to pitch at a really high level. So Torrey's got an issue to work out. Not a bad problem to have, but his bullpen has been so good. Where do you put Puck? Where does he belong?
It's crazy too, because like we say the bullpen's been so good. The ERA is 3.86, which is fine. It's good. But it feels like it's been a lot better than that. Now, there's a couple blow-up games in there.
Great.
Yeah. I mean, James McCann is included in that 3.86, so you do have to kind of isolate it down to the last month to truly appreciate what the bullpen's been doing. But maybe the fact that, it wasn't as good earlier this season is a reminder how volatile it is. Last year, the ERA was 4.82 for the bullpen, like a full run per 9 innings higher. Like that's significant between the two sides. But AJ Puck is going to be huge to this bullpen. It's just funny that as he's coming back soon, it seems like the bullpen's actually maybe the strength of the team right now. So I mean, there's worse things to have happen. Like this. When we come back, could Aaron Donald come back to the Rams? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to win their second straight game against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Mike Soroka gets the start for the Diamondbacks against Eric Lauer. And Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop between the Hurricanes and Golden Knights is at 5. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Have the San Antonio Spurs locked up the Western Conference for years to come? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
All right, well, yesterday the Rams get Myles Garrett. And the inevitable next question, I told you this as it was happening live yesterday. It was on X, and all of a sudden Aaron Donald's name is trending. Myles Garrett's name wasn't even trending. Aaron Donald's name was trending. So the logical question is he going to come back? There's always posting videos about how great a shape he's still in. Would he retire in 23? I think was his last season. He just turned 35, so it's not like he's like too old to do this. Here's Adam Schefter today.
So I spoke to the Rams yesterday. I'm like, Aaron Donald. They're like, can't afford him. We're out of money. Don't have any more money left. Like, we're already over budget here. Not going to happen. If Aaron Donald wants to take a bunch of incentives, we'd love to have him, but not practical, not realistic. Another team. I said, wait. They said, are the Rams going to sign Aaron Donald? I said, you tell me. They say you could always find more money. I'm not expecting it. I don't think it will happen. The Rams don't think it will happen, but I don't rule anything out, and I leave that door open. I'm not telling it's going to happen, but I think it's open.
Okay, so right there, because the Rams said, we don't have enough money, they shouldn't be allowed to re-sign him. Like, you said you don't have enough money.
Yeah.
So when you magically come up with the money and you're able to do it in September, where was that? What were you just screwing with all of us?
Yes.
We know full well, whoever the other team was that Schefter talked to, you can always find a way. Yeah, you can. The Rams have done this before when they were out there adding Von Miller and guys like that in the middle of the season to win the Super Bowl. I don't for a second buy that garbage of, Aaron Donald, who's that? We don't even know who that is. Like, shut up. You can, if you want to go out there, if he wants to come back, he'll be back.
The salary cap in the NFL, they call it fluid. It's more like a screen door in a submarine. I mean, you can do every single guy on the roster, you can restructure their deal. That's how they're all written. So
on the fly.
Right. So when they say they don't have the money, it just means that they don't want to do it because they can make anything happen.
Or they don't want to publicly be like, yeah, we can give Aaron Donald $15 million a year. And he's like, all right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we want to bring him back, but we want to do it based on incentives and do the if this all comes down to if Aaron Donald wants to come back. If he does, he'll be back.
Right. If he called Les Snead or Sean McVay or whomever he would call and say, I want to come back, in any universe would you ever hear the Rams say no? But thanks, I mean, it was great, but no. Yeah. He's one of the best defensive players, top 3, I think, that I've ever seen, and he's only 35, and he wouldn't have to go to training camp. All he'd have to do is play 20, 25 plays, easier for me to say, but 20, 25 plays, he wouldn't be a full-time guy. And the Rams would pay him handsomely, and he's already in shape. And McAfee called him already, and he said, well, I just have to make sure that the fire is lit. You just got Myles Garrett. You can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you could have
The
won.
fire's lit.
You could have won. Exactly. That's the sound of the fire being
Right.
lit right there.
Like it's
yeah.
going.
It's-
To be honest, I expect him to play.
I do too. I'm not saying 100%.
No, but you were the first one who came up with this yesterday. Like right when this happened, one of the
his
first
name
things
was
out
trending.
of your mouth was Aaron Donald's coming back.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of like, yeah, right. But now we've heard from Aaron Donald. He didn't say no to McAfee. It could all line up. And all these guys, if they can, A, make a little bit more money, B, their wife probably doesn't want him around the house so much anymore. He hasn't figured out something to do yet. Go play.
Well, the thing he's figured out to do is work out.
Right. That's what
so he's in shape. And
Yeah.
it's like, you're not talking about a guy who's like, man, I can't find anything else to do. Maybe I'll run it back. And you're probably going to win the Super Bowl. Hey, you want to come back and just do what you already do, and we'll get you a Super Bowl ring. You don't have to move. You're still in L.A. You're in great shape. They just added Myles Garrett. I mean, I say all this not wanting him to come back, but if I were him, I'd probably come back. And honestly, based on the reaction, when you start to hear weird stuff, like Aaron Donald saying, okay, I got to make sure the fire's lit, I can buy that. I mean, maybe he didn't know they were going to go out and get Myles Garrett until yesterday like the rest of us, so maybe he wants, a little time to see how he feels. But when you hear the Rams, we can't afford another player. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to afford. We may have to cut Matthew Stafford and Puka. Where actually can we start a GoFundMe? When you start just blatantly lying when the situation doesn't call for a lie, that makes me think, okay, you're already doing it.
Right. Plus, we know. Yeah, we all just know. Like if you're at the grocery store and you see this all the time, and little kids are walking around, Mom, can I have this? Mom, can I have this?
Yeah.
Mom, can I have this? And she's like, we can't afford that. You can too. Stop it.
Can't afford that, and you go out and get in like an $80,000
Exactly.
car.
So put that back. We can't afford that. It's like, yes, you can. It's like a box of cookies, man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Wait, it's just little kids that do that? I do that to my dad today. I did that to the other day.
You tell him you can't afford it?
No, well, no,
Oh,
he
you
tells me
ask
that.
for the
No,
stuff?
Yeah, I'm the one asking for the stuff.
That's probably that's the most fun dynamic of going to the store because I don't like going, but you see this kid and he's just constantly just like no.
You're just walking by like, she's lying to you, kid. She can totally
I know,
afford
I
it.
should say that.
Just
Of
keep
course you
walking.
can afford it. God.
Don't lie to your child. You can afford this.
You can't afford those cookies. I get it. Things are expensive.
Here's Mike Brocker's talking about where this could all go.
I would say that I do have some information that might be considered as some knowledge that others might not have. But I'm not going to tell it all. You got to watch more of the Locked On Rams show to get some of that. But I will say this. My guy is staying ready so he doesn't have to get ready. And I'm going to just leave the audience with that so we can get some more viewers on the later show this week. So I'll be discussing if some of that is real or,
I think he just drove me away from watching the show. It took him
God,
47
That's the one
seconds.
guy just kept saying, no. It's like, shut up, man. Your mic's on, dude. No.
Well, I don't know. How do you feel about Mike Brockers for 47 seconds saying, I just want to tell you that I know things that I can't tell you. Like, just tell us or don't. I'm distracted by other things already. I don't want this to be 4 months of, hey, is Aaron Donald coming back in early October? And
then don't watch Screamin' A and all those shows. That's all they're going to do.
That's true. We just finally got an answer on the other Aaron, and now we got to worry about this Aaron for the rest. I would
He's
assume.
coming back.
I would assume he's coming back.
He's coming back. And it's,
if he's staying in shape, as this guy said, although it took me 1 second to say, it took him 47 seconds. If he's staying in shape to come back, what better scenario could you ask for to come back to if you're Aaron Donald? If he's ever even considering coming back, this is the scenario.
Yeah.
You could have a historically great defense potentially. You would return to the best team in the league, and it's in the city you live in.
I'm gonna flip this a little bit. This is actually good for the Cardinals because if they had any illusions of grandeur that thought, you know what, maybe we're gonna have a big year and maybe Carson Beck and maybe we don't need a quarterback. Yeah, you do. Like the difference between the haves and the have-nots in the league right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe has never been greater because what the Rams are, what the Seahawks are, what the Niners are in your own division, And that's not even adding any other teams. And it's not any offense to the Cardinals. It's just the ebb and flow of sports. But it's like, if you're under any illusion that you think, Ian Rappaport, who had to be high when he said they were going to go to the playoffs, like there's just, like you look at the
no
schedule.
way he would say it today.
Playoffs?
See, Rick got his favorite drop in. That conversation must have been like, hey, Ian, give us a team that you think maybe could surprise people. I think the Cardinals. Hey, Ian, say I'm looking over here, and the Rams just went out and traded for Myles Garrett, and Aaron Donald's coming back. Oh, okay, I'll see you.
Have another shot at tequila, insider.
I guess, if anything, this is pushing the Cardinals closer to having a top 5 pick.
Yeah, they've got to be over there. Like, come on. Like, the way we reacted yesterday when it happened, they had to be over there going, come on. Like, are you kidding me?
I still maintain the biggest loser in all this was Jared Verse.
Oh, no doubt.
Has he said anything publicly yet? Do we think he will address the public at all?
I mean, I'm sure he'll have a press conference, and then we'll get to hear him. I'm sure Brown's PR is going to be like, okay, just you might not be happy to be here, but just say hey, you are. Just say hey, you're from Ohio, you're excited to be back in Ohio, and then
Brown's PR is well trained in this. Hey, you might not want to be here, but go out there and make it look like
it's
you do.
It's a form letter that they have. You know what's crazy though?
Just read this.
Yeah, AJ Brown was traded later in the day to New England.
Yeah,
Jared Verse was. AJ Brown's on the field today.
Oh, he's already there.
Like, this is great.
Big smile on his face.
Verse? Like, we have not even
I told you yesterday.
Seen him.
I think this was off the air. I told you if I was Jared Verse, I would report to camp 4 seconds before camp opens.
Jared Verse is still on the jog.
Yeah,
he's just still. He saw it and then just kept running.
Yeah. If they can't get a hold of me, they can't make me show up.
Exactly. He's like Forrest Gump, man. He's gonna run across the country with headphones
Find
on.
him in Alabama.
I don't hear you.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
So, were you trying to call?
Seriously, AJ Brown's in New England doing interviews. He's on the field.
I think AJ Brown was already in New England when the trade happened.
Jared Verse is like, does anyone know?
Jared Verse, I'm no joke. I would show up 4 seconds before camp, and I would live in LA during the week.
He's like, where's Waldo? Like, where is this dude? No one knows.
Half Day Club is back. Lower level D-backs tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Catch D-backs Angels June 17th, D-backs A's July 22nd, or both. Text half to 620-620 for details. When we come back, what are our expectations for Game 2 of D-backs Dodgers tonight? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lundzen for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer is here, and it's already flying by. Want to make it feel longer? A new national survey finds 56% of people say reading makes summer seem to last. For that endless summer vibe, here's Barbara Hagan, VP of Marketing at Thrift Books.
Reading is one of the few things that really makes you slow down. You're in one story, one page at a time, and that kind of single tasking frees your mind. It's a mental exhale.
The key to reading more in a busy summer is to start small with a goal of 3 pages or 10 minutes a day. Attach reading to a routine like morning coffee. Pick books you enjoy and try reading with others. Shared reading communities like book clubs can make a big difference.
That shared motivation, reading together without pressure, inspired our 500 billion page challenge, a nationwide push to read a little more and get your pages in without any judgment.
This summer, slow down and let reading stretch the season. Join the Thrift Books 500 billion page challenge at thriftbooks.com/challenge.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks after last night's game against the Dodgers? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Amazing break. How many practical jokes did we come up with to play on our coworkers during that break?
A lot.
This is gonna be
It's
great.
kind of our thing.
It's gonna be great. Rick, you're immune. Jamal's immune too.
Tomorrow's gonna be amazing.
Nobody else is safe on this one. All right, final segment of the show, and the Diamondbacks are getting ready for Game 2 of this 4-game series against the LA Dodgers. I guess just common sense, logical thinking coming into the series was best chances to win might be the first 2 games when you have Erod out there against Emmett Sheehan, although Sheehan was great last night. Michael Soroka out there against Eric Lauer tonight, because then when you get past this, you've got Zach Gallen, who's been struggling against Shohei, who's been almost unhittable, and you've got Ryan Nelson against and look, Ryan Nelson's been pretty good up until that last start. He struggled against Seattle, and then Justin Wroblewski's been really good for the Dodgers overall this season, although he's had a couple bad outings this month. He gave up 7 against the Braves, and he gave up 5 against Milwaukee. So it's not like he's unhittable. But the way Michael Soroka's pitching this year, you have an advantage in this game. You don't have the lineup the Dodgers do. Nobody does. Mm-hmm. But you have the advantage in terms of starting pitching tonight, and you probably have the advantage in terms of the bullpen right now, too.
Yeah, the way that they're going. Soroka's last 5, 3-1 with a 178. And when he came into the season this year, you've said this before, like he was the 6th guy. Maybe he's the 5th, but probably the 6th, the long guy, whatever. So for him to come out and do what he's done, a 178 over his last 5, I consider him to be their number 2, their second best pitcher right now. 6 earned runs in his last 30. He's just been really, really good. 24 strikeouts over that time as well. So he's been really good. And then in his last 6 home starts, 3-1 with a 157.
Yeah.
So he's been great.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an opportunity, too. If you win this game tonight, you are guaranteeing at least a split against the Dodgers. You are I think you put that Mariners series behind you already just by winning last night.
Yep.
But we were talking about this earlier in the show. Inherently, when you play the Dodgers, if you're a competitive team, if you're competitive with them, and certainly if you beat them, it almost feels like a playoff atmosphere. Like you want to start to really drum up some excitement for this team. I think there already is a lot in this city. I think if you asked Valley sports fans, okay, which team is going to be the next one to make a deep postseason or playoff run, I think most Valley sports fans are so beaten down, they'd be like, if we're talking about 4 years from now. But if you had to pick one soon, it'd be the Diamondbacks. Yeah. And if you can go out there and start winning games where everybody's watching against the Dodgers, that's gonna build that interest up real quick. Again, like I said, if they win tonight, that's an even 500 over their last 34 games against the Dodgers. Put you at 17-17, and it's gonna probably take another effort like last night, where you get great pitching and have to grind out some runs.
Did you say, Rick? Were you at the game last night or no? Or you're going, right?
No, I was at the game last night.
So what was the mix? Because I texted a friend who was at the game and I said, "What's the mix?"
It felt like a high school football game. So and that's kind of how it usually feels. So it was like half of the stadium was Dodgers and half of the stadium was D-backs, and it was like drawn down the middle. And
by dugout, right?
Yeah,
that's
it's like drawn down the middle by dugout, which is crazy.
I feel like it's that way for a lot of teams against the Dodgers, though. I know we get into football season and everybody freaks out. Oh, there's Cardinals home games or road games or whatever. I don't think that's the case here. I just think the Dodgers travel well and they win all the time.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of nice.
They're right down the street, basically.
You're right. And there's so many in there. It's nice when you beat them, too. By the way, not that this is relevant to anything, but I probably saw the worst hat I've ever seen on the broadcast last night. It was a Dodgers hat with Lakers colors.
Oh.
So it was a L.A. Dodgers hat, but it was purple and the L.A. was gold. And I was like,
I don't love that.
Yeah.
I don't like
I probably would have put a lot of ketchup on a hot dog and thrown it down there.
I thought you were going to say it was one of those hats with the foam clapping hands on the front. That would
the
be
guys in front of me, the Dodgers fans in front of me, wouldn't stop standing. And nobody else in the crowd was standing.
That's annoying.
They weren't right in front of me, but I did yell at them to sit down a couple times.
What do you like at games? Didn't you get food thrown at you against the U of A?
No.
Jamal, hold on, Jamal.
No.
I have an answer, teacher.
Jamal, you've been to games with Rick, right?
I have.
Okay.
My favorite game I've been to with Rick is ASU U of A men's basketball this year. And I mean, the whole time, not the whole time, about a majority of the time, he's going back and forth with these U of A people.
I picture Rick as a surly old man at sporting events.
I do too.
Nah, he's definitely vocal about how he feels about that. Sure. And I'm looking over. I'm like, oh my God, are we about to get in a fight?
I would never get in a fight at a sporting event. I would never start one, at least.
Wow, you would finish one.
No, I would not finish one. Like if somebody hit me, I'd walk away and go talk to security.
Right. Well, if you run into
I'm not trying to like get in trouble or get kicked out or whatever.
But didn't you? I thought you told me once that you on the air that somebody threw food at you at a game once. Is that no?
They might have at the U of A football game.
No, somebody.
Because I told them to stop making fun of an injured player. Like I don't like when people make fun of injured players.
That's fair. I'll give you that. Yeah. Jamal, if somebody threw food at you, what were you going to say?
I can't say it on the air.
You would not respond to their text for 8 years.
Yeah, that would be that'd be the ultimate price.
I engage in trash talk, but like I try to make sure that like it doesn't escalate. That's what I'll say.
I think we should take a field trip to a game.
Oh, we have.
But as a show, we should get Rick a ticket to the game, but not tell him we're all going, and we all just sit like 5 rows behind him and just kind of observe him.
Also, it depends on how much I care that night. Like sometimes I'm just chilling.
I would hope you care for D-backs.
But like a Dodgers game.
Yeah, for sure.
You
Like
a game like that.
Yeah.
Some games I'm just there for the giveaway.
This is
I will
be completely honest with you.
The closest time I've ever gotten to any like physical interaction at a game, I was at the 2021 game where the Cardinals and Packers played. That Thursday night, where like Kyler threw it to AJ Green.
Oh, the turnaround game.
I was surrounded by Packers fans, and I said, "Oh my, I don't know."
That can be tough.
Packers fans, though, they're not going to fight you.
They're like the nicest.
They're like
people in the world, aren't they?
They welcome you with open arms to Lambeau Field.
No, like there was some. They're like, because it happened, and I was like sitting in my chair. I was like pissed off. I didn't want to talk to anybody. There was a few that like, "Oh well, you guys are good. You guys are going to be good this season," and then they won like 4 games rest of the year. But
so they lied to you. So you're mad that they lied to you?
Yeah. Well, that, and then there were also dumb Packers fans. Oh yeah, and they're like they weren't in my face, but like.
Those were Seahawks fans pretending to be fans right there.
In disguise.
All NFL fans by that point of the game are all incredibly inebriated, so they're all obnoxious at that point.
Well, and that was kind of a heated game too.
Right.
The way all it did was change the entire direction of the franchise.
That's
It's not
all.
a big deal. It just went from 7-0 to whatever we are now. Where most of our show is talking about the Rams.
Exactly.
That's where we are right now. Thank you so much for that. All right, that is it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Rick, you going tonight?
No, unfortunately.
All right. Or maybe fortunately for the people around you.
I'm really fine.
Oh, okay. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price and possession.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I need a little ranch. Step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. This gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, the Diamondbacks are looking for a second straight against the Dodgers. It'll be this evening from Chase Field. Michael Soroka will take the mound for Arizona. He opposes the veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, the Carolina Hurricanes host Game 1 against the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop will be at 5. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday in Phoenix. John Gambador, Tim Ringer filling in for Burnsy.
Gambo, what's going on?
I got the message today from Burnsy just a little while ago.
It's time to play. Where's Burnsy today?
It is the final day. He sent me a message. He goes, the last night, it's so sad. And he's at my restaurant. I have a restaurant in Rome. I don't really own it, but it's not a tourist place. It's my family always takes me there when I go to Rome. I have 2 cousins that live in Rome. My cousin Alessia and my cousin Chiara. I'm very close with my cousin Chiara. And so they always take me to this restaurant. So I gave Burnsy the restaurant recommendation, and he just sent me a picture of the menu, and he sent me a picture of the wine, and he said the meal was fantastic. I had the veal. Carissa had the pasta with pesto. We shared a bottle of wine. I'm like, it makes my heart happy. But it'll be a little pricey, Mitch. It's a little pricey. But food in Italy is overall it's not like America. It's it is not as expensive. It's much less expensive than
if he
America.
can afford $400 lunches at the Rah Rah Room, he can afford a nice little dinner in Italy.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So he will be on his way back tomorrow. And I always say it's a very depressing time. Like when I leave, I get very depressed. Like the last day, I'm like, oh my God, I get so sad. For me, it's because I got a lot of family there, so I'm always with my family. So but it's always sad for him. So he just said last day, so sad. Sent me a picture of them at the table, the bottle of wine, the meal. So they are on their way back. He'll be back leaving tomorrow. You'll be with me through Thursday, and then Burnsy will be back on Friday. So that's the update there. A month from today, I'll be gone. I'll be in Ireland and Scotland. My daughter's getting married in October, so I'm taking her and her fiance on a little vacation. Before they get married and before life becomes very hectic for them and they can't do these type of things. So maybe one last hurrah. With that, we'll waste no further time. We'll tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Sheehan ready, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, and that's hit out to deep left field. Going back is Call, looking up, and there it goes! First big league home run for Tommy Troy. There is Nolan Arenado, and Sheehan's pitch. Swung on, that's hit pretty well out to deep left center field. Going back is Call to the warning track, to the wall, it's gone! The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer, there goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive, out to left field! A tee shot for Marte! It's 4-1 Diamondbacks!
Oh, great job by Mitch putting that montage together. The 3 home runs. The Diamondbacks take down the Dodgers. Last night I was in the clubhouse after the game. I was talking with Troy, and I was there for Erod, and
I saw our guy Ryan Thompson, and everybody was like, "You guys come back tomorrow?" You know, a lot of the PR staff. You guys going to come back tomorrow? Because me and you were on the field yesterday.
I said it all day. I'd go out
led
there all
to a
four.
D-backs victory last night, 4-1 over the Dodgers. Just a terrific game. It wasn't looking good. They were struggling offensively, really struggling. And then, they get behind 1-0. Tommy Troy makes the, I don't want to say an error. It wasn't an error. He whiffed on a ball in left field. He's not a left fielder, but he whiffs on that ball. Freeman then gets an RBI ground out. It's 1-0 Dodgers. Finally, they break through in the 6th inning. It took till the 6th inning to break through. And Tommy Troy, who was on the show with us yesterday, hits the solo home run, makes it 1-1. In the 7th, it was Nolan Arenado, solo home run. D-backs up 2-1. Bullpen does its job. Erod was fantastic. You get to the 8th inning, you're like, okay. Vargas flies out, Barossa grounds out, and an oh my goodness, Tommy Troy with the bunt of all bunts. What a freaking beauty that thing was. Talked to him after the game, and it was on him. He saw it, so the third baseman back, so I had an opportunity there. Got to get Marte up. He lays down that bunt. It gets Marte. There's 2 outs. There's 2 outs. Kid just hit a home run. And he's not thinking, I'm going to hit another home run. I want to get a bunt single to get Marte up. And then Marte, Dreyer, the lefty, Dave Roberts with the big mistake of the game, because Marte is crushing left-handed pitchers. He leaves him in, and Marte hits a 2-run bomb, 4-1. Sewell closes the door, and the D-backs get a very, very important win after being swept by Seattle.
They did, and Taylor Clark officially got the win, part of that bullpen that was fantastic in the later stages of the game. You know, Gambo, you talked about it last week. There was a game, I think it was Game 3 of the Giants series. You said that was your favorite win of the season, not because they played the best, but just the way they were able to,
One of my favorites. It wasn't the best one, just one of my favorites to be able to close that out. Yeah,
I kind of feel a little bit like that in regards to last night.
Yeah.
Now, it's easy to say that because you beat the Dodgers in a game, you're coming off a 3-game losing streak. But I think you mentioned it, the offense for 5 innings was doing nothing. Sheehan had him fooled. I mean, they had 1 hit, and on the heel. Normally that's baseball.
Yeah, the Corbin double in the first inning. After that, they just couldn't get any hits.
They couldn't get any hits. But also, remember, it's coming off the heels or on the heels of a 3-hit Saturday and a 3-hit Sunday in Seattle. So you're wondering right now if this team's offense is totally in the tank. Plus, let's not forget who they're playing, a team that came in winners of 14 of their last 17. And you just kind of had the feeling there in the 5th inning, like, okay, if the Dodgers put a couple on the board here, this game is probably going to go into the L column. But certainly, Rodriguez was fantastic. We'll talk more about him next segment.
Yeah, so good.
But he kept them at bay, and they gave that offense an opportunity to finally. The D-backs only had 5 hits.
Only
last
5
night.
hits. Yeah.
I mean, remember we talked about this yesterday as well. Sometimes it's not how many you get. It's when you get them, and not only when you get them, if they leave the park, that's even better.
And this is a team that doesn't hit a lot of home runs. They're like 26th in Major League Baseball. They're not good. They don't have a masher. So then you get 3 to 2 solo home runs. You get the lead. You're still worrying about it. And then Tommy Troy, just unbelievable bunt. What a great bunt by him. And it was funny because we're in the clubhouse and he was leaving. It's like, yeah, you're not you can't leave. Like, dude, he was gone. Like somebody had to go get him. Like he doesn't know. The people are going to want to talk to you after you hit a home run and get the bunt single. So
it's like Larry Fitzgerald getting fined $15,000 as a rookie because he tried to leave the locker room.
Yeah, well, Larry always used to have everything set up. Like he'd run out and they'd have his sandals and his towel and everything ready to go. Be like, okay, you got 4 minutes. Take a quick shower and get out of here before the media comes in. And he eventually got ratted out about it and had to pay a fine.
Yeah, but what was interesting about Troy's comments after the game in the clubhouse? He said when it came to the bunt, he saw an opportunity. He knew it would either be foul or be a hit, so why not take a shot at it? But what was really interesting to me anyway is that this is an organizational thing. The D-backs minor league coaches and instructors have been working on the younger players by doing exactly that.
Great.
He said he did it all the time in Reno. I think Miguel Montero was down there helping him do that. So
Miggy.
This is something that,
Did Miggy ever lay down a bunt?
From an organizational standpoint, that they felt was important, and it paid off because obviously it got Marte to the
plate.
dish, and he hit that one out about 112 miles an hour.
Well, how do you keep a lefty in and that's just them, like they're just stuck in their ways. Like he had faced 3. Dreyer had faced 3, but right, that's what it is. We're the Dodgers.
We're the Dodgers.
This guy's got good numbers against lefties.
Our guy will win.
Marte is crushing lefties right now. He's punishing left-handed pitching. And then Dreyer had faced 3 batters, right? He comes in and he gets Vargas to fly out, Barros to the ground out. And then after Tommy Troy's bunt single, you could take him out of the game. And you could say, I don't want a lefty facing Marte. He leaves Dreyer in, ball game. Ketel Marte crushes that thing and the game was over.
And that was a flat out 3-iron that Marte hit. I mean, he went low and he drove that thing. Gambo, here, real quick, here's Torrey talking about how they grinded out that win last night.
Want to come out and set a tone and win the first game of a series. We got them for 4 days, and I couldn't be more proud of this group. We were grinding through some early innings, maybe a little bit of a hangover from the trip up to Seattle. Sheehan had some really good stuff, but we kept hanging in there. We kept fighting. Overall, this day was set up by Erod and finished by some really heady, smart baseball plays. Great defense in center field by Barossa. Just a lot of little things went right for this ball club, and that's how we like to win our ball games.
Yeah, Matt, you mentioned that Troy, it wasn't an error. And again, he just
misplayed it. He just misplayed it.
He almost overdove it.
Kind of whiffed on it.
But we had Troy on before the game live out there at Chase Field, and yeah, he hasn't played a whole lot of left field, and now he's being asked to do it because he's a great athlete.
Yeah, he's a second baseman.
And he says he can do it and he can handle it, and that's when you play with that kind of fire, you're going to have mistakes like that. Did Barossa get the greatest jump in the world on it? I don't know, but you know what? Troy certainly made up for it, not only with the bunt that we've been talking about, but obviously with the game time.
Do we have
home
to cut
run.
on Lovello talking about him? Because, I asked Lovello after the game, we got a young kid like that, and he makes a mistake, like early in the game. But instead of letting it, fester and, kicking himself and being down because it led to a run, it might have cost the team the game, and he comes back, he hits a home run, and then he gets a bunt single. And so he was the catalyst for what they needed. I mean, that home run tied it at 1-1. It gave them some life. I did ask Lovello about that after the game because he had made the mistake just whiffing on that. Again, not an error, but misplayed that ball by Paez in the third inning, ends up being a double, and he ends up scoring on an RBI ground out by Freddie Freeman.
Well, we don't have the Torrey bite, but Tommy Troy after the game talked about the environment out there last night. This is pretty good. A short one. Playing in front of a split crowd. I tell you, there were a lot of Dodger fans out there.
They were very quiet last night.
Right? There wasn't a whole lot
I was there. They were very quiet.
But they were there, and that'll probably be the case for the rest of the series. There's no question about that. But Troy had this to say real quick about playing in front of the split crowd.
It's cool. It's honestly cool. It's like half and half almost. Like in the game, I have people chirping me in left field. It's a great energy. It's really fun. I had a great time today.
All right, D-backs get the win against the Dodgers, but you know what? They don't get that win without another outstanding starting pitching performance. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the ninth. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Doesn't come around very often, but at Sanderson Ford, this is a great time. Employee pricing, you pay what they pay. American value for American values at Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. It is America's most awarded Ford dealership, and it's where I've been shopping ever since I moved to the Valley. You know who first told me about Sanderson Ford? Al McCoy, first person to ever tell me about Sanderson Ford, the late great, told me about it. I've been shopping there ever since. My good buddy Luis Gonzalez also shops at Sanderson Ford for him and his family. Selection, the way you get treated, nobody's hounding you the second you get there. It's about honest, fair pricing. For over 70 years, they do it the right way. So if you want to be treated the right way when it comes to purchasing a vehicle, you've got to check out Sanderson Ford. You'll notice the difference right away. Great selection of cars. You can shop online at sandersonford.com. The Maverick, the Ranger, the F-150, they've got it all, including the Escape, the Bronco Sport, the Explorer, the Expedition, and the Ford Mustang. Online at 51st, visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 Mystery Bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know that pile by the front door. Backpacks, cleats, water bottles, shoes kicked off in every direction, and that's just Monday. What if every kid had their own spot? Hooks, cubbies, a place for every uniform, every bag, all ready to grab and go. Space Solutions is family-owned. We've got busy kids, too. That's why we build custom landing zones designed for real families. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Arizona, when it's time for a new ride, there's only one name you need to know. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Big trucks, bold SUVs, hybrids, electric, all in stock, all ready to roll. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, you're not guessing on price. You're getting competitive deals, a massive selection, and a team that actually makes it easy. Upgrade the family ride or step into a truck that gets real work done. Either way, you're doing it with Tim Hovic. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, Val Vista and the 202 in Gilbert, or shop anytime at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
D-backs Dodgers Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
And the 3-2 pitch from Eduardo Rodriguez. On the corner, strike three called, and a third challenge coming by Rojas. He is confident, is Rojas. And wrong. Inning over, strikeout for Erod. It's a 1-2-3-4, and we go to the bottom of the fourth inning.
That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So the fourth inning, Erod's on the mound. He leads. Smith lines out. Muncy strikes out. Rojas is up. And, you know, with 2 strikes on him, they call it strike 3. He taps. I want to challenge. Okay, it's a ball. They do it again. Call it a strike. No, it's a ball. He taps his head. Then he throws another strike. This one, Rojas challenges it. I think that's a ball. And it actually hit. Now, the ones that missed were like 1/10 of an inch. They show zero. Is that what it is? 1/10 of an inch? 0.1? I'm not really good at math, but they like it was so close. Like, you can't blame the umpire. It's like it is right there. But the first one missed by 1/10 of an inch. The next one missed by 1/10 of an inch, and the other one was right there. He was painting that corner. He was painting it like he was Bob Ross. Had a happy little tree right here. And the first two, they had to reverse it. I think Erod talked about this. I don't know if you have the sound of Erod talking about this.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Yeah, let's listen up.
What'd you make of the whole Rojas ABS
situation there?
I mean, that's something that, I was little, I'm laughing right now because I take the advantage and I end up winning it, but I don't know, that was something crazy. I never see something like that, I missed 2 pitches, but I don't know how you guys call it, because that's not an inch, right? That's less than an inch. 0.1. I'll never see that before, and I throw back-to-back perfect pitches right there. He challenged, that's good on him. That's really good eyes if he ended up calling both back-to-backs, and I throw the last one, and I see him tapping on the helmet, and I was like, no, man, this guy's have to one more time, and then to go my way, and I take it, but that was, I feel like, especially with him in Venezuela too, was something, and it had Gabby behind the home plate, which is like, he got me too sometimes, because sometimes he grabbed the ball really well, he framed it so perfect that I'm thinking it's a strike, and then I see behind there and it's a ball. It's like, I just literally go like, damn, Gabby, you got me on this one, but that was special. That was really good to have fun with it.
He was outstanding. Eduardo Rodriguez was outstanding. 5 wins, 1 loss on the season with a 2.24 ERA. Somebody in the media huddle asked him last night, is this the best you've felt? And he said yes. Like he said, this is the best I felt. The other thing that I noticed, and I care a lot about this because a lot of times it's up to your bullpen to win or lose a game for you, and sometimes you get no decisions. They've won 9 out of his 12 starts. So they've won 9 out of the 12. That's impressive. That's ace-type stuff when you can go on the mound and your team wins the games. A matter of fact, and I'll give you an example, the first 2 games he pitched this year, they lost. The team lost. They lost to the Dodgers 3-2. He was really good. He only gave up 1 run. They lost to the Braves 2-0. He was really good. He pitched 7 innings. He gave up no runs. So the first 2 starts for Erod this year, he was great. He didn't give up any earned runs. And the team lost both games, 3-2 to the Dodgers. No earned runs against the Dodgers. 1 run, no earned runs. No runs in 7 innings against the Braves. They lost both. So since then, they have won 9 out of the last 10 starts that he has made. 9 out of 10. They beat the Mets. They beat the Orioles, the White Sox, the Brewers, the Pirates, the Mets, the Rockies, the Giants, the Dodgers. That's freaking impressive.
He's the undisputed.
That's impressive.
He's the undisputed ace of the team right now. And he's clearly heading to the All-Star game in July. I think that's indisputable. And this is the kind of guy that you thought you were getting when you gave him the $80 million deal after that 2023 season in Detroit. In Detroit, he was 13-9 that year, but the ERA was really good, 3.30. He had 26 starts that year in 2023, and the D-backs said, okay, this can be a guy that maybe not will be our ace, but certainly could be an anchor in the middle of that rotation. And it was rough sledding. I mean, he was basically a 500 pitcher his first couple of years in Arizona. Just wasn't that great. In fact, Gambo, at the beginning of the 2025 season, and this is what I kind of want to get into here, he was overweight. And
very.
He came in about 256 pounds at the beginning of last season.
Yep.
This season, he obviously rededicated himself. We saw a dominant pitcher in the WBC.
Shocked at how skinny he looks. Not skinny, but just normal. Like, He doesn't look like a fat guy. He looks normal.
He lost 30 pounds, okay, give or take a few. But it's not just cosmetic. It's about feeling better. And now, lo and behold, wouldn't you know it, the velocity on his fastball is as high as it's been in his entire career. In fact, he said that. Okay, the gun says it because the fastball normally is around 92. Last night it was 93.5. And he says this is the best he's felt with his fastball all season. I'm going to guess maybe in a few seasons.
I mean, I will say, like, that's the best I ever feel when it's possible. If I remember a day like that was probably the WBC against Team Dominican. That was the last time I feel like that with the fastball. So,
what do you think?
I mean, like I said, like the best I feel with the fastball, you probably see on the numbers and everything, but like I say, like feeling really good body-wise, everything. So I got to take advantage of it and just keep doing it,
I mean, darn near every start is a quality start. As you said, every time he takes the mound, he gives us a chance.
And they didn't have any quality starts against Seattle. He comes back and he gives them a quality start.
The ERA is now 2.24 on the season. Again, the fastball velocity is up, and he's. I mean, is he dominant? I don't know.
Yes,
we go that far. Well, you would.
Yeah,
I would say
think he's been dominant,
close to dominant, but
he's got a 2.24 ERA.
Certainly, really, really, really good, and heading to the All-Star game in 2026.
If I look at pitching leaders and I look at ERA, let me see if I can do this on the fly here. Player pitching, and you go to ERA. You've got okay, this is really impressive, right? So in Major League Baseball, he's top 10. In the National League, he's 5th in ERA. Christopher Sanchez is first. Jacob Mizorowski is second. Chase Burns is third. Chris Sale is fourth. Erod is fifth. He's top 5 in the National League. Top 5 in the National League in ERA at 2.24.
Remember when he signed, it was a really big deal. But over the last couple of years, there's been so much attention on Gallen, how he's pitching, how he's not pitching, how Merrill Kelly is pitching, Kelly getting dealt, Burns getting signed, the young guys fought Nelson. Are they going to make it? Are they going to not make it? Like, Erod the last couple of years has kind of been a forgotten guy among the fan base and among the media. And he was just kind of okay. He was just kind of there as a number 3 starter. And, he's doing all right, probably not worth the money. But this year he's elevated his game, and I think the way he's handled his physical conditioning probably has gone a long way to that. I mean, hey, listen, you're a professional athlete. You're making $20 million a year. Yeah, get in shape, especially if it helps you pitch better.
Yeah, especially when somebody's giving you $80 million. Yeah, get in shape.
Get in shape, and he did exactly that. And now they got him not only for the rest of this year, they got him again next year.
Hey, real treat for you ASU fans at 3:45 today. I've been talking back and forth with Jake Hildebrand, the outstanding 6'5", 273-pound tackle out of Chandler Basha High School who committed to Arizona State, one of the highest-ranked recruits that's ever stayed home for ASU. He's going to come on the program at 3:45. So for you ASU football fans that want to see the best players stay home, ASU got Jake Hildebrand. He's going to come on the show at 3:45, talk about his decision to stay home and be a Sun Devil. So I'm looking forward to that. Josh Sweat, post-June 1 rumors flying everywhere. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One of the best things I ever did for myself was go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I got the incredible LASIK surgery done there. K-Ray got the clear lens exchange. Kevin Ray went to Dr. Jay Schwartz and got the clear lens exchange, and nobody does a better job of helping you and your family with their eye care needs than the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and that is Dr. Jay Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Ready to help you right now is the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You can go there for glasses or contact lenses, knowing that you're going to get the best care possible with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The latest advanced technology when they give you a thorough eye exam. Not stuff that's 10 or 15 years old. The most accurate readings out there to make sure you get the right glasses and contacts and readers for you. But they also help with people that have dry eye. It's a very dry climate in Arizona. And a lot of people move here and end up with dry eye. You don't know what to do. You just can't keep putting drops in your eyes 100 times a day. Well, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can solve that problem for you. Just call 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Game 2 of this 4-game set with the Diamondbacks and Dodgers. Tonight from Chase Field, Diamondbacks are looking for a second straight win. Michael Soroka will be the man tasked with starting things off for Arizona. He'll go against veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, we got Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Carolina Hurricanes will host Game 1 against the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit WGU.edu and enroll today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full preview. Game 1 NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. That and a lot more. Starting at 6, Kellen Olson in for Vic here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're in June. We are in June. Crazy.
Today's 602 day, by the way.
What is...
June 2nd. Area code of most Phoenix-based phone numbers.
Is that a thing?
Yeah. There's
602
discounts.
day?
The Diamondbacks, for example, $6.02 tickets for the upcoming Angels series.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's also a very important day in Italy. We're celebrating 80 years of being a republic in Italy today. It's a big day.
How about that? There you go.
Yes, I think Burns was even sending me a picture there's some special day going on or something in Italy, and it's like the Republic Day. So 80 years ago, women got voting rights. It was 80 years ago today. Women got to vote in Italy. So it's like a big day in Italy celebrating 80 years, and it's 602 day according to Mitch here. So 602. It's also now that we're out of the post June 1 stuff, it's also when you're seeing these trades in the NFL go down. You're seeing the Myles Garrett trade and for Jared Verse, and you're seeing the A.J. Brown trade to the New England Patriots, and people are looking at Josh Sweat and saying, okay, what's the difference? Well, prior to June 1, any trade that would have had Josh Sweat in it, the Cardinals would have had to eat $22 million in dead cap with only $5.6 million in savings. Let me say that again. Before June 1st, if they traded Josh Sweat, $22 million in dead cap money, 5.6 in savings. After June 1st, the Cardinals only have to eat $5 million in dead cap with $10.8 million in savings. You know, they've already paid him $7.2 million as a roster bonus. That was due in March, on March 20th. Now, the acquiring team, too, would only have to absorb about $10 million between base salary and workout bonuses if you get them. So, you know, you look at a team like Chicago, $11 million in cap space. You could kind of fit that in a little bit. So there is something about, now that we're past June 1st, could Josh Sweat be traded? Now, we have not heard anything from the Cardinals side outside of what I reported in the beginning, is that he missed the OTAs, and it was not something that was injury related, and it wasn't like he called and said, I'm going to take a personal day like LJ Collier did. So it's the only thing we know is he didn't show up. Now, it's voluntary. We've got a day coming up in 6 days where it's mandatory. If he doesn't show up for that, and all eyes will be on that and Jacoby Brissett, well, okay, now we might have an issue here. Meanwhile, there's a ton of teams talking about Josh Sweat. And the interesting thing to me was the rumors with the Packers, because there was one guy that was reporting that the Packers are close to making a trade for Josh Sweat, and another guy who covers the team for The Athletic said, I'm told the GM hasn't even discussed Josh Sweat with anybody. So Jonathan Gannon, the defensive coordinator of the Packers, former defensive coordinator and head coach of the Cardinals, lured Josh Sweat to Arizona. Some people think, you know, the reason he may want to leave is because Gannon's not here. So all our eyes right now are on, is Josh Sweat staying or is he going?
Well, a couple of things at work here. One, Nick Rallis is back, right? So it's presumably going to be pretty much the same scheme. I don't think Mike LaFleur is going to, if he wanted a different scheme, he would have hired a different defensive coordinator. So in terms of Josh Sweat's role in the defense, the fact that Rallis has been retained, that to me takes that discussion off the table. Now, does Josh Sweat not want to be a part of a rebuild? Does he not want to win 3 games this year? And
well, that was Calais Campbell.
Have a rookie quarterback perhaps next year? I mean, I could see him looking at the landscape. I'm in my prime. I don't want to be a part of what they're doing in Arizona. I could see that. Because certainly when he signed with the Cardinals, they were expected to jump into the playoff picture, and he was supposed to be one of the missing pieces as a guy to help them get there. If you're the Cardinals, you already paid him $77.22 million in a bonus. Okay, so that's kind of a big deal, right? You look at what the Cardinals have with Josh Sweat. Not only a guy who got 12 sacks, one of the premier pass rushers in the National Football League, you got him for 3 more years on a pretty friendly contract. So if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you don't want to trade Josh Sweat.
No, it's hard to get those guys.
What, for what, a third or fourth round pick or a third round conditional pick? I understand why teams are calling, because if he's on the table and he's on the market, yeah, let's call up the Cardinals and see what they'd be interested in doing. But if you're the Cardinals, I just don't think this makes sense, considering it's not like you're going to get a second round pick back. At least I don't think that you would. To me, does Josh Sweat want to be here? That's the main question. I'd like to think, and maybe this has already happened.
What if he doesn't want to be here? Do you trade him?
If he doesn't want to be here, well, that gets dicey. To me, I always believe in communication. Now, maybe this has already happened, but to me, Josh Sweat and Mike LaFleur have to sit down in a room and hash this thing out man to man. And he's got to sell Sweat on his vision. Maybe Monty Ossenfort's a part of that conversation as well. And you got to hammer this thing out. And at the end of that meeting, or several meetings, if it's best for Josh Sweat and the organization to part ways, then you trade him and you get what you can get for him. But I wouldn't give up on him that easy just because he's disgruntled that Jonathan Gannon is gone and the Cardinals may lose a lot of games. I want Josh Sweat to be part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And right now he's a part of the problem.
He's 29 years old.
I will keep this in mind. He did miss OTAs last year, so maybe he's just not an OTA guy. I don't know the history in Philadelphia in terms of his participation in OTAs back when he was with the Eagles, but he wasn't here last year for OTAs. So let's see if he shows up on June 8th. He may say, yeah, you know what? I was unhappy when Gannon got fired. He's the reason why I came here, but that's all water under the bridge. I'm ready to go with the Cardinals in 2026.
Yeah, the fuel to the fire is Easton Butler of 247 Sports reported the Packers and Cardinals are working on a trade involving Sweat. But Matt Schneidman of The Athletic is hearing the exact opposite. He said, sorry to rain on the parade, but I'm told Brian Gutekunst. It's like the guy that worked for the Republic. What was his name? Bill
Gutekunst.
Yeah, okay.
Different spelling, but similar
Is that
pronunciation.
like Norwegian or? I gotta look up the what would that be called? The origin of that name.
Oh, the origin.
Anyway,
of the
that he hasn't. So sorry to rain on the trade, but I'm told Brian hasn't discussed a Josh Sweat trade with anyone. Not a thing at this point. So you got one guy saying a trade's close. You got another guy saying it's not. In the story, it says, according to John Gambadoro, Sweat's absence is not injury related. That's all I said. I don't know anything other. I just said it's not injury related. People think there were a lot of guys that missed OTAs because they were injured. This one was not injury related. So that's all I knew. And I put that information out there because that's what I knew. It was not because of an injury. And people are running with this. And now there's all these, the Jaguars can trade from, the Packers can trade from, the Bears can. The Packers make sense because Micah Parsons is coming off the torn ACL. He's going to miss probably a little bit of the season. You don't know how good he's going to be back when he comes back from that. It would make sense, the familiarity with Gannon as a team that has interest in him. But I don't know if there's been any discussions at this point. I've tried to find out as much as I can. I think the key date is we've got to wait 6 more days, and if he shows up for the mandatories, we're okay. If he doesn't, well, this is going to go to a different level if he doesn't show up.
I understand Dallas would love to have Josh Sweat because, like the Packers,
he's a good football player.
They're also trying to replace Micah Parsons as somebody who can get to the quarterback with regularity. I just want Josh Sweat here. I'm sure Monty Ossenfort and Mike LaFleur and Nick Rollis want him here too.
Well, I think the crazy thing is, like, when Bleacher Report did a story, they did a story, and it was 7 teams that should be that should trade for Josh Sweat if the Cardinals make him available. And again, they point to, according to John Gambadoro, Sweat's absence is not injury related. So all these people are taking it off of me just saying that it's not injury related. I don't know what else it means. I'm not. It's not mandatory, but they took that and they ran with it, and they came up with all of these trade ideas. The crazy thing on the trade ideas was that, they're saying the value is a 4th-round pick that could become a 3rd-rounder. Like, that doesn't seem... I'm not trading Josh Sweat for a 4th-round pick. Are you kidding me?
I know, but we went over that.
Look what Myles Garrett... I'm not saying he's Myles Garrett.
He's
but look
not.
what Myles
That's
Garrett
the
just
problem.
got.
I know, he's not. That's the problem.
But he's also really good.
He's also really good.
I'm not saying he doesn't have to be a 1st-round, but he's certainly not worth a 4th-round pick. I'll keep him.
I would too, or even a conditional 3rd-round pick, because what does that really help you in terms, like what the Browns did? That's a move that, while I'm sure they hated
now
giving
and
away,
in the future.
But that's a move that's going to help them in the future.
I think that's a great trade for. We're going to talk about. It's a freaking great trade for them.
It is a
great trade.
I think it's a great trade for both teams. I think both GMs won this one for different reasons, obviously. But a 4th or 3rd-round pick. Now, granted, if you pick a Tyrann Mathieu with that 3rd-round pick, that's great. But chances are those picks are not going to move the meter in a rebuild down the line because you wanted to get rid of Josh Sweat to help that process. Josh Sweat makes you a better football team next year. I understand this. Whether or not Sweat's here or not, I know they're only going to win a handful of games. But, again, he's under contract for 3 more years. I would like to think maybe in year 3 or 4, the Cardinals are in a position to compete again for a playoff bid, and that's where I go back to I want Sweat to be a part of the solution here, not a part of the problem. Now, if he doesn't want to be here and he says, trade me, I'm never coming back, then you got to jump off that bridge when you come to it.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it.
What you would like to do is not have him make that known so your trade value could be a little bit higher. Like, until that's if he says that, now your negotiating point is a little bit weaker. So you'd probably rather... If that's the case, you'd probably rather trade him before that becomes public.
That's why get him in a room and hash it out, communicate man to man, and get everybody on good terms, and let's roll for the season.
How many people in the history of sports have made one play that gets you a free lunch everywhere you go? Well, we just saw it with San Antonio. Has it ever happened here in Phoenix? Has it ever happened anywhere else? I've got a good example. We'll talk about Luke Cornett and that one incredible play next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Myles Garrett's going to the Rams.
This is not great for the Cardinals in any way, because obviously Myles Garrett twice a year. That affects them this year, but it also doesn't. It affects them those 2 weeks. Nobody's looking at this and be like, oh, now the Rams have passed the Cardinals in the division. The problem, the part that really bothers me, John, is Cleveland is going to want a quarterback in that 2027 loaded quarterback class, and they just got another first-round pick.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi, from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, it is no longer our Twitter poll. It's our social poll where you go to ArizonaSports.com, because when you go on, you're going to see all this great content and the stories and the videos. If you go to ArizonaSports.com, we've got a World Cup story up right now, a Mercury story, Tommy Troy, Larry Fitzgerald paying tribute to his dad. The Diamondbacks offering $6.02 tickets for 602 Day.
Just like I said.
There you go, Mitchie Mitch. Yeah, you could purchase a ticket for the 3-game series against the Angels at Chase Field for $6.02. Go online at dbacks.com and take advantage today and get tickets for $6 to go see the Angels. That's freaking phenomenal.
Too bad you can't get them for the game that's actually, on 6-2.
You'll get to see Mike Trout. potentially.
Yeah, of course. He's having a great year.
He is having a great year.
All right, what do we got, Mitch?
So last night, this is our Arizona Sports poll question on ArizonaSports.com. We saw Tommy Troy hit his first career Major League home run. There's another rookie on the Diamondbacks that we're still waiting for that first home run.
I almost asked Troy yesterday, who's going to hit a home run first, you or Walty?
Well, we have the answer, obviously.
Yeah, we have the answer now.
Now we want to know, when is Waldschmidt going to get his? Here are how the options are laid out.
Okay.
In this series against the Dodgers, so either tonight, tomorrow, or Thursday. In the next series against the Nationals, so Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. In the next series, when they're on the road against the Marlins in Miami, or any series beyond that.
I'll take Miami.
Okay.
Is this series against the Dodgers one of the choices?
It is.
I will take that.
Okay.
He's going to go yard in game 4.
I'll flip the coin and I'll go optimistic. I'll go with the Dodgers, putting in the vote. And that's where the audience is as well. 51% think that Waldy's first home run will come against L.A. 30% going with the next series against the Nationals. 12% are going a series beyond the Marlins series. And 6% going with the Marlins series next week.
5th inning, game 4.
You're calling your shot. Look at you.
I saw Tommy after the game last night. Hey, you got the ball? He goes, yeah, I got it in this bag right here. He had to trade like a pitcher and another ball with somebody else.
Well, yeah, he had a trick to the fan who caught the ball. He gave him a ball and took a picture with him. That was the price.
I'm like, look, I'm going to hold on to this ball, and like, if you end up being a superstar, I'm going to keep it. If not, then I'll give it to you. Like, if you end up just being an average major league, you can have I'm keeping the freaking ball.
You're keeping the ball.
Yeah.
Tommy Troy says you can have this ball. I'll sign it. You take a picture.
It's your first major league home run. Imagine if you had like Lou Gehrig's first home run, Joe DiMaggio's, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, Mike Schmidt's first home run. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Like, yeah. Dude, like, for a ball and a photo, like, I know I'm an idiot. I get it. I'm keeping the ball. I mean, like, listen, I'll tell you what, dude.
Hey, you're a cold-hearted businessman.
Here's my phone number. If, like, in 10 years, you're just an average major league player, you can have the ball for free. You don't have to give me anything. I'll give it to you for free.
I don't even want your picture. You're an average major
But
league
if you
player.
end up being like a 5-time, 10-time All-Star, and, you know, then I have your first home run ball, then I'm going to keep it. So I'm not going to give it to you today. No.
Okay.
All right,
There
that's
you go.
that's what you should vote on. Would you give the guy most people will be like, I would give him the ball. He hit the home run. I'm like, screw that. I see business opportunities here. All right, let's talk about the play. Luke Cornett with the play of the game against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Harper, Castle Hartenstein, overplay, took it away. They want the double dribble, not fouled. Hartenstein blocked by Cornett. Oh, Cornett goes up and stops it.
Luke Cornett, who is as journeyman as they get in the NBA, and I think he only played about a minute in that whole basketball game.
Played 6 minutes.
Came in for Victor Wembanyama. When Wemby, and he came in for 1 minute in the fourth quarter. 1 minute in the fourth quarter, but he played 6 minutes. This guy's been on the Knicks, the Bulls, the Celtics, the Cavaliers, the Celtics again, and San Antonio. He's your veteran 30-year-old journeyman. He's been in the league for like 8 years. He's been on 7 different teams. And he had the block of the game against Hartenstein. It's a 4-point swing. And a lot of people point to that and say, yeah, that was truly the play of the game. There was so many great plays that were made, but that was truly the play of the game. Here is this like nondiscreet guy who makes this incredible play that everybody's talking about. Everybody's talking about that play, the game-changing play from Luke Cornett. It had me thinking, do I ever remember a guy like that? Just like some journeyman, no-name guy that didn't last very long and made like this incredible play. And to me, there was one that stood out. David Tyree, the helmet catch from Eli Manning in the Super Bowl against the Patriots.
Here in Glendale.
David Tyree had 54 catches in his career. 54 catches. And that was the one that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated that everybody talks about. He'll forever be famous for that one catch.
A one-play wonder you're talking about.
Right. Can you think of any? You have any from your days in Chicago?
Yes.
Are there any in Phoenix? Have we ever had a one-play wonder guy in Phoenix?
Well, let me give you my 2. And you got to go back a ways. In fact, when you said you had a guy, this is who I thought you were going to say. To me, the epitome of the one-play wonder who will be forever remembered for one play is Bucky Dent.
Bucky Dent was a good major league player. He was
But
one of my
he's-
favorites.
He is remembered
for the home run against the Green
and
Monster. He took Mickey Rivers' bat.
I knew you were going to say that, but I mean,
he was a good player.
He was a good, but he is remembered
for one
play. This is not like Kirk Gibson, who obviously has a very memorable home run, but he had a pretty good career around that.
Yeah.
Bucky Dent legitimately is remembered in the annals of sports history because of that one play.
But would you say the same thing for Aaron Boone, who hit the home run off of Wakefield?
But he's a manager now, so I don't know.
Bucky Dent was a manager.
Yeah, but not to the success, right, of Aaron Boone. The other guy I thought of is, I mean, we could debate this for 3 hours. This is like a great barroom conversation, right? A bunch of guys sitting on the bar stool.
Who's the guy that caught Doug Flutie's pass against Miami?
That's Gerard Phelan, so that's a good one.
Gerard Phelan.
Yeah.
Phelan.
Right. The other one
caught the pass from Flutie. Forever famous for that one play. I don't know what the hell. I don't know if he did anything else his whole life.
No, I don't think he even played it. Yeah, he's nothing. He's been sitting there in the orange
If you
bowl
can,
in
if
his
you
uniform.
think of an example, send it to me on Twitter, Gambo987.
I'll give you another one.
Like a one-play wonder.
Lorenzo Charles, who's no longer with us.
Oh, yeah, with a putback for NC State.
With the dunk for NC State to win the national
On the air ball.
championship on the air ball by Derek Wittenberg in 1983. Lorenzo
That's a good
Charles,
one.
like any sports fan of a certain age, I mean, I don't want to put this on the under 30 crowd, but if you're of a certain age, somebody says Lorenzo Charles, you don't even blink. You know exactly who that is and exactly the play.
It's a good one.
And I
There's
think that's-
probably a lot more in college basketball because of March Madness and the one shot that wins a game for a team. There's probably a lot more of those.
Right, and that's been a national championship. I think elevates that in people's memory banks. I just think that sticks around. And again, Tyree's a perfect example. I personally think Bucky Dent is a great example. Say his name in Boston and see what happens.
Bucky freaking Dent.
If they remember any other part of his career.
What do you got?
What about Mike Jones? Made the game-saving tackle for the Rams' first ever Super Bowl
against Dyson.
You look at the rest
the tackle against Dyson with the Titans.
You look at the resume.
1 yard line.
There's not much after that.
Famous for one tackle. You don't make that tackle, you lose the Super Bowl. Every meal he has is free.
In 2 cities, in St. Louis and LA.
Right. It's free meals. That's a good one.
What about Auburn's Chris Davis? Is that too obscure?
Iconic though.
Iconic, right? The kick six, Gambo. Yeah. Iconic, but not on a, maybe. I mean,
who was the guy that caught the Music City Miracle?
Kevin Dyson. Same guy, yeah. That was the same playoff run. They're throwing it back and forth.
Back and forth was Dyson?
Yeah.
Well, he's the one who caught it, and then he's the one that got tackled. Oh, incredible.
Yeah, Wycheck threw the pass. Dyson caught it, and then Dyson was the one that got tackled by. This is why I can't remember that guy. Is it Mike Jones?
Mike Jones made the tackle.
Here's the test, right? You walk into Goldie's, a sports bar here in Phoenix, and you walk around and say, who's Chris Davis? Who's Chris Davis? I would say 20% of the people know. If you said Mike Jones, 20% of the people know. You say Bucky Dent or David Tyree or Lorenzo Charles, if they're old enough, 100%. 100% of the people sitting on that bar stool.
But that's Luke Cornett. Hey, 10 years from now, Luke Cornett. Oh, the guy that blocked the shot for the Spurs.
If the Spurs end up winning the title, then yeah.
But he will. I don't think that one goes some of the guys you guys are talking about. I get it. People aren't going to. 20% of the people are going to know. Hey, Luke Cornett. Yeah, blocked that shot against the Thunder, and the Spurs went to the finals with Wemby. Yeah, I remember that guy. He'll be remembered. Leon Spinks. The one fight against Ali?
The one fight against Ali, missing teeth, cover of Sports Illustrated. Yeah, that could be one.
I'm trying to think of some boxing guys. Buster Douglas?
Oh, Buster Douglas. That's not one play. That's one kind of a...
Right, Buster Douglas. Knocked out Mike Tyson.
Champion for a day.
Yeah. Incredible. Okay, if you have any thoughts, send them to me. I got a kick out of stuff like that. Tommy Troy, he made that huge mistake in the field, but he made up for it. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds the flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, Goetl. Will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account. Plus, you pay 0 penalties on the transfer. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will take the mound for Arizona. He goes against veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Carolina Hurricanes host Game 1 against the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop will be at 5. 30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads, and 1 epic night at Chase Field. You can win a family 4-pack to Diamondbacks Nationals on June 6th. Hey, that's this weekend. Head to Arizona Sports on Instagram. Comment Bobble, B-O-B-B-L-E, B-O-B-B-L-E. I thought I knew how to spell. On any post, and check your DMs for the keyword to enter.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Diamondbacks able to win their second straight against the Dodgers, and can they do anything against Shohei Ohtani? We're talking D-backs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sheehan ready, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on, and that's hit out to deep left field. Going back is Call, looking up, and there it goes! First big league home run for Tommy Troy. It comes against the Dodgers, and it ties the game at 1.
D-backs get that win 4-1. Rally from down 1-0. Terrific win. Got to get that one. Now you know you're not going to get swept by the Dodgers. Go take 3 out of 4. Go beat them 3 out of 4. It was such an important win last night. Such an important win after being swept by Seattle. To come back against the Dodgers, you're struggling. You only have 5 hits in the game. You're down 1-0. To come back and win that game the way they did, huge win. I did report earlier today that Geraldo Perdomo is not going to play today. They're going to give him the day. He's really been struggling. 0 for 3 last night. Batting average down to 221. He is not going to play. Jose Fernandez will play shortstop for Perdomo. The struggles really continue for him. It's been just a tough go. He had one little stretch where he's hitting the ball okay, but overall, he didn't have a good month last month. He gets off to the 0 for 3 start, and he's pressing a lot, so he will not play today. They'll give him the day, and we'll give Fernandez a chance to play shortstop in this game. All right, Tommy Troy, one of the heroes of last night's game, and there were many. Erod, if this was an NHL game where we're giving out stars, I don't know where you would start. If you're giving out 3 stars, because Erod deserves it. Arenado, Troy, Marte, you got 4 guys for 3 stars. So I'm not sure where you would go with that. But a lot of guys were instrumental. Baros's defense in center field, incredible. Vargas' defense at first base, incredible. But Tommy Troy made a miscue early in the game. It ended up leading to the only run the Dodgers had. He misjudged the ball. And he dove for it, and it kind of went over his glove, and he's not really a left fielder. He's played some center, a little bit of center, but he's a second baseman, and he's out there, he's doing the best job he can, and that could have eaten him alive. And I asked Torey Lovello after the game just about how he was able to bounce back from that miscue and play well after that.
That's hard to do when you're in a big league setting and you're just finding your way and you don't necessarily have a lot of footing in an area and such as left field. He was drafted as an infielder and he's been playing the outfield now for a little over a year. It was an extremely athletic play. He got a great jump on the ball, but diving in that space for a ball you've had to run a long way for, it's hard to do. So. It was a play that I felt like he could have made and he will make in the future. But to be able to turn the page and say, okay, forget it, chop that up and go out there and help my team win a baseball game, that's a really mature moment. And he came to us as a very young player, college player, but he's grown up over these past 3 years and it showed up today.
Yeah, you would think a play like that could eat you alive. Like you're thinking about it, it's in the back of your head. I cost my team. I can't believe I did that. I got to play. But no, he goes out there, and that was in the 2nd inning. And then he comes out there in the 6th inning, and he hits that solo home run to tie it. And then, obviously, the bunt single was such a huge play in the game because instead of Seawald coming in with a 1-run lead, he comes in with a 3-run lead. And, one swing of the bat's not going to beat you there. Here's what Tommy Troy said about that bunt single.
That was it. I saw Muncy go back. I'm like, here's a good opportunity here. It's either going to be a foul ball or a hit to be on base, and I'm glad it worked out.
So just on your own, right?
Yes.
Yeah, on his own.
On his own.
Decides to lay down the bunt and give Ketel Marte a shot. How smart is that? Like good baseball IQ, right? So, listen, I know I hit a home run earlier. He's like, I'm just gonna try to get on base so Marte can get up.
Yeah, he knows who's hitting behind him.
Right.
He did go to Stanford, so
smart kid.
He's a smart kid. We had him on the show before the game last night at Chase Field. We were out there live, and he's an impressive young man. I mean, we'll get back into the home run here, and Tommy Troy said it was surreal. But here's a guy that is still pretty young. He was a top 15 draft pick. We understand that. But he's getting an opportunity to play in the big leagues. 12 months ago, he was playing for the Amarillo Sod Poodles.
Crazy.
Okay, so now he's facing the L.A. Dodgers at Chase Field in front of a packed house. He's playing in a position that he's not familiar with. Didn't make a play, had an opportunity to make that play, but then he kept his poise, and Torrey has praised his poise since he's been called up, and he got the biggest knock of the game. I mean, that thing was trending toward D-back. I know it was 1-0, but when you got one hit going into the 6th inning, and you haven't hit in a few days, that was looking – it wasn't bleak, but it was teetering on bleak.
It was.
And for a rookie like Troy to hit a home run to knot the game up against that team just speaks volumes about who he is as a player.
I think the youth movement has given this team a nice shot in the arm. Waldschmidt, Fernandez, and then obviously Troy. The interesting thing is Waldschmidt, Troy, Gurriel, Lawler, Carroll. How are you going to get these guys at bats?
Well, Tommy,
when Lawler comes back,
Troy might have to go back down to Reno. I mean, unless he's just so lights out that you can't do that. I mean, because he's not going to sit. We talked about that last week.
You can't sit him. He's got to play.
You can't sit him. He's got to play. Here's what he said about the home run. There's a couple of cuts here. The home run, and then also the home run coming at a very pivotal point in the game.
I knew. Yeah, I knew. I didn't get it, but I knew it was enough.
What was
Especially
that
at this
feel
part.
like running the bases?
Felt surreal. It was great. It's cool. It's cool. I mean, I feel like it's more important that we got the first win out of the way for this week, and we can keep building off of that.
All right, humble and humility there. More important to get the win as a team than my individual accolades in the game, but still, that's a big part of that win last night. And you're right, Waldschmidt, he's hitting 284. Troy is hitting 318. He's played in 8 games. He's got 7 hits and 22 at bats, and now he's got a home run and an RBI.
You've got DH available. You got everybody's least favorite player, Pavin Smith, played DH last night. I think he went 0 for 3. It is. I don't know why, but people just do not like Pavin Smith. The fan base is not a fan. They don't like Pavin Smith. But also Barossa. Like you watched Barossa last night, and I know he can't hit, but God, he doesn't have any options left. So you designate him for assignment, hope he clears, and put him in the minors. Like when Lawler's ready to come back, they're going to have to make a move. Now they're struggling offensively so much. I love Barossa's defense, but he can't hit. He can't hit. But then
that's an easy decision, right? It's complicated because he's out of options. I understand that.
But he's the guy.
He's the guy.
Just can't hit. Now, but man, is he so freaking good defensively. Good.
And you got to give Gurriel a chance to get right. And if he can't get right and Troy's back down in Reno, then you make that move down the stretch.
So play Lawler and Gurriel in left, Waldschmidt in center, Carroll in right.
Yeah.
And then Gurriel can get some DH opportunities against left-handed starters.
Give him an opportunity to try to get right because he came back awfully fast.
Sure.
And I don't think he was right. And now he's gone again. But once he comes back, he's not great, but I think he deserves the opportunity to get right. But a short leash because you got other options.
Recent story said there are 3 things the Arizona Cardinals do not want you talking about. We'll talk about those 3 things next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Y-Refi exists. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Enter Michelob Ultra's soccer shootout at participating bars for your chance at FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. Your neighborhood, your chance to witness history. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21+. Contest ends on May 31st, 2026. Official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Starting June 1st, the D-backs host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs now.
A little Cardinal talk. Before I get into the three things that I want you to talk about, what did Marvin Harrison Jr. have to say about Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah,
I'm
Taylor
sorry,
Mackey just tweeted
Tim's not prepared for the segment. So.
No, I was checking on something, Gambo. I'm working over here.
Yeah.
Harrison Jr. was asked whether or not he and Brissett have been able to develop their chemistry this offseason despite the holdout. And Harrison Jr. is like, no, you kind of have to be here for that to happen.
He did say that, huh?
Obviously, you kind of have to be here to do that.
Right, yeah. How can I develop anything when the guy's not here?
I mean, I guess they could go to the beach somewhere and throw the football around, but yeah, I mean, kind of an interesting question.
And that was today?
Yeah, I assume so. Taylor Mackey's out there covering OTAs.
Yeah.
He tweeted it out about a half hour
That's
ago.
it.
So. I mean, what an odd question. No, how can you develop chemistry? The guy's holding out.
Right.
And that's part of the big problem. Trey McBride was on NFL Network the other morning, and obviously Trey's a class act. He's not, but if you really listen to what he was saying, he's like, you know, we would love to have Jacoby back. You know, hey, we're putting in a new offense. This is a new offensive staff. We're learning a lot of stuff. It'd be nice if he were here. You know, the other guys are here.
I told you I had a prominent former NFL player text me and say he's doing it all wrong. I go, what do you mean? He goes, he should have been there for OTAs, continue to negotiate. You get all the reps. Come back the next, you get all the reps. Go to you get all the reps. And then when camp starts, if you don't pay me, I'm not going to show up. And then you've had all the reps. They haven't. You know, you almost forced their hand a little bit because the other guys haven't been able to get the same amount of reps as you. Now you're giving these guys all the reps. The coaches are getting a chance to see him. He said, you do a hold-in. I'm here, but I'm not playing until you redo my contract. So he said Jacoby played it all wrong.
And
no agent. Jacoby has no agent.
And he's
so he
kinda-
didn't get
he's
the
kinda
best advice.
He's overplaying his hand. I mean, we've talked about this before. We can certainly talk about it again. And if he doesn't show up on the 8th, you and Bernsey will definitely be talking about it again. He overplayed his hand. Gardner Minshew's guaranteed $5 million. I understand what Jacoby Brissett did on the football field last year, how he unlocked Michael Wilson and unlocked Trey McBride, especially in the red zone, put up monster numbers, set the NFL record for completions in a game. I'm not going to take that away from him. But I'm also pretty sure that the Cardinals are going to win a significant amount of different total win total, whether or not Brissett or Minshew is quarterback in the football team. And keep this in mind. Carson Beck's got to play. Whether he plays 6, 7, or 8, that's fine. But that means your starting quarterback, whether it's Brissett or Minshew,
He's playing 10 games.
is playing 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
So you're Mike Bidwell. You're saying,
unless
unless they win?
you're 6-4.
Yeah, look at the schedule. That's not going.
I
to
don't
happen.
believe it's going to happen either. But do you think that Jacoby Brissett doesn't think he can win football games? You think the Cardinals team, that the team is going to think that they can compete? They're going to try to go compete. Like I agree with everything you're saying. I don't think like there was somebody that take the under on the Cardinals 4.5. They're not going to win many games. I get it. But, like, they're not going to think like that. The players aren't going to think like that. Jacoby Brissett's not going to think like that.
So what?
But that would be the
Jacoby
that would
Brissett's
be
going
the
to win 10 games and he's going to be our quarterback going forward. I mean, I think deep down they know they're going to have a tough time winning football games. They should have an eye on the quarterback class of 2027.
They should,
unless Beck proves he can play, and that's going to take 6, 7, or 8 games.
Right, and he plays as long as everybody's right, and this team is no good. He's going to get his games. All right, here's the 3 issues. Number 1, we just talked about the Brissett conundrum. Number 2, Cardinal issue is the Josh Sweat saga. And what do you do with Josh Sweat? This was a story on AZ Central. Number 1, Brissett. Number 2, the Josh Sweat saga. Number 3, are they writing off the 2026 season? Says the Cardinals probably won't win many games, regardless of who starts at quarterback, and LaFleur and GM Monty Ossenford might ultimately decide to use the year to help determine who else stays or goes from the expected group of regulars. Now, I don't know the answer to this, but a lot of people bring up if they have another really bad season, is Michael going to keep Monty to make the pick of the next quarterback? Well, I mean, Monty, if Monty's players play well and they take a beating because the schedule's tough and the division stuff, then maybe. But I think some of Monty's guys have to pop. I think Will Johnson and Biggio Ojolari and Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan and these guys have to pop. I think they have to play well. And even like his draft picks this year have to play well. Some people are really down on Monty and others aren't. I think let's see how this season plays out. I think a lot hinges on the development of the players that he has drafted. Now, he went out there and he got some players in free agency too. Ciamalo should be a good addition for them. That should help them out a lot. If the offensive line is ready and can help Jeremiah Love have a good year, that will help a lot. So I do think there are some things that could really help him. But are they writing off 2026? I think they should be. The players aren't going to think like that, like I said. But in the end, it's going to be hard in these first 10, 11 games to win many of these football games. And then, once the season starts to go south and you start losing, you're 1-5 out of the gates. You don't have a bye week coming up for another 8 or 9 weeks. That snowball effect really hits these football teams.
Then you recalibrate. And if you weren't thinking about tanking before the season, you certainly will be thinking about it if you're 0-5 or 0-6, which is a very real possibility given the schedule. It's always a little difficult to go through the schedule in the summertime and say that's a win, that's a loss, that's a loss, that's a loss. You don't know who's injured on the other team. You don't know how the other teams are going to perform, and you might have some surprises on your own football team. But make no mistake, if this team starts out 0-5, 0-6 out of the gates, they better go into tank mode, and they better start looking at that schedule and trying to figure out when Carson Beck is going to take over. Because if you're going to the 2027 draft is so loaded with potential difference makers at quarterback. We all know the names: Manning, Moore, Maeva, Sellers, C.J. Carr if he comes out early. These guys are all potential franchise.
You like the Notre Dame kid?
I do. I like him a lot. In fact, I expect him to have a really good year, and then I expect him to come out early and enter into the 2027 draft. I mean, he's one of the Heisman favorites. He's really good. He's got good command of the offense. He's got a good arm. Maybe not as mobile as you'd like, but I think that's less important in the NFL than it is in college. It's can you process everything, and he's really good at that. So there's just, whether or not it's him or anybody else, I mean, but the Cardinals have to know what they have in Beck before pulling the trigger on a top quarterback.
And they will.
Because otherwise, if you don't know what you have in Beck and you're forced to take it Arch Manning, in air quotes, then he kind of wasted a third-round pick this year. Because a third-round pick on a backup quarterback, I don't think is good business either.
Well, they don't think that. They don't think that. I've had some conversations with people inside that building that feel like
quarterback can play.
There is still value in a good second-round quarterback. There's good value. Sometimes you could trade that player if he's good. Top second-round picks now, backup quarterbacks are getting $7-8 million a year now.
Nobody's picking a backup quarterback in the third round, though. I mean, come on.
There's just a value of having a good backup quarterback in this league.
Of course there is, and you can get them on the street. You get the Drew Stantons, you get the Jacoby Brissetts. You don't pick them in the third round.
Right.
You try to pick starters and contributors in the third round.
But the feeling is that even if he's just a backup, and I agree, I wouldn't have wanted to waste. I didn't like the pick, so I'm not saying that I didn't like the pick. I wish they wouldn't have taken a quarterback in the third round. I would have just left it with Brissett and Minshew, not drafted one at all, and have the first, second, or third pick in the draft and get one of those guys next year. That's what I would have done. But the only way that Carson Beck doesn't play, is if this team shocks the world and is somehow after 10 games they're 5-5 or 6-4, then you can't pull the guy out. The team you'll have a mutiny on your hand.
But then you wouldn't be in a position to draft one of these quarterbacks anyway. If you're heading towards a 7 or 8, 9 win season.
But you wouldn't get the same. But you could also say, I need to get one of these guys. Let me package 2 first-round picks and a third and move up to go get a guy. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It happens all the time in the NFL. Teams move up to get a guy. Well, you trade with a team that doesn't need a quarterback that's picking low. That happens.
If Jacoby Brissett navigates these first 12 games and wins 7, 8, 9, 10 games,
we'll all be shocked.
Yeah, well, then we don't need a quarterback. Keep this guy for the next 3 years because he's still
older guy.
Redefined himself.
Right. I still think that the schedule is just brutal. It's not going to help them a whole lot. All right. Still a lot to come on the program at 3:45. We're going to check in with Jake Hildebrand, the incredible offensive tackle from Basha High School that is now going to ASU. But in the meantime, we're going to go over 2 of the biggest NFL trades out there. Myles Garrett and A.J. Brown. We didn't get a chance to talk about those yesterday. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1 pitch from Dreyer. There goes the runner. And there's a swing and a drive. Out to left field. A tee shot for Marte. It's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and selling Mr. Grand Price and possession.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening from Chase Field. Michael Soroka will get things started on the mound. He goes against veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Carolina Hurricanes host Game 1 against the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is going to be at 5. Boxing superstar Jesse Bam Rodriguez moves up in weight to challenge Antonio Vargas for the World Bantamweight Championship. It'll be on June 13th at Desert Diamond Arena. You can get tickets at Ticketmaster.com or text BOXING to 620-620 to win a pair of tickets.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full preview. Game 1, NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. That and a lot more. Starting at 6, Kellen Olson in for Bick here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Don't forget, in just 15 minutes, Chandler Besh, a high school star offensive tackle, Jake Hildebrand, who committed to ASU, is going to come on the program and talk about that decision to be a Sun Devil. Exciting, huge get for Kenny Dillingham. Keeping the best local players here was important to Kenny D, and getting Hildebrand to be a Sun Devil is huge. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes with Jake Hildebrand for you Sun Devil fans out there. 2 trades to talk about. We touched on the Myles Garrett one yesterday. We'll do that again, but I wanted to get your thoughts. A.J. Brown to the Patriots for a 2028 first and a 2027 fifth. He gets reunited with his old coach, Mike Vrabel, who he was with in Tennessee when he was a draft pick of the Tennessee Titans before he went to Philly. And he gives Drake May a real good number 1 target to go to. That's a team that was in the Super Bowl last year, and they get a dominant receiver who you could pencil in for 1,000 yards every year.
Well, he helped the Eagles to 2 Super Bowls, winning one of them. Obviously, he's a bona fide number 1 wide receiver.
Yes.
This A.J. Brown of the Patriots has been the worst kept secret in NFL trade history.
No, they've been waiting for 3 weeks. They just had to get to this day.
And more like 6 months, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it came up in the whole Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel controversy that she had been heavily reporting on A.J. Brown to the Patriots because she was getting that insider information. So this has been out there. That's a byproduct of that whole separate controversy, right? You know, but Brown was clearly unhappy in Philly. I mean, the team tried to diffuse it week after week, day after day, game after game. Big Dom, their security guard, had to separate Sirianni and A.J. Brown. And, of course, he said, it's just business as usual. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though? And ultimately, and there were issues with Jalen Hurts. And, again, those two guys try to downplay those issues, and they dap each other up. But clearly, there was tension. Clearly, that was a fractured relationship. Clearly, the end was near. And now the Eagles make a deal to get a guy out of their locker room, although very, very talented, clearly disgruntled. And now he goes and gives Drake May a weapon that, they're hoping can get them back to the Super Bowl or help get them back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's just it's an interesting dynamic when a team is winning, okay? And the Eagles were winning with A.J. Brown, and it still wasn't good
because
enough.
Some guys care more about them than they do winning. And that's the guy you don't really want.
And it kind of
some
seems
guys
like
care. Well, yeah, we're winning, but I need more targets. I need more balls. I need it to be me. And I think that he had a little bit of disconnection with Hurts and the offense, even though he had a lot of success. I think so. Philly knew this was going to happen. That's why they went out and did what they did and drafted Mekhi Lemon, signing Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore, making the trade for the Green Bay guy Wicks. They kind of loaded up knowing they were going to have to do this. The other blockbuster is just I'm still so baffled by this trade. Man, the Rams gave up a lot to get Myles Garrett. Man, it's just Jared Verse is a killer. He's a killer. Like, you've got a young stud, and you trade him for Myles Garrett, who is obviously a better pass rusher and sacker, but, man, is there really that much of a difference? Like, is Verse not capable of being the leading sack guy in the league? He's 25 years old. And then they also gave up a first-round pick in 27, a second-round pick in 28, a third-round pick in 29. Yes, I get it. NFL Defensive Player of the Year twice, compared to a 25-year-old kid that's just coming into his own. But, man, that's a lot to give up.
I bet you Rams fans are happier about this trade than Browns fans are, and I understand the haul that they got, and they got a good haul. Nobody got fleeced in this deal. To me, this is the ultimate win-win. Les Snead, the GM in L.A., and Andrew Berry, the GM in Cleveland, they're not going to win anything.
Well, Berry said he wouldn't have made the deal without Verse in it. He goes, unless I was getting back a proven star, I'm not making this trade.
Right. If I'm giving you Myles Garrett, and I joked about this, like in the NBA, Pat Riley's always trying to get superstars by giving up a bunch of players he doesn't really care if he loses or not. That didn't happen here. Rams didn't want to give up Verse, but you know what? To get a guy like Myles Garrett, the Cleveland Browns are going to dig their heels in and demand that they get Verse in return, and then we'll start talking about draft picks. But for the Browns, they've set themselves up nicely. And for the Rams, they're in this championship window now with a quarterback who's facing 40. And Myles Garrett is about as dominant as they come when it comes to defensive football players in the National Football League. I mean, there's a reason why, Gamble, they shot up as the favorites in Vegas to win the Super Bowl after the deal was made.
Yeah, their odds went from plus 800 to plus 600. I'm not a betting guy, but plus 800 to plus 600 to win.
He's immediately the best defensive end in Rams history outside of maybe Deacon Jones. I mean, he's that dominant. He's won 2 of the last 3 NFL Defensive Player of the Year awards. He's 5-time first-team All-Pro. To put that in perspective, Larry Fitzgerald was once first-team All-Pro in his entire career.
You think at
this
30,
guy's fantastic.
He's been in the league since 2017. He was the first pick out of A&M. At 30, do you worry about the age?
No, because I watched Reggie White sack Drew Bledsoe 3 times in the Super Bowl at the age of 36. I watched Bruce Smith dominate games into his late 30s. The great players, barring an injury, okay, let's say that, the great players at that position can produce for a long time in the National Football League if they want to. Myles Garrett's going to be dominant for the next 4 years at least. And then,
so you think at 30, 31, 32, he's still dominant at that age?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If he stays healthy, absolutely. 0.0 doubt.
If you're Cleveland and you're not going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years, You get Verse and a first, second, and third round pick. That's a great trade for them.
Yes, it's a good deal. That's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to who won it, who lost it, who got fleeced, who got screwed. No, they both had. That was a great deal for both franchises. Given where they are in the NFL landscaping, given the current of the Rams and the future of the Browns, this is a good deal. I'm sure Myles Garrett wants to get the hell out of Cleveland. He's going to L.A. By the way, what's with L.A.? You know, Vinny was talking about this earlier this morning with Kellen. Wayne Gretzky, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Shohei Ohtani. I mean, the trades of these guys to L.A. over the course of time, they just keep and yeah, you traded for Kobe Bryant, but he wasn't Kobe Bryant yet. But I'm talking about you got Wayne Gretzky in his prime
to go to L.A. because the NHL wanted to build up West Coast hockey because it had no build-up.
It's a little bit before our time. But Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar getting
from Milwaukee to L.A.
From Milwaukee to L.A. Shaq was kind of free agency, but it was officially a sign and trade.
They gave up Eric Dickerson.
They lost Eric Dickerson. That is true.
They did lose Eric Dickerson.
He didn't even want to play, though.
He went to the Colts.
Do you remember at the end of Dickerson's L.A. Rams career, he would go out there, he'd run like a 68-yard touchdown, then he'd come back to the sidelines and put his coat on, and he was like done for 4 series? That was so bizarre.
Do you remember when the Dodgers got Darryl Strawberry?
I do remember when the Dodgers got Darryl Strawberry.
That was a big deal at the time. That was a really big deal at the time.
That was a really big deal at the time. He was pretty well deep into drug issues, I think, at that time, though, so it didn't quite pan out for him.
Yeah.
He was having some problems there.
Right, but he signed a big deal to be like a star there because he was like, he led the Mets to the World Series title in '86. That's interesting.
And they shortly got Eric Davis out of Cincinnati, too, so the two of them were supposed to be the cornerstones, and it never quite panned out. But yeah, again, L.A. with they had a coin flip with the Bulls for Magic Johnson. They won the coin flip.
Yeah,
the Bulls took David Greenwood.
They got Ohtani. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that they got. Baseball, football, basketball wise.
Will Chamberlain.
Well, yeah, but who was the center that helped Gasol? They got Gasol that helped them win. He was great at the time. Remember how great he was?
Yeah.
They don't win championships.
They don't win those two without
him.
Pau Gasol. No.
Like Pau Gasol was great, and he went to L.A. So there's another guy that they got.
What about the guy the Lakers just got?
Yeah, how about Luka? Yeah, we forgot to talk about him.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Luka. That was a big deal.
I mean, these are mega.
What about DeAndre Ayton?
These are mega. Steve Nash.
These are mega. Remember when the Lakers got Steve Nash?
Dwight Howard, too.
Dwight Howard.
I mean, for people that are old enough, I know hockey's a second-tier professional sports these days, but Wayne Gretzky getting traded was unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
Right.
He's the best player in the history of the sport in his prime. It's like the Bulls traded Michael Jordan in 1993.
Because they had won 4 cups in Edmonton. They ended the Islanders dynasty. They had won 4 because the Islanders won 4 in a row. The last professional sports team to win 4 championships in a row is the New York Islanders. Did you know that?
I did know that.
That's the
Mike
last
Bossy.
team.
Yeah.
Mike Bossy, Dennis Potvin, Bobby Nystrom, Clark Gillies. Loved that team. I can name every player on the team. Every player. I can even tell you about Gord Lane, Jean Potvin, Gary Howitt. I know the whole team. And then the Edmonton Oilers beat them because they were injured to end the run. And then the Oilers won 2. Then they didn't win 1. And then they won 2 more because they won 4. And I think they won 1 after Gretzky left. But he had, and then he went to the Kings. And I still remember the Sports Illustrated cover because it was like they were trying to build up the NHL in the West Coast
and
to make it popular.
And the other story on that, if you remember, is his wife, Janet Jones, wanted to be an actress.
In LA.
And she wanted to live in L.A. So Gretzky kind of manipulated that from that end as well. That was something else.
When we come back, he is the newest Arizona State Sun Devil. He is a dominant offensive tackle, and he chose to stay home. We'll talk about the whys next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley on Bickley and Murata. We'll talk about how the D-backs did against the Dodgers and get you ready for a matchup against Shohei Ohtani. That's at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. I'm Gambo. We're going to take you right until 6 o'clock on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And it is our pleasure to introduce one of the newest Arizona State Sun Devils. He is a 4-star offensive tackle out of Chandler Basha High School. He led them to the Open Division State Championship, one of the top prospects in all of college football, and he joins us on the program. He is Jake Hildebrand. Jake, thanks for joining the program. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Fantastic. First off, congratulations, staying home, playing at ASU. Give me the thought process. I know they offered you when you were a freshman. They followed you every step of the way. What was the deciding factor in choosing to stay home and play for Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham?
Yeah, really, it was just the culture, really. I've been growing up watching ASU play since I was about 5 years old. So always in our household, we've been talking about ASU, and always, even if I wasn't going to play football, it was always going to be an option for me to go to school. They've got a great honors program. They're at Bear Honors. I'm a big school guy, so carry around a 4.0 GPA. So school is really important for us. They have a great culture as well. That's a big thing for us. Like I said, Coach Dillingham and Coach Tuatelli, always making that, like you said, since I was a freshman. So I, always been in their back of their mind since I was younger. So I don't know, just always that relationship we built has been definitely a deciding factor.
You had so many other opportunities. You could have went anywhere. Alabama was interested in you. Texas A&M, Utah. You had a lot of choices. Ohio State. So in a nutshell, when you chose Arizona State, how much of it had to do with staying home, being home so your family could watch you play, so you could help set the culture here and bring Arizona State football to the next level?
Yeah, definitely. My grandpa is a really big ASU fan. He went there. So, it's great to stay home so he can watch me play. He watched me play in high school there. The first time we played when I was a sophomore, lost to Liberty, unfortunately, and now junior year being able to win state in the Mountain America Stadium, and then now finally him able to watch me play as an Arizona State Sun Devil. Truly, it's really cool because he's watched me play since I was about 4 years old, starting to play football. So now being able to play for his Arizona State Sun Devils definitely lightened his heart.
Jake, they've been ranking high school players, I'll just go by 24/7, since about 2012. You are the first local in-state top 100 player to ever choose ASU. I mean, N'Keal Harry was ranked outside of the top 100 back in the day. Jaden Rashada and Jaden Daniels were ranked in the top 100, but they're not in-state kids. I want to ask you, I know you just told us why you picked ASU and how important it was to stay home. Was any other school ever in the mix? Was there a school that you were like, man, this is going to be tough to say no to, but I gotta stick with the hometown team? Or have you been a Sun Devil since you were 7 years old?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a mixture of all that. So growing up, like I said, we were always looking at Arizona State, but also my mom's from Texas, so we were always looking at UT as well, University of Texas in Austin. But just over time, going to Alabama as well, we were thinking Alabama was going to be a good choice. Offensive line coach got fired there. So we had to pivot from there, looking at Texas A&M and Utah. Looked at those and went to those places, and I talked to myself and I'm like, you know what? I don't see myself there. I've always seen myself here at Arizona State. So, I just went with my gut, and I think it's going to be the best decision I made.
Jake Hildebrand joins us on Arizona Sports, the Basha star playing for Arizona State and Kenny Dillingham this next year. All right, the last guy I know that got a golden ticket and had success was Charlie. He got the whole chocolate factory. You are the very first, golden ticket recipient to choose Arizona State. I know you had the ticket with you when you made your announcement. How important was that to have the golden ticket? This is a new thing that Kenny Dillingham introduced to truly show the top recruits that, hey, we want you. You got the golden ticket. What did that mean to you?
Yeah, it was amazing because it shows that they want to keep kids in Arizona. To be one of those 6 is something I wouldn't think that would happen. I try to be a humble kid. So, something crazy like that happens, being notified or being recognized as being one of the best in the state. To me, I was like, you know what, I'm very grateful for this, but all it goes back to is my coaches, my teammates, my parents for always taking me all these practices and stuff. So, it's all thanks to them. And, thank you to the one up above as well, always being able to, put me in this situation.
How easy is it now going into your senior year of high school to have this decision made to just be able to relax, play football, concentrate on school and things like that, knowing that you've made the decision, you got all this time, this next year to prepare for college?
Yeah, I mean, it's really great that I made this decision, but really there is no relaxing just because, the very first game we play against Chandler live on ESPN. So, I got to take every rep that I can as a college rep. Always think about that I'm going to the next level, that I need to prepare myself for that. Um, but yeah, like you said, it's great that I've got it out of the way, but we have a lot more work to do.
Hey, Jake, when you were younger, did the basketball coach over there at Basha ever get in your ear?
Yeah, it's actually funny. I actually used to talk. One of the coaches over there used to be my youth basketball coach. So, it's really cool deciding factor that I had for Basha. But yeah, had that, but decided to stick with football.
Yeah, I think you made the right choice. Jake, a lot of times quarterbacks or maybe running backs can be Pied Pipers in recruiting. Like, oh man, he's going there, I want to go and play with him. Can an offensive lineman be a Pied Piper? Can you get some more of the top players in our state to stay home and play for the Sun Devils?
I know you're out there recruiting those kids.
Yeah, you got to be, man. That's part of the gig.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been trying to because they got the gold, or we had the golden ticket. So now I want to use that and use the notoriety to get more kids in Arizona to want to come to ASU, because I've seen a lot of them, especially in my class, decide to go to like Washington, Ohio State, all over, or Oklahoma or wherever it is. But yeah, I'm definitely really trying to keep these kids home because I really want to build something special here in the Valley.
I think these local companies going to eat you up. Good-looking kid, smart kid, 4.0 grade point average, staying home. There's a lot of local businesses that are now tying into Arizona State, especially with the success that Kenny Dillingham has brought their program. I don't know how much NIL factored into your decision, but did that matter, staying home and maybe being able to represent some great companies? Do you feel like that's something that's going to be a part of your future?
I definitely think it's going to be part of my future, but that definitely wasn't a deciding factor for me. Really, what was because the more money that I get is going to be in the next level above that in the NFL. So right now is, it's great. I'm glad to have it, but biggest thing is you're a scholar athlete. You're there to get an education. I'm there to look for the best education I can get, as being want to go into business and mechanical engineering. Arizona State has the best they bear honors, which is the best honors program in the country. So you're almost getting like an Ivy League kind of education right at home. So there really wasn't, after reading about that, I'm like, you know what? There's really no need to go to these other schools as well.
When you see the success that ASU has had under Coach Dillingham in the last 2 years, and then you see Max Ahanichor get drafted in the first round, and offensive lineman going in the first round from ASU, did that factor at all in your decision, their ability to develop players for the next level?
Oh, 100%. Coach Trutelli, he's doing a great job over there. Took a kid that was from Nigeria, only played 4 years. He found him at a community college, and now he's going first round playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers, so shows that he can develop someone, someone from, a third world country, coming over here to play basketball at a community college to now being, like I said, playing for the Steelers, shows that, anyone that he has in his grasp of really can become an NFL star, I feel like. And same thing with Coach Dillingham, bouncing around from some different programs, but now deciding to land here and stay here. He had the opportunity to leave and go to Michigan, turning down that job. That was one of the biggest jobs in the world, or not in the world, but in the country at the time for college football. Turning that down to really build something here, definitely shows that he's here and wanting to build something great.
Well, Jake, my wife is a Chandler High grad, so I always usually just root for the Wolves, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to tell her that on that first game of the season, I'm going to root for Basha. Okay?
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to, you're a good kid. I'm rooting for you. You decided to stay home. I think more kids, more of the best players in the state should stay home and play at ASU. So congratulations on your decision, the golden ticket. We look forward to watching you in your senior year of high school and then watching you be a great Sun Devil. So thanks for joining us on the program, and congratulations to you and your entire family.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, thanks,
All
Jake.
right, that is Jake Hildebrand. Exciting get for Kenny Dillingham. One of the highest recruited players at home to ever sign with ASU. This is a huge signing.
No, the highest.
The highest.
The highest.
The highest. Incredible signing for Arizona State University to get him to stay home. And this might set he might be the guy that makes it cool to stay home and play at Mountain America Stadium in front of your family.
Somebody's got to be the first.
Lead this team to success year after year in the Big 12. That is a tremendous kid. And again, I think local businesses are going to be lining up left and right to be we've seen so many of the great Sun Devils the last 2 years get these deals with these companies. That kid, that's a kid you want to get behind. Smart kid.
And let me tell you something. He was very humble about it. I don't know what kind of NIL he got. Really none of my business. But I will tell you this. ASU had to be competitive with what those other big schools were offering, because as much as you want to stay home and you love the Barrett College and the great academic and all that stuff that goes into it, if there was a huge disparity in NIL,
it might have made a difference.
Well, his mom and dad might have stepped in and said, okay, we got to be smart about this. So clearly, I'm not saying ASU gave them the most, but they were in the ballpark, and that's good for ASU fans to hear.
All right, a little late for a break, but we wanted to give you that interview with Jake Hildebrand. Coming up next at 4 o'clock, Reset. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
At Liberty GMC, the deals are great. The best offers on the best GM trucks and SUVs you can find, but it doesn't stop there. Dave Burns back here with you for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. No, it doesn't stop there, because at Liberty GMC, they take servicing your vehicle to the next level, starting with what I think is the best tire deal you're going to find. Now, normally, I hate buying tires, but with a deal like this, it makes me want to get new tires for my car. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make, any brand. That's right. Any make, any brand. All you do is buy 2 and you'll get 2 free from Liberty GMC. Now, that's on top of the already great service that you're going to get, and that includes their late night shift. You drop off your car by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next day. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that. We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will take the mound for Arizona. He goes against the veteran lefty Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. It'll all be right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, we got Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Carolina Hurricanes host the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 1. Puck drop is going to be at 5. Non-stop action, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Ooh, that's fresh. Text FURIOUS, F-U-R-I-O-U-S. See, I know how to spell. To 620-620. You can win tickets to the advanced screening of The Furious on June 9th.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
We are halfway there and living on a prayer. It is the 4 o'clock reset, and we're going to turn that over to Mitchy Mitch to get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. Mitch, you're a Sun Devil guy. How about that Jake Hildebrand?
A good get for whoever was able to book him today. Oh, wait, that was you.
That was
Look
me.
at you.
That was me, yeah.
No, it was good to hear from him.
Great kid.
Getting
Great
local
kid.
guys has always been a struggle for this university, so I'm glad that they were able to get someone as talented as he is.
I mean, but getting that kid, that's like one of the best players in the whole. That's an incredible get for him. And it's good for him. He's going to play in front of his family. He's going to play for a great program that is going to be competitive every year in the Big 12, have a chance to win the Big 12 championship, go to the playoffs. I think it's a great for both sides that this worked out. I'm very happy for ASU and for Jake.
Normally, I would say recruitment doesn't end until he signs on the dotted line in December, but I think listening to him today, he's a Sun Devil.
We just got to hope we just got to hope we're not recalling sound bites a year from now and he's going somewhere else. But that's probably not going to happen.
No.
I just don't want
2 thumbs up.
You don't want Steve Sarkisian offering him, $10 million a year.
Well, while they're playing Texas Abilene, Christian, that one? Okay. Let's get into stuff that we've not talked about.
What have we not
today.
talked about?
We've not talked about the latest big move in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons signing wide receiver Drake London. 4 years, $141 million. It could be as much as $150 million. 100 of it is guaranteed. London is now the 3rd highest paid wide receiver in the league, and he has the highest average per year in Falcons franchise history. Big payday for London.
In 2024, he had 100 catches for 1,271 yards and 9 touchdowns. And they don't have good quarterbacks in Atlanta. They haven't had good quarterbacks there. Last year, he had some injuries, missed 5 games, still had 919 yards with 7 touchdowns in 12 games. So the kid is an absolute stud. You look at Bijan Robinson, you look at Kyle Pitts Sr., terrific offense. That's going to be a fun team to watch offensively.
Yeah, that's a really good trifecta. I'm glad you brought that up. You're talking about Robinson, Pitts, and now Drake. London was a top 10 pick. He was really good at USC. He's big, he's strong, and he's starting to kind of come into his own. I understand why they paid him. What does that mean for Michael Wilson, Mitch? Veraldis.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm Monty.
Right.
Let's get this done, please. Thank you. Moving on to college hoops. I know this one was one that was driving Kellen Olson nuts, and unfortunately it's not going to make him any happier. One of the top transfers in college basketball, Milan Momcilovic out of Iowa State. He's choosing Mark Pope of the University of Kentucky.
Loser!
Arizona misses out on this
Loser!
one.
Speaking of NIL.
Yeah, a lot of money.
How much
like
money
$6
did
million,
that
I
kid
think.
get?
I mean, Kentucky spent like $20 million on their roster to do nothing in the NCAA tournament last year. Now they're probably going to spend $30 million.
St. John's just paid that Baylor kid $7 million. $7 million. That kid's a great player.
Tade Yusufu, I think is how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. St. John's got him for $7 million.
St. John's has one guy. Patino makes a phone call. Mike Rapoli writes a check.
Yeah,
and that's how it goes for them, and good for them.
Right, and you
Good
know what
on
Mike
them.
Rapoli gets? He gets to see St. John's, back in the NCAA tournament, in the Sweet 16, playing Duke in a huge game. Like, it worked out well, winning the Big East championship. Yeah, he gets to see St. John's relevant again.
And he gets a chance to maybe see his team chase a Final Four and a national championship. $7 million to him, whatever.
He's out of the Big 12, so I'm happy about that from that aspect. Game 1, NBA Finals, it'll be tomorrow. Health is going to be paramount in this series. The injury report just dropped for this series. There is one name on this entire sheet.
Here's to you, Mitchell Robinson.
Here's to you. Questionable.
Mitchell Robinson.
Listed with a right hand fracture of the right fifth metacarpal. It's like the bone that's right underneath the pinky.
The Madison Square Garden fans turn their lonely eyes to you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What's that you say, Mitchell Robinson? Jolton Joe is left and gone away. What's that?
Are Simon and Garfunkel still around?
They're still alive.
Okay.
They're still alive. Simon's not doing too good.
Yeah.
Simon's not doing so well. But, man, what great songwriters. Tremendous songwriters. A lot of great music.
I think Simon wrote the songs. I think
Simon wrote all the songs.
I think Art just sang and had bad hair.
Art was just hanging.
Yeah, and then they had a miserable breakup, and Simon went on his own, and he was much more popular.
Remember the concert in Central Park? Man, that was a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big deal.
I do.
Let's transition to baseball. Labor negotiations, everybody's favorite talking point.
We're not going to have baseball next year.
So the Players Association, none too kind to the league in terms of what the league had to offer in the first round of negotiations. Bruce Meyer, who is the interim MLBPA executive director, he replaced Tony Clark, who unceremoniously left that position, was on a media call and has said that the league, quote, effectively managed to cobble together the worst system for players in any major sport, and it's not even close. I thought they would try harder to make it look good, and they didn't even do that, close quote.
And that was from who?
Bruce Meyer, who's the interim executive director of the Players Association.
It's negotiating 101. You always ask.
We don't like the salary cap.
I know, but you always ask for the moon in your first offer, knowing that something is going to be negotiated down to something that you'll actually accept. Whatever. There's going to be no baseball next year.
There's not going to be a baseball next year. I mean, we might have some. We're not going to have 162 games. There's just no way.
Look, as long as it doesn't result in this current season being canceled, like in '94,
it
then
won't.
great. But I have my wares. Stanley Cup Finals begins tonight. North Carolina will play host for games 1 and 2. Hurricanes, Vegas, Golden Knights. Do you guys have a dog in this fight? Do you care?
Tim was just saying to me that he used to love hockey and he doesn't even watch it anymore. And man, out of all the media guys, and I'm not saying I was right up there amongst guys. I freaking loved it. But now we don't have a team here.
Yeah.
And I have too much of my time going to the Suns and the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks and ASU, and it just became harder. I used to go on the road with the Coyotes to their playoff games. I was in Colorado. I was in Anaheim. We used to go on the road with them.
Yeah.
Those, we used to have guys on the show all the time. Kachuk, Roenick, Dally Drake, Tepper. Those guys always came on the show. But, when they stunk for so many years, they did it to me. They took my passion for the sport away from, because I even had a league. I played in the league for 10 years. We had a hockey team with our radio station. Ice hockey team. For 10 years, we had a team.
I was a Colorado Avalanche broadcaster for a half a decade.
Shout out.
Mitch, you remember those days,
Is
right?
that when they had Ray
Was your little
Bork?
kid there in Denver?
Joe
Were you there when they had
Sakic,
Ray
Peter Forsberg.
Ray Bork from
Forsberg,
Boston
Adam
to win a
Foote.
championship?
That was it literally happened a month before I started there. That was in 2001.
You got Ray Bork, and Ray Bork left Boston
So you
and won
got
a title.
tail end of Patrick Waugh. You got beginning of Abisher, right? Somewhere around there.
Yeah, beginning of Abisher. The team that won the cup that Gambo was talking about, they had Forsberg and Sakic and Waugh and Ray Bork and Adam Foote.
Incredible team. Adam Foote was so good.
Yeah, Chris Drury. Remember the Little
Chris
League?
Drury,
Little League World
Series
star.
Chris Drury.
Yeah.
He was a Ranger, too.
I would obviously had to do it for work, but I loved every minute of it. Was totally into hockey. Got back into it a little bit. I'm a Blackhawk fan from back in the day when I was a kid, so I kind of got back into it during their run. But you're right, Gambo. The Coyotes, their inability to have any stability or even win a lot of hockey games
beat us down.
It beat us down. And since we don't really talk about, I'm not on the air here every day, but we don't really talk about it, so you don't kind of have to watch for work to make sure you're able to do a good radio show.
Tim liked Tony Esposito, not Phil. He liked Tony Esposito.
LC card, Dennis Savard.
I'll just point out that for Vegas, this is their third Stanley Cup trip in their 9th year as a franchise.
It's ridiculous.
3 out of 9. That's absurd efficiency.
We couldn't get one here.
That's stupid. And that is your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, that's everything going on in the world of sports, brought to you by Mitchie Mitch, who does a great job for us, especially with Lauren out. He's had to do a lot of work. So when we come back, a lot more to go on the program. What do the Arizona Diamondbacks do with Geraldo Perdomo? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find Find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
D-backs Dodgers Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey, who's on his way back tomorrow. Sent me a message from, I recommended my favorite restaurant in Rome to him that I always go to, and he was there having dinner tonight, and he said, it's sad, it's over, we're coming back tomorrow. I'm like, I told you, there's this press state when you leave Italy.
I'm glad he built himself a day off on Thursday because there's nothing worse flying back from Europe and having to work the next day. I mean, I don't know how you handle jet lag, but I am worthless on the day I get back from a long trip. I know, first world problems, I get it, totally understand it. But I mean, it affects everybody differently. Some people, like my wife gets off the plane, going there, going here, whatever, she's fine, ready to go.
Really?
Oh my God. If I land overseas, I'm worthless for a day. If I come back here, I'm worthless for a day. I mean, even more worthless than I usually am.
Yeah, I was going to say, you are usually worthless most of the time. All right, do the D-backs have a Perdomo problem? Are you concerned about the struggles that he's had this year?
I mean, how could you not be, right? I think they got to manage him. I like the day off tonight. Do you drop him in the order?
Yeah, I reported this morning that he was not going to play today. They're going to play Fernandez at short. So I reported early this morning around 7:30 that I got wind that he's not going to be in the lineup today. Is this a day off? Does it turn into more days off? Does he need a little bit of a reset? I mean, 0 for 3 again last night. Batting average is at .221. Here's a kid that took that. And we all love this kid. Like, we all love this kid and want him to do well. He's only 26 years old. Last year, he hit .290 with 20 homers and 100 RBIs. .290 with 20 homers and 100 RBIs. Right now, he's batting .221 with 3 homers and 21 RBIs. He's having a terrible year. Just a really terrible year. And I feel for him because he's a good kid and he works hard, he plays hard, but he just has not been able to get it going this year. And a big issue is, like, why is he still batting third? Why is he still there in the lineup? And I know it's something that's being discussed internally about, do you have to drop him in the lineup? And I think that's something that may have to happen.
Well, Gonzo the other day said he's not a number 3 hitter.
I mean, if he does, he doesn't show it. I mean, every day he approaches the ballpark, he's in a great attitude, great mood. But for me, he's not a number 3 hitter in a big league lineup. He was more productive for us when he was hitting ninth, working walks, the count, and things like that. But the way our lineup is structured, he's got to be one of those guys at the top because he works the count. Our first 2 hitters are very aggressive hitters. You see when the game starts, they're swinging at the first or second pitch. They don't take count, take pitches and get deeper in the count, especially their first at bat of the game, where most veteran guys would do that. These 2 guys they're just different athletes. They're a special, unique blend of guys in Marte and Corbin Carroll. They go up there and they're very aggressive early in the count.
And getting a day off is big gamble. Keep in mind, in 2025, last season, he played 161 games when he had that career year at the plate. So sitting him down tonight, will it make a difference? I guess we'll find out soon enough. But Torrey
I was almost thinking you got to sit him down for 2 games or 3 games and just like give a complete reset and just let him kind of clear his mind and figure it all out. And I guess, some people say the only way to get out of a slump is you got to keep playing. You got to keep playing. I don't know. I mean, he's really, really struggling up there. The at-bats are not, the at-bats are not what they used to be. And he does like to work the count a little bit, so he's not as aggressive as a hitter, on those first and second pitches. He likes to take a lot of pitches. But, man, he's had a hard time. He's popping a lot of things up. He's not hitting balls very hard. And I feel for the kid because he's a terrific kid and you want him to do well. But, man, he's not helping this baseball team right now.
Now, here's Torrey earlier today on Perdomo getting that day off.
I've been hunting for a day to get Perdomo off his feet. He's been an everyday player. I know there was a couple days after in and around the Mexico series that he had some days off. But we're in the middle of some grinding parts of our schedule where we don't have a lot of time down, and to get him off of his feet made a lot of sense for me. He's playing a really good shortstop. We know what he means. I know what he means to this team. Everybody in this room knows what he means to this team. But it's just one of those situations where I had to be smart about it and just give him a little bit of a recharge.
He's a really good kid. He's only 26 years of age. I think you get a little concerned, though. It's one thing if in 2022 or 2023 he suddenly just had a slump where he couldn't do anything right. That happens to a lot of young ball players, happens to a lot of rookies. But in 2026, after the year he had, to kind of take a step back like this. The good news is we're not 2/3 into the season, Gamble. We're 1/3 into the season, so there's plenty of time to turn it around. And look what Marte was doing 2 weeks ago. He was down there in that Mendoza line too, and suddenly the light bulb went on, and he started hitting the ball like we know he can.
Ronaldo got off to a slow start, and he's been playing much better. Corbin had some rough weeks there, but this has been every day with Jerry.
But for Marte, it was every day also until May 15th.
It was.
So that kicked in. So who's to say it can't kick in for Perdomo?
Yeah, it can. It can. It's just it's frustrating because and I think more than anything, people are frustrated with where he's batting in the lineup. People like him and they root for him. It's like, okay, you can't bat him third. You just can't bat him third. You got to move somebody else up. Like, got to change things around because Corbin and Marte get on base, and then he's not getting those runs in. You got to have somebody who could drive in runs, and he's not driving in runs in this slump. So it's like, okay, if you're going to hit 220 and go through these, we could probably afford it if you're batting 8th or 9th. I can't have you batting third with these other 2 guys getting on base the way they are right now, because now you're an easy out, and all of a sudden, you kill our ability, because this team really struggles. They really struggle to put multiple runs on the board in an inning. They get a lot of one, like even yesterday.
They do, I know. They
one
do.
one run, then 2 with the home run. They don't have a lot of the big innings. They don't have a lot of big 3, 4, 5 run innings.
Crooked numbers, as they say.
And what happens here is that, like, okay, if Marte and Corbin are on base and Perdomo pops out, you don't keep it going. You get that first out in the inning, which is good for the pitcher to settle in. Now you're 1 pitch away from a double play, or you got a fly ball and you get a sac fly. Okay, now you got 1 on, 2 outs, and the runner's on first base. So I just that number 3 hitter has to be better than what he's given them right now.
Well, not for nothing. That seems like a really easy fix. Drop him in the lineup. I mean, what's the?
I think that's the
debate?
thing. I think that's the thing. You got to drop him in the lineup. All right, when we come back, we'll talk a little baseball with ESPN's Jesse Rogers. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-2 the count. 2 outs in the 9th. The pitch. Swung on. Fly ball right center. This should do it. Barossa calls. He makes the catch. And the Diamondbacks come from behind. And they take the opener against the Dodgers by a final score of 4-1.
D-backs Game 1 winner. 3 more versus LA coming up. And we talk about D-backs Dodgers on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I love this example for those of you that are renting, because, renting a house costs a lot of money. The Lund Mortgage team, they put this example together for me because there's so many of you that really should be owning a home. and you're not. And let's just go over this. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,000 a year that goes straight to your landlord, $26,000 a year. 5 years of that, you've now paid somebody else $132,000. You own nothing, zero, nada, niente. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. You got a house payment, you got a principal. Every time you make a payment, the principal goes down. That's less and less you owe on the house. After 5 years, you owe a lot less on the house. You bought it for $250,000. Now you owe a lot less on that. If you sold it for $300,000, that's all profit. That's equity that's yours. Call the Lund Mortgage team today about getting pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will take the mound for Arizona. He goes against the veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage is going to get started around 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then we're just about a half hour away from the start of the Stanley Cup Finals. The Carolina Hurricanes hosting the Las Vegas Golden Knights for the right to hoist this year's cup. Puck drop is going to be at 5. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book now for stays now through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation.
D-backs Dodgers Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring, John Gambador, taking you up to 6 o'clock. We were on the field yesterday at Chase Field as the Diamondbacks took Game 1 against the Dodgers. We'll talk a little more baseball right now with ESPN's Jesse Rogers, the MLB reporter for ESPN. Jesse, John, Gambo, and Tim, how are you today?
Doing well. I'm at Wrigley Field myself for the Cubs and the A's, so good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, I think that it helped the Diamondbacks a little bit that the Cubs had that losing streak of 11 in a row because Arizona was able to play really well against San Francisco and Colorado and put themselves in a wild card position.
Yeah, most teams play well against San Francisco these days, and of course Colorado as well. So sometimes it's the division you're in. The Cubs are in a really tough division. All 5 teams are over 500. I got to tell you, the Pirates looked for real for once, and I didn't believe in them back in February and March, but their pitching staff really, really is good, so much so that they had to throw a guy into the bullpen that was pitching well, and they still have more pitching coming. So the Pirates are a team to watch. The whole Central is good. And so, it was interesting to see the Diamondbacks make the move they made.
Yeah, and then Pat Murphy, the former ASU coach here, doing such a great job with Milwaukee. I want to get your thoughts on the Dodgers. We know the juggernaut that they are, 2 World Series champions, trying to become the first to win 3 since the Yankees. Do you give the Diamondbacks a shot? When you looked at it this season, after what Arizona did you feel like they could compete with the Dodgers, or is this the Dodgers' division to lose?
No, I think it's the Dodgers' division to lose. There's always that idea that you can have a hangover after a championship, but they seem on full throttle to go for that three-peat. Now, they're going to have their lulls. They had one last night, for example. They're going to have weeks where they look, just okay, but we know the Dodgers will be there in the end. I mean, I can't say enough about the Diamondbacks pitching and what they've done to the relief corps. Half of it's turned over, some of it's left over, but they're all kind of coming together. I mean, Paul Sewald's found his career again, and a couple of the guys from the World Series team are still there. Then there's newcomers like Brandon Garcia. And, it's a good mix now in Arizona on the mound, something they've been missing basically since the World Series. So I like their team. I've always liked their offense. Just don't know if they can catch the Dodgers when the Dodgers care. And anytime someone's nipping on their heels, the Dodgers turn it on again. So I would expect them to be there in the end, but I don't see why Arizona can't stay in the playoff race.
Yeah, Dodgers won 14 out of 17, going into that game last night. I think the thing we look at here is when Corbin Burnes returns in July, now you look at that rotation, somebody's got to be odd man out. Right now it would probably be Zach Gallen, but Eduardo Rodriguez should be an all-star the way he's pitching. He has been incredible. They've won 9 out of the last 10 starts that he's had. They've won 9 out of those games. If Burnes comes back and is anything like he normally is, that's a tough rotation to beat in Major League Baseball. That could be the key to their season.
Yeah, I mean, Burnes is like that proverbial midseason pickup, right? Instead of a trade, you bring Corbin Burnes back. Edward Rodriguez is a good example of why, you can't just bash anybody that played in the WBC, because he was great there, and he carries it over. Other people, have had injuries, so who knows what the WBC does to guys, but maybe it grew his confidence for all we know. He's been great in that bullpen, man. Wow. I mean, compared to like last year, it's like night and day. Like I mentioned, Garcia, I think I voted Garcia for Rookie of the Month just today. We filled out our ballots, and I think I put him down for Rookie of the Month. So that to me has been the thing. I mean, I'm in Chicago, the other side of town. The White Sox are good in their storylines everywhere with Munetaka Murakami, but it's been their bullpen that's kept them in the race. And it's just not a lot of names people outside, your own fan base knows, but that's the reason you can stay in a race because most of the time you're covering 4 innings a night. And if you can do it, you got a shot. But if you can't, we see what happens like it did last year with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Jesse, since you're at Wrigley Field tonight, go ahead and try to explain the 2026 Chicago Cubs for us if you could. If you can.
It's so funny. I was talking to their president of baseball operations, Jed Hoyer, just like 20 minutes ago about that very thing. He's like, if you, put our name in a hat, you shook it up and spit out our record, it'd be okay. We should be a few games better. But the way they've gotten there with the 2 10-game win streaks and the 10-game losing streaks, incredible. But isn't it funny how it just lands on 10? They've had 2 10-game win streaks and 1 10, and not 9, not 11. It's right on 10. It's like the air comes out of the balloon once you get to 10 either way. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Like, for example, if they'd 1-5, lost a game, and 1-5, we won't really think about it, right? It just happened to be in a row, both good and bad. And of course, the answer is the team is somewhere in the middle. It's unfortunate, though. Milwaukee did Milwaukee-type things and blew past them in the standings like they did a year ago and like they do almost every year. The Cubs are good, but they're vulnerable. Both on the mound, they're injured there. And some guys are aging a little bit. Tonight's starter, Jameson Tyne, is showing his age a little bit. But they have a very lengthy lineup. It's 10, 11 deep, actually. But it's not powerful. It's not full of sluggers in the middle of that lineup. So when a bunch of guys are slumping, it looks really bad because there's not one basher like Schwarber that can bring them out of it. So at times it looks lengthy and you can hand the baton, that whole thing we hear about. At other times it looks like it's very pitchable. And that's why I think they've been streaky. Just depends on the timing of it all. And they also, I think, caught some teams at a bad moment, the Phillies and the Mets, and then they've been caught in a bad moment, like the Astros came in here and swept them. So some years you get some streaks, some years are more balanced. Last year was more balanced for them. This year it's a little bit more streaky, though I do think they'll settle in. Their problem now to go back on a win streak is they're injured on the mound. If they get healthy there, then maybe we'll see a better Cubs team.
Jesse, off the field, got to get the national perspective from you on the opening shot fired by the owners and the negotiations that will probably end in a work stoppage. I think we'd all be shocked if it didn't. But what is your perspective on how that thing began this week, and where do you think it's going?
No, not surprising. Obviously, the league did the salary cap thing, and the union countered with their own huge expansion of player compensation and mentioned bringing up the bottom as well, but put no limits to the top, and that's really the key here. It's pretty obvious. Nobody really cares exactly what the bottom is. We know it has to go up, but what's the top going to be? In the league's estimation, if you don't put a cap on it, it doesn't matter what you do at the bottom because the Dodgers and Mets and Yankees are going to just keep on spending. So look, let's face it. Each side has its self-interest, okay? The fans are going to be secondary no matter what. So if you're thinking, why not us? If you're a fan, don't worry. You're secondary now. Even if you're secondary, you still want them to land on a good system here. So two things can be true. It could be beneficial for the owners, but maybe there should be a salary cap. Or you can look at the other way. It could be beneficial to the players, but free market makes everybody better in the long run because stars can go wherever they want. These days, it's very easy to see the owner side of things compared to the past for several reasons. One, we have a monumental revenue team in the Dodgers who are spending and winning. It's a perfect time for the league to make this argument about a cap because the Dodgers are doing what they're Dodgers. We haven't seen that since, the Yankees of the 90s, and that was another time where the owners made that pitch. And the other thing is that the other professional sports leagues seemingly are thriving with a cap, starting with the NFL. Now, I talked to Tarek Skubal the other day. He said if you talk to players in those leagues, they don't like their system. Maybe they don't, but they all seem to be making a lot of money, and they're not really crying about it publicly. So I've said this on some other shows. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but if it's working for three other leagues and we really do have this payroll disparity, then I get why the owners are pushing for it. Final thought, and I'm not taking sides. I'm really not, because it would suck if our business had a cap on salaries. I get it. What I don't like is the union. I'm based in Chicago, propping up the idea that there are so many small market teams competing that everything's okay. There's basically 8 small markets in the AL and NL Central, right? Chicago is the only big one. So every year, those divisions, 2 out of 6, are going to be sending teams to the playoffs or contending and making it look good, like the Cleveland Guardians. And, where would the Guardians be in the AL and NL East every year? I don't know. Maybe they'd be great. The Rays are pretty good. The Rays, by the way, aren't great every year. So I don't buy that small markets are competing every single year. And there's certain, because by definition, they have to compete from the central divisions, and none of them are winning World Series. So again, I'm just saying I get the owner's argument, even if some of it is self-serving. But I certainly see the other side. We've played this game for 100 years. It's been a pretty good game, more than 100 years, and there hasn't been a cap on salaries. So that's where I'm kind of down the middle on it.
Yeah.
But I do think the owners think that if not now, when? If we can't capitalize on this now, especially with fan support, when will we? So that's my long answer.
My understanding is the owners have been preparing for the last 5 years for this. They're going to have a war chest. This is they're more united than ever before. Going back to 94 to kind of get this salary cap in place. You mentioned the revenues. The NFL last year, the NFL revenue for all 30 teams, the average profitability was $4.5 billion that those 32 teams split, where in Major League Baseball, the revenue is 12 to 13 billion, but they lost $2 billion. I look at the TV deal. The Dodgers are making $300 million a year on their TV deal. The Diamondbacks make $25 million. And when Sinclair went bankrupt and they lost that Fox Sports Arizona with the MLB, they're making $25 million. Like, it is hard to compete. We see it on a daily basis. We got the Dodgers in town now, the disparity. You try, and I give them credit here. They always try to compete. They spend their money, but they can't make the same mistakes that the Dodgers make. So I do think something's got to give. I just don't know that I would ever see the players actually giving up what Marvin Miller fought so hard for many years ago, because it's really benefited the players.
Yeah, but times change, leagues change, ideas change. Like, you can't necessarily live in the past. I will say this. So you've asked me where I think is going next. Well, the league has not revealed much of their plan. I think it was pretty strategic of them to hear out what the union wants, and now they can respond. In other words, the union put out a 1.5 minimum. Like, the minimum salary is going to be a big deal here, because that's how the league can win over young players, right? The minimum salary, what they get paid in year 2, is there arbitration like right away? Like, I think that's the league's strategy here, to win over young players. So now they hear that the union said 1.5 for the minimum, which is a high minimum. The league's got to come in close to that. So I think slowly but surely they're going to start to reveal the rest of their plan. Maybe 2 years for arbitration, maybe 4 years for free agency. In the league's eyes, if there's a cap, the money's finite, right? What's the difference? Who gets it? And if we can win over the younger players, then we've got a shot at this thing. Obviously, the top-end guys are the ones that are going to have to take a haircut. That's pretty obvious. And there's two ways of thinking of it. Maybe they should, because other players deserve some money. But on the other hand, stars drive the show here. And Juan Soto deserves as much as he can get. So this is going to be very interesting. But certainly nothing's going to happen really intensely until probably late February, early March.
Jesse, appreciate your time. Enjoy the Cubs game tonight. We'll talk down the road. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Be well.
You got it. Thanks, Jesse Rogers from ESPN, MLB baseball writer and reporter. Does a fantastic job. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about that D-backs defense and how much that was a catalyst in their win last night against the Dodgers. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
All right, our social poll is up, and it is not who had one famous play. Although when we did that topic about Luke Cornett earlier, we talked about, like, is there anybody in Arizona sports that ever made one play that was famous to where they got all their meals paid for? And we were throwing some names around, right? We talked about guys, because Luke Cornett is famous for one block shot on Hartenstein in these playoffs. He became very famous for that play. Somebody mentioned Nate Poole. The catch.
That one got a lot of
Nate Poole
votes.
On a local level, sure.
On a local level.
National level, no. But
for
on
what
a
it
local
became,
level, yeah.
too.
I was asking local level. Who in Arizona, whether it's the Coyotes or the Sun Devils or U of A or the Diamondbacks or the Cardinals or who made one play and that was it? They were famous for that one play, even though they were. Like, Rex Chapman had that one shot, but Rex was a good player,
and Rex was extremely well known for
other
reasons. Like, the criteria is you were a one-play wonder.
Yeah, nobody knows.
And it was one hell of a play.
Luke Cornett's been on 7 different teams. Nobody even knows him. Like, he made,
Here's one to at least keep an eye on.
Okay, go ahead.
Alec Thomas for his game-tying home run in the National League Championship Series. Depending on how his career goes.
Could be, yep.
But that could
Absolutely.
be that.
All right, what do you got?
What we're asking today actually does have to do with home runs. Tommy Troy, first MLB home run last night.
Yes.
We're waiting on one more of the rookies to get his first homer, and that would be Ryan Waldschmidt. So when is it going to be? This series against the Dodgers, the next series against the Nationals, series after that next week against the Marlins, or any series after the Marlins series?
Marlins. I got Marlins.
Dodgers game 4, fourth inning, right? That's not what I said earlier.
You Babe Ruthed it. You pointed to the crowd.
That's right.
I'll go with Gambo's pick this go around just to see. It's still steady Dodgers. Oh, and the music ran out on me anyway. Dodgers 51%, Nationals 32%, later series 12, Marlins 6.
Mitch, who was your favorite baseball player growing up?
My favorite?
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum.
Okay, you would have never caught a home run ball by Tim Lincecum. How about offensive player?
Buster Posey.
Because I spent most of my time growing up in Colorado, I loved Carlos Gonzalez.
Okay.
Loved him.
Got him from the Diamondbacks, by the way.
Yeah.
He was traded from the Diamondbacks to the Colorado Rockies.
Well, so it was, I could go forever on this, but it was Diamondbacks traded to the A's. I think he was in the Dan Herron, Jarrett Parker deal. I don't know if you remember that one.
Oh, and then he went to
for Matt Holliday.
For Matt Holliday.
So that was symbolic for many reasons.
My point was, and don't hold this against me, I wouldn't have given Tommy Troy his ball back last night. I'm like, hey, I caught your first home run ball. Like, it's your first home run. Hey, here's my number. Call me in 10 years. If you end up being a Scribini, I'll give you the ball.
Well, who was your favorite player growing up? What if you caught his home run ball?
Dude, if I tell you who my favorite players growing up, you're gonna be. It was Bucky Dent.
Mickey Rivers. No, Bucky
I loved
Dent.
Bucky Dent. Bucky Dent, Goose Gossage. Those are my favorite players growing up.
This is a bit of a deep cut, but if you've ever seen the movie Basketball with Trey Parker and Matt Stone, there's a scene in the beginning where it flashes back to the World Series game where Reggie Jackson hit 3 home runs.
Right.
And they put his character in the role of kid who catches the 3rd home run.
Right.
And he keeps it and he holds on to it. Then they flash forward to the end and he meets Reggie Jackson. And it's like, oh my gosh, you're my favorite. I watched you hit 3 home runs. And Reggie says to him, I'm still looking for the little twerp who has that 3rd home run ball. I haven't been able to find it.
Yeah. I just feel like, hey, Tommy, nothing. I don't, because Tommy got the ball. He got his home run ball. And he traded another ball and like a photo. I'm like, I'm not going to give you the ball for that. What if you end up being like a 10-time All-Star and you're in the Hall of Fame? Your first home run ball and I have it?
The ball could be worth.
I can buy a villa in Lake Como with that if you end up being a superstar. But if you're not, give me a call. I'll give you the ball. I'll keep it for you. But he's going to give it to his dad. I talked to Tommy last night. He said he's going to give it to his dad. All right, that's your poll. Go to ArizonaSports.com. Don't fault me for
being a cold-hearted businessman.
You just never know.
Hey, if you end up sucking after 10 years, call me. I'll give you the ball. I don't even want your picture.
Yeah. Imagine you having like the first home run ball of Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, Mickey Mantle. I got I have the first ball. Like, it'd be worth something. All right. The Diamondbacks defense last night stood out. Vargas at first base and Barossa in center field were absolutely incredible. Just absolutely incredible. Barossa's plays last night were like game-saving. And Vargas, a throw home, gets a runner out, starts a double play. Vargas has surprised us to the point where, like, they really can't afford to take him off of first base because he's so good defensively. They got Santana to be their first baseman. He's probably not going to play for them again.
Ever, yeah.
Yeah, so Vargas has been, and he's a better defensive first baseman than Pavin Smith. So Vargas is going to be the guy that plays a lot of first base until they maybe add a first baseman, which I think they're going to. But I was, great defense last night. Now, you can't make a lot of mistakes to beat the Dodgers. You had the one by Tommy Troy. But overall, what you need to do is you need to play great defense, and you got that last night, especially from Barossa and Vargas.
Yeah, Torrey talked about it after the game.
Yeah, Vargas, it's a little bit of a transition guy. He's an infielder, but it's great hands. He's got unbelievable hands. The way he, moves to the baseball, the way he charged on that one ball and threw Mookie out at home plate was a crucial play for us. And it's how fast he can get the ball in and out of his glove. So he's been fantastic over there. He's done it time and time again. It's footwork around the bag. It's hands, ball out of the glove, throwing it accurately. The Freddie Freeman double play ball. That was real impressive. And then you got Barossa covering a lot of ground in center field. I put Barossa in the game today. I felt like it was going to be a low-scoring game. Erod's been throwing the heck out of the ball, and I just wanted to lock down some things in center field. And he was ready. He made some really good plays, and he saved us. I don't know what the catch percentage was on those, but he was hauling ass and making some good plays.
I don't care what the catch percentage is. He made some really nice plays.
He's hauling ass.
Like, he's a good defensive player. And,
is he out there again tonight?
How about, I would doubt it. But last night, that was Torrey. Like, I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game. I wanted to go with Barossa. He made 2 really, really good plays. One coming forward and another one going back. I thought were just outstanding plays in the game. and then Vargas making those plays. And again, if you want to beat a good team like the Dodgers, your defense has to shine, and it definitely did in that game. So that was big for them to get that. All right, still a lot to come on the program as we get set for the 5 o'clock hour. We will talk a little bit about those Dodgers. Can this team be beat? Are they vulnerable this year? That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They do an outstanding job of helping me with my financial planning, retirement planning, estate planning, tax planning, because that's what they do. What I love about asset preservation, wealth, and taxes, they're local, they're fiduciary, and unlike a lot of other companies, number one, they have a tax plan. They understand that many of us are putting money away tax deferred, and you got to have a tax plan for you, because Stuart always tells me it's not about how much you've been able to save, it's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. And if your financial advisor is not talking about that, he really doesn't care. And the other thing is, when you retire, you stop making money and you stop investing and you start living off of your retirement. And you want a financial advisor that's still going to be with you, not be like, oh, you're not making money for me anymore. No, you want a financial advisor that's going to make sure that he gives you the right decisions on taking out that money, where to take it out, how to take it out. You having a tax plan, not just a guy who says, oh, yeah, you're done working and investing. I don't need you anymore. I got to go on to the next guy because you're not going to make me any money. That's not what you want. That's why I recommend Stuart Willis. Give him a call, 602-877-PLAN. They'll do a great job for you. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop Prints That Pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks are looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will take the mound for Arizona. He'll oppose the veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can catch it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then on the ice, we are just moments away from the start of the Stanley Cup Final. The Carolina Hurricanes host Game 1 against the Vegas Golden Knights. Puck drop is just moments from now. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. You can play Bracket of Nations, powered by Michelob Ultra. Predict the winners, and you can walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter the contest at the contest page on arizonasports.com.
T-Backs Dodgers Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins tonight at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Mitch, you going tonight?
I'll be making my way down.
I'm going to go tomorrow. I want to see Ohtani.
Godspeed.
I just, you just want to.
He's a freak.
I just want to say you saw the guy play, you know?
You know what's crazy, too? You were reading the ERAs earlier of E-Rod, how he's top 5. Ohtani is under 1, but he doesn't qualify because he hasn't pitched enough innings yet.
Yeah, he'll get there.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's what's he 0.52 or something like that. I think his ERA is.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
That Cy Young race is going to be incredible.
0.82.
Is it 0.82?
Yeah,
still.
It's just crazy.
Oh, that's not as good as 0.52.
Every start except one has been quality from him too. He's on one.
Remember like the '69 season when Bob Gibson had that crazy ERA and nobody could score, and then they changed the mound.
Wasn't his ERA 1.68?
It was so low, and they were like, "We got to
change." The lowest single season qualified ERA.
Like
there was nobody could hit that year, so they changed the mound to help the offense out a little bit. It was crazy.
Yeah, and he threw like complete games every start.
Yeah,
and then he go like, we'll look it up. I think it was like 25.
Imagine going out. Imagine going to Bob Gibson in the 6th inning and like, hey, you're at 100 pitches. We got to take you out.
Dude, imagine doing that to Tom Seaver or Nolan Ryan.
I know.
They'd be like, turn around.
Yeah, turn around, get your ass back to the dugout. I'm going to have you fired.
And don't ever talk to me again.
Right.
But Nolan, you're at 200 pitches. Yeah, and I'm still throwing 101.
Right.
Get out of here.
I'll let you know if I want to come out of the game. Now get your ass on the bench. The Dodgers, Diamondbacks beat them last night. You look at some of the injuries, Teoscar Hernandez, Kiki Hernandez, Blake Snell, Gavin Stone, Tommy Edman, Tyler Glasnow, Evan Phillips. Are the Dodgers vulnerable? Is this a year that you can knock off the Diamondbacks? You can knock off the Dodgers in the division? Diamondbacks, they were really hot. Then they had the 3-game losing streak in Seattle. They come back, but they beat the Dodgers last night. The Dodgers do not have the best record in the National League. It's the Braves. Does this Dodgers team seem vulnerable?
My answer to that is they are not vulnerable in the National League West. I love this D-backs team. I know you love them too. They are spunky. They are battling over the course of a 162-game season. And I know the Padres are in the mix as well. The Dodgers are going to win the National League West. I'm saying that right now, stone cold, put it in stone, put it in Sharpie. They're winning the West. Are they vulnerable to win the World Series? Absolutely.
Probably.
Absolutely.
The American League stinks, though. There's not that many good teams in the American League.
But you get into a 7-game series with a team like Atlanta. Now, with Yamamoto and Ohtani pitching the way they are, the Dodgers are going to be tough to beat in any 7-game series. But big picture vulnerable. Division title-wise, I don't see it. I don't see the
They had the
Padres
big
and
weakness
D-backs have-
last year that got exploited, and that was the bullpen. They went out and got Diaz, but he's hurt. The bullpen last night lost, didn't lose the game for them, but Dreyer gave up the 2-run homer to Marte. Their starting pitching's had a lot of injuries. You look at Kyle Tucker. Did you see Kyle Tucker's? I hadn't even thought about this, but I was at the game last night. I'm sitting in the press box, and Kyle Tucker comes to the plate. I look up at the score. I'm like, his numbers stink. Like, his numbers are terrible.
He's not hitting for average.
Nah, nothing.
And he's not hitting for power either.
No, and Betts is having a bad year. What's Mookie Betts' batting average? Like, is it still under 200?
Well, it was 194 coming into last night. It's 196 now.
196. Kyle, go over Kyle Tucker's numbers.
Look, Kyle Tucker's hitting 238.
Right.
Okay. 210 at bats already. 57 games played.
How many home runs?
4.
4 home runs.
With 27 RBIs.
That's not good. It's not good. Betts isn't playing well. Tucker's not playing well. It's But here's
the deal: they still came into last night winners of 14 of their last 17.
Right.
So when Tucker and Betts do start hitting, and some of these other guys get healthy, I think they're eventually gonna hit the gas, and they may have hit the gas already. I mean, would we even be having this conversation at 5:07 had they won last night?
$240 million, by the way. It was like $60 million a year for Tucker. I think it was like $240 million.
It's chump change for the Guggenheims. I mean, they got to. They can afford. We were talking.
The Padres were even with them 2 weeks ago for the division. They were even with them.
I get it.
The Diamondbacks are now within striking distance. You're within 5. You're within 5 striking distance.
Yeah, and so are the Padres still.
Corbin Burns comes back. Now listen, what you can't have the Dodgers get Tariq Skubal. You just can't have it. Like that cannot happen. Because then
they're the favorites to land him right now.
Right. But I said this, if I'm the Diamondbacks and I'm in it and I have a chance to overtake them, Skubal, Burns, Kelly, A-Rod, Nelson, man, give me that for 60 days, and I think I could overtake the Dodgers. I don't know how I'm going to lose. I'm only going to lose 2-1 and 3-2 baseball games.
I just think, Gambo, it's one thing to be hanging around at the end of May or in mid-May or early June. I mean, let's see where this thing looks in late July. At some point, the Dodgers, they're just so consistent, and they're just so tough to beat that eventually, the lead gets to 7.5, and then hang around there for a while. Then a couple weeks later, you look up, and they're 9.5 up, and suddenly it's August 14th, and they're 11.5 up. Like, that's how I see this playing out. And I know the American League is not great, but get them in a 7-game series, you get a couple hot pitchers. Can they be taken down? Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if I had a bet right now, I would say they will not win their 3rd straight World Series.
I would take that. I would say yes. I would agree.
Yes.
Somebody's going to beat them. The Yankees just got Garrett Cole back, so they're able to, Schlittler and then Cole and then Fried. Good luck trying to beat those 3 in a 7-game series. So pitching does matter. And I think the Dodgers pitching is good, but I think that they're vulnerable this year. They're still in first place. The Padres were right there with them, and then the Dodgers went on a tear, 14 out of 14-3. But the injuries are mounting on them. Teoscar's out, Kiki's out, Glasnow's out, Snell's out. Glasnow's like he's always hurt. So it will be interesting to see what they do at the trade deadline. If they end up with Skubal at the deadline, then then all bets are off. They're going to probably win the freaking World Series. But if another contender ends up with Skubal, now say Skubal goes to the Braves or the Phillies or the Diamondbacks or the Padres or somebody like
somewhere. I mean, there's going to be a contender that gets him.
I know. But if that contender's in the National League, that team may very well be the favorites over the Dodgers. So I think the trade deadline is going to be huge this year. One, to keep guys away from L.A. and to see what these other contenders are able to do. If there's a contender out there that's able to add Skubal, that team may all of a sudden be at the top. So I am looking forward to seeing what happens there. Now, the Diamondbacks, they still need a bat. They still need a middle of the lineup left-handed bat. They don't really have that. You got Ketel at the top of the lineup and Corbin I'd like to see them get a middle of the lineup bat that could do some damage. Nothing against Adrian Del Castillo, but he's your pinch hitter coming into a big situation, batting 190. It's got to be better than that. When we come back, Josh Sweat of the Arizona Cardinals, post June 1, A lot of talk right now on what's going to happen with him. Is he going to end up in Green Bay? Is he going to end up in Chicago? Is he going to end up with the Arizona Cardinals? We got a big date coming up on June 8th. Is he going to show up for the mandatories? We'll talk about his situation next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you buy the new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco's authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Diamondbacks able to win their second straight against the Dodgers, and can they do anything against Shohei Ohtani? We're talking D-backs tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, June 8th is the big day. We'll see if the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett and Josh Sweat appear for them.
What's your prediction? Go ahead, hit me. Lay it on the line. Both there, neither there. One of them is there.
I don't know, so I'm guessing, right?
We're guessing.
I'm going to guess at this. I say Sweat shows up. I say Brissett doesn't.
That's exactly what I'm predicting.
Okay, that's what I'll say.
And I'm not predicting that from any sourcing or reporting. I'm just reading the tea leaves. That's how I think it's going to go down.
Well, a lot of people, my report created this whirlwind of all this stuff that's all out there right now. But all I said was Josh Sweat is not at OTAs, and it's not because of an injury. And that took on a life of its own because now everybody's writing about Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat, is he going to Green Bay? Is he going to Chicago? Here's 7 teams that could target Josh Sweat. The Bears, here's who's going to. And then everybody, in all these stories, they're like, John Gambador of Arizona Sports said, all I said was he didn't show up, and it had nothing to do with injury. So he didn't show up. You got OTAs, and it's voluntary, and he didn't show up. I didn't say he's unhappy. I didn't say anything else. I just said he didn't show up. And now people are taking that and running with it. And now you're seeing post-June 1. Well, now it's a lot easier to get rid of Josh Sweat. Now you don't have to have this big cap hit and everything like that. So all eyes are on Josh Sweat. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that he didn't show up for OTAs. But here's what we do know numbers-wise. If you would have traded him before June 1st, and I don't even know if they're trying to trade him, the Cardinals would have had to eat $22 million in dead cap money, and the only savings they would have had would have been 5.6. Post-June 1, the Cardinals only have to eat $5.5 million in dead cap, and they save 10.8. Now, they already paid him on March 20th. They paid him a $7.22 million roster bonus. So they paid him a huge roster bonus. That doesn't mean you can't trade him, but the only reason you would trade him to me is if he's disgruntled and he's unhappy and he wants out of here. But I'd also like to trade him before this all becomes public if that's the case. Now, maybe Josh Sweat shows up and people put a microphone on him. Hey, no, I just don't do OTAs.
I don't do OTAs. Wasn't here last year either.
I don't do OTAs.
I don't do OTAs. And if that's the case, see, there was a report after Gannon got fired that Sweat wanted to be traded. But that quieted down. Sweat's never publicly said that to anybody. So the validity of that report, I guess, remains to be seen. If you're the Arizona Cardinals, you've already paid him $7.22 million. Got $38 million guaranteed at signing.
And you don't have another pass rusher.
Well, there's the football side of it, too.
You don't have anybody else that can get you double-digit sacks unless B.J. Ojolari pops or Darius Robinson pops or Walter Nolan pops or Jordan Birch pops. Like it's possible, but we just it's an unknown with those guys, right? It's an unknown.
And different conversation, but how many more years are we going to give B.J. Ojolari to make an impact? Sweat's on the second year of a 4-year deal. He needs to be part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And if he holds out next Monday, he's a part of the problem. He's not a part of the problem right now, unless he secretly has told Monty Ossenfort, Mike Bidwell, and Mike LaFleur, I will never play here again. So figure it out. Is that possible? Absolutely. I talked about it earlier, and I hold true to that right now. I firmly believe Mike LaFleur's got to sit down. They got to have a man-to-man conversation with Josh Sweat. LaFleur's got to sell him on his vision. Here's what I see for you. The defensive coordinator is the same. So this can't be a scheme thing with the whole Jonathan Gannon deal.
It might have been a relation. Gannon was his DC in Philly. He came here because Gannon was the head coach. Now Gannon's in Green Bay, which is why all the rumors about Green Bay, especially with Micah Parsons towards ACL, probably not ready for the start of the season.
I think the bigger thing with Gannon is when Gannon talked Sweat into coming here, they believed that at the time Sweat would be the missing link between the Cardinals and a playoff spot and a run in the playoffs.
And they won 3 games.
Josh Sweat came here to win. He was winning in Philadelphia. He could have made a lot of money a lot of different places. He came here to get paid and to win. He's not winning. He didn't win last year. He knows he's not going to win next year. He's in the prime of his career. To me, it's the direction of the organization.
That's why Calais went back to Baltimore.
Yeah, why would Calais Campbell at his age want to sit through a season like that?
He decided he wanted to play, and he said, okay, if I'm going to play, I'd rather go to a team that has a better chance to win and compete. So he chose the Ravens. I'm sure the Cardinals would have loved to have had him back. So now you're the Cardinals. If you lose Calais and you lose Sweat, I mean, I know this offense is going to be exciting, but, man, you're talking about, is this defense going to give up 40 freaking points a game?
Right, and you're not going to get a Myles Garrett-like return for Josh Sweat, not even close. So, and I say that because you're not even going to trade Josh Sweat to help an ultimate rebuild because in the 3 years with Sweat, you're probably not going to be much. But I would maintain, yeah, maybe the first 2 years of Josh Sweat, you're not much, but maybe the last 2 years, you got something cooking a little bit with your quarterback of the future. So I don't see a long-term advantage in trading him now. I see a short-term advantage in keeping him. I understand they're probably going to win the same amount of games with or without Josh Sweat, but you want a football player like that on your team.
Let me read this to you and comment on it. Shoot, maybe I'm crazy. You'll let me know if I'm crazy. I don't know. I had my best season, and from the start of the voting to the end of the voting, I was top 5. I was top 5 in sacks, second in the NFC, number 1 in forced fumbles. I don't know what else I could have done. How much did that Pro Bowl snub affect him? Like, I did everything I could, but because I play for a team that won 3 football games, I don't get any accolades.
And a team that doesn't move the meter nationally. Unless it's like a 2015 season, Cardinals don't get a lot of notoriety.
11 sacks, tied his career high, 4 forced fumbles, 12 tackles for a loss, and he did not get.
I think it's about
he was not named the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that bothered him.
I think it did bother him. Obviously, it bothered him.
In terms of him wanting out, maybe it bothered him enough to want out. I really firmly believe that he doesn't want to. If he doesn't want to play here, again, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse because we still don't know. He could show up on, as you mentioned, the 8th and be like, I just don't like OTAs. I got my own program, but I'm here now and I'm ready to roll. So all this yapping we've been doing the last couple of weeks has been for naught. But there have been reports out there. There has been the articles about the teams that are interested and would be good fits. There's another article about teams are calling the Cardinals about Josh Sweat. So there's a lot of smoke potentially with this fire. The Dallas Cowboys are said to be interested. There was one report that the Packers and the Cardinals were close to a deal, and then another Packer reporter had to come out and refute that, shot it down.
Yeah.
He Grim Reapered it for everybody in Green Bay.
Yeah.
He Grim Reapered it. But it doesn't I hate to say this on sports radio because we're supposed to give opinions and tell people what's going to happen. But this is one that, I personally, I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. I suspect Josh Sweat would be there, and if he's not, then I'll go the other way and say, if he's not there on the 8th, unless they can get in a room and settle this thing, this might be it. They may have to trade him for a 3rd or 4th round pick. And the 3rd round pick may be conditional based on his performance in 2026.
He said, what else could I have done? I'm the only double-digit sack guy that didn't make it, the one with the most forced fumbles. And they say, this is the guy we're going to leave out. I don't care about a losing team. This is an individual thing. That's why I am so upset. So you've got Gannon leaves. He's upset. I'm trying to piece it together. If he's not happy, it could be he had a great season, but because he played on a bad team, he didn't get noticed. Gannon leaves, so his guy that came here is gone in a year. But to the point, like the only thing that I've reported that I've known is that he's not injured and he wasn't at OTAs. Everybody else is flying with it and saying he's unhappy and he wants to get traded. We don't know that. And, the Cardinals are quiet on it, and we'll see what happens. We've seen Myles Garrett get traded for Jared Verse. We saw A.J. Brown get traded. We're now 2 days in, post-June 1, and we haven't seen a trade for Josh Sweat. So maybe, just maybe, there is not going to be a Josh Sweat trade. I think we'll know more on June 8th, or maybe maybe we'll get an indication. Maybe somebody will have some information a day or two before that Sweat is going to show up, and that might end it. It might end it, but I still think people are going to put a microphone in front of him and say, why weren't you at OTAs? And then when he answers that question, then we'll have some concrete answers. But I think they, if he's not going to be there, if I'm the Cardinals, I'd rather trade him before that because I'm going to lose a little bit of leverage if it becomes known that he wants a trade. I'd almost rather move him before that and try to get as much as I can before it becomes public knowledge, if that is the case, and we don't even know if that's the case. All right, when we come back, Oklahoma City, they went out in 7 games, but is their future still bright? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'll fully cop to this. I thought Zach Allen was going to have a bounce back year. I absolutely thought that at the start of this season. And I would say until this month, I felt pretty good about it because if you look at the beginning of his season, faced the Dodgers in March, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings, but he was throwing a no-hitter through 4 innings. Like, whatever, it's the Dodgers, okay? It's the opener. 5 starts in the month of April, he had a 2.19 ERA. So, like, not only did I think he was going to have a bounce-back year going into the season, I really felt like it a month ago at this time. But his ERA now for the season is actually worse this year than it was last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other. I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
The Bunker to Bunker Golf Tour is swinging into summer with their Summer Swing 2-person scramble tournament at Verado Golf Club's Victory Course on Saturday, June 20th, benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation. The event includes breakfast, team competitions, prizes, and a huge raffle, and even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come and enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. The event is open to the public, but space is limited and will fill up quickly. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Coming off of a fun win last night, Diamondbacks are looking for a second straight against the Dodgers this evening at Chase Field. Michael Soroka will get things started on the mound. He'll go against the veteran left-hander Eric Lauer. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And it took just 19 seconds, 25 seconds. I was ahead of myself. Just took 25 seconds for our first goal in the Stanley Cup final between the Carolina Hurricanes and Vegas Golden Knights, and it's the Canes that have struck first. Nikolai Ehlers, with his 5th goal of the postseason, has given the Canes a 1-0 advantage. Got 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the first period of action, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Time to tell you what is on tonight.
What is on tonight, Mitchy Mitch?
It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. I just said it at the tail end of the What's Trending Now. Canes, Knights, or Hurricanes and Golden Knights, for those of you unaware, the Stanley Cup final. We already have a score. It took 25 seconds for Nikolai Ehlers of the Canes to put one through the pipes, and the Canes have a 1-0 advantage early in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals.
Okay. All right. That's what's on tonight. And, of course, D-backs baseball.
D-backs baseball, 6:40 first pitch. Michael Soroka against Eric Lauer, and you can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right. Hey, lunch on me tomorrow. What do you guys want? Want pizza?
Ryan, what do you want for lunch tomorrow?
What do you want, Ryan?
No, now you're just pointing at me. Oh, geez.
What do you got?
How do you feel about Flower Child? Does that work?
That's nice and healthy.
That's healthy.
Okay.
Or I could buy a big Sicilian pizza and we can have pizza.
It's going to run Gambo a few bucks, that Flower
I don't
Child.
care.
I'll tell you that.
Okay, you decide then, Ringer. What do you want?
I'm on a diet. I just have saltines.
Okay.
He's trying to bring sexy back.
Fasting, apparently.
Yeah.
We'll talk more.
We'll discuss. All right.
I like both ideas. I love Flower Child, and if you're going to bring a big Sicilian pizza, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
why is a Sicilian pizza different than a American pizza?
Square
it's just
slices.
square.
The square.
I get square slices at Rosati's and Spinato's. Come on.
Yeah, it's just it's
too much free advertising.
It's just
we'll talk about it
Sicilian.
later.
Right. All right. We'll figure it out. But lunch on me tomorrow, so we'll get some lunch tomorrow. All right, we're gonna do D-backs on deck in just a little bit. I wanted to talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder because we didn't get a lot. We were at the D-backs. We were at Chase Field yesterday, and we talked a little bit about the NBA Finals. But we had a lot of guests. We had Tommy Troy on. We had Troy Lavello on. We had Ryan Thompson on. We had Corbin Carroll on. I didn't give the Thunder, and we had Alex Weiner and Katie Wu.
And Katie Wu, that's right.
So we had a
lot
lot
of guests.
We had a lot of guests yesterday. I didn't get to talk that much about the Thunder. They lost Game 7 at home. Chet Holmgren, who's just beginning a 5-year, $240 million contract that kicks in this summer, was terrible. But I looked at their future assets, and this is crazy. The Oklahoma City Thunder have 14 first-round picks through 2033. 14. So they can go all in for Giannis. They can keep their picks to replace players that get too expensive. They've got the assets necessary to be like, oh, okay, all right, I see you, San Antonio. All right, I see you, Harper and Castle and Vassell, and I see you. But I've got Shea, and I've got Jalen, and I've got a great bench. And you know what? I can do something, too, because I've got 14 first-round picks in the next 6 years.
You don't want to mortgage your future too much because by the time you get to 2032...
7 years. 7 years. Next 7 years, 14 first-round picks.
Yeah.
You don't want to mortgage it too much?
When I talk about those later picks. But in 2026, 2027, and 2028, I'd mortgage every single one of those picks. Now, you might turn them into higher picks, but all of these picks should be trade chips for either higher picks or players. Because you have the players right now.
You have to go for it.
You can't.
You have to go for it.
There's not enough room at the end for all these number one picks. They have 2 this year in the top 17. They picked 12 and 17th. Even fitting those 2 guys on this roster as is going to be difficult for the organization. So there's a lot of talk that Sam Presti is actually searching around to see if there's a team willing. Look, you're not one player away. We're going to give you our 2 picks, 12 and 17. Let us jump into the top 10. There's some talk about Chicago and maybe them going after a Caleb Wilson out of North Carolina. If I'm the Bulls, I'm not doing that because I think who you get at 4 is going to be way better if everything goes right than who you would get at 12 and 17. But, Gambo, here's the thing, and I was thinking about this today. with the 2027 draft, and they got 4 picks right now, and again, 2 this year, they can afford to overspend on role players that they feel can help get them back over the hump again and win another world championship. And some of the names are out there already, like P.J. Washington and Trey Murphy III. Najee Marshall's another guy that they might have some interest in. And not that these guys are great, and you would normally not give up a lot for them, but if you got picks to burn, and you think a guy like P.J. Washington can be a huge asset for when you play San Antonio in the Western Conference Finals again next year,
physicality,
because you will play them again next year, you can overpay because you got all these picks and you don't need players. They're supposedly reportedly.
Yeah, what are you going to do with the 12th and 17th pick in this year's draft?
Yes. What are you going to do with them?
How's that guy going to play on your roster? You're so deep as it is. Now, listen, here's the reality. Do you think that with a healthy Jalen Williams, they win against the Spurs? I do.
I do, too.
I think they win. And they're in the NBA Finals, and they probably win back-to-back. But because they lost, now, I mean, that's why if you are, I always say, that's why if you're the Denver Nuggets, if you're the Houston Rockets, if you're the Lakers would look like, if you've got a great team, you do need to go for it because you never know what could happen. If, like, with an injury, Oklahoma City suffered a huge injury. The second best player missed 10 out of 15 playoff games. Like, that was a factor in them not getting back to the NBA Finals. But, man, they got a war chest of first-round draft picks at their disposal if they want to go all in for somebody.
Gambo, if you believe the reports that they're not going to be in the Giannis sweepstakes, I ask everyone listening, why shouldn't they be? Why shouldn't they at least kick the tires on that, make a few phone calls? You can talk about team chemistry and all that good stuff, and they want to keep what they have, and they like their core. But if you could give up a Holmgren and a Lou Dort and 3 first-round picks for Giannis, and you add Giannis to Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Right.
Okay, now you do that. Now, good luck, San Antonio. What say you? So
I always wonder. I always worry about the 3 stars though in the NBA. Like it's just like, man, there's only one basketball. How like Shai's like. I almost think 2 stars and 6 or 7 great role players is the better way to go than 3 stars.
I guess, but I mean, Miami won a couple of titles.
You're talking with Bosh and LeBron and Wade?
Yeah, they won a couple.
Bosh took such a back seat.
Sure.
He was so great with Toronto, and when he got to Miami, he was like, you're not going to score a whole lot anymore.
That's fine, but it worked.
It worked because he was willing to sacrifice.
Right. So who's to say that Jalen Williams wouldn't be willing to sacrifice to make it work and to win games?
Somebody would have to sacrifice. And it's not going to be Shai and it's not going to be Giannis. But Jalen Williams is a great player. He might not be happy with that.
And that's why I brought that up. Well, I mean, are you happy winning titles? I mean, listen, you could go back into the annals and, I mean, did the Warriors have a big 3 with Clay, Steph, and Durant? Everybody said, that's not going to work. There's only one ball. It worked.
That worked.
It worked.
Yeah. It doesn't work a lot of times, but it did work there. And the other big 3 with Draymond, because Draymond was willing to do all the dirty work thing, and he wasn't a scorer. Didn't have to be a big-time scorer. Steph and Clay could shoot the ball.
Would you consider the Duncan,
Ginobili, Parker?
Ginobili a big 3? Or just
Ginobili was such a role player, though. And I loved Ginobili. Like, I loved him as a player. I hated him. Hated him as a player, but loved his game. But he was more of a role guy. So I would say no on that.
Okay.
Bird and
I mean, at one point,
McHale.
At one point, Ginobili was
Magic and Kareem.
Well, now those were definitely big 3s that worked, but that was a different era.
Parrish, yeah, that was a different era in the 80s. That was a different era.
You needed 3 to win it in the 80s. And then when Jordan and Pippen, and then Kobe and Pau.
But who was the third for Jordan and Pippen? Rodman? Rodman didn't score.
All right.
Who was the third for the Celtics? Parrish? How many points per game did Parrish score? Like, he was good, but he was more of your defensive stopper. And he gave you some offense.
If you were going to make a case for the Bulls' big 3, in the first 3, Pete, Horace Grant had 1 All-Star season. If you were going to make a case for a big 3 in the second era, everybody would point to Rodman, Pippen, and Jordan. I'd actually defer to Tony Kukoc as the third. Kukoc was a hell of a player.
He was a really good offensive player.
Of a player.
Yeah.
Great passer, shooter, clutch, big, 6'11", handle the ball. So, again, going back to the original conversation with Sam Presti, like, why wouldn't you be interested in Giannis? I mean, I get it. If you won back-to-back titles and nobody can beat you, then fine. don't mess with Jesus. But, I mean, you just lost. And you lost to a 7'5" guy.
Do you keep Holmgren or do you get rid of Holmgren? You owe him that's a big trade chip. You owe him $240 million over the next 5 years.
I mean, if it's Giannis I'm bringing in return, then yeah, I'll get rid of him.
You're right.
I'm also not going to throw Chet Holmgren out because of one bad series.
One bad series against a guy that he's just overmatched with. Just a bad matchup for him. That's a bad matchup. But you also got to think about, okay, what if I run into this matchup again? What the hell are we going to do?
Well, you just said if they had Jalen Williams, they might win the series.
I think they would have. I still think that they would have won the series.
So you can fall back on that.
Yeah, I guess you could. And they were also missing Mitchell, who's a key role player for them. They got some decisions to make. Hartenstein's got a team option. I think Lou Dort's got a team option. But like, if I'm Oklahoma City, I'm probably pissed, and I've got all these draft picks, and I'm going to draft like the Suns were at that point with Mike D'Antoni. Like, don't draft a guy. I can't play him. Trade the pick. Like, I'm not going to play a rookie on this roster. I got Nash. I got Stoudemire. I got Tim Thomas. I got Raja Bell. I got all these. I'm not going to play for first-round draft pick.
I talk about this all the time. For 15 years, Pat Riley operated like that in Miami. I got no use for rookies. I got no use for picks. I'm going to find out who can play in the league, and then I'm going to go get them. And he could do that because he was Pat Riley, and Miami is a destination market where players want to live and play.
Yeah, no state tax.
And no state tax.
Helps quite a bit.
And it's really fun.
When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks Game 2 against the Dodgers. We'll get you set for that right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. The Diamondbacks are offering $6 and 2-cent tickets on 602 Day. Larry Fitzgerald Jr. pays tribute after his father's death, and Mike Leach headlines a College Football Hall of Fame candidates list that includes 2 from ASU. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Game 2. Can the D-backs take another one from the Dodgers? I'm excited. Great win last night, 4-1. Terrific ball game. 3 home runs by the Diamondbacks yesterday. The big shot by Ketel Marte put it away in the bottom of the 8th inning, but a solo shot from Tommy Troy, won by Nolan Arenado, and the D-backs got a great pitching performance by Eduardo Rodriguez. They take game 1 against the Dodgers 4-1. Needed that one, and now we get set for game 2. For that, we do D-backs on deck, and we turn it back over to Mitchie Mitch.
Hopefully we're not turning it over like turned over the ball or anything.
Let's not turn that ball over.
Let's not do that. Let's tell you about the pitching matchup instead, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. We were talking about pitching matchup yesterday, and it's like, don't look too much into the base numbers. This one, you could probably look into the base numbers in terms of who has the advantage here. I lean D-backs personally. Michael Soroka, a 7-2 record, a 3.25 ERA, 60 strikeouts on the season, going against the veteran left-hander Eric Lauer, a 2-5 record, a 5.95 ERA, 30 strikeouts on the young season. That's over 2 different teams that he's been on this year.
That's right. Lauer's going to make a second start for the Dodgers after being traded from the Blue Jays on May 17th for that cash considerations. I don't know how much it was, but he's 30 years old. Made his first start a week ago against the Rockies. He got the win. He gave up just 1 run, a solo homer on 4 hits, while striking out 4 in 6 innings. With Toronto, he was struggling. He was 1-5 with a 6.69 ERA. It's probably because he didn't get the pitch against the Rockies. You get the pitch against the Rockies, and everything goes right for you. So in 8 games, he had a 6.69 ERA, 1-5 record. Really struggled. Last year he went 9-2 with a 3.18 ERA. He was really good. He's been in the major leagues for parts of 8 seasons with the Padres, the Brewers, the Blue Jays, and now he is with the Dodgers. Interesting note here, his lifetime ERA against the Diamondbacks, 11 games too, big sample size. 11 games, 10 starts, 2.63. He's got a 2.63 ERA
Not too shabby.
against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Has had a lot of success against them.
Well, I think you might want to get lower tonight because I don't love the pitching matchup for the D-backs tomorrow night when
You're
Gallen
going
goes
to
against
wreck
Ohtani.
that Ohtani guy tomorrow.
But you're right, if you want a chance to take 3 or 4 from this team,
You want this one.
You want this one. And then you got a chance with Ryan Nelson going on Thursday to get 3 out of 4, if you can get this one.
Now, fun quirk, he's actually pitched against the Diamondbacks already this year. If you remember, April 17th, when he was still with the Blue Jays, he got the start in that one. 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs allowed. He took the loss in a game where the Diamondbacks beat the Blue Jays by a score of 6-3. And wouldn't you know it, who was on the other end of the mound on that one? Michael
Soroka.
So go figure. The second time he's going against the Diamondbacks, he's also going against Soroka, who's been spectacular this year. He's on a streak of almost quality starts. There was the one outing where he couldn't quite get through the 6th inning, but he's been rather stellar through the month of May.
He threw 83 pitches in that game against the Diamondbacks on April 17th. 60 were strikes. He did give up a home run in that game. He did go the 5 innings. You know, he's 1 inning away from a quality start, but he did go 5 innings, gave up the 5 hits and 3 ones like you mentioned. He did strike out 4, but overall, the numbers in Toronto were not good for him.
Let's get you the injury report, which is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. You can learn more at barrowneuro.org. There wasn't really much of an injury update from Torey Lovello pregame. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to see if there's any indication, because we learned yesterday A.J. Puck is going to have a couple of outings in Reno. We know for sure today is going to be one of them. Then he's going to have another outing on Friday. And then, Gambo, you had even added that he might get 2 more in Reno next week before getting a chance to rejoin the big league club sometime this month.
They wanted 7 or 8. We'll see. Maybe sometimes if things are going really well, they'll push it up. They'll let the guy come back earlier. And then they'll have a really tough decision to make in the bullpen because I don't know what you could do besides sending Fott to AAA.
Yeah, the Aces, they're in Las Vegas right now. So they're Nevada counterparts, if you will, taking on the AAA Athletics. So this will probably be the first opportunity for Puck. And then Jordan Lawler, still working his way through Complex League, will be joining Reno soon. That was something else we learned yesterday. The standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Only 1 game, but the Diamondbacks with a crucial win. They gain some ground on the Dodgers and on the Padres, who have been really struggling as of late. They lost yesterday to Philly. Right now, the Padres and the Phillies are in the battle in the midst of a 3-2 Phillies advantage. So Padres keep stumbling. The Diamondbacks got to keep winning games if they want to catch some ground and maybe get past San Diego in the division.
Yeah, I think what hurts the Diamondbacks a little bit too is like since Don Mattingly became the manager of the Phillies, they're on a freaking tear. Really they're playing such great baseball. So the National League is tough. There's a lot of good teams. The Cubs had that big slide. The Phillies looked like they were dead man walking, and then they make the managerial change. Mattingly comes in. It's a big lift. They're playing great baseball right now. But yeah, you want to listen. You want to compete with the Dodgers for the division if you can. You got to stay within 5 games there. But if not, at the very least, they're in the wild card spot right now. They are in the wild card spot. They had gotten to the top of the wild card spot after that stretch against San Francisco and Colorado. Fell back down a little bit, but they still own a wild card spot right now, the D-backs.
One quick standings quirk I want to point out before we get to the key. There is a chance that we have our first team that is at 500 in the National League Central tonight. The Reds currently trailing the Royals 4-1. They're 30-29 right now. If they lose tonight, they're even at 500, which would still be the worst record in the Central. But it is crazy how well those teams have been playing right now with the Brewers, Cardinals, Pirates, and Cubs. Let's get you that key.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
This player has reached base safely in 14 straight games. He's batting .311 with an OPS of 1.00.